Immediately, introductions in various languages began to resonate. Master Ling Xiao, born in the year XXX of the Alliance era into a family of martial arts, has been intertwined with the martial arts since childhood. Fate, however, plays cruel tricks on prodigies despite being a martial arts genius. Master Ling Xiao possessed the rare yin-yang absolute vein, which rendered him incapable of practicing martial arts throughout his life. Nevertheless, Master Ling Xiao never relinquished his steadfast dream of martial arts. Although he could not cultivate himself, he dedicated his efforts to the advancement of martial arts. After nearly 3 decades of reflection and synthesis, Master Ling Xiao compiled and revised existing martial arts texts into a monumental work. He is a pivotal figure in the annals of martial arts, a true consummate master. In the year XXX of the Alliance era, at precisely 10:28 this morning, Master Ling Xiao succumbed to his illness at his villa. Despite the valiant efforts of his 3 foremost disciples to save him, he was pronounced deceased. To honor the greatest master in the history of martial arts, the Planetary Alliance Committee, in accordance with the suggestions of the Martial Arts Association, will accord him a burial befitting a head of state. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, a myriad of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. The scenes of his life, from infancy to the present, flashed before him like a cinematic reel, vivid yet strangely familiar. How did I end up here? Where's this place? A cascade of questions surged in Ling Xiao's mind. Propping himself up on the soft bed, he surveyed his surroundings. His diminutive and frail form was certainly not his own. Glancing around, he was utterly astonished. Aside from the remnants of the Forbidden City in Huagua, such architecture could hardly be found on Earth. A bizarre thought welled up within him. Could this be the fabled resurrection of the soul? Perhaps this was the only way to make sense of it all. Just moments ago, Ling Xiao had resisted the memories of another now. He understood, and his resistance faded as he extracted the most vital pieces of information. Suddenly, Ling Xiao sat up with a star that was not on Earth at all. Instead, he had traversed to a realm known as the Xuangling Continent. Gradually, Ling Xiao found a sense of calm, having already undergone a form of resurrection. Transitioning to another world no longer seemed so astonishing. This was a world steeped in martial arts civilization, unlike Earth, which is dominated by technology. Even the most skilled martial artists could not contend with the devastating power of technological weaponry. This world was populated by various sects, families, and other factions of different strengths. Humanity occupied certain regions. Thriving in a society that revered martial prowess, even the most ordinary individuals possessed a fundamental understanding of martial arts. However, due to individual aptitudes, their accomplishments varied significantly. Furthermore, while Earth's advanced technology could extend human life up to around 150 years, even the most formidable martial artists could not exceed 200 years, eventually succumbing to the grave. Yet here, such limitations were insignificant. The average lifespan of its inhabitants reached 150 years, and those who pursued the path of martial arts could potentially live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Ling Xiao had already filtered through these thoughts, his mind singularly focused on one conviction. He had been reborn. Yes, reborn. This meant that he could cultivate martial arts. Ling Xiao's body trembled with excitement, a mirthful laughter yearning to escape his lips. In his past life, he had ardently pursued the martial path, immersing himself in countless martial arts manuals in the hopes of seizing a fleeting opportunity for cultivation. Those so-called glories were merely the byproducts of his relentless quest for success in his martial endeavors. Ultimately, this pursuit had only bestowed upon him renown, while his aspiration to cultivate martial arts remained unfulfilled. Now, however, the situation had transformed. He had been bestowed with a new corporeal form, and with his current perceptive abilities, he swiftly discerned that although this body possessed mediocre talents, it nevertheless bore some foundational knowledge of martial arts. Was this a divine recompense from the heavens for his past lives' tribulations? With a creak, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered. Distinctively chiseled features, a prominent nose, and eyes devoid of spirit, presenting the visage of a despondent soul. Before him stood Ling Zhan, Ling Xiao's father, also a once promising talent whose meridians had been irreparably damaged. The two of them were notoriously known in Meteorite City as the feudal father and son. Ling Zhan cast a glance at his son, his eyes laden with complexity, before diverting his gaze elsewhere. He spoke softly. The saying, "A gentleman strives ceaselessly," holds truth, yet it seems to elude us in our father-son relationship. "Father," Ling Xiao called out awkwardly, a wave of resonance stirring within him. Memories of years filled with discontent surged forth in his mind, and he seemed to glimpse his father's youthful struggles, mirroring his own experiences. "Fortune is bestowed by the heavens. My dear son, cease to impose such burdens upon yourself. I have witnessed your efforts. I shall not cast blame upon you." Ling Zhan spoke with a tone laden with helplessness and despair. In his youth, he had been full of vigor, almost destined to become the next clan leader. Alas, fate took a cruel turn, transforming him overnight into a figure of utter worthlessness. Initially, witnessing his son's rise and recognizing a potential even greater than his own brought him solace. Yet, history cruelly repeated itself, subjecting his son to the same tribulations he once endured, filling his heart with unspeakable sorrow and pain. Ling Zhan sat in desolation for a while before exiting his chamber. Observing the retreating figure of his son, Ling Xiao silently resolved to make a decision. Chapter 2. Reluctance. The meteor streaked across the sky with astonishing speed, its long tail shimmering as it appeared before Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Ling Xiao discerned the true nature of the celestial object. It was not a mere meteor, but rather a blood pearl. This blood pearl, the size of an egg, glowed with a crimson brilliance, intricately engraved with ancient runes, and at its center lay a swirling taiji symbol, profound and mysterious, exuding an uncanny allure. What is this? Ling Xiao barely had time to entertain this thought when the blood pearl suddenly adhered to his forehead with a resounding pop, pop, sizzle. As the blood pearl pressed against Ling Xiao's brow, it afforded him no time for contemplation. It erupted in a cascade of sanguine light, forming 10 streams of crimson energy that surged into his body. This overwhelming force penetrated his meridians, coursing through his limbs and bones, rendering his form increasingly translucent against the backdrop of the blood-red energy, revealing the intricate network of veins within him. In that moment, it became evident that Ling Xiao's veins were exceedingly delicate, riddled with obstructions, and punctuated by 7 congenital ruptures, resembling vast chasms on a plain, strikingly discordant. This was the hallmark of the congenital 7 fatal meridians in its later stages. It was this inherent flaw that had led to the gradual degeneration of his physical constitution, reducing him to a mere shell of a man. Yet, at this moment, as the crimson energy flowed into him, those fragile, ruptured veins began to be forcibly unblocked and expanded. His frail body, too, gradually grew stronger under the infusion of this sanguine force. The agonizing torment of having his constitution forcibly altered was dreadful, akin to myriad ants gnawing within his body. Under this excruciating pain, Ling Xiao's face contorted, and with a cry of agony, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing ceaselessly. At that moment, he was oblivious to the changes occurring within him, only aware of the piercing pain that nearly caused him to faint. Fortunately, this torment was not prolonged. As the 10 streaks of crimson power fully integrated into his body, the pain vanished entirely. In that instant, Ling Xiao sensed his previously frail and weak body brimming with explosive power. His vitality surged 100-fold, coursing through his meridians unimpeded, transforming blood into qi, qi into spirit, and spirit into divine transformation, morphing into the god of the underworld. The power of the underworld god, boundless and vast, capable of overturning seas and rivers with a mere gesture, shattering mountains and splitting the earth, plucking moons and swallowing suns, roaring down stars. These thoughts exploded in Ling Xiao's mind, narrating a world-shattering cultivation technique, the underworld god art, transforming into the underworld god, overturning seas and rivers, plucking moons and swallowing suns. Underworld god, underworld god. According to legends, the underworld god is the deity who governs death and hell, possessing the immense power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, capable of destroying an entire continent with a single breath. This cultivation technique could actually transform one into the underworld god. Could this underworld god art be a divine-level technique? This notion suddenly arose in Ling Xiao's mind, startling him greatly. A human-level cultivation technique could establish a small family. A king-level technique could establish a city, and an emperor-level technique could establish a dynasty. An imperial-level technique could even establish an immortal sect. As for saint-level techniques and above, they practically belong to the realm beyond mortals. The legendary divine techniques are truly the stuff of myths. Divine-level techniques. I have unexpectedly encountered such a fortuitous event. In less than half an hour, Ling Xiao not only shed the shackles of his former inadequacy and restored his past cultivation level, but he also acquired an unparalleled set of transcendent techniques. This whirlwind of emotions left Ling Xiao in a tumultuous state, filled with surprise, exhilaration, excitement, and trepidation. The full spectrum of human emotions flickered across his visage in an instant. Eventually, as his exultant cries gradually subsided, Ling Xiao regained his composure, as if the miraculous encounter had never transpired. Now, with all my meridians unblocked, I am once again able to pursue the pinnacle of cultivation. However, this matter must remain a closely guarded secret, even from my father. After all, such an extraordinary occurrence, if disclosed, could potentially spark a great uproar and invite unnecessary troubles. This situation must be carefully contemplated before being revealed. Chapter 3. The Descent from the Mountain. A man must strive tirelessly for self-improvement. It is time to cast aside such negative remarks. You are my son, and you should not speak in this manner. He then glanced at the nearby disciples, reluctantly adding, You may set forth. Remember to be cautious on your journey. The disciples were momentarily taken aback, and one portly individual quickly responded. Stepping forward to clasp his fists in respect, the Grand Elder instructed us to escort junior brother Ling down the mountain. What? Ling Zhan was startled, his anger flaring as he realized the implication. You dare to send my son off on foot? If anything were to happen to him, would you bear the responsibility? Speak. Who commanded you to act in this manner? Humph. What an overbearing elder. Do you truly believe that I, Ling Zhan, am so easily bullied? Ling Zhan, furious to the extreme, laughed bitterly. At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the mountain path, and a venerable old man with an immortal aura suddenly appeared before everyone. The old man gently stroked his beard, glanced at Ling Xiao beside him, and said, Overbearing? The annual grand competition is about to begin, and it is a time when talents are needed. How can we waste human resources? The elder sneered. This boy is but a mere mortal. Who would pay him any heed? He has nothing to do. Even if he wastes some time, it is of no consequence. Why worry? Hearing the elder openly mock Ling Xiao, Ling Zhan was instantly enraged, his hair standing on end, and he wanted to take action. However, his constitution was weak, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Ling Zhan sighed deeply, flicked his sleeve, and said, Enough, I will send him myself. Yet, even so, the elder maintained a hypocritical smile and interjected, That won't do. The upcoming competition requires your full attention and leadership. We cannot afford any delays for this matter. Father, let me go on my own, Ling Xiao said with a sense of calm. Experiencing the trials of the mortal world might not be a bad thing. No, letting you venture alone is out of the question, especially with the dangers along the way. What if something unexpected happens? Perhaps amidst these thorns. I will find what I seek, Ling Xiao replied, his resolve firm. With that, he prepared to leave alone, leaving Ling Zhan with a heart full of sorrow. The flourishing atmosphere of cultivation has produced numerous distinguished figures from this region. The serene mountain of universal civilization is situated on the outskirts of the small city of Li, in the eastern part of the Kaiyuan Kingdom, which can be reached by an ordinary person in less than 3 hours on horseback. At this moment, Ling Xiao bid farewell to his father, Ling Zhan, and after a 3-hour carriage ride, arrived at the post station within the city of Li. His father, a man of unwavering integrity and boundless promise, is characterized by a steadfast adherence to reason, remaining unshaken in his principles. Although he served as the sect leader for merely 11 years, his contributions to the sect are immeasurable. During the rampant days of the demonic sect, his father personally vanquished several of their strongholds, leading the righteous to countless victories. Despite the unrest and provocations stirred by other sects due to Ling Xiao's affairs, his father merely regarded these individuals as mere clowns, posing no real threat, which is why he did not intervene personally. This ultimately resulted in Ling Xiao suffering a decline in his cultivation and strength. As Ling Xiao leisurely descended the mountain, he was surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers, which lightened his mood. Reflecting on the faces of those in his sect and the respect he once commanded in his past life, he felt a surge of mixed emotions. "Come in." A deep voice echoed from within a bamboo hut, accompanied by the sound of striking. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Xiao stepped inside the hut. The interior was adorned with various swords and weapons, alongside piles of iron materials. In one corner stood a tall furnace and several hammers. Nearby, a robust middle-aged man wielded a hammer the size of a human head, diligently striking a piece of crimson material. A middle-aged, robust man, bare-chested with disheveled long hair. Sweat trickling down his temples, his muscles bulging with explosive strength. The most striking feature was his eyes. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could see that his gaze was steadfastly fixed ahead, unwavering. The arrival of Ling Xiao did not seem to disturb the man's work. As he continued to hammer the object beneath him, Ling Xiao glanced at the man a few times before finally focusing on the movements of his hands. Hammer after hammer. Each strike carried the weight of several hundred pounds, yet the sound upon the crimson object was muffled, akin to a firecracker exploding underwater. Moreover, the man's movements were extraordinarily coordinated. Each strike, the motion of his hands, even the tension in his muscles, was identical, indicating that the force of each strike was nearly unchanged. However, after every 32 strikes, the man would pause to steady his breath before resuming. Viewed continuously, it was as if a whirlwind was swirling before the man, and the crimson object he was hammering had been compressed from the size of 2 fists to just one, having its volume. With just this display, Ling Xiao was thoroughly impressed by the man. The artifact codex contained records of such hammering techniques in its advanced chapters. How could such a person exist in this mundane kingdom? Shortly after, the man ceased his actions, dropping the hammer to the ground with a thud, and said, "Young master, what brings you to seek me out?" Despite his blindness, he navigated the bamboo dwelling with unerring ease, as if sighted. He approached the basin, cleansed his profusely sweating body, and settled onto a bamboo chair. Astonished, Ling Xiao swiftly rose, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and inquired, "May I ask from which esteemed sect senior hails?" The robust man gazed straight ahead, his expression unchanged, and replied, "Young master, you jest. This blind man has toiled as a blacksmith his entire life, and has never been called a master, ha ha ha." Seemingly embarrassed, he scratched his head, suppressing his curiosity. Ling Xiao stated in a clear voice, "I would like to trouble Senior to forge a suitable sword for me." The man chuckled heartily. "An advance payment of 100 gold coins is required. You may inquire about my reputation. Blind Man is renowned as a master craftsman in these parts." Ling Xiao produced 200 gold coins and placed them on the tray, saying, "I shall return in a few days to collect the sword." He then departed from the bamboo dwelling. The robust man watched Ling Xiao's receding figure, his empty gaze seemingly holding a myriad of colors, as if he were seeing or staring blankly out the window. Chapter 4. Departure. Before Ling Xiao lay a manor-like architectural complex, yet vastly larger than any ordinary manor. This grand estate was constructed directly into the mountainside, encircling the mountain's waist in a ring, forming a circular architectural ensemble. The countless distinct layers of buildings within further enhanced the manor's sense of order and depth. Xian Yuming then led the young men and women on a tour of the estate, which proved to be even more expansive than they had imagined. The estate is primarily divided into several sections, one of which is the lodging area, where all individuals reside, from the esteemed lord to the humble servant. Their living environments differ solely due to their social standings. Where there are accommodations, there must also be a dining area, though many are cultivators. Some mortals reside here as well, and even the practitioners of the mystical arts indulge in occasional culinary delights. Hence, the dining hall can be deemed luxurious. Beyond these, the most crucial aspect is the high-end relay station, which necessitates formidable martial prowess for its protection, lest its wealth be coveted by envious eyes. With only a few days remaining until the day of retrieving the sword, Ling Xiao, having nothing pressing to attend to today, decided to explore the bustling mortal city. Stepping out of the relay station, the sky was a brilliant blue, and his thoughts of his rebirth and the fantastical life he now leads filled his mind. He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the future. The marketplace lay at the heart of the city, merely a mile from the relay station, and he arrived after a quarter of an hour's walk. Approaching a grand ancient building, he gazed at the plaque inscribed with 3 robust and archaic characters, Ling Xiao Tang. Ling Xiao rifled through his memories and recognized that this was the sole establishment in Meteorite City dedicated to the acquisition and sale of spiritual herbs. In the Xuangling Continent, spiritual herbs are classified into 10 tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the value. Generally, a first-tier spiritual herb is worth over 10 gold coins, while a second-tier herb exceeds 1,000 gold coins. A third-tier herb is valued at over 10,000 gold coins, and fourth-tier herbs can reach nearly 100,000 gold coins, often with a price but lacking a market. As for 5th to 10th tier spiritual herbs, their worth is beyond estimation. The Herb Emporium merely vended first and second order spirit herbs. Those of the third and fourth orders were invariably consigned to auction, thereby eliciting more exorbitant prices. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao ventured into the Emporium. At the entrance, 2 comely maids curtsied. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Ling Xiao cast an appreciative glance at the maids, inwardly conceding that these damsels surpassed the pulchritude of even the most illustrious hostesses. Upon entering the Emporium, a spacious and refreshing hall suffused with the pungent aroma of spirit herbs, Ling Xiao felt an immediate invigoration. Second order, low-grade spirit herb, frost stargrass, valued at 1,500 gold coins. A water attribute spirit herb, suitable for medicinal concoctions and pill refinement, conducive to absorption by water attribute martial artists, augmenting Xian power, and assisting in healing. Heavens, Ling Xiao mused inwardly, is such a paltry herb truly worth so much? Subsequently, his gaze alighted upon another spirit herb, one that seemed familiar. Second order, low-grade spirit herb, Raven Ginseng King, valued at 1,800 gold coins. An attribute-less spirit herb, suitable for medicinal concoctions and pill refinement, capable of augmenting Xian power and prolonging life. This ginseng must be at least 5 centuries old, Ling Xiao conjectured with astonishment, yet it is merely a second-order, low-grade spirit herb. What then must a second-order, mid-grade spirit herb be, a millennium or more? In truth, Ling Xiao's conjecture was only partially accurate. Beyond mere age, the efficacy of a spirit herb dictated its grade. The more pronounced the efficacy, the higher the grade. After perusing the selection, Ling Xiao was approached by an elderly man behind the counter, who inquired with a smile, "Young master, have you found any spirit herbs to your liking?" "Ah, I was merely browsing," Ling Xiao replied, somewhat abashed. Chapter 5. Discontent. Come, everyone, take a look. This is the daughter of the scoundrel who refuses to repay his debts. If her father is a rogue, then she is no better, a wretched creature herself. If that scoundrel does not repay his debts soon, I shall sell his daughter into the brothel." A rotund merchant at the forefront bellowed. "What? Is this not reminiscent of the tales of debtors from Earth?" The girl trembled slightly, gradually lifting her head, and gently brushed aside the long strands of hair that obscured her face. A visage of pristine fairness emerged, untouched by makeup, radiating natural beauty. Her delicate, arched eyebrows framed a pair of autumn-like eyes brimming with unspoken grievances, evoking sympathy. Her dainty nose stood proud, and her lips were full and alluring. "I offer 10 gold coins." The corpulent merchant exclaimed eagerly. 10 gold coins would suffice for an ordinary person's sustenance for an entire year. For a common servant, 5 coins would be the typical price. One must bear in mind that the Xuangling Continent is not lacking in populace. With this small city alone housing 200 to 300 million souls, imagine the vast expanse of the continent teeming with life. I bid 20 gold coins, a short, slender middle-aged man interjected, thinking to himself, damn it, even if I must contend with my fearsome mother at home, I must acquire this girl. She is too beautiful. Humph. I offer 30 gold coins. The rotund merchant scoffed. I bid 50 gold coins. Another wealthy merchant joined the fray. I raise it to 55 gold coins. Finally, the corpulent merchant, his hefty frame quivering, shouted, I offer 200 gold coins. Whoever dares to surpass my bid, I concede. Well, at that moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The sum of 200 gold coins was more than sufficient to acquire numerous servants or even many beautiful women. Several wealthy merchants fell silent, not due to a lack of funds to bid, but rather because they deemed it unwise to spend 200 gold coins on a mere maid. Ah, no one else is bidding against me. Then she shall be mine, declared a greedy merchant, his gaze fixated on the girl kneeling before him. You dare to offer 200 gold coins? The crowd turned their attention to the voice, and to their astonishment, it belonged to Ling Xiao. I bid 300 gold coins. Though he had initially hesitated to step forward, he was compelled by the similarity between this woman's plight and his own experiences in this world, both having endured disdain and seeking to extend a helping hand. 300 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to offer more? If not, this woman shall be sold to this young master. The rotund auctioneer cast a glance at the merchant who had bid 200 coins, noting his silence. The assembly regarded Ling Xiao as a fool with excess wealth, while the merchant scoffed and chose to look away. Ling Xiao tossed the coins at the auctioneer's feet and approached the girl, untying her bonds and tearing the tag from her neck into 2 pieces. He then pressed a handful of gold coins into her hands, saying, Take these. They should suffice for you to start a modest business. Innately compassionate. Ling Xiao had been struck by the girl's beauty, one that could rival even the most celebrated stars of his past life with just a touch of adornment. And her potential for a brighter future appeared exceedingly promising. The woman was so pitiable that he could not entertain any sordid thoughts. He merely wished to assist her out of pure instinct. She timidly extended her delicate hand to accept the gold coin, momentarily stunned, only to realize that this individual had granted her freedom. Subsequently, she knelt deeply, uttering, Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. However, when she raised her gaze, she found that Ling Xiao had already departed. Benefactor, I shall certainly seek you out. I am now yours. Emerging from the marketplace, Ling Xiao strolled leisurely towards the southern outskirts of the city, where a range of towering mountains lay, teeming with various beasts. To those untrained in cultivation, this area was deemed a forbidden zone, for anything within could easily claim a life. The mountains, situated on the city's periphery, reached a height of over 1,000 meters, piercing the clouds. They were frequently inhabited by magical creatures, and the aura of spiritual energy was notably dense. At the foot of the mountains, due to limitations in power, one would typically encounter first- and second-tier magical beasts. Ling Xiao intended to practice his martial arts and enhance his combat skills through hunting these creatures. He chose this secluded spot precisely for its remoteness, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Upon exiting the city gate, he found himself in a spacious area with ample visibility. He could see clusters of stones at the mountain's base. Noticing the surroundings were deserted, he gathered his energy and leapt forward, racing towards the foot of the mountain. In the span of a short tea break, he had already ventured into the mountains, where lush forests and winding streams exuded an exquisite charm, yet sunlight was scarce, lending an air of ominousness. After walking further into the mountains, he found a rock that offered a modicum of sunlight and settled down upon it. Chapter 6. Cultivation. Upon recalling the cultivation techniques and spells from his previous life, Ling Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly delved into the information stored within his mind. The postnatal sword vein, an act of defiance against the heavens, fortified by the tempering of bones through relentless trials, allows one to alter the great meridian with sheer human will, ultimately forming the sword vein. However, the power of the sword vein is exceedingly domineering. Thus, Practitioners not only endure suffering during their cultivation, but also face trials from heavenly tribulations that are 3 to 5 times more arduous than that of ordinary individuals when advancing their realms. Consequently, this technique intertwines tribulations with strength. Only those with unwavering resolve should attempt its practice. The initial warnings of this technique serve to caution those with fragile minds. Following this, an introduction to the sword vein technique ensued, detailing its levels and methods of cultivation, which Ling Xiao chose to bypass, focusing instead on subsequent information. The first layer of the sword vein involves body training. The Dragon Elephant 10,000 June Fist, an advanced mystic level spell, when practiced to its profound limits, accumulates the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. A single punch unleashes a force equivalent to 10,000 June, effortlessly severing mountains and slicing through waves. The fist technique comprises 6 forms. Dragon roams the world, elephant trunk shakes the mountain, dragon tail breaks the waves, boundless elephant strength, dragon elephant shatters the sky, and dragon elephant storms. Each move is imbued with the might of thunder, possessing the power to shatter the void. Yet such potency hinges upon possessing sufficient strength. After absorbing this information, Ling Xiao was overwhelmed with exhilaration, an advanced mystic level spell. Thus, he resolved to establish a personal training regimen focused on the fist. As the foundation of martial arts, the fist relies on raw strength to achieve victory. Now, Ling Xiao's goal was to enhance his power, leveraging his robust physique to facilitate his training. Thus, he believed his foundation was quite solid, merely requiring more practice. Upon reaching his optimal state, he commenced the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Mighty Fist. After Ling Xiao's search, he finally discovered a cave hidden behind a rushing waterfall, nearly invisible unless closely inspected. Beside the waterfall, dense trees flourished, lush and verdant. The natural concealment, coupled with the pleasant environment, made it an ideal spot for Ling Xiao to settle. Upon entering, he first embedded a moonstone into the cave ceiling, instantly illuminating the entire space. He then cleaned up the debris inside, laid out the bedding he had purchased on a relatively elevated stone platform, which would serve as his resting place for the next few days. Ling Xiao arranged various life necessities he had bought, large and small, and after a brief rest, he strapped 2 sandbags to his legs, embarking on a rigorous 10-day training regimen. His first task was running, which engaged all his muscles, not only enhancing his stamina, but also tempering his willpower. Ling Xiao dashed out of the cave, running along a path of unknown destination, adjusting his breath as he ran. With each breath, faint wisps of spiritual energy gradually gathered into his body, circulating through his meridians before settling into his dantian. After running 10 kilometers, Ling Xiao plunged into a small river to bathe. Having cleansed himself, Ling Xiao immediately commenced his pugilistic practice within the river's embrace. During his youthful aquatic diversions at the Shenyuan estate, he had observed that executing boxing techniques and ambulating underwater demanded greater exertion. Consequently, he recognized that aquatic training, though arduous, yielded exceptional benefits. Given Ling Xiao's belated commencement of cultivation, time was his most precious commodity. Confronted by a formidable array of adversaries awaiting his ascendance, he was compelled to steel himself and dedicate himself to training with unparalleled diligence. Ling Xiao adopted a horse stance in the water, his immediate objective being to solidify this foundational posture. Only with a steadfast stance could he unleash formidable boxing techniques. Otherwise, instability would lead to his downfall in any confrontation. The horse stance, characterized by feet spread slightly wider than the shoulders and a semi-squatting posture, derives its name from its resemblance to horseback riding and its pillar-like stability. With resounding ho, ho, ho exclamations, his fist moved like cannonballs, generating a continuous, forceful wind. Determination etched upon his youthful face. Ling Xiao surpassed 300 repetitions in short order. After approximately 15 minutes, drawing upon the mnemonic recall of the dragon elephant's mighty blow from his mind, he initiated boxing practice, commencing with the first form, Dragon Travels the World. Following dozens of repetitions, a sensation of muscular soreness emerged, indicative of overexertion. Ling Xiao persevered through 2 additional repetitions before clambering ashore, collapsing onto the bank, and gasping for breath. As he lay there, panting heavily, he mused that aquatic boxing was indeed strenuous. He estimated that it demanded 30% more effort than terrestrial practice. At present, Ling Xiao's strength likely surpassed that of untrained individuals by a modest margin, approximating 500 pounds. Having caught his breath, Ling Xiao resumed his practice under the scorching sun. For the efficacy of cultivation is amplified when one is weary, particularly after rigorous training. A sensation of gaseous distension arose within his abdomen, akin to ants crawling incessantly. With a deliberate shift of his consciousness, Ling Xiao composed himself, focusing his energy into his dantian and entering a meditative state. While most sought refuge in the comforts of their homes, few could fathom that Ling Xiao, still but a child, would be diligently cultivating under the blazing sun. Such is the inherent disparity of the world, where some are born into affluence, while others must strive for their own advancement. Yet, in its inequity, the world also offers an alternative path, that of relentless effort. Chapter 7. Diligent cultivation in the mountains. Thus, in the pursuit of cultivation, the proportion of effort is considerable. Drawn by Ling Xiao's absorption, streams of spiritual energy converged upon him, swirling in miniature vortices before being drawn into his body. These energies then coursed through his meridians, completing a circuit before settling in his dantian. Presently, Ling Xiao's dantian contained several dozen wisps of spiritual energy. He estimated that upon absorbing 500 such wisps, he would officially advance to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. As he embarked on his inaugural practice of this sword meridian technique, he circulated the Dragon Elephant Might Fist, the first level of physical refinement, round and round. The Dragon Elephant 10,000 pounds fist is not merely a magical technique. It encompasses a method of circulating internal energy. According to its principles, one must cycle the magical energy multiple times to achieve the effect of tempering the bones and muscles. The benefit of cycling the energy several times is that it refines the magical energy to a purer state, thereby enhancing the power of attacks. After cultivating approximately 20 strands of spiritual energy through the Dragon Elephant 10,000 pounds fist, Ling Xiao ceased his practice and headed towards the cave where he resided. He intended to test the extent of his current strength. According to the teachings of the Dragon Elephant 10,000 pounds fist, achieving a strength of 3,000 pounds signifies the completion of the body-tempering realm. The thought of 3,000 pounds gave Ling Xiao a headache, as even the most skilled masters only possess such strength. Upon returning to his cave, Ling Xiao silently recited, as the sumeru returns to its original form. Swiftly as decreed by law. Release. The strength-measuring steel, as its name suggests, is used to test the strength of cultivators. There is a groove on the steel where the tester must strike with their full force, and the steel will display the tester's strength. The steel is marked with a scale of 100 lines, each small line representing 100 pounds, and each large line representing 1,000 pounds. 100 lines equate to 10,000 pounds, the maximum force the steel can withstand. Ling Xiao placed the steel on the ground, assumed a horse stance, focused his energy in his dantian, and channeled his strength. A robust sense of power surged through his meridians. With a loud shout, Ling Xiao struck the groove on the steel with his fist. The red scale immediately moved, albeit slightly, and stopped at the 500-pound mark, refusing to budge further. Indeed, 500 pounds, precisely as I had estimated, perfectly aligns with the strength requirements for the initial stage of foundation establishment. In this realm, there exists a customary understanding regarding strength. Typically, an ordinary individual who does not engage in cultivation possesses strength below 500 pounds, with very few attaining that threshold. Those in the foundation establishment realm exhibit strength exceeding 500 pounds but less than 1,000. Generally, the strength at the beginning stage is 500 pounds, increasing to 800 at the mid-stage, and around 1,000 pounds in the latter stage. Beyond that, strength enhancement becomes significantly more pronounced. At present, Ling Xiao possesses the weakest strength, a mere 500 pounds. With a sigh, Ling Xiao proceeded to have a meal and rest. Practicing martial arts is a demanding endeavor, necessitating considerable energy. Ling Xiao, having often prepared his own meals previously, found the taste quite satisfactory. After dining, he took some time to rest. allowing his muscles to undergo a perfect cycle of fatigue and regeneration. After approximately an hour of slumber, Ling Xiao awakened to engage in afternoon combat practice. Once an individual has cultivated their skills, practical combat is essential to enhance their reaction capabilities and adaptability in battle. Such attributes can occasionally compensate for shortcomings in other areas. Upon his arrival, Ling Xiao had established a plan for himself to hunt one first-tier magical beast each day. The magical beasts of this continent are classified into a strict hierarchy, divided into 9 tiers, each corresponding to a level of human capability. Thus, Ling Xiao could only contend with first-tier magical beasts, making them his target. Like the members of the adventurous squad, Ling Xiao gathered various plants, smearing their vibrant juices on his face for camouflage. Cloaked in a garment woven from foliage, he ventured into the mountains in search of his prey. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered several waves of magical beasts. Some were of too high a level for him to confront, while others were too numerous for him to handle alone. Years of enduring humiliation and hardship had honed his patience, and he repeatedly withdrew, seeking new opportunities. In a dense forest, a snow-white rabbit hopped and skipped, occasionally pausing to nibble on fresh grass. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind it, its sharp claws reaching out to seize the small rabbit. Startled, the rabbit leaped aside. But the relentless shadow pounced forward, its steel-like claws piercing the rabbit's body. The rabbit struggled a few more steps before collapsing, the wounded areas turning completely black. Having concealed himself for a long time, Ling Xiao saw his prey and leapt out, standing before the dark figure. It was a wolf, a creature known as a poison wolf, whose claws were said to carry a venom that would quickly spread through the body, paralyzing the victim and turning it into food. The first-tier magical beast, the poison wolf, eyed Ling Xiao warily, displeased by the intrusion just as it had secured its meal. The wolf's emerald eyes fixed on Ling Xiao, sending a shiver down his spine. The venomous wolf glared at the intruder who had disturbed its meal, its front paws already digging into the ground, fangs bared and dripping with saliva. It was said that this wolf was a man-eater. Suddenly, the wolf lunged fiercely towards Ling Xiao. Just as it was about to reach him, Ling Xiao sidestepped and delivered a punch to the wolf's body. The black form of the venomous wolf arced through the air before crashing to the side. Chapter 8. The venomous wolf. Ling Xiao lay on the ground, using his limbs to pin down the wolf's limbs. The ferocious face of the wolf was now inches away from his own, and the fear in Ling Xiao's heart intensified. The wolf stared at him, its gaping mouth revealing 2 trembling fangs, its long tongue hanging out, saliva dripping onto Ling Xiao's face. The wolf's breath reeked of blood and a foul stench, a nauseating blend that assaulted Ling Xiao's senses. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao would have fled and vomited, but now, with his life on the line, he had no choice but to endure. He summoned all his strength to resist the wolf's downward pressure, though his strength was waning. It was no surprise, the wolf's cultivation level was slightly higher than Ling Xiao's, and the inherent strength of a magical beast typically surpassed that of a human. Thus, the situation was dire. The wolf was nearly overpowering Ling Xiao's limbs, and Ling Xiao could only cling tightly to prevent the wolf from breaking free. The wolf's menacing face loomed closer, its stench and ferocious expression magnified in Ling Xiao's vision. The confrontation between the two has evolved from a display of techniques and agility to a sheer contest of strength, with Ling Xiao currently at a disadvantage. As the venomous wolf pressed down relentlessly, its fangs nearly grazing Ling Xiao, an unexpected surge of power erupted from within him. He swiftly propelled one leg forward, driving it into the wolf's abdomen, eliciting a piercing howl as the creature was sent tumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Ling Xiao sprang to his feet and dashed towards the wolf, delivering a powerful punch to its midsection. Though his strength measured only 500 pounds, the abdomen, being a vulnerable area, could not withstand such force without consequence. Another agonized cry escaped the wolf, followed by a spurt of blood. Ling Xiao then retrieved a dagger from the Xinyuan ring, plunging it directly into the wolf's throat. A stream of crimson blood trickled down the blade, staining his hands, while a heavy scent of blood permeated the forest. The wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment, and after a few feeble kicks, it fell silent. Ling Xiao, having engaged in combat for the first time, found himself in a state of disarray, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground, his face flushed and gasping for breath. This marked his inaugural act of taking a life, though it would assuredly not be his last. The vivid blood and the overpowering stench left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Furthermore, his inexperience in real combat contributed to his current predicament. His newly donned attire was now soiled with dirt, with several tears, whether inflicted by the wolf's claws or from the tumult of battle, he could not discern. As Ling Xiao's thoughts settled, he contemplated the path that lay ahead, fraught with even greater challenges. He would inevitably take more lives, extinguishing the existence of countless beings. With great resolve, he rose to dissect the venomous wolf. Typically, when a magical beast is born, an inner core forms within it, which evolves in tandem with the beast's strength, enhancing its grade. The higher the grade of the inner core, the greater its potential. It can be used in medicinal concoctions or embedded in weapons to augment their capabilities. Ling Xiao, suppressing the overwhelming stench of blood and decay, carefully used a dagger to sever the wolf's cranium, delving inside to probe. After a thorough search, he discovered a black inner core nestled in the center of the wolf's brain, stained with a hint of blood yet radiating a potent energy. Subsequently, he employed his adept knife skills to skin the wolf, intending to sell the pelt for a profit in a few days. Having completed these tasks, Ling Xiao's garments were drenched in blood, exuding a pungent odor from afar. He sought a nearby stream and leapt in to cleanse himself. As was customary, after bathing, Ling Xiao began to practice his martial arts in the water. Each strike was powerful and resonant, sending ripples across the surface, as if a large creature were thrashing beneath. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar being was gradually approaching from the depths of the stream. Just as Ling Xiao unleashed another punch, the creature suddenly lunged forth, baring its cavernous jaws to bite him. Ling Xiao was originally practicing his martial arts when suddenly a creature lunged at him, attempting to bite. Perhaps driven by an instinct for survival, Ling Xiao leaped gracefully out of the water and onto the shore, where he carefully observed the creature. The mysterious being was entirely dark brown, with spines near its gills, a robust and powerful body, and a rugged, uneven surface. It resembled a fish, with a mouth full of serrated teeth, seemingly furious at having missed Ling Xiao. It swam angrily in the water, occasionally opening its large mouth to intimidate Ling Xiao. With a strength of 500 pounds, though not comparable to the great masters, Ling Xiao could still shatter stones with a single punch. The sneak attack by this strange fish had provoked the ferocity in Ling Xiao, who had just slain a venomous wolf. He immediately jumped back into the river, launching a new assault on the fish. In the realm of vigorous martial arts, there are 4 levels. The first is sheer and unyielding strength. The second is strength with a touch of flexibility. The third is a balance of strength and flexibility. And the fourth is the unity of strength and flexibility. The Dragon Elephant Mighty Fist, left by the Xiantian Sword Saint, which Ling Xiao practiced, is considered the most vigorous among its peers. Although Ling Xiao had only practiced for a day, he had already reached the first level. Sheer and unyielding strength, simply put, is raw brute force. Seeing Ling Xiao jump into the water, the fish's eyes gleamed as if spotting its prey, and it swam towards him once again. Ling Xiao planted his stance firmly in the water, arms raised to his waist, gathering strength. As the fish approached, he channeled force from his waist through his arms, striking the fish's head directly. Unharmed and even more enraged, the fish adjusted its position and charged at Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao silently exclaimed, "Good heavens! Why am I encountering such extraordinary creatures today?" He then swiftly retreated to the shore once more. Despite his ability to shatter mountain rocks with a single punch, he found himself unable to breach the defenses of the monstrous fish, which left him deeply frustrated. Having never trained in other forms of magic, he was at a loss on how to deal with the creature. Observing the fish thrashing wildly in the water, sending up sprays of water, Ling Xiao began to contemplate the principles of his martial arts. Realizing that to defeat the fish, he must elevate his own skill in boxing. He recalled his experiences of practicing punches in water. Each strike he delivered underwater was met with resistance from all directions, diminishing the force of his punches while increasing the pressure on himself. He noticed that as water surged towards him, It first delivered a powerful force followed by a continuous, gentle pressure. Gradually, an insight dawned on him. This was the essence of combining strength with softness, where a powerful strike is accompanied by a subtle, gentle force that gradually overwhelms the opponent's strength. Being naturally intelligent, it was not surprising that Ling Xiao grasped this concept quickly, as the principle was not overly complex. Excited by his realization, he leapt up, assumed a horse stance, and threw a punch into the air. The punch generated a strong gust of wind, followed by a gentle, continuous flow of air. He had successfully mastered the technique of blending strength with softness. Now equipped with this new skill and brimming with confidence, Ling Xiao once again plunged into the river. The peculiar fish exhibited remarkable patience, waiting for an extended period before finally ensnaring its prey. However, this prey had toyed with it on several occasions, igniting its fury as it swiftly swam towards Ling Xiao, baring its serrated jaws. Ling Xiao assumed a stable stance, bending slightly to gather his strength before launching a punch, employing the same technique to strike the fish's head. Initially, the fish showed no reaction, but after a brief pause, a small hole erupted from its head, a result of Ling Xiao channeling a hidden force within. The subsequent explosion of energy inflicted considerable pain upon the monstrous fish. Ruling the waters with its formidable defense, the creature now found itself vulnerable, having been pierced by Ling Xiao's assault. Unable to endure such humiliation, it charged once more. Ling Xiao deftly shifted his position, delivering a flurry of punches that marred the fish's body with wounds, causing crimson blood to flow freely. Chapter 9. The monstrous fish. As Ling Xiao's movements faltered momentarily, he regained his composure and regarded the monstrous fish before him with astonishment. Despite the blood streaming from its body, the creature remained fixated on him, its whiskers curling slightly, and its jaw rhythmically pulsing as if to ward him off. Ling Xiao, struck with fear, cautiously shifted his numb right foot, and neither he nor the fish dared to make a further move. In a moment of panic, his right hand grasped a protruding stone from the ground, yet his body slipped uncontrollably. As everything fell silent, he realized he was teetering on the edge of a circular abyss, its depths obscured, leaving him uncertain whether it was a well or a precipice. How could a circular cavity manifest itself in the river? The pristine condition of the orifice's border suggests it was recently hewn. Who could have possibly been so idle as to excavate here? How did I, embroiled in a skirmish with a monstrous fish, arrive at this locale? Before he could ponder further, the sound of fracturing stone echoed, seemingly emanating from the very stone grasped in his right hand. Could it be? My modest weight of just over 100 pounds. Is it truly so disrespectful? Stone, I implore you, persevere. Do not succumb to fracture. Alas, what he dreaded most came to pass. With a second, sharper crack, the stone cleaved in twain, and Ling Xiao, inevitably, plummeted into the abyss, his cries of reverberating. Heaven alone knows the depth of this chasm. Just as he braced himself for the prospect of being reduced to a flattened pulp, his feet encountered liquid, followed by the resounding splash of an object entering the water. Plop! He had fallen into water. A stroke of good fortune. Glug, glug. In his agitation, he neglected his aquatic surroundings and inadvertently imbibed several mouthfuls before regaining his composure. With renewed vigor, he began to paddle, his body swiftly ascending towards the surface. Finally breaking through the water's veil, the buoyancy of the water was considerable. After a few gasps for air, the threat of asphyxiation abated, and the throbbing ache that permeated his entire being resurfaced, threatening to overwhelm him into unconsciousness. Ling Xiao lay supine upon the water, bereft of even the strength to twitch. Having swallowed several gulps of water, a tart, astringent sensation lingered in his mouth. He wondered if the water was tainted. Suddenly, a sensation of warmth emanated from his lower abdomen. Heavens, could it truly be poisonous? Swiftly, this sensation metamorphosed into a surge of warmth, coursing through his extraordinary meridians. The surrounding water promptly mirrored this alteration, transitioning from frigid to tepid, as if imbued with formidable potency. He closed his eyes in serene contentment, his pores autonomously dilating, allowing the aquatic energy to surge inward, infiltrating his meridians and rapidly converting into cultivation. The once placid pool now churned with agitated undercurrents. The energy-depleted water swirling away into the distance, while energy-laden water swiftly flowed in its stead. What could be termed a felicitous misfortune? Who could have envisioned that what initially appeared to be an inescapable demise would ultimately yield immense benefits? This was a pool exceeding 100 meters in diameter and 10 meters in depth, its waters teeming with pristine energy, with the influx of soul force. His injuries were substantially alleviated, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of well-being. The velocity of the water's agitation gradually abated. He opened his eyes, a glint of lucidity flashing momentarily within them. Instead of hastily departing the pool, he meticulously absorbed the residual energy before propelling himself towards the bank. Exhaling deeply, he emerged from the water, the upgrade imbuing him with an overwhelming sense of vigor. What manner of water was this, capable of harboring such an abundance of energy? Utterly astonishing. Standing on the bank, he scrutinized the pool while wringing out his garments. The water possessed distinct characteristics compared to ordinary water, notably its slight viscosity and its tart, astringent flavor. Upon emerging, his hair clung tightly to his scalp, causing a slight discomfort. Perhaps it was these very disparities that endowed it with such formidable energy. Tick. A faint sound echoed, imperceptible in the serene ambience of the dungeon. The sound emanated from the left front, and after a considerable wait, a second drop followed. Following the sound, he was astounded by the sight before him. Above, several reddish-brown stalactites hung, with the central one being the thickest and longest, its hue darker than the surrounding formations. Directly beneath it lay a stone resembling a volcanic crater, approximately a foot in diameter, with a depression in the center and elevated edges, filled with a crimson liquid reminiscent of the hawthorn soup often served at feasts. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The bowl emitted a pungent sour aroma, accompanied by hints of sweetness and bitterness, truly resembling hawthorn soup. What could this substance be? He gazed up at the stalactites, estimating that it would take a considerable duration for a single drop to form, coupled with the natural evaporation due to airflow. It would likely require quite some time to collect a bowl less worth. Chapter 10. The statue Ling Xiao's face lit up with delight, contemplating the potential toxicity of the liquid. Fortune favors the bold, he thought. I shall indulge and drink it regardless. Supporting himself on the rim of the large bowl, he bent down and began to gulp it down, the slurping sounds filling the air. The hawthorn soup was remarkably viscous. Upon entry, it was first strikingly sour, the kind that could make one wince, followed by sweetness. However, before he could savor the sweetness, a wave of bitterness rushed in. To be frank, the concoction was rather unpleasant. With eyes closed and breath held, he downed the hawthorn soup in a single breath, leaving not a drop behind. Having emitted a sonorous belch and caressed his protuberant abdomen, which was replete with mere water, he succumbed to the common human condition of postprandial somnolence. Seeking a propitious spot to repose, he settled down, whereupon a wave of comforting warmth suffused his lower abdomen, transmuting into vital energy that coursed through his extraordinary meridians. This influx of energy bore a striking resemblance to that which he had imbibed from the pool, save for its augmented density. The profuse energy transformed into power within his meridians, initiating a rapid circulation that intensified with the passage of time. A sense of trepidation washed over Ling Xiao as he pondered whether his meridians could withstand such a torrent. Despite having undergone expansion, his meridians were unable to keep pace with the relentless influx of energy, and he feared an impending calamity. However, his anxieties proved unfounded. Upon reaching their maximum capacity, the meridians ceased to absorb further energy, which instead settled within the dantian region. Such intelligence was truly remarkable, and there was more to come. As he tentatively began to guide the energy in a grand circulation, his body emitted an intense radiance that illuminated the surroundings. Overjoyed, he cautiously surveyed the area, ensuring the absence of the monstrous fish before reluctantly departing. Ling Xiao seated himself upon a stone step, and his countenance was instantly frozen in astonishment. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Where am I?" He had been so preoccupied during his initial approach that he had failed to perceive the eerie nature of this place. Towering black stone pillars and grotesque statues surrounded him, one of which stood 30 zhang in height. He was seated at the foot of this very statue, its toe dwarfing him in size. Surveying the surrounding statuettes, each devoid of any ferocious expression, they were arranged artfully around the grand statue, some brandishing keen-edged weapons. Others mounted upon beasts of even more grotesque form. The somber atmosphere emanated from the eyes of these effigies, giving Ling Xiao the distinct impression that they were all fixated upon him. The architecture and sculptures before him were truly unprecedented. "This is quite a stroke of luck, isn't it?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed. Gazing up at the largest statue, he was struck by its height and its solemn, dignified countenance, which inspired an involuntary sense of reverence. It was a testament to the wisdom of ancient humanity, leading him to conclude that ancient humans held the divine in awe. A sudden gust of wind sent shivers down Ling Xiao's spine. He promptly unleashed his cultivation, a verdant light illuminating the area. But this only caused the eyes of all the statues to reflect the green glow, amplifying the eerie ambience. Deciding it was best to depart swiftly, he quickened his pace, leaving the area under the statue's gaze. This seemed to be the rear hall of the temple, where many monstrous stone figures stood beside the walls constructed of colossal rocks. Only a fraction of these remained intact, the majority having crumbled, leaving a layer of rubble on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, most of these fragments were shrouded in a thick layer of dust, save for a few that were pristine, as if they had just broken off and fallen. The stone figures were exquisitely carved, even more lifelike than those he had seen before. His feet carried him forward, and he reached out to touch the pointed horn of a monstrous stone effigy. His eyes widened once more. It did not feel like stone to the touch. It seemed to possess warmth. As he stood in astonishment, the statue suddenly shifted, revealing numerous fissures that radiated from its back in all directions. Its tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, emanating a fierce crimson glow. Ling Xiao instinctively leaped back, exclaiming in shock, "What on earth? It's alive!" The statue was not merely a statue, but rather a ferocious beast cloaked in a stone-like exterior. These creatures lay in slumber, their vital signs diminished to nothing. But upon sensing the presence of an unfamiliar being, they would immediately awaken and launch an attack. Ling Xiao swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the beast's claw, and took several steps back to gain a clearer view of his adversary. Before him stood a creature the size of an ox, with 4 robust legs. Its forelimbs ended in sharp claws, resembling daggers of about 3 inches in length. Its body was covered in a scale-like hide of a verdant copper hue, and its massive head bore features reminiscent of a crocodile, with a relatively short snout housing 2 formidable fangs above and below. Flanking its head were whisker-like appendages akin to those of a catfish, while 2 yellow horns, somewhat resembling those of a deer, sprouted from its skull, amidst deep green fur. Could it be a Qilin beast? Legends speak of the Qilin as a creature born from the union of a dragon and an ox, though the truth remained shrouded in mystery. Ancient texts that document formidable beasts describe the Qilin as possessing the body of an ox, the mouth of a crocodile, and the claws of a leopard, often serving as guardian creatures for temples. This ancient beast appeared to possess strength that surpassed even that of a black bison. With a thunderous roar, the Qilin awakened, and several other statues nearby broke free from their petrified state, their stone exteriors crumbling to the ground. It was only now that he comprehended the reason behind the abundance of shattered stones in the absence of a statue. The scattered stones on the ground indicated a clear issue. This place had undoubtedly witnessed countless intruders, only to be suddenly attacked by awakened Qilin beasts. As for the outcome, well, none had ever left alive, and that was the grim result. With swift agility, he maneuvered behind one of the Qilin beasts and aimed a punch at what he presumed to be its vulnerable spot. This tactic, evolved from his experience battling monstrous fish, seemed promising. However, the moment his fist made contact with the beast's body, he realized his grave mistake. The creature lacked any such weakness. Its rear was a seamless, impenetrable mass, harder than steel, tougher than stone. His hand went numb upon impact, yet the beast remained unfazed. Roaring, the Qilin beast surrounded him. With no other option, he prepared to strike with a desperate punch aimed at the left eye of the beast to his right. Surely, if it had no vulnerable rear, its eyes would be its weakness. Yet, his punch landed with no effect. Realizing the futility, he decided to flee. It was a pitiful situation. Earlier, he had been knocked unconscious by a monstrous fish, and now he was being pursued by these ancient beasts. The root of his troubles lay in his low level of strength. He urgently needed to enhance his abilities, or he would find himself utterly powerless in this world. The first beast was momentarily stuck, and the others could only roar in frustration, unable to pursue further. With a thunderous roar, the Qilin beast opened its gaping maw. Ling Xiao, seizing the opportunity, commanded the energy within his dantian to surge forward rapidly. Before the creature could close its mouth, he successfully delivered a powerful strike, unleashing a torrent of devastation within. The Qilin beast's hide was remarkably tough, yet its internal organs were no match for such turmoil. It emitted a mournful cry of agony, spewing forth a gruesome mixture of blood and flesh. Within mere seconds, the once mighty creature lowered its proud head, its eyes closing in eternal darkness. Just as Ling Xiao's mind began to relax, an instinctive sense of impending danger surged within him, a remnant of his past life. What peril lurked nearby? He scanned his surroundings. They were far from the multitude of Qilin beast statues, and apart from several irregularly shaped holes, nothing else was in sight. Irregular holes? A chill crept over him as a thought struck. Could the danger emerge from these very openings? Indeed, the threat originated from these variously sized, irregular holes, which appeared not only on the ground but also on the surrounding walls, mounds of earth, and even stones. Ling Xiao couldn't help but bitterly smile at his misfortune. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of one danger, he was now tumbling into the den of another. Who could say what ferocious beasts might emerge from these cavities? Given the varying sizes of the round openings, he surmised that they likely housed different species of beasts, or perhaps a singular species divided into juvenile, adult, and elder forms. Surely, they couldn't be spiders or snakes. Just the thought of those repulsive reptiles sent shivers down his spine. What he envisioned instead was a grotesque, soft-bodied creature, possessing burrowing capabilities reminiscent of an earthworm. It appeared unlike anything he had ever encountered, likely a social species dwelling in groups. Here lies a multitude of visible caverns, with countless more concealed within the shadows. A tendril suddenly bursts forth from a side opening, and Ling Xiao is well prepared for combat, rushing forward to shatter it into fragments. The air is thick with the pungent scent of viscous bodily fluids, prompting Ling Xiao to instinctively cover his mouth and nose. In swift succession, two more tendrils emerge, one robust and the other slender, approaching him from disparate angles. As more tendrils extend from the depths, Ling Xiao deftly wields his weapon, severing each one with precision. Seizing this moment, he endeavors to retreat to a safer area. However, the relentless onslaught of tendrils renders this task increasingly formidable, as escaping the perilous zone proves far from simple. The severed tendrils tumble to the ground, still brimming with lethality. One particularly thick tendril ensnares the corpse of a Qilin beast, yanking it into the abyss with astonishing swiftness. An abundance of tendrils emerges from the opening, densely packed, and it appears that Ling Xiao is on the verge of being overwhelmed. At the opposite end of the temple, a beautiful maiden hovers in midair before a stone wall inscribed with ancient characters. Her delicate brows furrow slightly as she muses aloud. Why does that familiar sensation resurface? How peculiar. With that, she glides toward the source of her curiosity. Despite her valiant efforts to fend off the encroaching tendrils, one unexpectedly strikes Ling Xiao, causing him to stumble. Another slender tendril, measuring several centimeters in diameter, approaches from the side, and with a fierce determination, he swings his right fist to meet it. The tendrils were remarkably pliant, offering no purchase. In desperation, he converted his fist into a claw, his right wrist unleashing a surge of power. Grasping a tendril, he tore it away with a sharp tug. Emulating this maneuver, he decisively severed several more. Yet, despite his efforts, the number of tendrils did not diminish. Rather, they proliferated. Thump. A tendril struck his back, instantly disrupting his equilibrium. Another coiled around his right leg, followed swiftly by one ensnaring his left, and then two more seizing his arms. Have I only just grown accustomed to this corporeal form, only to be devoured? If I perish now, there will be no subsequent existence. Thwack, thwack. Regrettably, Ling Xiao was dragged into the cavern by the thick tendrils, his vision blackening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the nick of time, the verdant-clad maiden arrived. With a nonchalant wave of her alabaster hand, a gale-force wind materialized, hurtling toward the aperture into which Ling Xiao had been pulled. Boom! The entrance erupted, scattering gravel and clods of earth, interspersed with fragments of pulverized tendrils. Then, a figure emerged from within, Ling Xiao, still unconscious. The maiden continued to gesticulate with her delicate hands, sending more gusts of wind into the other caverns, the sound of explosions echoing ceaselessly. As for Ling Xiao, he landed upon a relatively even stone surface. He stirred, awakening to the sight of a beautiful girl levitating in the air, unleashing a furious barrage upon the caverns below. His consciousness was fleeting, however, having been jolted rather severely. He graciously succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 12. Retribution. Gao Wei, a low-level cultivator in the city, was a notoriously ruthless figure. Renowned for his ferocity in combat and his disregard for personal safety, he had earned the moniker Vicious Wolf, never one to shy away from unsavory deeds. He readily accepted a proposition from a wealthy merchant, who promised a handsome reward for crippling Ling Xiao. A mere good-for-nothing, he scoffed. I could flatten him with a single slap. Gao Wei's disdain extended to the merchant himself. In this world, untouched by industrial pollution, all substances were purely natural. Dishes made from beasts were not only delectable, but also beneficial to cultivation. Suddenly, as Ling Xiao was relishing his meal, the table jolted and the light dimmed. A figure stood before him. Come with me. Ling Xiao, after inquiring about the man's identity, learned that he was none other than Gao Wei, the city's vicious wolf, and a fellow cultivator. Why should I go with you? He retorted. This is preposterous. Ling Xiao was perplexed as to why Gao Wei, a known villain, would seek him out. They had no prior conflict or association. Enough with the blathering. I said, come with me. Gao Wei grew increasingly impatient, feeling that Ling Xiao was being insolent. How dare you haggle? Believe me, I'll beat you half to death and drag you there myself. He rose to his feet, brandishing his fist in a clear threat. His hands, which had been resting on the table, shifted in an instant. His right hand whistled through the air as he lunged at Ling Xiao's detestable face, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Abruptly, and with utter surprise. If that claw had struck, it would have been far more than just a disfigurement. But as the saying goes, the higher the demon, the higher the Tao. Ling Xiao was no fool. He had anticipated his opponent's move. The moment Zhang Ming moved, Ling Xiao erupted like a phantom, vanishing from his seat in an instant. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. As Gao Wei was still in shock, he felt a heavy blow land on his face, sending him flying several meters through the air. His mouth filled with a metallic taste. Crash! The table and chairs beneath him shattered, leaving him dizzy, his face burning, and his mouth full of blood. When he opened his mouth, several teeth fell out. You bastard! How dare a fool like you hit me? That slap had completely stunned Gao Wei, leaving his head spinning. Humiliated by someone he had never taken seriously, a coward, no less, he was furious, utterly unwilling to accept this. Not only are your eyes flawed, but your mind is too. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I've already hit you, and you're still talking about not daring to hit me? What a pitiful child. Have I beaten you senseless? Ling Xiao wore a mockingly sympathetic expression as he approached the panicked man. Today, Gao Wei had been sent flying by Ling Xiao's slap, and with it, his fragile pride and arrogance had shattered. Now he was both humiliated and enraged. With all his strength, he lashed out like a wounded, starving tiger, his strikes cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. His ferocious, bloodied appearance was terrifying to behold. Ah, still too young. How could you be so careless? Don't you know to watch your back in a fight? It's over. A magnificent arc appeared in the air, resembling the antelope's horn or a crescent moon blade from a celestial being. Bang! The crescent moon blade struck Gao Wei, who was lunging like a starving wolf, with such force that his waist abruptly caved in, bending at an extreme angle. Like a kite with its string cut, he was hurled away once more. Ling Xiao, relentless and unyielding, brought his left foot down like a massive hammer, delivering a chilling, radiant blow. Ah! A surge of primal energy struck Gao Wei's chest, and he felt a searing, heart-wrenching pain in his left arm and waist. It was broken. His ribs and arm even emitted a crisp cracking sound, definitely broken. He howled in agony. As if only this could alleviate his pain and fear, his eyes filled with terror. "You're not human. You're a demon." The intense pain finally jolted Gao Wei out of his arrogance, instilling in him a deep, soul-shaking fear of the youth. Chapter 13. Meridian Disorder. What went wrong? Ling Xiao closed his eyes, involuntarily recalling the technique 9 Yang, which he had spent years developing in his previous life. After its creation, not only was it unsuitable for Ling Xiao's unique meridians, but it also rendered him unable to practice either Yin or Yang separately. 9 Yang consisted of 21 levels, though it merely fused the 9 Yin and 9 Yang techniques. However, Ling Xiao had perused the majority of martial arts techniques on Earth, naturally incorporating his own insights during the fusion. Thus, this technique could be considered the essence of Earth's martial arts, yet unfortunately, no one had ever practiced it. However, Ling Xiao was not about to abandon this set of techniques. He decided to give it a try, uncertain whether the martial arts from Earth would be effective in this world. Surprisingly, the 9 Yang technique began to refine the existing energy pathways within his body. At this moment, Ling Xiao had just begun to absorb the primordial energy of the world, and his internal energy pathways were far from perfect. Yet, they were quickly replaced by the pathways of the 9 Yang. The technique rapidly circulated within him, each cycle drawing in the surrounding primordial energy, and soon, a vortex of energy formed in his bedroom, continuously being absorbed and refined by the 9 Yang within Ling Xiao. As he absorbed the primordial energy, the second level of the 9 Yang cultivation mantra surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind, and the energy pathways were continuously simulated in his thoughts. Having created the 9 Yang himself, Ling Xiao was intimately familiar with every line of the mantra, and since these were only the initial levels, his progress was naturally swift. Everything fell into place seamlessly, with only slight modifications to the trajectory of his internal energy. The pathways for the second level of the 9 Yang technique fully formed, and a vast amount of primordial energy suddenly converged, pouring into Ling Xiao's body. Inside the room, Ling Xiao remained with his eyes tightly shut, with his Ren and Du meridians already unblocked. Each cycle of the 9 Yang refined an immense volume of primordial energy, thus triggering a storm of energy around him. The Ren and Du meridians are pathways that most individuals can only open upon reaching advanced levels of cultivation, as they require true energy to be unlocked. It is only by entering the realm of profound skills that one can transform their cultivation into such mastery and forcibly open these vital channels. Consequently, Ling Xiao finds that his practice demands significantly more of the world's vital energy to fully nourish his unobstructed meridians and dantian. With this thought, he strides onto the street. Ling Xiao follows closely behind two individuals until they arrive at a dimly lit area. In an instant, Chen Feng darts forward, delivering a swift strike to the nape of the guard's neck. "Who?" The wealthy merchant reacts with alarm as he witnesses his guard collapse. In a state of panic, he attempts to flee, exclaiming, "Get away." Emerging from the shadows, Ling Xiao regards the merchant with a playful smile. "I'm right here." The merchant, naturally timid, is gripped by fear upon seeing Ling Xiao materialize before him and instinctively attempts to escape. Ling Xiao extends his right hand, biting his middle finger gently, allowing a drop of crimson blood to seep forth. He does not pursue the fleeing merchant but, instead, observes his retreating figure. With a flick of his finger, the droplet of blood propels itself toward the merchant, striking precisely at the back of his head. In an instant, the merchant's form freezes, and he collapses to the ground, wailing in agony. Ling Xiao approaches slowly, softly inquiring, "How does it feel?" The merchant writhes on the ground, tormented and overwhelmed, as if pierced by countless needles and beset by swarming insects, crying out, "It hurts, it itches." "Who are you? Why are you trying to harm me? I will not let you off so easily." Ling Xiao, with a wry smile, retorts, "Did you ever consider that such a day might come when you send others to kill me?" Ling Xiao stood outside the circle, inquiring of an elderly man who was purchasing tofu. The old man revealed that the woman was a harbinger of misfortune. Once, her family was relatively well off. However, after her mother endured a difficult childbirth, her father succumbed to a gambling addiction, squandering the family fortune and accumulating insurmountable debts. It was said that a benevolent individual had repaid their debts, yet her father perished under mysterious circumstances. Ling Xiao was left in a state of perplexity, recalling how he had previously rescued her. Could it truly be that beauty was fated to suffer such calamity? While he pondered this, a voice abruptly pierced the air. "Little sister, lift your head, so I may behold you," exclaimed a young master with an eager demeanor. The girl timidly raised her head, parting her hair that had obscured her face, revealing a stunning visage. "My goodness, how extraordinary!" the young master exclaimed, his eyes glistening with desire as he rubbed his hands together, nearly drooling. "If you would be so kind as to provide the funds for my father's burial, I would willingly serve you as a maid," the girl implored, prostrating herself on the ground, her voice tinged with sorrow, evoking deep sympathy. Chapter 14. The Maid Begone. "Ill omen. Your father is dead. What use is there in a burial? Come, accompany me, and as long as you attend to my comforts, I shall bestow upon you new garments and jewelry," he said, reaching out to grasp the girl. Yet, the girl, resolute in her filial piety, evaded his grasp and declared, "If you refuse to fund my mother's burial, I shall not accompany you." "Now, that is more like it," the young master replied, pleased with her spirit. Unexpectedly, the girl turned without a word, intent on leaving. Little Pai wished to flee, prompting me to intercept her with a resounding command. The esteemed young master, infuriated that he was so disregarded, resolved to subdue this woman until she could rise no more. Several servants blocked the path of the girl attempting to escape. The young master advanced 2 steps, raising his hand to strike her. The girl tightly shut her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate of impending violence. Just then, a delicate hand gripped the young master's arm, preventing his blow from landing. Ling Xiao, unable to tolerate such a tyrant who bullied the weak, felt a deep disdain for this scoundrel. If he were willing to pay for the burial of the girl's father, it might have been bearable. However, this wretch sought to avoid even that expense, intent on carrying her away instead. Thus, Ling Xiao chose to intervene. Upon recognizing Ling Xiao, the young master fell to the ground in fright, shouting for his attendants as he fled in haste. What? Ling Xiao was utterly bewildered. Did he truly possess such formidable power? Unbeknownst to him, the young master had witnessed Ling Xiao's prowess when he had confronted Gao Wei, seeing even the revered Gao Wei falter under Ling Xiao's might. Naturally, he would flee rather than confront him. The moment the girl saw Ling Xiao, she immediately knelt and respectfully addressed him as young master. Ling Xiao hurried forward to assist her up, saying, "Rise, young lady, and speak." The girl replied, "The young master has saved me twice. I only wish to accompany you, to serve as your maid." Yet, she remained on the ground, unwilling to stand. "What is your name?" Ling Xiao inquired. "I am called by Yushi," the girl responded. Yushi remarked with a gentle chuckle, a name that evokes tenderness, quite befitting your person. After a brief pause, he continued, "Little Yushi, Miss Yushi, there's no need for you to serve as my servant. If you truly wish to repay me, let us be good friends from now on. How does that sound?" No sooner had finished speaking than prostrated herself once more, softly sobbing as she declared, "Yushi has already made a solemn vow that whoever helps me bury my father shall have me as their servant. If young master insists on refusing my servitude, then I shall have no choice but to repay your kindness with my death." This sighed. "You woman, what sort of absurd oath is that? Wouldn't it be better if I didn't have you as my servant? We could be friends, equals, friends who converse and share stories." Was truly rendered speechless by the young woman's obstinacy and felt compelled to explain himself. Listened to's words, yet remained silent, only continuing to weep with sorrow. "Very well. I shall take you with me, but you are not my servant. Consider yourself my adopted sister, though I lead a precarious existence. And life with me may not be easy." She approached, about to kneel once more, but swiftly prevented her, saying, "Between siblings, there's no need for such formality. I shall make it up to you with a gift another day." With that, looked up at her. Unexpectedly, as soon as released, she knelt down once again, exclaiming, "Young master is my benefactor, and though you may now recognize me as your sister, in my heart, you are already my master." My mother taught me from a young age that a drop of kindness deserves to be repaid with a spring. Please do not refuse me. I shall serve you diligently. This simply cannot be. Quickly, rise. From now on, we are siblings, and how could I allow you to serve as my maid? Ling Xiao hastily gestured dismissively. However, to his surprise, Bayushi began to weep once more. Ling Xiao, feeling helpless, nodded in acquiescence. Very well, Yushi, please stand. From now on, you must not kneel at every turn, or I shall have no choice but to cast you away, and none shall prevent me. Yushi bore no resentment, solemnly nodding in agreement. After considerable effort, they laid Yushi's father to rest and proceeded towards the city. Fortunately, my sword should be ready. Will you head to the post station first, or accompany me? Ling Xiao inquired, raising his gaze. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Yushi replied earnestly. As they approached the bamboo house, the familiar sound of rhythmic clinking echoed from within. Just as Ling Xiao stepped through the doorway, the blind, burly man greeted him. In the southern corner by the door, wrapped in black cloth, lies your sword. Having witnessed the blind man's remarkable abilities before, Ling Xiao nodded, while Yushi looked on in astonishment, puzzled as to how he could discern their arrival. The sword is not perfectly crafted. It will cost you 300 gold coins. The man continued. Ling Xiao tore away the black cloth, revealing a gleam of dark light. It was indeed a fine sword. Placing the coins upon the counter, he did not inquire about the imperfections, turning to exit the bamboo house. Wei Xiangju was the most renowned tavern in the city. Not only the largest, but also the most expensive. This was Bayushi's first visit to such an upscale establishment, and feeling somewhat timid, she tugged at Ling Xiao's sleeve as she followed closely behind. Relax a little. After all, we are all human, and they cannot devour you. The cost of living here is simply a bit higher. It is nothing to fuss over. Ling Xiao comforted Bayushi with a gentle smile. Chapter 15. On the road, Ling Xiao took Yushi by the hand and led her to a private room on the second floor, where they ordered several exquisite dishes and instructed the kitchen to prepare them. Ling Xiao remained silent, gazing out the window at the bustling streets below. The pedestrians moved in a lively throng, while the distant emerald hills stood in serene tranquility. Ling Xiao found himself pondering the days ahead in the Ling family, uncertain of what the future held. As he mused, he caught sight of Yushi's adorable, timid frown, which tugged at his heartstrings and intensified his affection for her. A thought crossed his mind. Having regained his strength, he was now capable of self-defense. He would not allow anyone to bully them. With the anticipation of one day meeting his mother, whom he had yet to see, and exploring the world of the Ling family, Ling Xiao felt a renewed sense of hope. The waiter set several steaming dishes on the table and quietly closed the door as he departed. Ling Xiao reached for a delicate, carved porcelain jug with a white base and filled his wine glass to the brim. Then poured half a glass for Yushi before placing the jug aside. Yushi, have a drink, he said, extending the half-filled glass toward her. Yushi timidly accepted it, seemingly unsure whether to drink alongside Ling Xiao. Sensing her hesitation, Ling Xiao smiled reassuringly. It's all right. You will be my sister from now on. Anyone who dares to bully you will be bullying me as well. Go on, drink up. Upon hearing those words, Yushi seemed to release her tension. Draining her cup in one swift motion, she furrowed her brow, and though she finished the sweet soup, she refrained from making any loud exhalations. Ling Xiao gently patted her head, smiling as she slid a bowl of lotus seed soup closer to her. Watching Yushi savor the sweet broth, Ling Xiao felt as though she had set something free within herself. That afternoon, the two prepared their belongings and rested at the inn for the night. Setting off the following day, after 5 or 6 days of travel, their provisions were nearly depleted. The main road bustled with activity, with people coming and going, and the occasional horse-drawn carriage rumbling past, whose pounding and wheels rolling, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, no one paused to offer assistance to Ling Xiao and Yushi. After walking nearly 10 miles, Yushi was breathless and drenched in sweat. A slow-moving ox cart approached, and the kind-hearted driver, an elderly man, kindly offered them a ride. Overjoyed, the two expressed their gratitude and climbed aboard. Although the ox cart moved leisurely, it was a welcome reprieve from walking. By midday, they had traveled 50 miles to a quaint roadside inn. Once again, They thanked the elderly man and entered the establishment. The innkeeper's wife warmly greeted them upon their arrival, inquiring whether they sought lodging or a meal. "We would like 2 rooms for the night, please, and could you prepare hot water? We haven't bathed in several days. And after walking for half a day, I feel quite unclean," Ling Xiao replied. "Very well, please proceed to the 2nd floor. The hot water will be ready shortly," the innkeeper's wife announced cheerfully. Ling Xiao helped Bai Yushi ascend the stairs, and after a brief wait, the young attendant brought up hot water, followed closely by the proprietress, who cradled 2 sets of clothing in her arms. Noticing that the 2 had not brought any change of attire, I took the liberty of procuring 2 sets of coarse fabric garments for them, hoping they would not resent my meddling. Ling Xiao gratefully accepted the clothing, expressing her thanks repeatedly. The 2 rested in the inn for the night, contemplating that Bai Yushi would not be able to travel far. After much persuasion, Ling Xiao managed to convince the proprietress to sell them the old horse from the stable. "Madam, could you please find me a piece of men's attire?" she requested. Although it was peculiar for 2 men to ride a single horse, it was certainly preferable to a man and a woman sharing the same mount, which would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. However, the men's outfit was ill-fitting, and with no time for alterations, Bai Yushi made do, rolling up the sleeves several times and adjusting the pant legs, leaving the clothing baggy upon his frame. "Master, when we reach the town, let us purchase another horse," Bai Yushi suggested, feeling uncomfortable as Ling Xiao held him close. Unable to move freely, he stiffly straightened himself, avoiding any sideways glances. Ling Xiao noticed Bai Yushi's discomfort. "Little Shi, just think of it as your elder brother teaching his younger sibling to ride." "Oh," Yushi replied, nodding absent-mindedly. Though he tried to convince himself of this, he remained tense, striving to lean forward and maintain some distance from Ling Xiao. Yet, the width of the horse's back made such a gap impossible, and he could catch the faint scent emanating from Ling Xiao, causing his cheeks to flush and his ears to redden. "Little Shi, would you like to hear your elder brother tell a story?" Ling Xiao wished to alleviate Bai Yushi's tension, preventing her muscles from becoming rigid. So he intentionally began to narrate a story, aiming to divert her attention. "What story do you want to hear?" Yushi inquired. "How about a tale of loyal ministers and valiant generals?" Ling Xiao proposed. Bai Yushi smiled faintly. "I enjoy stories of battles." Ling Xiao's gaze shifted slightly. "Let me tell you the story of the Yang family generals." "All right. Once upon a time, during a certain dynasty, there was a loyal and virtuous minister named Yang Jiyue. His wife, surnamed Shi, was affectionately known as Grandmother Shi. Together, they had 7 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Ling Xiao, had not read the book about the Yang family generals. He had merely watched several adaptations on television, which were so altered that he found them confusing. He recalled fragments of the story, but his narration was disjointed. Fortunately, Bai Yushi was not genuinely invested in the story. She listened attentively, her lips curving into a gentle smile, occasionally asking, "What happened next?" or exclaiming, "That treacherous minister is truly despicable." Ling Xiao continued with enthusiasm, and the awkwardness between them gradually dissipated. Although they traveled on horseback, the steed was quite aged and burdened with 2 riders, resulting in a sluggish pace. What others accomplished in 3 days, they took a full 5 days to traverse. Chapter 16. The Ling family. Early in the morning, the 2 set off toward the city. After approximately 2 hours of walking, they finally arrived in the bustling meteorite city, teeming with people and lively activity. They inquired at a tea house and soon found the direction to the Ling family home. Ling Xiao had little inclination to enjoy tea. He headed straight for the Ling residence. Before I even reached the Ling residence, a figure hastened towards me, inquiring, "Might you be the young master, Ling Xiao?" "Mother, I have arrived," I exclaimed, my feet barely touching the ground. Emerging swiftly from behind a screen was a woman of middle age, none other than Ming Xiyun. Upon beholding her son, she embraced him, tears flowing freely. Her heart ached at the sight of his travel-worn state. Only after a considerable time did her sobs subside. Raising her gaze, she noticed a delicate young woman beside him, uncertain of her relation to her son. She gestured for an explanation, and Ling Xiao recounted the circumstances. Ming Xiyun, moved by her plight and reminded of her own son, took Yushi under her wing as a goddaughter. Several uneventful days passed in their home. One day, As Ling Xiao practiced his martial arts in the courtyard, Meng Shiyun emerged from the house after only a few minutes. "Shower, your injuries have only just healed. Why do you not rest more? How can you be moving about so much?" Meng Shiyun chided. She was aware that since her son's incapacitation, he had ceaselessly pursued cultivation, yet always to no avail. However, he seemed unwilling to confront this reality. As his mother, she witnessed this with a mixture of heartache and helplessness. "Mother, I am quite well. A bit of exercise is beneficial for the body," Ling Xiao responded, ceasing his movements. Meng Shiyun approached Ling Xiao and, with a handkerchief, gently wiped his face. Gazing at her dignified and comely face so close to his, he noticed the crow's feet around her eyes and the strands of white hair at her temples. A pang of sorrow welled up within him. "Mother, I have caused you worry," Ling Xiao blurted out, recalling the meticulous care his adoptive mother had always shown him. "Foolish child," replied Meng Shiyun, filled with a sense of relief. In her heart, she mused that her son's injury might not be such a misfortune after all. He had grown up and become more sensible. "Hey, come over and take the monthly allowance," came a disdainful voice from outside the door. At the entrance stood two young servants, both around 20 years of age. One had a face riddled with pockmarks, while the other sported a crooked, unattractive nose. Their eyes darted around shiftily, giving them the appearance of thieves, and their demeanor was repugnant. One was called Pockmark, and the other, Dog Nose. They were both loyal hounds of Ling Rue, known for their biting tendencies. It was Pockmark who had spoken, clutching a small pouch in his hand, which he twirled disdainfully while regarding Ling Xiao and her son with contempt. The finances of the Ling family were overseen by the fifth elder, and as members of the direct lineage, Ling Zhan's household was expected to receive their monthly allowance from the steward. However, the arrival of the fifth elder's grandson's lackeys indicated the family's low standing within the clan. "I will fetch it right away," Meng Xian said, hastening her steps toward the two. Yet before she could approach, Pockmark carelessly tossed the pouch toward her. His intent was evidently to humiliate Meng Shiyun, for he lacked the strength to throw it properly, causing it to land merely a meter in front of her, teetering on the verge of falling to the ground. A flicker of displeasure crossed Meng Shiyun's face as she quickened her pace, managing to catch the pouch just in time. Both Pockmark and Dog Nose were taken aback, surprised that the woman had the audacity to grasp the pouch. "Thank you both for your visit," Dream Regret Cloud expressed with a smile. She then assessed the weight of the coin purse, hastily opened it, and inquired of the two, esteemed sirs, "Is it not the case that our family's monthly stipend is 30 gold coins? Why is there only 10 gold coins present? Madam, do you suspect that we have embezzled your gold coins?" Dog Nose retorted, tilting his head with an air of disdain. "These were dispensed directly by the financial steward himself. Perhaps you should inquire with him personally." Dog Nose's demeanor was hardly that of a servant, but rather that of a superior. The financial steward whom Dog Nose alluded to was the son of the fifth elder, and by suggesting that Dream Regret Cloud consult with Ling Chong, he was clearly attempting to use Ling Chong's influence to intimidate her. Never mind. You may leave," Dream Regret Cloud conceded with vexation. Holding the 10 gold coins in her hand, she felt a pang of bitterness. She had intended to purchase tonics for her son this month. But with 20 gold coins missing, life would be arduous indeed, as she also needed to reserve some for her husband, Ling Zhan, to acquire wine. Pockmark and Dog Nose exchanged smug glances as they prepared to depart. "Damn it," he mused, "to think that I, a young master, must be subjected to the whims of two mere servants. It seems that in this continent, lacking formidable strength renders one even more contemptible than the lowliest of slaves. Didn't Dog Nose mention that if you desire those 20 gold coins, you should seek them from the financial steward?" Pockmark remarked with a playful expression. "Or, perhaps from young Master Rue himself. Though I wonder if you dare to demand them. In recent days, Ling Xiao was beaten to near death entirely because Ling Rue verbally insulted his parents, which led to Ling Xiao desperately fighting Ling Rue. At that time, Pockface and Dog Nose were present as spectators, and they, relying on being lackeys of Ling Rue, appeared extremely arrogant, showing utter disdain for Ling Xiao. It seems that you two servile dogs won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Ling Xiao said with a gloomy face. Pockface and Dog Nose were fearless. Although they were servants, They were also fourth-level martial apprentices, making them, in their eyes, superior to the disabled Ling Xiao. Why would they fear Ling Xiao? Forget it, Shower. Let them be, Meng Xiyun said, pulling Ling Xiao's hand. She feared her son would act impulsively and get hurt again. She didn't want to see that happen. Mother, rest assured. Watch as Shower teaches these two servants a lesson to vent your anger, Ling Xiao said, shaking off Meng Xiyun's hand and slowly walking toward Pockface and Dognose. What do you want to do? Pockface took a slight step back. Although they could despise the Ling Zhan family, they were not qualified to be insubordinate and disrespect Ling Xiao. The Ling family's rules were strict. If any servant was found to be disrespectful to a member of the Ling family, they would be expelled at best or killed without question at worst. Within 3 breaths. Bring 20 gold coins and get out, Ling Xiao shouted loudly. We already said the gold coins aren't with us. Go ask the head steward if you have the ability. Dognose interjected from the side. 3. Let's go. Ignore him, Pockface said, tugging at Dognose. 2. The two ignored Ling Xiao and turned to leave. Although they dared not be openly insubordinate, with their skills, Ling Xiao could do nothing to them. Chapter 17. Bao's Servant's Crack. The pockmarked man's nasal bridge was shattered by Ling Xiao's palm, causing him to scream in agony as blood spurted from his nostrils. Seeing the pockmarked man crouching down, Ling Xiao delivered another kick to the spot where his hands were covering his nose, causing him to collapse to the ground with another cry. You dare to strike someone? Are you not afraid of young Master Rui? Go Bizi exclaimed, never imagining that the pockmarked man would be beaten by the so-called number 1 good-for-nothing of Meteorite City, and that he would be defeated in just 2 moves. He quickly invoked the name of his master, hoping to intimidate Ling Xiao. I will settle accounts with Ling Rui sooner or later. For now, I will teach you 2 blind lackeys a lesson. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and with swift steps, he arrived in front of Go Bizi, who was still in a daze. He raised his foot and kicked Go Bizi directly in the groin. Ah! Go Bizi shrieked, clutching his vitals and hopping around. This brat is resorting to dirty tricks. In a few swift moves, Ling Xiao incapacitated the 2 men and began to punish them. You lowly servants, cough up the gold coins. Ling Xiao grabbed Go Bizi by the collar and landed 2 consecutive punches on Go Bizi's eyes, turning him into a panda. Aye. Go Bizi began to speak. Ling Xiao grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and at the same time, thrust his knee upwards, striking Go Bizi in the same area he had injured earlier. Go Bizi fainted from the pain before he could finish his sentence, presumably with his testicles crushed. Ling Xiao turned to glare at the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man felt a chill in his heart and immediately pleaded, Young Master Xiao, no, don't hit me anymore. I'll give you 20 gold coins right away. Feeling the Xian Qi constantly circulating in his dantian, Ling Xiao revealed a gratified smile. With this peculiar dantian, after half a year, one might not necessarily be inferior to others. The next day, as dawn broke, Ling Xiao resumed the arduous task of unblocking his meridians. However, this day proved to be markedly slower than the last, as he managed to open only 2 meridians throughout the entire day. By the 3rd day, he succeeded in unblocking just 1 meridian, which, when combined with the previous 3, completely opened the 3 young meridians of his hands. Yet, observing the diminishing pace of his progress left Ling Xiao puzzled. He could not fathom why the unblocking of his meridians was becoming increasingly sluggish. As he delved deeper into his inner self, he noticed that the profound energy emanating from his dantian dissipated within the already unblocked meridians. It appeared that each cycle of energy within the meridians consumed a portion of it. Ling Xiao continued to observe and confirmed that indeed, the vanishing energy was entirely absorbed by the meridians, facilitating their expansion and enhancing their resilience. While the meridians benefited from this process, the energy within Ling Xiao's dantian dwindled, consequently diminishing the speed at which he could unblock his meridians. It seemed that cultivation was imperative. During these days, Ling Xiao had solely relied on his dantian to unblock the meridians, neglecting to cultivate his energy in any measure. Gradually, he relaxed, rotating his dantian, which emitted a faint glow throughout his body. The natural spiritual energy from the surroundings surged into Ling Xiao with fervor. He felt a tremor throughout his being. Except for his arms, blood vessels emerged from other parts of his body. At this moment, only the meridians in his arms were unblocked, leaving other areas still obstructed. Suddenly overwhelmed by such an influx of spiritual energy, his meridians could scarcely endure the strain. Ling Xiao hastily moderated the rate of energy absorption, allowing his body to acclimate. The external spiritual energy flowed through the 3 yin and 3 yang meridians of the arm, pouring into the dantian. The 2 meridians on Ling Xiao's arms were exceptionally broad and resilient, fully capable of handling the dense spiritual energy outside. The continuous influx of spiritual energy into his dantian made Ling Xiao feel a warm, comfortable sensation in his abdomen. Throughout the night, Ling Xiao absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His dantian seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the spiritual energy without ever reaching saturation. By the next day, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been reborn, refreshed, and invigorated, with a warm sensation coursing through his body as he stretched. Looking at his arms with now unblocked meridians, Ling Xiao smiled and thought, now I can practice the 7-kill fist. He immediately headed to the Ling family's training ground. The training ground was as bustling as ever, and Ling Xiao walked straight up to the elder, saying, "Give me the manual for the 7-kill fist." The elder opened his eyes, glanced disdainfully at Ling Xiao, and sneered, "The 7-kill fist? Do you even have the mystical power? Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to master it." The outer disciples of the Ling family, who were practicing nearby, stopped to watch, all eager to see the spectacle. This waste? Overestimating himself, does he even have the mystical power? He wants to practice. Chapter 18. Rigorous training outside the city, in the mountains, the habitat of magical beasts. Ling Xiao felt that his skills were still lacking. Despite daily cultivation at home, he made little progress. Moreover, he had to conceal the fact that his body had already recovered, which was quite bothersome. Overwhelmed, Ling Xiao told Meng Xiyun that he wanted to go out for some fun. Meng Xiyun, thinking that her son had hardly gone out since becoming disabled, agreed to his request. Thus, Ling Xiao ventured alone into the mountains. Having been in the mountains for some time, Ling Xiao had slain numerous first-level demon beasts, though he himself had sustained significant injuries. However, no matter the severity of his wounds, a strange warmth would emanate from his dantian, flowing through his body and accelerating his recovery several times over. Barehanded, Ling Xiao roamed the forest in search of demon beasts. Suddenly, a cold wind swept over him, and the sky above darkened. Startled, Ling Xiao instinctively struck upwards with a fierce attack before swiftly retreating. With a thunderous crash, his body trembled, and his face flushed slightly. What beast could possess such immense strength? Ling Xiao focused his gaze and saw before him a colossal tiger, standing 2 zhang tall and 3 zhang long. On its forehead were 2 distinct golden stripes. A golden-striped tiger? Ling Xiao stared in astonishment at the massive beast. 2 golden stripes on its forehead signified that this was a 2nd-level demon beast. The golden-striped tiger's eyes glowed red, fixed intently on Ling Xiao. Facing such a formidable 2nd-level demon beast, fleeing would mean certain death. There was no choice but to fight. With a fierce roar, Ling Xiao launched the first attack. The mystical energy surged from the dantian, directly flowing into his fists, exuding an aura of lethal intent that pierced the heavens. A brilliant crimson light erupted from Ling Xiao's fists, targeting the abdomen of the golden-striped tiger, who was no ordinary adversary. With a low growl, it swiftly sidestepped its tail, measuring half a zhang, swung down with ferocious force, creating a sonic boom in the air. Yet, Ling Xiao displayed no sign of trepidation. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated as Ling Xiao was sent flying backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The golden-striped tiger staggered, unleashing a mighty roar, revealing blood on its tail, evidence of the injury sustained beneath the overwhelming aura of Ling Xiao's attack. Wiping away the blood from his lips, Ling Xiao charged forward once more. This time, the energy flowing through him coalesced into an orange radiance enveloping his fists. With a swift motion, Ling Xiao's entire demeanor transformed. A taiji symbol, mirroring his dantian, faintly appeared in his pupils. As the taiji rotated, The originally grayish-red hues merged into a singular shade of gray. A misty aura cloaked Ling Xiao's form. The golden-striped tiger's eyes narrowed, sensing an imminent threat, its fur standing on end, emitting low growls. Suddenly, it propelled itself into the air, leaping towards Ling Xiao. "Just as I hoped," Ling Xiao exclaimed, his fists descending rapidly. Boom! His formidable strike struck the ground, the intense mystical energy surging from his fists into the earth. In a radius of 1 zhang centered around Ling Xiao, the soil was violently propelled into the air, all directed towards the golden-striped tiger under Ling Xiao's command. Bang! Countless sounds erupted beneath the golden-striped tiger's belly, some rigid stones even lacerating its abdomen, causing blood to instantly stain its luxurious fur. Boom! The ground trembled as the massive body of the golden-striped tiger crashed to the earth. Splutter! Ling Xiao expelled a mouthful of blood. The recoil from the fist technique was indeed formidable. Had his meridians not been resilient, he likely would not have been able to execute a second punch. The metallic scent of blood in the air left both man and beast awestruck, the golden-striped tiger roaring defiantly, its spirit reinvigorated. Ling Xiao, however, felt an unsettling stir within him, ignited by the aroma of blood, a burgeoning anticipation for combat, an insatiable thirst for carnage. Concurrently, a ring of deep crimson gradually emerged around his gray pupils, rendering his expression eerily terrifying. Seemingly influenced by Ling Xiao's aura, the golden-striped tiger unleashed a furious roar and launched the first offensive. Its colossal form did not hinder its agility. In an instant, the tiger's silhouette flickered, and it was upon Ling Xiao, its claws raised like thunder, descending upon his forehead. Such a massive creature possessed claws several feet in length. The mere force of its paw could reduce a man to mere pulp. Yet, faced with this formidable claw, Ling Xiao chose not to evade, but to confront it head-on. The third stance, endless slaughter. Ling Xiao's fist danced vigorously, unleashing a torrent of punches that filled the air with shadows of his relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. The initial surge of mystical force collided with the tiger's claw, which paused slightly as the force shattered. Ling Xiao's face turned pale. Yet his movements did not cease for a moment. The continuous barrage of fist shadows surged like waves, one after another, truly inexhaustible. Boom! After shattering countless fist shadows, the massive claw of the golden-striped tiger still descended. However, Ling Xiao dodged the vital spot, and the blow landed on his shoulder. Crack! His shoulder broke, and Ling Xiao's entire body was driven half into the ground. Enduring the pain, Ling Xiao resolutely unleashed the fourth technique, no mercy. A simple punch, with a faint green glow emanating from his fist, slowly advanced. The gray in Ling Xiao's pupils also shone brightly, like silver light forcing its way out. Boom! Both Ling Xiao and the golden-striped tiger were flung backward. Mid-air, Ling Xiao spewed blood from his mouth and crashed heavily to the ground. On the other side, the golden-striped tiger's eyes bulged, and a fist-sized wound appeared on its abdomen, from which blood and entrails continuously flowed. Seeing that he had slain the golden-striped tiger, Ling Xiao heaved a deep sigh of relief. With this relief, he felt a wave of dizziness in his head, and the pain from his broken shoulder became excruciating. Struggling to rise from the ground, he approached the golden-striped tiger. Since it was a second-level demon beast, there should be an inner core in its abdomen. Indeed, from the torn wound of the golden-striped tiger, a glimmer of light emerged. Ling Xiao's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly retrieved it. The inner core of the demon beast was no larger than an egg, resting in his palm with an icy sensation. Before Ling Xiao could examine it closely, it began to rotate at his dantian. To his astonishment, he watched as the inner core gradually vanished from his grasp, while his dantian swelled with increasing fullness. In mere moments, the dantian had completely absorbed the demon beast's core, simultaneously generating a warm current that flowed into Ling Xiao's shoulder. Chapter 19. Advancement. After assimilating the inner core, Ling Xiao's martial prowess became even more refined, yet the wounds on his body remained. He tore a piece of cloth from his knee and wrapped it clumsily around his injuries, then slowly ventured deeper into the mountains. Occasionally, streams coursed through the terrain, their currents swift and turbulent. Beneath a waterfall, a young man stood resolutely, his bare torso resilient against the onslaught of rushing water. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, immovable, as if the cascading torrent bore no weight upon him. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could observe the trembling of his entire body, revealing that moments prior, he had not appeared as serene and composed as he seemed. After a considerable time, the young man bent his knees and exerted himself, leaping onto the shore with a resounding thud, as if propelled by the current itself. Upon reaching the bank, he shook his head, reminiscent of a disheveled chick, exhibiting signs of dissatisfaction, before abruptly vanishing from sight. Not far away, in a damp valley, a venomous snake, thick as a rolling pin, flicked its tongue as it fixated on a wild hare nibbling on tender shoots in the field, poised to strike when the opportunity arose. Yet, this serpent emanated a faint golden glow, with a fine golden line tracing its back, indicating its nature as a highly poisonous creature of exceptional toxicity. The venomous serpent patiently awaited its prey, slowly drawing closer. Suddenly, a youth with a head resembling a chicken's nest and hair akin to straw moved like the wind, his fingers curling like claws, seizing the snake's vital point with lightning speed. The wild hare, startled by this swift action, darted into the underbrush, disappearing in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, the young man sighed. The hands and feet unite, the elbows and knees converge, the shoulders and hips align. I am barely able to achieve this. I wonder when I will attain the realm where heart and intention harmonize, intention and energy synchronize, and energy and strength coalesce. Though still youthful, he lamented the relentless passage of time. His appearance belied a voice imbued with the weight of experience, creating an oddly captivating juxtaposition. Indeed, the gallbladder of the golden-threaded snake is a potent source of strength, yet even the finest treasures eventually lose their efficacy. Nonetheless, he felt fortunate. Without the aid of this gallbladder, his strength might have been limited to a mere 1,000 pounds, instead of the formidable 2,000 he now possessed. Many medicinal effects still resided within him, awaiting discovery. One must not succumb to greed, setting aside other considerations. This strength alone was sufficient to rival that of an average second-rate master. Remarkably, fortune favored him. Within half a day, he stumbled upon a tumultuous stream. In his excitement, Wapolu decided to relocate his makeshift abode nearby for an extended stay. Practicing martial arts in the water presented considerable resistance. His once fluid movements became rigid and clumsy. The water ebbed and flowed, leaving him feeling as though he were intoxicated, utterly disheveled. In less than half an hour, he was exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. His entire body reddened by the relentless current, with faint beads of blood emerging upon his skin. Uncertain whether it was a mere psychological effect or the genuine efficacy of his underwater practice, Ling Xiao felt an immense improvement in his skills. For the past few days, his sustenance was procured from the mountains, ranging from small game like wild rabbits and pheasants to larger prey such as wild boars. Even the tough and unyielding wolf meat became a delicacy when hunger struck. With supplies dwindling, he knew he had to venture out for hunting. And that day was no exception. However, it seemed fortune had abandoned him, for shortly after entering the woods, he felt an unsettling chill. Something predatory was fixating on him, reminiscent of the sensation when he had been stalked by that monstrous fish. He immediately steeled himself for confrontation. Yet, while Ling Xiao was poised for action, the lurking beast displayed little patience. In a flash, it lunged from the nearby underbrush. Despite his vigilance, the creature's speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to evade. Upon recognizing it as a python, he instinctively shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one, attempting to seize the serpent as it darted past. In a hurried motion, he managed to grasp the snake's head, but the creature's strength was formidable, nearly on par with his own. They tumbled through the forest, creating chaos in their wake. It appeared to be a stalemate, yet Guapolu understood that if this impasse persisted, he would surely be the one to perish. The python, seizing the opportunity amidst their struggle, had coiled around him several times, rendering him nearly powerless. He felt the constriction intensifying, and in desperation, he resorted to biting. But the python's skin proved exceptionally tough, showing no sign of yielding. Chapter 20. The Sting. Ling Xiao comforted her with gentle words. Upon hearing the news, Ming Shiyun was filled with a mixture of joy and trepidation, tears cascading like dewdrops strung together, rendering her speechless. Yushi was beside her, offering comfort as the three of them embraced, enveloped in a warm camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, this tender moment was observed by a pair of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, in a secluded basement of a tranquil villa belonging to the Ling family. A clandestine meeting had just concluded. Elder Ling Yin and a tall, gaunt elder had quietly arrived to discuss matters of import. The elder was none other than Ling Mo, the second elder of the Ling family. The two were blood brothers, their standing within the family subordinate only to the clan leader, Ling Zhan, in certain respects. Ling Mo wielded even greater power than Ling Zhan. Despite the Ling family's prominence as the foremost among the three great families of Meteorite City, their unity was merely superficial. Ling Mo and Ling Yin were disruptors within this facade. Both were sons of the previous generation of the old clan, and following the demise of the elder family, Ling Mo had failed to ascend to the position of clan leader, which instead fell to Ling Zhan. This incident had left a lingering resentment in the hearts of the brothers, leading to frequent clashes whenever Ling Zhan exercised his authority. Many within the clan supported the two brothers, which undermined Ling Zhan's supposed dominance. Take the matter of Ling Zhan, for instance. Ling Zhan, the second son of Ling Zhan, was once celebrated as a prodigy. However, after his fall from grace, he was relegated to the most remote courtyard of the Ling estate, devoid of even a single servant. This was orchestrated by Ling Mo and Ling Yin, demonstrating the depth of animosity the brothers harbored towards Ling Zhan. Elder brother, what do you think we should do about this situation? Upon entering the secret chamber, Ling Yin immediately inquired, "Why are you so anxious? Even if that little brat could rebuild his Xian power, he's merely a minor martial disciple. What's the rush?" Ling Mo waved his hand dismissively and snorted. "I'm just worried for Quanger," Ling Yin replied with displeasure. "No need to fret. Quanger has already broken through to Xian Master. By the time of the family test, he will undoubtedly take the top spot. It's a foregone conclusion that the Supreme Elder will take Quanger as his closed-door disciple," Ling Mo stated in a low voice. Elsewhere, a commotion erupted. "What's all this noise? Your father lost you to our gambling house for 100 taels of silver. You're the collateral." A girl was slapped, her delicate frame trembling and shrinking into a ball, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in the rain. On the other side of the crowd, a slightly overweight middle-aged man looked utterly dejected. Seeing the girl's plight, his eyes reddened, and he knelt down with a thud before the gambling house. "Young master, I beg you, please release my daughter. I implore you." The thin man glanced disdainfully at the middle-aged man and sneered, "What nonsense? Trying to renege on your debt? It's all written in black and white. If you can't repay, your daughter is the collateral. Someone, seize her and take her to the young master's residence." Several burly men stepped forward to grab the girl. The middle-aged man rushed over, shielding his daughter beneath him, and pleaded, "Gentlemen, please spare my daughter. I will repay the debt. I swear I will." "Repay? With what? Better let your daughter be the collateral. She's quite the beauty. She might even become the young master's concubine. Then you'll be thanking your lucky stars. Why don't you hurry and get lost?" the slender man said nonchalantly, waving his hand. The others forcefully pulled the middle-aged man away and hoisted the girl up. "Dad, save me." The girl weakly struggled, but alas, as a mere child, she could not break free from the grip of several men. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Child, I am so sorry. It is my fault. I should not have gambled." Ling Xiao detested such scenes. Although he despised his father, what wrong had this girl committed? With a few swift strikes of his energy, he knocked them down and allowed the father and daughter to escape. Unbeknownst to him, this gambling den was indeed owned by the Li family, and the young master, Li Guanghan, had been informed early on. In the northern part of the city, when Li Guanghan sought out his father, Li Yuanhua, to report the incident, he found that Li Yuanhua was already well aware of everything that had transpired. Li Yuanhua said to Li Guanghan, "I am aware of the events that have occurred. That useless scion of the Ling family has unexpectedly recovered. You need not concern yourself with this. Arrangements have already been made within the clan. You must now retreat immediately and strive to break through to the realm of Xian Master within 6 months. in the grand competition among the three families in a year. Our Li family must not fall behind. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped Ling Xiao from behind, having already locked onto him. Ling Xiao had long felt that something was amiss and had been on high alert. When the ambush struck, Ling Xiao's massive sword reacted instantaneously. Upon the clash of weapons, Ling Xiao was sent flying. "Young master!" Bayushi gasped in shock and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 21. The guard dog at the door. The mask bore sinister designs, and the two bloodthirsty fangs protruding from its mouth instilled a sense of terror in all who beheld it. The assailant tightened his grip on the long sword, gazing at the masked figure in golden robes, and inquired, "Who are you, my lord? Why do you not reveal your true visage?" The masked man responded with a chilling tone, "The dead are unworthy to behold my face." "What audacity!" exclaimed the assailant as he suddenly leapt into the air. The sword slicing through the air with a streak of yellow light, fierce and swift, aimed directly at the masked figure. Wherever the yellow beam passed, trees were severed in half until it struck the masked man. With a thunderous crash, the assailant, witnessing the masked man take the hit, breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "So it is merely a weakling. Is that so?" came the ghostly voice of the masked figure, just as the assailant spoke. The assailant turned to face him, jaw-dropping in astonishment, for the masked figure had withstood his full-force attack without a scratch, instilling a burgeoning fear within him. His only thought now was to flee. At that moment, the masked man let out a cold laugh, his figure flickering, and in an instant, he appeared before the assailant, grasping his neck with a withered, claw-like hand. The assailant's face contorted in terror. You are a spirit." The final word was left unspoken as the masked figure abruptly crushed his neck. "To harm my grandson is a fate too light," the masked man declared, vanishing into the dense forest. In a humble dwelling, a youthful lad sat cross-legged, bare-chested. On such a frigid night, he appeared unperturbed by the chill, and instead, a faint wisp of white vapor emanated from him. 11 distinct azure veins occasionally shimmered with flickers of crimson, creating a remarkably unique spectacle that would leave any observer in awe. The youth maintained his posture, remarkably unmoving throughout the entire night. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of vibrant and lucid gazes, brimming with vitality. After a night of meditation, Ling Xiao had stabilized the profound energy within 11 meridians. Only by unblocking the 12th meridian, connecting it to the energy sea in his dantian, could he solidify his profound energy, thus truly becoming a martial artist with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Otherwise, he would spend his life unable to attain the physique of a warrior. In his previous life, Ling Xiao was a fervent martial enthusiast, and in this life, he remained no different. Besides seeking to defy fate, he was determined to seize his destiny firmly in his hands. His grandest aspiration was to wield power over the world while indulging in the company of beautiful women. As Ling Xiao opened the door, Bayushi had already prepared warm water, waiting for him. Ling Xiao had long since grown accustomed to Bayushi's attentive service and accepted it with pleasure. Though each time she beheld his bare torso, a charming flush of crimson would adorn her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Had it not been for Ling Tao's timely arrival yesterday, he might have met his demise. Yet, he wondered if, after death, he could still contemplate such a journey. It was unlikely he would encounter such fortuitous luck again. Ling Tao patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, saying, "What are you being polite for? I am your third uncle. We are family. First, have something to eat, and I will take you to meet the clan leader." "All right," Ling Xiao responded, then sat down to eat. Observing Ling Xiao's nonchalant reaction, Ling Zhan quietly inquired, "You do not harbor any grievances against your grandfather, do you?" Naturally, Ling Xiao's grandfather was Ling Song, the clan leader of the Ling family. Since Ling Xiao was rendered powerless, this is the first time he has been summoned. While most individuals would likely feel a surge of excitement, Ling Xiao remains completely indifferent. "Do you have any opinions?" "What opinions do you have?" Ling Xiao inquires, momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, his grandfather has indeed treated him well, having guided him in the cultivation of profound energy during his childhood, proving to be a commendable elder. Although the old man has not acknowledged him in the past 2 years, Ling Xiao harbors no resentment, for he understands that this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Those with strength receive favor, while those without are cast aside. Such is the norm. And being born into a prominent family necessitates this understanding. Brother, don't mind Xiao or Ling Xiao retorts. It is only natural for anyone to feel disheartened after 2 years of neglect. However, this response resonates differently in Ling Tao's ears, leading him to believe that Ling Xiao harbors grievances. Ling Zhan shakes his head, choosing silence. When he himself was discarded, his father had exhausted every possible means to aid him, ultimately resigning to the inevitable. Yet, he remains acutely aware of his father's efforts on his behalf. He can only lament that those in elevated positions often face unavoidable circumstances. After a modest meal, Ling Tao leads Ling Xiao to the inner courtyard of the Ling residence. Nestled in the southern part of the city, the inner courtyard spans 10,000 acres, adorned with magnificent towers and elegant roofs, their eaves curling gracefully. The architecture, imbued with an ancient, solemn charm, seems to have withstood the test of countless years, still standing proudly today. The Ling family, having endured 18 generations, boasts a lineage of nearly a millennium and is recognized as the foremost family in Meteorite City, with a heritage that is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Ling Xiao and Ling Tao arrived at the grand entrance, where 2 fierce beasts, resembling tigers and lions, bared their bloodied maws, exuding an aura of formidable menace. The gate, forged from gold, was intricately adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, radiating an extraordinary sense of nobility. This was the imposing presence of the foremost family in Meteorite City. 2 high-ranking practitioners stood resolutely at the entrance, wielding long spears with an air of undeniable authority. As Ling Tao and Ling Xiao attempted to enter, the practitioners unexpectedly intervened, their spears crossing in a forbidding manner. What is the meaning of this? Ling Tao inquired, his voice low and stern. Elder Wu has decreed that should young Master Ling Xiao wish to enter the inner courtyard of the Ling family, he must first pass our scrutiny. One of the high-ranking practitioners stated. How dare you? Ling Xiao has been summoned by the clan leader. Step aside at once, or I shall send you to meet the king of hell. Ling Tao's temper flared, incensed at being obstructed at the threshold of his own family. Forgive us, Ling Steward. We are merely obeying Elder Wu's orders. Both practitioners replied in unison. Ling Tao, filled with indignation, grasped the spear on his back. Fully aware that he could not strike against his own family's guards, yet the current situation felt excessively oppressive. Uncle, do not lose your temper. These 2 curs are not worth it. Let me show you how to deal with these disobedient hounds. Ling Xiao hastily interjected to calm him. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, the 2 gatekeepers glared at him with wide, furious eyes. Ling Tao glanced at Ling Xiao and then declared, Very well, if you cannot handle them, I shall. Even if it means being cast out of the family for it. Better to refrain from chastising dogs than to end up bitten by them. At that moment, Elder Wu's grandson, Ling Rui, appeared at the entrance, accompanied by the scoundrel Ma Zi and the Mutt Go Bai, all of them wearing expressions of mockery directed at Ling Xiao. Yesterday, he received the startling news that Ling Xiao was permitted to recultivate his profound energy. This initially shocked him, but soon after, he learned that Ling Xiao had been ambushed and gravely injured, which delighted him. However, today, Ling Xiao was unexpectedly summoned by the clan leader, filling him with indignation. Yet, upon discovering that his grandfather intended to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, he eagerly awaited the spectacle from early morning. Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Ling Rui, who was adorned in an extravagant azure robe, possessing an undeniably handsome visage. Unfortunately, his eyes, which squinted into narrow slits, inspired nothing but disdain. This was the very individual who had nearly sent Ling Xiao to the underworld. How dare a mere low-tier practitioner make a ruckus here? Ling Xiao scoffed derisively. You, with your sharp tongue and biting words, humph. Let us see how you manage to enter the inner courtyard. A talentless wretch like you is forever suited only to be a commoner's spawn, Ling Rui retorted, his face turning a shade of purple with fury. The news of Ling Xiao's defeat of Luo Qingshuang from the Luo family had already spread throughout Meteor City, and Ling Rui felt exceedingly humiliated by Ling Xiao's mockery. You have some nerve. Ling Xiao and Ling Tao shouted in unison. Both took action. Yet Ling Xiao's movements appeared swifter. With a resounding clap, Ling Rui was sent flying like a mere fly, clutching his reddened face. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clumsily rose, pointing at Ling Xiao in disbelief. You dare strike me? I will report this to the clan leader. Hee, go ahead. I actually dared to call me a bastard, and the clan leader is my grandfather. So aren't you insulting the clan leader? This is disrespect to the clan leader, a sacrilegious crime. Once I enter the inner court, I will surely request the elders to punish you for your crime, Ling Xiao said with a beaming smile to Ling Rui. Upon hearing this, Ling Rui's expression changed drastically, and he spat out another mouthful of blood before fainting on the spot. Pockmark and Dog Nose didn't even dare to look Ling Xiao in the eye, hastily picking up Ling Rui and leaving in a hurry. What a waste, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ha, good, you're really something, Ling Tao said. Heavily patting Ling Xiao's shoulder with great satisfaction, his gaze at Ling Xiao as if he was seeing his nephew for the first time. All right, uncle. You watch from the side as I teach these two dogs a lesson, so they can see the difference between dogs and humans, Ling Xiao said, strapping the giant sword onto his back, not intending to use it. Xiao, don't be overconfident. Both of them are at the peak of the Xian level, and as soon as they condense their Xian power to the point of external release, they can break through to the Xian master level. I think you should draw your sword, Ling Tao advised from the side. Don't worry, uncle, mere dogs are not worth my full strength, Ling Xiao said with a determined expression. If it were before, he might not have dared to be so overconfident. But now that he has broken through the 11th meridian and reached the 9th level of martial disciple, although still far behind the two in front of him, with his cloud shadow phantom step, he could definitely win by surprise. All right, be careful, Ling Tao, seeing Ling Xiao's determination, said no more and stepped aside. Come. Two reckless dogs, Ling Xiao extended a finger, provocatively beckoning the two high-level Xian practitioners. Both were visibly irritated but maintained a polite demeanor, saying, "We apologize for the offense." Chapter 22, The Inner Courtyard of the Ling Family. Both high-level Xian practitioners had cultivated the Ling family's grade-tier Xian technique, the Rain Spear Art. As the name suggests, the Rain Spear Art is divided into 5 forms, each as dense and unpredictable as a rain of spears, making it nearly impossible to defend against. When both practitioners unleashed it simultaneously, a storm of spears materialized before Ling Xiao, each point of Xian energy exuding a chilling aura. A mere touch could pierce through flesh. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being ruthless, Ling Xiao leapt, resembling an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, his feet creating dozens of shadows as they struck towards the two. His movements were incredibly agile and graceful. This was the second form of the Wind God's leg technique, strong grass in the wind, which Ling Xiao had favored in his previous life. This move was not only swift, but also devastatingly powerful. Thud, thud. In the past, Nie Feng, the Wind God, had shaken the martial world with his supreme Wind God's leg technique, becoming a legend. Now, Ling Xiao had fully grasped the essence of the Wind God's leg, and with the enhancement of his Xian power, he could once again display the might of the Wind God. His legs, infused with all his Xian power, stomped down on the two unprepared guards. The guards, lacking sufficient defense, suffered broken noses, spat blood, and were thrown far away. Ling Xiao landed gracefully, his face slightly pale, took a deep breath, and calmly said to Ling Tao, "Uncle, let's go. These two dogs won't dare to bite recklessly anymore." Ling Tao gazed upon the fallen guards on either side, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features as he cast a complex glance at Ling Xiao. Side by side, they ventured into the inner courtyard. Upon entering, Ling Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of enlightenment. It was his inaugural step into the Ling family's inner sanctum. A straight pathway stretched ahead, flanked by blooming flowers that released an intoxicating fragrance. Unusual rock formations resembled galloping mythical beasts, while the gentle flow of a stream produced a melodious tinkling sound. Pavilions were artfully interspersed throughout, creating an ambience reminiscent of an imperial palace, exceedingly elegant and serene. At the end of the pathway lay a vast martial arts arena, covering nearly 1,000 square meters. In the center stood a prominent platform, clearly the Ling family's competition stage, which also served as the venue for the annual family assessments. Directly ahead loomed a magnificent seven-story pavilion, constructed from ancient redwood. Its wooden walls intricately adorned with mystical carvings that exuded an enigmatic aura, faintly glowing with a splendid radiance. Had a master of formations been present, they would have discerned the intricate array woven around this pavilion. Ling Xiao could not help but internally admire the Ling family, truly deserving of their status as the foremost among the three great clans, for their inner courtyard was both exquisitely unique and grandiose. Within the martial arts arena, numerous youths, aged between 10 and 16, were diligently training under the guidance of their instructors. Many of the older youths recognized Ling Xiao for 2 years prior. He had been their idol. However, that image had since shattered, leaving only the mockery of a once promising talent. "Isn't that Ling Xiao, the disgrace of our family?" they whispered. "How could he possibly enter the inner courtyard? Such a talentless individual has no right to step even a foot into the inner courtyard, does he? This is nothing short of a stain on our family's reputation. We do not require such a useless person. Do not speak ill of Brother Ling Xiao. He is my idol. Although he cannot cultivate profound energy, I firmly believe he will rise again." What a joke. The Grand Elder has already determined that he will never be able to cultivate profound energy again. He is destined to be talentless for life. On the martial arts platform, most youths pointed and whispered about Ling Xiao, many hurling cruel taunts. Only a small girl in a pink outfit stood in support of him. This girl, Ling, is Ling Xiao's cousin, the youngest daughter of his uncle, Ling Zhan. At merely 8 years old, her cherubic face is exceedingly adorable. Beside Ling stands a tall and robust youth, one of the grandsons of the second elder, Ling Mo. At 15, he has already reached the pinnacle of a low-level practitioner and will soon break through to become a mid-level practitioner. Such talent is considered exceptional in Meteorite City, far surpassing Ling Rue, who, at 18, remains a low-level practitioner. "I want to allow you to speak ill of Brother Ling Xiao. He is stronger than all of you," Ling exclaimed defiantly, raising her tiny fist with a semblance of authority. She has already attained the rank of a third-level martial apprentice, and her little fist carries a hint of power. "Humph, little girl, just watch how I teach your brother Ling Xiao a lesson," Ling Zhan scoffed, glancing dismissively at Ling before striding towards Ling Xiao. Although he is the grandson of Ling Mo, he is still quite young, and the affairs of the Ling family are not something he is privy to. He is only aware that Ling Xiao was severely injured yesterday and remains oblivious to the fact that Ling Xiao has already begun to recultivate his mystical energy, with his strength having increased since yesterday. Had he been aware of this, he likely would not have ventured out seeking trouble. "Hey, good for nothing. You have no right to enter our family courtyard. It would be wise for you to leave at once, or I shall make you regret it," Ling Zhan declared arrogantly, showing blatant disregard for Ling Tao. This disrespect stems from an unwritten rule within the family that allows individuals of the same generation to engage in friendly duels as long as no lethal force is used, leaving the previous generation out of the conflict. Thus, Ling Zhan felt emboldened to disrespect Ling Xiao in front of Ling Tao, much like Ling Rue, who also ignored Ling Tao's presence entirely. Having witnessed Ling Xiao's strength firsthand, Ling Tao chose not to respond to Ling Zhan's provocation. He was merely interested in watching the unfolding drama. Ling Xiao looked at him with a playful expression and asked, "Are you talking about me?" with hands on his hips. Ling Zhan retorted, "In our Ling family, aside from you, who else is a good-for-nothing? Your father is just as useless, bringing shame upon our family. If I were you, I would simply run headfirst into a wall and end it all." Ling Zhan's words were sharp and caustic, causing Ling Tao to frown, while nearby, the younger generation of the family gathered to watch the spectacle, seemingly anticipating a humiliating defeat for Ling Xiao at the hands of Ling Zhan. Only Ling, with her small fists clenched, cried out, "Brother Ling Xiao is not a good-for-nothing. Brother Ling Xiao, you should teach Ling Zhan a lesson. He is so annoying." Ling Xiao smiled at Ling and replied, "You are right, little Linger. He does look as foolish as an ox. Indeed, quite bothersome. Hee. Ling Zhan is like a bull, while Ling is innocent and adorable," immediately echoing Ling Xiao's words with a smile. "How dare you, you worthless fool, insult me?" Ling Zhan bellowed, lunging towards Ling Xiao with his body, his fists charged with an 8-part force aimed at Ling Xiao. To call you a bull is merely a description I never specified, yet you took it to heart. Truly foolish. Ling Xiao scoffed at the two fists hurtling toward him. In terms of raw power, he could not compete with a Xian practitioner, but his speed was unmatched even by advanced Xian practitioners. Only those of the Xian scholar rank could pose a threat to him. As Ling Xiao spoke, he deftly shifted his footsteps, leaving only a trace of destruction in his wake. Ling Zhi's fist crashed into the remnants, shattering them instantly, and he shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao had already raised his palm from behind. With a swift motion, he struck Ling Zhi on the back of his head, sending him flying several meters and rendering him unconscious. In that moment, all the youths in the martial arts arena gazed in astonishment at Ling Xiao. Bewildered by the unfolding events, they had merely witnessed Ling Zhi being knocked away, and it seemed he could not rise again. Could this truly be the so-called talentless failure? They pondered in disbelief. Ultimately, the answer was clear. Ling Xiao was not a failure at all. In fact, he surpassed them all, defeating Ling Zhi, an apex low-tier Xian practitioner. With a single strike was a feat that even a novice mid-tier Xian practitioner might struggle to achieve. Only the instructor overseeing the children's training and Ling Tao discerned something unusual. Both were left questioning the peculiarity of this youth's footwork. Wow, Ling Xiao, you are amazing. Ling Ling joyfully leaped up, exclaiming with delight. Ling Xiao stepped forward, embracing the adorable young girl and affectionately kissing her forehead. There is none as remarkable as my little Linger, he said. At such a tender age, she has already achieved the status of a third-level martial artist. With a little more effort, she shall soon ascend to become a profound practitioner. Ling Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, Brother Ling Xiao, you are so mischievous. You've stolen my first kiss. What if I cannot find a husband in the future? Her innocent words elicited laughter from both Ling Xiao and Ling Tao, who chuckled heartily, secretly marveling at the girl's precociousness. All right, let us not keep the clan leader waiting, Ling Tao said, affectionately ruffling Ling Ling's hair as he addressed Ling Xiao. Setting Ling Ling down, Ling Xiao and Ling Tao finally stepped into the inner courtyard's loft. Inside, 9 elders appeared to have been awaiting their arrival. At the head of the assembly sat Ling Xiao's grandfather, the clan leader of the Ling family, Ling Zhan. He donned a dark golden robe, his long hair tied back, interspersed with strands of silver. His gaunt face bore gentle wrinkles, exuding a sense of warmth. Yet his aged eyes emanated an inexplicable authority that made one hesitant to meet his gaze. To his lower right sat the second elder, Ling Yamo, whose expression was stern. One hand resting on the armrest, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the wooden chair, producing a crisp sound of tap-tap. To his lower left was the third elder, Ling Yuan, a rotund figure whose face was so chubby that his features were barely discernible, save for the narrow slits of his eyes, which gleamed with intensity as they scrutinized Ling Xiao. Under the authority of Ling Yamo and Ling Yuan, there were also the fourth elder and the fifth elder. Ling Tao respectfully saluted Ling Zhan, the clan leader, and announced that Ling Xiao had arrived. Afterward, he retreated to the lowest corner, standing expressionless. Although Ling Tao was the son of Ling Zhan, the hierarchy within the Ling family was stringent. Until he became an elder, there was no place for him to sit within the inner courtyard pavilion. Similarly, Ling Xiao bowed to acknowledge the clan leader and the esteemed elders. At that moment, the fifth elder, Ling Yin, let out an inappropriate cold snort, unleashing a tremendous pressure that bore down on Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan, seated above, furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing again, choosing not to intervene in Ling Yan's actions. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable force pressing in from all directions, making his breath rapid and labored, as if he were being crushed beneath a colossal stone. With the slightest lapse, he would find himself kneeling on the ground. Chapter 23. A stifling authority, a surge of anger welled up within Ling Xiao. He had endured repeated, inexplicable rejection and provocation since his arrival. Enough was enough. Grinding his teeth, his eyes burned with fury, and his lips had been bitten until they bled. His body was bent under the oppressive force, yet he persisted. One hand resting upon the dragon sword at his back, as if preparing to draw it for a life-and-death struggle. That's enough. The second elder, Ling Yamo, raised a hand and dispelled the pressure exerted by the fifth elder, Ling Yan. As the weight lifted, Ling Xiao felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, the urge to expel the blood rising in his throat was suppressed by his indomitable spirit. Ling Xiao coldly smiled at the fifth elder, saying, "Have you come to oppress the small with the might of the great?" Ling Yin, unaware of Ling Rui's humiliation at the hands of Ling Xiao, immediately retorted, "What do you mean by that? I am merely acting in accordance with the wishes of the esteemed elders, testing whether you truly possess the ability to cultivate the profound energy." "Oh, I see," Ling Xiao replied, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. "It appears I have misjudged the fifth elder. I initially thought you were defending your grandson. However, I believe the fifth elder is a man of integrity and would not shield anyone who disrespects the clan leader, correct?" Ling Yin, not paying close attention, nodded affirmatively. "Of course." "That is reassuring," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He then raised his voice to address the assembled elders. "Earlier, someone publicly insulted me at the entrance. While I have become somewhat desensitized to such matters over the past 2 years and would not typically pursue grievances, I must boldly inquire of the esteemed elders, what punishment should befall a descendant of the Ling family who disrespects the clan leader?" His solemn words elicited puzzled glances from the gathered elders. Finally, the fourth elder, Ling Wei, who oversees punishments, declared, "Those who show disrespect to the clan leader shall have their profound energy revoked and be expelled from the Ling family." The gravity of this statement resonated like a solemn bell, causing Ling Yan's gaze to flicker and his composure to waver. Ling Xiao straightened his posture, surveying the elders before finally fixing his gaze upon Ling Yan, and calmly asked, "May I inquire, fifth elder, am I not the legitimate grandson of the clan leader?" The fifth elder's brow arched slightly, and he nodded with undeniable acknowledgement. "Indeed, but what relevance does this have to the matter you're addressing?" "It is indeed pertinent." "It has great relevance," Ling Xiao said, withholding further details for dramatic effect. The second elder, Ling Yamo, interjected with impatience, "Speak directly without delay." Ling Xiao glanced at the second elder, then focused his attention back on the fifth elder, inquiring, "May I ask, fifth elder, is Ling Rui your grandson?" The fifth elder, Ling Yin, responded with displeasure, "That is self-evident. The elders present have witnessed his birth. What if someone were to revile Ling Rui as a mongrel?" Ling Xiao posed rhetorically. Before he could complete his statement, Ling Yin slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Who would dare such audacity? I would slaughter their entire family." "Fifth elder, please restrain your anger. I was merely posing a hypothetical scenario. In truth, no one within the family would dare to offend you," Ling Xiao responded with a forced smile. Ling Yin glared at Ling Xiao and retorted, "Are you ever going to get to the point? You're digressing." At that moment, the fourth elder, Ling Wei, spoke in a somber tone. "Ling Xiao, speak plainly and directly." Without further circumlocution, Ling Xiao acknowledged the fourth elder with a nod, then adopted a more serious demeanor, stating, "Earlier, while I was with steward Ling Tao before entering the inner courtyard, Ling Rui spoke insolently towards me, reviling me as a mongrel. The fifth elder has already acknowledged that I am the clan leader's direct grandson. I believe the elders present can attest to this. May I ask the fourth and fifth elders, does this constitute disrespect towards the clan leader?" Upon hearing Ling Zhao's words, the expressions of the elders shifted, particularly Ling Yan, who appeared ready to tear Ling Xiao apart. "Nonsense. I refuse to believe my inept grandson would utter such treasonous words," Ling Yan exclaimed as he rose to his feet. "Regarding this matter, steward Ling Tao can attest to it." Ling Xiao indicated Ling Tao, who was standing in the farthest corner. At this moment, Ling Tao stepped forward and responded, "Indeed, Ling Rui did hurl insults at Ling Xiao, calling him a mongrel. His words carried weight, only stating that Ling Rui had called Ling Xiao a mongrel. He did not explicitly say that Ling Rui had insulted the clan leader. His words were meant to be a testimony to all the elders, but everyone knew that the meaning behind his words was self-evident. Outrageous. How could he utter such rebellious words? Third elder Ling Yuan remarked in a low voice, his eyes narrowed into slits. Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the entire pavilion. Ling Wei coldly grunted, "No clamor is allowed in the council hall." Ling Xiao ceased his laughter and retorted to Ling Wei. I had heard that fourth elder was the most impartial and upright elder in the clan. It seems that is not the case. Just now, I asked fifth elder that if someone were to insult Ling Rue as a mongrel, which would be disrespectful to fifth elder, he would kill the offender's entire family. But now that Ling Rue has insulted me as a mongrel, does that not count as disrespect towards the clan leader? Fourth elder, you just stated that the crime deserves the offender's Xian power to be abolished and to be banished from the clan. However, just because second elder said it was just child's play, not to be taken seriously, you dare not convict him? If Ling Rue was just a 3-year-old child, I, Ling Xiao, would naturally not bother with him. But he has already gone through the coming-of-age ceremony and is an adult. He must be held responsible for his words. Could it be that second elder and fourth elder wish to disregard the clan leader's authority? Ling Xiao's words were forceful and sonorous, awakened the audience, each sentence striking at the hearts of the elders like a sharp blade. Indeed, it is only fitting to strip him of his spiritual powers and expel him from the clan. The third elder, Ling Yuan, opened his eyes wide, observing the faint smile that adorned Ling Xiao's face, and he nodded in agreement. However, this smile appeared far more grotesque than sorrow, accentuated by his excessive flesh. Undoubtedly, Ling Rue deserved severe punishment. The sixth elder was the second to voice his opinion. Subsequently, the seventh and ninth elders began to echo his sentiments. Only the eighth elder cast a sidelong glance at the second elder, remaining silent. The fourth elder, Ling Wei, and the fifth elder, Ling Yin, fixated their gazes upon Ling Xiao. The former appeared deep in contemplation, seemingly attempting to see through Ling Xiao, while the latter bore an expression of seething resentment, as if harboring a grudge as deep as the ocean. The second elder merely cast a fleeting glance at Ling Xiao, his fingers continuing to tap on the chair, choosing not to speak further. Seated above, the clan leader, Ling Zhan, had yet to utter a word, maintaining a serene demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around him. After a prolonged silence, the fourth elder exhaled softly and stated, according to the clan's 19th regulation regarding punishment, Ling Rue, for his disrespect towards the clan leader, shall have his spiritual powers stripped away and be expelled from the family. Upon hearing this, the fifth elder first took a deep breath, swallowing his pent-up anger, then rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to the seated Ling Zhan, saying, "Clan leader, Ling Yin's teachings for his grandson have been lacking. I beseech you to show mercy and impose a lighter sentence." At that moment, Ling Zhan lifted his gaze, finally breaking his silence. He spoke in a calm manner. "Considering Ling Rue's youth and ignorance, I grant an exception to the punishment of stripping his powers and expulsion from the clan. However, he must face 6 months of solitary contemplation at the back mountain." Initially, he had intended to make things difficult for Ling Xiao today, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had outmaneuvered him, nearly leaving him without an avenue of retreat. This slight would not be forgotten. Thus, the matter is settled. From now on, Ling Xiao may freely enter and exit the inner courtyard, permitted to peruse the mysteries of the first and second floors of the. She is entitled to receive a first-tier weapon and to participate in the family assessment scheduled for a month hence. With this, the council adjourns. Ling Zhan announced the decisions regarding Ling Xiao and promptly waved his hand to disperse the assembly. He then added, "Ling Xiao, stay behind." Ling Xiao, who was about to turn away, halted her steps. Once the elders had exited, Ling Zhan gently waved his hand, causing the doors to close. Ling Xiao gazed at Ling Zhan with great admiration for this display of power. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone who had mastered the art of externalizing their energy, an ability likely reserved for those of the spirit master rank. Ling Zhan descended from his elevated position and gazed intently at Ling Xiao. "Child, do you harbor resentment towards your grandfather?" At that moment, he exhibited none of the imposing authority typically associated with his status, but rather the serene calmness of a loving grandfather. Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable pang of emotion within her heart and replied, "In the beginning, I did resent you. I resented you for being so heartless, for disregarding my family. I resented you for not having come to see me even once in 2 years. I resented my circumstances, wishing I had been born into a common family, where I could play and grow joyfully alongside you." Upon hearing this, Ling Zhan sighed softly and turned his face away to conceal the tears welling in his eyes. Subsequently, Ling Xiao articulated, "However, having met with grandfather today, my resentment has dissipated. As the head of our clan, grandfather must prioritize the interests of the family. The Ling family, being a prominent lineage in Meteorite City, faces constant threats from other ambitious houses seeking to usurp our position. Grandfather must consider the greater good, even if it means sacrificing the smaller family unit. Moreover, with internal strife plaguing the clan, grandfather has little time to tend to our personal affairs. Therefore, I harbor no ill will towards him." Ling Zhan, observing Ling Xiao's composed and eloquent discourse, was overcome with emotion, though he managed to restrain his tears. Approaching Ling Xiao, he placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, remarking, "To have such an understanding descendant fills my heart with solace." Ling Xiao responded softly, "Grandfather, you are too kind. However, I still hope that amidst your busy schedule, you can find time to visit my father and mother. They have endured much unhappiness these past years." Ling Zhan nodded. "These years have been arduous for your family. I hope Zhaner and Shi Yun can forgive this old man. In truth, I yearn to relinquish the burden of clan leadership and relish a tranquil twilight." Ling Xiao jested, "I still desire a grandfather who is the clan leader. It is quite the spectacle. You rascal, speak your mind. What recompense do you seek?" Ling Zhan inquired good-naturedly. "Recompense? I am somewhat perplexed," Ling Xiao replied, feigning ignorance. "Compensation for the neglect you have suffered these past 2 years. If it lies within my power, I shall endeavor to satisfy your request," Ling Zhan stated with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao smiled and, with a thoughtful touch to his nose, casually suggested a few tens of thousands of gold coins for use, accompanied by a request for a dozen or so second-tier Wukan kings, with preference for those of higher vintage. "A few tens of thousands of gold coins? Do you take me for a moneylender?" Ling Zhan retorted, visibly exasperated. He then inquired, "What do you intend to do with the second-tier Wukan kings? With your current strength as a 9th-level martial apprentice, you are hardly capable of fully absorbing their medicinal properties. It would be a sheer waste of resources." Ling Xiao replied, "I intend to use them to break through to martial artist status and achieve the realm of Xian." "Xiao, your aspirations seem somewhat misplaced. While Wukan kings can enhance one's Xian power, they are merely external forces and cannot facilitate a breakthrough in rank. If you seek elevation, a second-tier Zhengxian Dan would serve you better. However, relying solely on medicinal pills for advancement results in an unstable foundation for a Xian practitioner, which is detrimental to future growth. Thus, I would advise you to consider alternatives," Ling Zhan elucidated. Ling Xiao understood Ling Zhan's reasoning. Yet he remained resolute in his choice of Wukan kings, for their primary purpose was to invigorate and clear the meridians while simultaneously enhancing Xian power, enabling him to overcome the final barrier and attain the status of a martial artist. Only then could he continue his cultivation. Otherwise, he would be doomed to languish for a lifetime at the 9th-level martial apprentice stage. Therefore, Ling Xiao recounted the fantastical tale he had previously woven for Ling Zhan to Ling Zhan, ultimately sharing his own circumstances as well. Ling Zhan gazed at Ling Xiao with a look of astonishment and asked, "Are you truly serious?" Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively, stating with certainty that it was absolutely true. Otherwise, how could he have rebuilt his Xian power? Years ago, the Supreme Elder had determined that unless there was a 5th-tier heaven-defying elixir, there was no way for him to rebuild his Xian power. Ling Zhan pondered for a moment, then asked gravely, "Besides you, who else knows about this?" "And father," Ling Xiao replied. Child, from now on, no matter who it is, do not speak of this matter, including those closest to you, understood?" Ling Zhan instructed sternly. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. Then, Ling Zhan smiled and said, "Truly, the heavens bless our Ling family to have given Xiao such a fortune. By the way, can your father also unblock his meridians like you?" Once hailed as a prodigy of Meteorite City, Ling Xiao had been ridiculed and scorned by all after being deemed a talentless waste 2 years ago, unable to cultivate further. Yet now, he has risen from the ashes, proving his genius once more within a short month. First, he taught Li Guangyin of the Li family a lesson, then defeated Luo Qing Shuang, the talented scion of the Luo family, with a single move at the fragrant residence. As Ling Zhan mentioned, Ling Xiao is not yet a Xian practitioner and lacks the ability to absorb the full potency of the 1,000-year-old Black Ginseng King. Consuming it all at once would waste much of its efficacy. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not recklessly consume it all at once, but instead cut one plant in half, dividing it into 5 small portions to be taken at different times, preparing for any unforeseen needs. Breaking through the final meridian and advancing from a martial disciple to a Xian practitioner requires a significant amount of energy, and success is not guaranteed in one attempt. Ling Xiao has made thorough preparations and is confident of success tonight. Ling Xiao tossed a piece of the Black Ginseng King into his mouth, swiftly circulating the threefold origin energy within his body. 11 streams of warm energy surged up from the Yongquan acupoint, converging into a single force that charged towards the 12th meridian. Simultaneously, the Black Ginseng King began to exert its medicinal effects, releasing a continuous flow of energy that merged with the 11 streams, forming a colossal energy mass. As it traversed through the meridians, each pathway expanded to more than twice its original size. Finally, the energy crashed against the long-blocked meridian. With a thunderous roar, Ling Xiao let out a cry of agony. Sweat pouring down his face, veins bulging, and blood seeping through his skin, his appearance turning ghastly. The first attempt had undoubtedly failed. Yet, Ling Xiao, as always, refused to give up. Clenching his teeth, he once again mobilized the profound energy within him, and the potency of the Black Ginseng King grew even more intense. A larger energy mass than before coalesced and charged once more towards the obstructed meridian. Boom. Ah. Boom. Ah. Ling Xiao had lost count of how many times he had attempted this, but the meridian remained unbroken. Drenched in sweat, with blood seeping from his pores, he resembled a blood-soaked figure, a terrifying sight. Damn it, the energy still isn't enough. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath, then sat in meditation, circulating the threefold origin energy to alleviate the pain from the previous impacts. Another half-hour passed, and Ling Xiao's body returned to normal. He opened his eyes, his gaze once again brimming with unwavering confidence. Once more, tonight, it's do or die? Ling Xiao muttered resolutely. Grabbing 2 more pieces of the Black Ginseng King and tossing them into his mouth, preparing for another attempt at breaking through the meridian. After countless surges, as the potency of the second Black Ginseng King tablet waned, a faint fissure finally emerged in the dilapidated meridian. Elated, Ling Xiao disregarded the pain racking his body and ingested the final 3 tablets. The colossal mass of energy, akin to a rolling fireball, once more hurtled towards its target. Crack! At last, the fiery energy burst through the floodgate, coursing through every limb and organ. Ling Xiao was suffused with a sensation of exquisite comfort. Like immersing oneself in cool seawater during the sweltering summer or soaking in a hot spring on a bone-chilling winter day, evoking a sense of contentment and reluctance to depart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to exult, the Xian power flowing through the 12 meridians gradually converged towards the lower abdomen, the dantian. Ling Xiao swiftly composed himself once more, activating the Sanfeng Guiyuan Qi. This was the manifestation of attaining the Xian warrior rank, the convergence of Xian power within the dantian. Any martial apprentice could augment their physical strength through cultivation. However, regardless of the degree of enhancement, one could never be deemed a true Xian warrior without channeling that power into the dantian. Only by filling the body's 12 primary meridians with Xian power and then guiding that power towards the dantian, thereby establishing it as the future reservoir of Xian energy, could one truly ascend to the rank of Xian warrior. This was also in preparation for the day when Xian power would become sufficiently potent to be projected externally, thus transforming one into a revered Xian master. The latter half of the night passed in tranquil silence. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes once more, 2 beams of light, as sharp as blades, emanated from them, inspiring awe. A joyful smile gradually spread across his face. Haha, I've finally succeeded. Ling Xiao let out a hearty laugh, springing from his spot and spinning midair before landing precisely into the wooden bathing tub. Splash! The cool water splattered everywhere. Last night, Ling Xiao had broken through the 12th meridian, guiding his profound energy to condense in his dantian, achieving the rank of a profound practitioner. This transformation had purged impurities from his body, refining his physical capabilities to a purer state, and the foul odor was the result of these expelled impurities. "Young master, do you need any assistance?" came the melodious voice of Bayushi from outside the door. Ling Xiao, accustomed to Bayushi's punctual morning attendance, responded without surprise, "Yushi, could you fetch 2 more buckets of water for me?" "Yes, young master," Bayushi softly acknowledged before retreating to fetch the water. After his bath, Ling Xiao donned a snug robe that accentuated his slightly bulging chest muscles, then draped a black cloak over his shoulders, exuding a vibrant and majestic aura. Bayushi, standing by, couldn't help but be captivated. She noticed that the young master seemed more enchanting and more robust and tall. At this thought, a blush spread across her cheeks. Noticing Bayushi's flushed face, Ling Xiao, concerned, gently touched her forehead and pondered, "Yushi, you don't have a fever. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Bayushi, startled, let out a soft exclamation and dashed out of the room. Unexpectedly, someone was just approaching from outside. "Ouch! I beg your pardon," Bayuxiao promptly apologized. Then, lifting her gaze, she exclaimed in surprise, "What a coincidence to find you here." It was none other than Luo Qing of the Luo family. She was still adorned in vibrant scarlet attire, radiating a captivating brilliance. Her exquisitely cold and aloof countenance resembled a solitary rose blooming in winter, exuding an air of graceful elegance. Chapter 25. Re-encountering Luo Qing with slightly puffed cheeks. She glared at Bayuxiao and uttered in a delicate voice, "So, you were emerging from his chamber?" Her words carried a hint of self-deception. As the situation was undeniably evident, Bayuxiao was perplexed by Luo Qing's arrival. Recalling the incident at the tavern when she had injured Ling Xiao, Bayuxiao harbored no fondness for Luo Qing. Therefore, she retorted without reservation, "Indeed, I was exiting the young master's chamber." "Mother, I arose long ago," Ling Xiao interjected. Upon noticing Luo Qing, he paused and remarked, "Little chubby girl, have you come seeking vengeance?" You scoundrel. Who spoke of vengeance?" Luo Qing retorted. Her face flushed crimson upon hearing the moniker little chubby girl. She stamped her foot and averted her gaze, presenting a captivatingly alluring sight, exceedingly beautiful. "Shower, might you introduce this young lady?" Ming Xian inquired of Ling Xiao, a knowing smile playing on her lips. In her heart, she had already concluded that this maiden might be a potential daughter-in-law her son had brought home. Ling Xiao approached and replied, "Mother, if you wish to know, simply inquire of her. We are not particularly acquainted." "You rogue!" Luo Qing exclaimed, exasperated. She had come to offer an apology, only to be provoked repeatedly by this fellow. Igniting her ire, were it not for Meng Xiyun's presence, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. Dreaming of Xiyun glared at Ling Xiao, about to converse with Luo Qing. But she gazed at Ling Xiao once more, remarking, "Shower, have you become a Xian warrior?" These words from dreaming of Xiyun also drew Luo Qing's attention to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao then accompanied Luo Qing to sit on the stone bench in the courtyard. Ling Xiao surveyed Luo Qing's resplendent makeup and slender figure. His heart stirred, and he jested, "Little chubby girl, could it be that you've taken a fancy to me? And you won't marry anyone but me?" In his past life, although Ling Xiao had remained a virgin, he possessed a libertine demeanor that attracted countless beauties. This life continued his previous existence's dissolute personality. Luo Qing spat and retorted, "You are truly brazen. I heard you were injured and simply came to see you out of kindness." Luo Qing's face was flushed, and her words seemed to belie her true feelings. Since her defeat by Ling Xiao, her garments had only been torn in a few places, and her body was unharmed, indicating that Ling Xiao harbored no intention to kill her. Otherwise, she would not be standing here so unscathed. After that defeat, a shadow inexplicably appeared in her heart. Last night, her father spoke with her, his tone subtly suggesting that she approach Ling Xiao. Luo Qing was inexplicably delighted, as she was fretting about not having an opportunity to see Ling Xiao. Thus, early in the morning, she used the pretext of apologizing to Ling Xiao and took the opportunity to see if his injuries had healed. However, when she saw Bai Yushi rushing out from Ling Xiao's room, a pang of bitterness surged within her, akin to the sensation of having something dearly cherished snatched away by another. Yet, upon realizing that Ling Xiao had not only recovered from his injuries but had also ascended once more to the realm of the Xian practitioner, her heart was filled with astonishment. It seemed merely days ago he was still an 8th-level martial apprentice. Such advancement was undeniably swift. She recalled that her own transition from 8th-level martial apprentice to Xian practitioner took a year and a half. Nevertheless, considering that Ling Xiao had previously broken through to the Xian scholar tier, she found little surprise in his return to the Xian practitioner stage. Ling Xiao smirked and casually remarked, "My injuries were caused by you. You must take responsibility for this." "What does that have to do with me?" Luo Qingxuang retorted, feeling aggrieved. She had intended to offer an apology to this scoundrel, yet was taken aback by his lack of gentlemanly demeanor, his petty grievances igniting her ire, even as a flicker of affection for this sensation stirred within her. "That is not how it works. Had you not recklessly attacked me at the tavern, I would not have suffered a backlash, and thus, I would not have been injured. That scoundrel who ambushed me surely met his demise, and I would not have sustained any harm," Ling Xiao said, irritation evident in his tone. Recalling the day when this woman had irrationally exploded in anger, he felt an overwhelming urge to pin her down and give her a thorough spanking. Luo Qingxuang, fuming, exclaimed, "Humph, who told you to be such an insufferable person?" "Insufferable? How am I insufferable? Firstly, I never spied on you while you bathed. Secondly, I have never touched your bosom. Thirdly," Ling Xiao continued to argue. But before he could finish, Luo Qingxuang's expression darkened, and she swiftly drew the soft sword from her waist. "Pray, let us engage in civil discourse. Why must we resort to such brutish displays of aggression? It hardly befits the decorum of a young lady," quipped Ling Xiao, retreating a step and feigning timidity with a wave of his hand. Luo Qingxuang cast a sidelong glance at Ling Xiao, then erupted into a delicate peal of laughter. Her countenance, radiantly exquisite, was enough to elicit gasps of admiration, a veritable vision of pulchritude. "There, that's much better. You ought to smile more often. It becomes you handsomely," Ling Xiao remarked with generous candor. "As if it were any of your concern," Luo Qingxuang retorted, though not without a hint of playfulness. She then lowered her gaze demurely and, in a voice as faint as the hum of a mosquito, uttered, "My apologies." "Pardon? What was that you say?" Ling Xiao, having transcended to the realm of the Xian, possessed heightened senses. He had, of course, discerned Luo Qingxuang's apology, yet he feigned ignorance, eager to tease the young maiden. Luo Qingxuang flushed crimson, then bellowed at Ling Xiao, "I said, I'm sorry." With that, she turned and darted away with the swiftness of a swallow. Ling Xiao rubbed his earlobe, gazing after the fleeing figure of Luo Qingxuang. Not a bad lass, that one, he mused to himself. Were she to be taken as a personal attendant, she would complement each other splendidly. Were such words to reach the ears of the scions of Meteorite City's various clans, they would likely seek to cleave Ling Xiao asunder with cleavers. For who would not vie for the hand of such a beauty in marriage, to cherish and nurture her? Yet here was this fellow, relegating her to the mere status of a handmaiden. A preposterous notion, indeed. During the repast, Ling Zhan learned of his son's reascension to the Xian realm. While he rejoiced for him, he also inwardly chastised himself for his own sluggish progress. A fortnight had elapsed, yet he had only managed to breach a single meridian. The path to the second meridian remained distant. Compared to his son, he was but a speck of dust to a celestial cloud. Ling Xiao seemed to perceive his father's frustration. After their meal, he accompanied his father to the study, where he presented a half-millennium sea cucumber king before Ling Zhan, saying, "Father, this half-millennium sea cucumber king should expedite the process of breaking through the meridians." Ling Zhan received the precious sea cucumber king with great reverence, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire this? Such a treasure is rarely seen even in the spirit herb hall. Typically, sea cucumbers under 500 years are rather common. Yet those exceeding 500 years, particularly the sea cucumber kings, are exceedingly rare. The Millennium Sea Cucumber King is even more precious, its worth significantly elevated." Ling Xiao replied, "I obtained it from grandfather." Ling Zhan was momentarily taken aback and then chuckled wryly. You rascal, not even sparing grandfather from your antics. He then glanced at the sea cucumber king in his hand and said, you should keep it. It will be of no use to me until I break through the Xian practitioner stage. He understood the sea cucumber king's rarity and its properties of unblocking meridians, enhancing Xian power and prolonging life. However, it could not aid one in breaking through the meridians, which was why he initially declined. Ling Xiao insisted, Father, you should keep it. Take a small piece before each meridian breakthrough. When combined with 3 parts of the return to origin Qi, it yields unexpectedly marvelous results. I managed to break through to become a Xian practitioner last night, thanks to the Sea Cucumber King. Ling Zhan no longer questioned his son's words. After a moment of hesitation, he carefully stored the half-millennium Sea Cucumber King, hoping it would assist him in swiftly breaking through the 12 primary meridians and regaining his status as a Xian practitioner. Without lingering, Ling Xiao proceeded toward the southern tower, halting before a 3-story pavilion. The signboard above the entrance, adorned with a dragon and phoenix in flight, boldly displays 3 prominent characters, Xuangling Pavilion. These characters exude an enigmatic aura, as if they harbor profound mysteries within. Ling Xiao, a preeminent innate master in his previous life, possessed extraordinary vision. Upon casting a glance at the 3 characters, he felt a subtle tremor. He could discern that the individual who carved these characters was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Each stroke seemed to encapsulate a fierce momentum, as if he could envision a powerful martial artist wielding a long spear in a dazzling display upon the surface. An inexplicable image fleeting through his mind. A venerable voice emanated from within the pavilion, inquiring, Can you comprehend these 3 characters? Ling Xiao first offered a slight bow towards the loft, then replied nonchalantly, These characters are sculpted with a spear. After a brief pause, the voice from the loft responded, You are quite perceptive. Please, come in. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao stepped inside. The gray-tiered techniques represented the most rudimentary martial arts, yet they were the most abundantly collected. The shelves on the first floor were overflowing with volumes. After casually browsing, Ling Xiao found nothing particularly remarkable and ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he beheld an elderly man seated in a grand chair, savoring tea. This elder appeared to be over 100 years old, though in truth, he was 143. His face was a tapestry of intersecting wrinkles, emanating an air of age and decline. His frail, stooped frame seemed fragile, as if it could scarcely withstand a gust of wind. Yet, within his aged eyes occasionally flickered a glimmer of elusive brilliance. Chapter 26. The Grand Elder Ling Xiao felt a gentle shock, then respectfully bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. The elderly man was none other than the esteemed elder of the Ling family. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and with a tone tinged with excitement, he exclaimed, You, young man, have surprisingly become a practitioner of the mysterious arts once more? How peculiar! How peculiar! Could it be that I misjudged you in the past? It was he who had once asserted that Ling Xiao could never cultivate profound energy again, unless he possessed an extraordinary 5th-tier elixir. Was it possible that this lad had consumed such a rare potion? Clearly, this was implausible. Even finding a 3rd-tier elixir in Meteor City was a daunting task, let alone a 4th or 5th-tier one, which were utterly beyond their reach. Speak, young man. How is it that you have managed to cultivate profound energy again? The elder rose, his excitement palpable as he inquired. Ling Xiao, of course, would not disclose the secret of the 3-point return to the original energy, for he understood the age-old adage, an innocent man does not bear guilt. I am not certain. It seems that, while refining, I suddenly found myself capable of cultivating profound energy once more, Ling Xiao replied, spreading his hands with a look of feigned innocence. In an instant, the elder was before Ling Xiao, seizing his arm with a single hand. Remarkably, Ling Xiao did not react at all to being grasped, inwardly marveling at the elder's formidable prowess. The elder pondered for a moment, then circled around Ling Xiao, murmuring, How strange, how strange. All 12 meridians have been restored, and the energy is remarkably pure, not resembling the practice of demonic arts. This is simply astonishing. Very well, very well. Since this is your fortunate opportunity, it is also a blessing for our Ling family. I shall refrain from pressing you further." After muttering this to himself, the elder reclined in his grand chair, closing his eyes to rest. It was only then that Ling Xiao made his way toward the bookshelf laden with profound techniques. On the second floor, the collection consists entirely of yellow-tier martial arts techniques, which are a level above the gray-tier ones, boasting significantly greater power. However, the quantity stored here is markedly reduced compared to the first floor, with only nearly 100 yellow-tier techniques available. Among them, the yellow-tier water-based technique, 5 Waves Rising Tide, similarly requires one to reach the Xian Master rank and is exclusively cultivable by water element martial artists. Ling Xiao perused several volumes, all of which pertain to the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, yet found little relevance to his current endeavors. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed a rather worn scroll tucked away in a corner. Upon briefly examining the diamond transformation technique, he murmured in surprise that it could be cultivated from the Xian Master rank, revealing itself as a defensive technique. Unfortunately, it only contained the first 2 transformations. Even if mastered, the defense could withstand just 1 strike from a peak Xian Master, which is still quite commendable. He pondered what level of defense the remaining 3 transformations might achieve. Ling Xiao remained unfazed by this discovery, tirelessly continuing his training each day. In addition to condensing his Xian power using the 3 points returning energy technique every evening, he dedicated the majority of his daytime to practicing the diamond transformation technique. The remaining hours were spent in the inner courtyard's library, seeking knowledge about the history of this continent and related subjects to deepen his understanding of this world. As of now, Ling Xiao was only familiar with the first 2 transformations of the diamond transformation technique. The first, refining skin, and the second, refining tendons. The first transformation, refining skin, necessitates the enhancement of various body parts to maximize external resilience, which bears a striking similarity to the iron cloth and golden bell shield techniques known from his past life. In his previous life, Ling Xiao cultivated many impressive martial arts skills, yet he lacked any defensive external techniques. His current aim in practicing the Vajra 5 transformations art is to acquire a reliable defense before his strength can ensure his safety. This would grant him a safeguard when facing more formidable adversaries, preventing him from being utterly defenseless. For 5 consecutive days, Ling Xiao began his mornings with extensive physical exercises, such as weighted long-distance running, frog jumps, and push-ups. At midday, under the blazing sun, he would remove his shirt and expose himself to the intense heat for 2 hours, followed by plunging into cold water for cooling. After cooling, he would subject himself to external attacks. These constituted the fundamental steps for skin tempering, essentially a form of masochistic cultivation. Having trained for over a month, Ling Xiao had become a low-level Xian practitioner. His physique had grown increasingly robust. After several days of skin tempering, he appeared much stronger. His dark, lustrous skin exuded a vibrant, healthy energy. On the 6th day at noon, Ling Xiao continued his routine as usual. He stood in a horse stance, bare-chested, with his arms outstretched, each hand holding 2 full buckets of water, enduring the scorching sun. Sweat streamed down his resolute, handsome face like tireless rivulets. The dark muscles of his upper body flushed crimson, as if roasting on a grill, his flesh seemingly ready to be consumed. The 2 buckets of water in his hands remained perfectly still, undisturbed. Eventually, ripples began to appear on the water's surface, threatening to spill over. Enduring the ordeal, Ling Xiao tenaciously persevered, his gaze fixed upon his reflection, inwardly imploring himself to persist until the 2-hour mark. At long last, the moment his mirrored image aligned with the position he had meticulously marked, a wave of relief washed over him. His grip faltered, causing a few droplets to escape the confines of the water buckets. He pivoted, advanced a couple of paces, and emptied the contents of the buckets into the large wooden vat before immersing himself entirely within. A subtle hissing sound emanated as Ling Xiao entered the tub, followed by a sharp intake of breath and a pained hiss. The sensation was akin to plunging a white-hot iron ingot into frigid water. With gritted teeth, Ling Xiao initiated the Vajra 5 transformations technique, channeling his energy to mitigate the excruciating discomfort. Gradually, his nerves began to settle, and the torment etched upon his face began to dissipate. After a time, Ling Xiao emerged from the vat, muttering, "That was excruciating. Why did I choose such a masochistic training regimen? If anyone were to witness this, they'd think I was a self-flagellating madman." Despite his complaints, Ling Xiao remained resolute. Once he had committed to a path, he would see it through to the end. As the days passed, the Ling family prepared for a momentous occasion, the annual family assessment, to be held in the inner courtyard training grounds in 3 days' time. The younger generation of the Ling family intensified their training, from martial apprentices to profound practitioners, all striving to elevate their abilities. Those who stagnated and failed to surpass their previous year's performance risked becoming the object of ridicule. In the Ling family, every individual regards strength and talent as more vital than life itself. Should one fail to enhance their abilities for 2 consecutive years, they will be expelled from the inner sanctum and assigned to manage the family's external enterprises or serve as protectors of the Ling family's interests, resulting in a drastic decline in their standing. Additionally, those who do not attain the rank of Xian practitioner by the age of 20 will also face expulsion. Ling Xiao has long since resolved to keep Bai Yushi by his side as a devoted mate for life. He has no intention of relinquishing his beautiful foster sister to anyone else. He is a man of normal inclinations, particularly drawn to alluring women whom he wishes to claim for himself. Thus, he has opted for selfishness, vowing to let her go only if she were to fall in love with another man, though he staunchly refuses to permit such a scenario. What man would ever wish for an excess of women? In truth, Ling Xiao has underestimated Bai Yushi's unwavering devotion to him. She has chosen him as her master and will never betray him, unless she were to perish. Ling Xiao initially intended to impart the internal martial arts technique 3 parts to return to origin to Bai Yushi, yet this method is exceedingly domineering and ill-suited for women. After much contemplation, he selected a set of internal cultivation techniques from his past life, Water Moon Divine Art, for Bai Yushi to practice, and subsequently taught her a complementary sword technique, Water Moon Swordsmanship. This set of martial arts and sword techniques was originally created by Ling Xiao's master, Shui Yu. From his previous life, Shui Yu was renowned as a peerless master, second only to his ancient and enigmatic mentor. Throughout his lifetime, Shui Yu only took one female disciple, who tragically met her demise at the hands of the Ghost Gate, in a fit of rage. Shui Yu wielded the Shui Yu sword technique to slay 12 innate experts from the Ghost Gate, only halting when the gate's master personally intervened. After that incident, Shui Yu never accepted another pupil, instead passing down his martial arts and swordsmanship to Ling Xiao, presenting it as a token for Ling Xiao's future wife. Chapter 27, The First Test, Part 1. Ling Xiao gently caressed the swollen area of Bai Yushi's foot, expressing concern that it had become inflamed. "It's all right. I'll fetch some cool water to soothe it, and then I'll massage it, and it will be fine," he assured her. After speaking, he rose to get water. Bai Yushi lifted her delicate, reddened face, gazing affectionately at Ling Xiao's retreating figure, a broad smile lighting up her features, as if the pain from her earlier misstep had vanished entirely. "Young master, you are truly wonderful," she silently exclaimed in her heart. Once Ling Xiao prepared the water, he gently placed Bai Yushi's slender, beautiful foot into the basin to soak, then channeled some of this profound energy into the swollen area to alleviate the discomfort. In no time, the swelling began to subside. Ling Xiao attentively helped Bai Yushi put on her shoes, advising her, "Rest today, focus on meditating, and you should feel better by tomorrow." Bai Yushi nodded. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Thank you, young master. Don't mention it, silly girl. You are my dear younger sister." It is only natural for an elder brother to care for his younger sister, thought Ling Xiao with a smile, almost betraying her inner thoughts. Bai Yushi glanced at Ling Xiao and inquired, "Am I quite foolish? Why do you ask that?" Ling Xiao responded, taken aback. "I cannot even master the sword techniques you taught me," Bai Yushi admitted shyly. "Don't be silly, dear girl. You have only been practicing for a few days. Mastery is not achieved overnight. You must have faith in yourself. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, you might even surpass me, Ling Xiao encouraged. I do not wish to surpass you. I only hope not to be a burden, Bai Yushi insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. Ling Xiao smiled, about to say more, when a loud exclamation erupted from within the room. Haha! The sound, unmistakably Ling Zhan's, echoed from the study. Ever since Ling Xiao had gifted Ling Zhan the half-millennium black sea cucumber king, he had been diligently cultivating the 3 parts return to origin qi while absorbing the medicinal properties of the ancient cucumber. This marked his 5th breakthrough in recent days. Ling Zhan emerged from the study, radiating vitality, his appearance transformed from a disheveled state to one of resplendent vigor. Dream Xiyun approached her husband, her face alight with joy, and in an excited tone asked, Zhangu, have you become a level 5 martial disciple? Ling Zhan, gazing at his charming wife, nodded earnestly and replied, Indeed. I have broken through the 6th meridian. I believe that within a month, I shall ascend to the realm of the Xian practitioner once more. That is wonderful, Dream Xian exclaimed. She could hardly have imagined that her son and husband would once again cultivate their mystical powers, finally liberating themselves from the stigma of being a pair of useless men. A profound sense of pride welled up within her, as the grievances endured over the years evaporated in an instant. Xiyun, I have wronged you all these years. I vow that you shall never suffer again. Ling Zhan solemnly declared, holding his wife's hand. Having broken through the 6th meridian, the family was elated. In celebration, Meng Xiyun specifically instructed the servants to prepare a lavish feast, hoping for Ling Zhan to soon become a mystic. After the meal, Ling Zhan summoned Ling Xiao to the study. Son, thank you, Ling Zhan said, patting Ling Xiao's shoulder with heartfelt gratitude. Ling Xiao waved his hand dismissively, replying, Father, you are my father. Without you, I would not exist. Is there any need for thanks? Listening to his father's earnest instructions, he nodded obediently. Father, rest assured, I will strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to your expectations and those of the immortal. That's good. By the way, in 3 days, the family assessment will take place. Make sure to perform well and silence those who look down upon us, Ling Zhan advised. Yes, father, Ling Xiao affirmed with a nod. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today marked the annual assessment of the Ling family. Early in the morning, the vast training ground was already filled with over 100 young individuals, ranging from 12 to 20 years of age. These youths are the 18th generation descendants of the Ling family, comprising both direct and collateral lines. Those who can successfully pass the examination will undoubtedly become the pillars of the Ling family's future. Regardless of their lineage, all will receive equal treatment, either remaining within the inner courtyard or being dispatched elsewhere, with the results revealed today. At this moment, the training grounds are divided into 3 factions, one led by the patriarch's direct grandson, Ling Li, another spearheaded by the 2nd elder's direct grandson, Ling Kuang, and the 3rd, comprised of collateral descendants, led by the most formidable among them, Ling Hu. The largest faction is that of Ling Kuang, which comprises nearly half of the attendees, followed by Ling Li's supporters, with Ling Hu's faction being the smallest. In this continent, where strength reigns supreme, all noble families uphold martial prowess. And the Ling family is no exception. Currently, Ling Kuang stands out among the under-20 cohort of the 18th generation as the most exceptional martial artist, having achieved the rank of low-level Xian master at the age of 19, earning him considerable support from his peers. Ling Li is no less impressive at 18. He possesses the strength of a high-level Xian practitioner, with hopes of breaking through to low-level Xian master before turning 19. He ranked 3rd in last year's examination and, being the patriarch's grandson, has garnered a substantial following. As for Ling Hu, at 19, he holds the rank of mid-level Xian practitioner, placing 5th among the 18th generations. Yet he is the most distinguished figure among the collateral descendants, serving as a role model for them all. Each faction gathers closely, engaging in lively conversation, with expressions ranging from excitement at the annual examination's arrival to anxiety over the possibility of failing to pass. One might wonder, will today's test result in Ling Kuang securing 1st place once more? He has secured 1st place for 2 consecutive years, truly admirable. It goes without saying that Brother Ling Kuang has already attained the rank of a low-level Xian master, the strongest among our generation. If not him, then who? Indeed. Although Ling Li possesses formidable strength, he has yet to break through to the Xian master rank, destined to remain a subordinate to Brother Ling Kuang. While Ling Li may not be able to overcome Brother Ling Kuang, there is someone who could certainly pose a threat to him. Nonsense, who possesses such power. At the Xian master level, one can project their Xian energy outward and cultivate techniques unique to their attributes, with immense power. Vastly different from that of the Xian practitioner rank, unless that individual is also a Xian master. Have you not heard that someone from the family has recently broken through to the Xian master level? Could it be Ling Bin, who ranked second last year? Yes, it is indeed her. The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, creating a raucous atmosphere. Ling Xiao arrived late and casually chose an unoccupied spot to sit down. To his recollection, he had no particularly deep connections among the 18th generation, and he was disinclined to engage. He merely hoped that the testing would proceed swiftly. Before long, the elders and various attendants from the cabinet finally emerged. The clan leader, Ling Zhan, ascended to the elevated platform at the center of the martial arts arena. His hands clasped behind his back and spoke in a commanding tone. Today marks the annual assessment of our Ling family. This day serves as a testament to your growth and strength. Survival of the fittest is the natural order of existence, and thus, the decision of who remains or departs lies within your grasp. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. They remain unchanged. Instead, I wish to announce that the top 5 disciples of this year's assessment will be granted the opportunity to participate in the upcoming competition among the esteemed families of Meteor City at the year's end. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Meteor City is home to numerous esteemed families, and every 3 years, a competition for the younger generation is held to showcase the potential of each lineage. The families offer generous rewards, and those who achieve commendable results not only bring honor to their clans, but also receive invaluable prizes, including advanced techniques, spiritual herbs, and high-quality weapons to aid in their cultivation. The competition is open to the youth under the age of 25, irrespective of age disparities. Ling Zhan raised his voice to regain control of the crowd and continued, "Furthermore, the top 5 disciples will receive personal guidance from the elders. Enjoy the same privileges as inner court stewards, and the Grand Elder will select one successor from among the 5. A wave of exclamations rippled through the assembly, not merely for the prospect of receiving guidance from the elders or the privileges associated with being an inner court steward, but rather for the astonishing revelation that the Grand Elder would choose a successor from among the 5. The esteemed elder of the Ling family occupies a position of unparalleled authority, being the most enigmatic powerhouse within the clan. His prestige surpasses even that of the patriarch, and his name resonates throughout Meteor City. A decade ago, an audacious mid-tier spirit master dared to provoke the Ling family's formidable reputation. At that time, none of the elders could stand against this spirit master, ultimately culminating in the elder's intervention, who effortlessly reduced the challenger to mere pulp with a single strike. Since then, no one has dared to challenge the Ling family's might, not even the illustrious Li and Luo families, who regard the elder with a measure of trepidation. As long as the elder remains, the Ling family's status remains unassailable. Chapter 28. The First Test, Part 2. It is easy to imagine the honor and delight that comes with being chosen as the successor to the elder. Not only does it elevate one's standing within the Ling family, but it also grants the privilege of receiving the elder's teachings on cultivation methods, making it virtually impossible not to grow stronger. Both the 17th generation and the current youth of the Ling family hold the elder in the highest esteem, each aspiring to become his successor. However, the former has lost that opportunity, while the latter is driven to madness for the singular chance. Ling Zhan casually uttered a few words of encouragement before announcing the commencement of the test. The first challenge involves a martial prowess assessment. This test is remarkably straightforward, primarily utilizing a testing crystal to gauge the martial capabilities of each participant. Contestants must strike the crystal with their full strength, which will then reflect their power level through a corresponding color value. This assessment is overseen and executed by the ninth elder, Ling Fu. Ling Fu, approximately 60 years of age, possesses a lean physique and an exceedingly ordinary appearance, yet one should not underestimate him as a frail old man. For doing so may lead to unforeseen consequences. Standing atop a high platform, he pondered over the list in his hands, calling forth the descendant of the 18th generation, Ling Yin. As his voice resonated, a 15-year-old boy, robust and spirited, emerged from the crowd. With a spirited shout, he executed a graceful leap onto the platform. After bowing respectfully to Ling Fu, Ling Yin summoned all his strength into his right fist and struck the testing crystal stone with great force. With a resounding boom, Ling Yin withdrew his fist, and the crystal transformed from white to a pale gray, gradually deepening in color until it reached a certain intensity before halting. Elder Ling Fu nodded approvingly and proclaimed, "Well done, an 8th-tier martial apprentice, one level higher than last year. You may continue your training in the inner court and strive for an early breakthrough to the Xian realm." Ling Yin, beaming with delight from Ling Fu's praise, bowed once more and departed from the platform. Ling Fu's voice rang out again, calling forth the descendant of the 18th generation, Ling Yin. Younger than Ling Yin. At merely 13 years of age, Ling Yin appeared somewhat frail and belonged to a collateral branch. With a hint of trepidation, he stepped onto the platform and delivered a punch to the testing crystal stone. The crystal similarly transitioned from white to pale gray, then began to darken. Though it did not reach the same depth as Ling Yan's, Ling Fu announced, "Ling Yin, a 4th-tier martial apprentice, you may continue your training in the inner court." Next, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, a 6th-tier martial apprentice, may also continue his training in the inner court. Ling Wen, a 3rd-level martial apprentice, had not advanced for 2 consecutive years and was sent out of the inner courtyard, awaiting further arrangements. One by one, the young disciples of the Ling family took to the stage. Many rejoiced at their successful assessments, while a few who did not pass displayed dejected expressions, their faces clouded with disappointment. Among the descendants of 18 generations, Ling Tian was called to the stage. Elder Ling Fu's voice echoed, prompting a stir among the audience. Shortly thereafter, a youth clad in white, approximately 16 years of age, appeared on stage with a delicate sword strapped to his back. With a gentle exhale, he spun gracefully in midair before landing elegantly. This young man boasted sharp brows and bright eyes, a striking figure. Yet the haughty gleam in his elevated gaze was somewhat irksome. Ling Tian, the grandson of the 4th elder Ling Wei, was exceptionally gifted. He had already ascended to the rank of a low-level Xian practitioner at the tender age of 15 last year. It remained uncertain whether he had advanced to a mid-level Xian practitioner this year. Achieving a promotion within a year is no small feat. Such a possibility seems unlikely. However, nothing is impossible. Brother Ling Quang had also attained mid-level Xian status at the age of 16. Ling Tian's talent is not inferior to that of Brother Ling Quang. And judging by his current demeanor, it is presumed he has already broken through to the mid-level Xian practitioner. Ignoring the murmurs from the audience, Ling Tian curled his lips in a slight smirk and, with a single hand, effortlessly struck the testing crystal. Boom! The crystal transformed from white to gray, then to a pale yellow, finally stabilizing at a certain level, halting quietly. Ling Fu's face displayed an expression of appreciation as he nodded towards Ling Tian, remarking, "Remarkable. Advancing a minor rank within a year, Ling Tian has achieved the status of a mid-level Xian practitioner and may continue his cultivation in the inner courtyard." When Ling Fu announced the results, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the audience, clearly astonished by Ling Tian's prowess. Ling Tian appeared quite pleased with the reaction from below. However, his expression stiffened momentarily as his gaze fell upon a particular corner, a flicker of discontent crossing his features before he descended from the high platform. As Ling Tian made his way down, the atmosphere in the venue began to swell with excitement. Subsequently, the individuals who ascended the stage ranged from 6th to 9th level martial apprentices, with none being excluded from the inner courtyard. At this juncture, over 100 descendants of the Ling family had been evaluated, with only Ling Tian and 2 others attaining the rank of Xian practitioner. highlighting the significance of innate talent alongside personal effort for the younger generation to ascend to such heights. As the 18th generation scion, Ling Zhi stepped forward just as a Ling family member concluded their assessment, and Ling Fu's voice resonated once more. Ling Zhi strode up with an air of arrogance, neglecting to pay respects to Elder Jiao, and, with a raised fist, struck the testing crystal. Ling Fu, unfazed, glanced at the crystal's color value and proclaimed loudly, Ling Zhi, a low-level Xian practitioner, has surpassed last year's 9th-level martial apprentice, advancing a rank and may continue his cultivation in the inner courtyard. I anticipated he would at least reach mid-level Xian practitioner. After all, I witnessed firsthand that Ling Zhi was no mere pushover. Even a fish can turn over. The elder had once declared he would never again cultivate Xian energy. What a stroke of ill fortune that was. Who knows when he might revert to being a useless talent once more. The younger generation of the Ling family ceaselessly engaged in fervent discussions about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao inclined his head slightly and languidly proceeded from the steps toward the elevated platform. He abstained from making a flamboyant entrance akin to Ling Tian, as the assembly consisted merely of juveniles, devoid of any captivating women. Thus he deemed it imprudent to expend unnecessary energy. As he traversed past Ling Zhi, the latter unreservedly revealed the malevolence gleaming within his eyes. He narrowed his gaze at Ling Xiao and hissed, "On the previous occasion, I was merely momentarily negligent. You had best implore the heavens that you do not encounter me later, or else you are doomed." Ling Fu, with a genial smile, nodded in affirmation and declared, "Let us commence." Ling Xiao responded with a subdued acknowledgement and approached the testing crystal. With a nonchalant gesture, he delivered a blow. The testing crystal transitioned from a pallid gray to a delicate, pale yellow hue. Ling Fu scrutinized it momentarily, his expression betraying slight perplexity, before proclaiming, "Ling Xiao, a low-tier Xian practitioner, may continue to reside within the inner courtyard." A low-tier Xian practitioner? Ling Tian, situated in another direction, arms crossed over his chest, voiced his disdain. "I had mistakenly regarded you as an idol in the past, but it appears you are merely a low-tier incompetent." From the collateral lineage faction, Ling Hu fixed his gaze upon Ling Xiao on the platform and murmured, "Worthy of the title of a former prodigy. Despite the impairment of his meridians, he has resurfaced once more. Truly remarkable." In the area densely populated with Ling family disciples, a young man of approximately 19 years of age, positioned at the forefront, sneered with an air of frigidity, "The mantle of Ling family genius belongs solely to me." Following Ling Xiao's departure, the testing persisted. The initial phase of testing consumed nearly 2 hours before its culmination. Of the 100-plus Ling family disciples, a mere handful, numbering in the teens, were expelled from the inner courtyard, while the remainder were permitted to stay. In the first round of testing, apart from Ling Tian and Ling Xiao, who astonished everyone, several other members of the Ling family also drew attention by advancing from 9th-level martial disciples to low-level Xian practitioners. Notably, Ling Hu, representing the collateral branches, broke through from mid-level to high-level Xian practitioner, capturing the admiration of even the elders on the platform. With Ling Hu's innate talent, a breakthrough to Xian master seemed promising, adding another formidable warrior to the Ling family's future. Although all these individuals were exceptionally outstanding, the most attention and astonishment were reserved for Ling Lin, who had advanced to the Xian master level. Ling Lin, the granddaughter of the 4th elder Ling Wei and the younger sister of Ling Tian, possessed equally remarkable talent. At just 20 years old, she had quietly broken through to the Xian master level, becoming the second person under 20 in the 18th generation to achieve this feat. As the first round concluded, the second round commenced immediately. This round involved combat tests to determine rankings. Although the testing crystals could measure an individual's martial level, this did not entirely dictate that lower-level martial practitioners were inferior to higher-level ones. There were instances where lower-level disciples triumphed over higher-level ones, a testament to individual combat talent. The second round began with the lowest level of martial disciples, starting with elimination matches within the same level, such as 5th level disciples against 5th level, and 6th level against 6th level, to determine rankings within each level. The top-ranked individuals from each level could then challenge anyone rank above them or choose to retain their current ranking, proceeding in this manner until the final rankings were established. Due to the large number of participants, the training grounds were divided into 4 distinct arenas, each overseen by a designated referee. The objective was to ascertain the rankings among the martial apprentices. While the 15 members of the Ling family who had already ascended to the Xian level were set to compete in a final showdown on the central stage, the 4 arenas were encircled by spectators, each supporting their favored brothers and sisters. To qualify for the second round of trials, participants were required to possess a minimum strength equivalent to that of a 5th-level martial apprentice. Chapter 29, Martial Trials. The first round of combat displayed little spectacle, as 5th-level martial apprentices engaged in unembellished contests characterized solely by their reaction speed and brute strength. It was not until the 7th level and beyond that the atmosphere intensified, as numerous Ling family members unleashed their gray-tier Xian techniques, rendering the proceedings considerably more thrilling. Several family referees took note of these promising talents. Those exhibiting remarkable combat potential would receive heightened attention and training over the coming year. The dozen or so individuals who had attained the Xian level displayed little interest in the competitions among the martial apprentices, as they bore the pride and dignity of their rank. However, one individual stood apart. Ling Xiao, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, wandered between the 4 arenas, observing the contests unfolding within. Occasionally, he would lapse into contemplation, soon emerging with an expression of epiphany, as if he had grasped some profound insight. Not far away, Ling Zhi fixed an intense glare upon Ling Xiao's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, radiating a desire to tear Ling Xiao apart. Ling Tian, too, observed Ling Xiao, his disdain unmistakably deepening. Following a period of intense competition, the victor of the martial apprentice stage has been determined. Unexpectedly, a young woman has seized the title. She is none other than Ling Shui, the granddaughter of 3rd Elder Ling Yuan, barely 15 years of age, with the strength of a 9th-level martial apprentice. She triumphed over 3 Ling family disciples of equal rank using the gray grade technique, scattering Blossom Hand. Her overall ranking has ascended to 16th, granting her the eligibility to participate in the Profound Warrior Stage competition or to decline the offer. The Martial Apprentice Stage competition has just concluded, and the Profound Warrior Stage competition is imminent. Ling Shui ultimately elected to forego participation in the Profound Warrior Stage competition. Even so, no one derides or mocks her decision, as all deem it a judicious choice, given the insurmountable chasm between the Martial Apprentice and Profound Warrior stages. The Profound Warrior Stage competition, unlike the Martial Apprentice competition, does not pit combatants of equal rank against each other. Instead, it employs a lottery system, where participants must confront whomever they draw or concede. Naturally, Ling Kuang and Ling Lin, having already attained the Profound Master Stage, will not participate in the Profound Warrior Stage competition. They have already been internally designated as the top 2 contenders, leaving only 3 slots within the top 5 to be determined from the remaining 13 Profound Warrior Stage participants. As Ling Shui is not participating in the Profound Warrior Stage competition, an odd number of 13 Profound Warriors remain. The lottery will result in one participant receiving a bye, a fortunate individual who will advance directly to the next round of the competition. A Ling family steward approached with the lottery box, and the 13 Profound Warriors proceeded to draw their lots one by one. Ling Tian was the first to step forward. After drawing his lot, he relinquished it to the steward without so much as a glance, as if he were capable of vanquishing any opponent. His demeanor radiated confidence. Subsequently, other Ling family disciples stepped forward to draw their lots. As the moment for Ling Xiao to draw lots approached, a figure emerged beside him. It was a young man clad in azure martial attire. While not strikingly handsome, his physique was remarkably upright and pleasing to the eye. He exuded an aura that commanded attention, and a golden spear on his back gleamed brilliantly, an obvious indication of its extraordinary quality. This was none other than Ling Zhao's cousin, Ling Li, a high-ranking Xian cultivator. In Ling Zhao's recollection, this elder brother of his was solely dedicated to rigorous cultivation. a man of taciturn and aloof demeanor. In Ling Xiao's past life parlance, he was the type who enjoyed affecting a certain image. Elder brother Ling Xiao greeted. In his memory, he had no animosity towards this elder brother, nor was their relationship particularly deep, but proper etiquette could not be disregarded, as he was, after all, his cousin. Ling Li nodded faintly and responded, "Let's draw lots together." Ling Xiao cast a questioning glance at Ling Li, then nodded in agreement. "All right." Ling Li and Ling Xiao approached the drawing of lots together, attracting the attention of the crowd. "Look, the cultivation fanatic is walking with the good-for-nothing." "Nonsense. If Ling Xiao is a good-for-nothing, we should all go bang our heads against a wall. He's a Xian cultivator now." Oops, slip of the tongue. The aloof cultivation fanatic is actually walking with Ling Xiao. Could this imply something? What's so surprising about that? Their family. It's perfectly normal. Besides, now that Ling Xiao can cultivate again, who knows if he'll rapidly advance to become a Xian warrior? Of course, they should foster a good relationship. Ling Li and Ling Xiao drew lots simultaneously. Ling Li drew number 5, while Ling Xiao, surprisingly, became one of the lucky 13, drawing number 7, granting him a bye in the first round and direct advancement. Ling Li cast a sharp glance at Ling Xiao and casually remarked that luck was on his side, advising him to keep an eye on Ling Xing. With that, Ling Li parted ways with Ling Xiao. Ling Xing? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, subsequently donning a nonchalant smile as if a realization dawned upon him. Several newly elevated members of the Ling family, now Xian practitioners, regarded Ling Xiao's fortune with a mix of envy and jealousy, while others secretly mused about his extraordinary stroke of luck in securing the only available draw. As the drawing concluded, the first match was set between Ling Hu, number 1, and Ling Guang, number 13. Ling Hu, age 19, had just ascended to the ranks of high-level Xian practitioners, mastering the formidable gray-tier technique, the fierce tiger art, and excelling in fist combat, showcasing remarkable prowess. He had ranked 5th in last year's competition, a testament to his considerable strength. Ling Guang, aged 20, had recently entered the mid-level Xian practitioner realm, practicing the gray-tier technique, the heavy blade art. Despite having ranked 10th last year as a low-level Xian practitioner, he had hoped to rise at least 2 places with his new breakthrough, only to find himself facing the newly promoted high-level Xian practitioner, Ling Hu, at the very outset, a stroke of misfortune that left him inwardly lamenting. At the edge of the arena, the clan leader and numerous elders were present, keenly observing the fiercest competition among the younger generation. After Elder Ling Fu briefly outlined the rules of the contest, he announced the commencement of the match. Ling Guang clasped his hands respectfully towards Ling Hu, pleading for leniency. Ling Hu, in a courteous manner, replied, "Please." No sooner had Ling Hu finished speaking than Ling Guang propelled himself forward with a swift thrust, moving like a cheetah in pursuit of its prey, catching his opponent off guard. As he neared Ling Hu, he kept one hand behind his back, drawing his heavy blade for a decisive strike. Ling Guang, being a direct descendant of the Ling family, wielded a mid-tier first-grade great blade, which followed his every movement as he aimed a powerful slash towards Ling Hu's forehead. A gasp of astonishment swept through the audience, as none could have anticipated that Ling Guang would launch a surprise attack with such swiftness that left spectators in awe. The heavy blade descending from above emitted a chilling aura, one that could easily intimidate even those of equal rank among practitioners. However, Ling Hu, being a rank higher than Ling Guang and possessing extensive battlefield experience, remained unperturbed as he raised his hands to meet the oncoming strike. The younger members of the Ling family, having never witnessed Ling Zhan in action, were taken aback. They believed he was courting disaster by attempting to intercept Ling Guang's heavy blade with bare hands. Perhaps he overestimated his capabilities, thinking that merely being a notch higher in rank would assure him victory. It seemed his hands were bound for ruin. "What do you know?" someone interjected. "Did you not observe what Ling Hu had on his hands? Such ignorance is truly lamentable." Ling Hu was no fool. If he lacked confidence in withstanding the blow, he would not dare to confront Ling Guang's strike head-on, for he was adorned with his unique weapon, a pair of high-tier golden silk gloves, purportedly crafted from the hide of a second-tier mountain beast impervious to damage from lower-tier weapons. Thus, Ling Hu had the audacity to receive the strike with both hands. Yet, Ling Guang appeared to have anticipated this, as the blade aimed at Ling Hu's face suddenly altered its trajectory, veering towards his throat. This unexpected maneuver shocked the crowd. While the elders in the viewing platform regarded it with approval, seemingly pleased with Ling Guang's tactical shift, Ling Hu raised an eyebrow, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "A splendid move." He then deftly countered with his left hand. The clash of weapons resonated through the air. Under the full force of the heavy blade, Ling Hu staggered back slightly, yet his left hand remained unscathed, affirming the exceptional quality of his golden silk gloves. Ling Guang, seeing his initial strike fail, let out a thunderous shout and unleashed his most formidable technique, Shadowless Heavy Blade. Countless blade shadows enveloped Ling Hu, the sheer force of the attack already stirring a painful, shimmering aura even before the blades reached him. This was Ling Guang's strongest move, and knowing the significant gap between him and Ling Hu, he had decided to go all out from the start, hoping to catch Ling Hu off guard before the latter could unleash his true strength. The onlookers from the Ling family gasped in awe. Most of the spectators were martial apprentices, and witnessing a duel between profound practitioners was an invaluable experience, offering them deeper insights into the path of advancement. Ling Xiao, standing to the side, observed Ling Guang's technique and murmured, "This move appears powerful, but it's merely superficial. It might be more suited for a sword. A heavy blade should embody hidden strength, breaking through with sheer force. This technique has lost its true essence." Ling Li, standing nearby, glanced briefly at Ling Xiao before turning his attention back to the arena. On the stage, Ling Hu countered with a fierce move, his aura surging as he roared like a tiger echoing through the mountains, the sound deafening. His fists transformed into a flurry of shadows, clashing with the blade shadows in a cacophony of metallic clashes. As Ling Guang exhausted his strength in his final move, Ling Hu, now fully energized, bellowed, "You're finished." With one fist deflecting Ling Guang's heavy blade, the other struck his abdomen. With a resounding crash, Ling Guang was sent flying out of the arena like a kite with its string cut. He landed outside the ring, blood spurting from his mouth. Immediately, 2 Ling family guards rushed to carry him away. Elder Ling Fu on the stage then proclaimed Ling Hu's victory. "Wow, Brother Ling Hu is truly formidable. Indeed. One day I too aspire to be as impressive as Brother Ling Hu. He is simply extraordinary. Brother Ling Hu has always been my idol, and I not only wish to be as strong as him, but also to surpass him." The younger members of the Ling family supporting Ling Hu cheered enthusiastically. Following this, 2 other Ling family disciples took the stage for their duel. Both were of lower-tier Xian practitioners, making this match a true contest of equals. After an intense struggle, both contestants ended up grievously injured, with the one who managed to stand declared the victor. However, regardless of who emerged triumphant, neither could advance to the next round. The spectators from the Ling family watched this match with fervor, their eyes gleaming with a desire to soon break through and become Xian practitioners themselves. The third match commenced, and Elder Ling Fu announced that Ling Ji and Ling Xing would take the stage. Upon calling these two, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience, indicating their popularity among the younger generation of the Ling family. Ling Xiao, standing beside Ling Li, casually remarked about Ling Xing. Ling Xiao nodded in understanding and turned his gaze towards Ling Xing. There stood a young man, around 20 years of age, clad in a blue martial attire, bearing a striking resemblance to Ling Rue. A blue long sword was secured to his back, and his wild hair cascaded freely, exuding an air of ethereal grace. This was indeed Ling Xing, the elder brother of Ling Rue, a high-tier Xian practitioner who had only lost to Ling Li by a single move last year, securing 4th place among the 18 descendants, a true standout. On the observation platform, the second elder, Ling Yimo, quietly conveyed to the 5th elder beside him, "Old Wu, Ling Xing is anticipated to break through to the Xianshi level within 6 months." The 5th elder, Ling Yin, displayed a proud expression and remarked, "If only a few of these youngsters could match Ling Xing's determination, however, he still pales in comparison to Kuang. I must say, Jir is not inferior either, having broken through to the low-level Xian Zhu at merely 15 years of age. He stands toe-to-toe with Kuang'er's innate talent. With a smile, Ling Xing replied, I shall forego using a weapon. If you can endure 10 moves, I shall concede victory. Ling Zhi, the grandson of the second elder, wielded a high-grade spear of the first level, brandishing it with a flourish as he declared, Then I shall not hold back. Behold my spear. The spear darted forth like a serpent, swiftly approaching Ling Xing's throat with astonishing speed. The spear exuded a formidable aura, leaving a grayish shadow in its wake. Well done. Ling Xing stood tall, his gaze sharp and approving. With a graceful movement, he evaded Ling Zhi's full-force strike, simultaneously transforming his palm into a claw to seize Ling Zhi's spear. In a fluid motion, he swept his leg toward Ling Zhi's shoulder. The rapid succession of movements left the onlooking Ling family disciples in a state of bewilderment. With a resounding thud, Ling Zhi received a kick, the spear was snatched away, and he staggered back 2 steps, his expression slightly pale. Ling Xing tossed the spear back to Ling Zhi, smiling as he said, Brother Zhi, you have lost. Ling Zhi caught the spear and nodded, acknowledging, losing to Xinggu is not unjust. Ling Zhi, merely a low-level Xianjia, faced a significant disparity in strength against Ling Xing, a high-level Xianjia. Even without weapons, Ling Xing found victory over Ling Zhi to be an effortless endeavor. The Ling family had long harbored resentment towards Ling Xiao's family, and recently, due to Ling Rui, Ling Xing's younger brother, nearly being expelled from the family, their anger was redirected towards Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xing would not easily let Ling Xiao off. The next match featured Ling Li, who faced another member of the Ling family with only the strength of a low-level Xian practitioner. The outcome was inevitable. Ling Li defeated his opponent with a single move. Following that, a match between 2 mid-level Xian practitioners took place, with Ling Hua, who ranked 6th last year, emerging victorious after 100 moves. The final match of the first round for Xian practitioners was between Ling Tian, a mid-level Xian practitioner, and Ling Hong, a low-level Xian practitioner. Notably, Ling Hong, the granddaughter of the 6th elder, was 17 and one of only 2 women above the Xian practitioner level. On the stage, Ling Tian stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Ling Hong with disdain, saying, You're no match for me. I don't want to trouble you. Just concede. Ling Hong, naturally defiant, retorted sharply, If you want to win, you'll have to knock me off this stage. With that, she flicked her wrists, drawing 2 gleaming crescent-shaped short swords that shone brilliantly in the sunlight. The appearance of these second-tier low-level twin moon swords caused an uproar among the spectators. It was unexpected that the 6th elder valued Ling Hong so highly, equipping her with the twin moon swords as soon as she became a Xian practitioner. With these swords, Ling Hong's combat power increased by at least 1 level, making it no easy task for Ling Tian to win. From the observation deck, the 4th elder, Ling Wei, transmitted a message to the 6th elder, Old 6, I didn't expect you to be so fond of little Hong, going so far as to procure such a pair of blades for her. The 6th elder chuckled dryly and remarked that the child has a penchant for short swords and trains diligently. Thus, it would not be excessive to reward her. Within the direct lineage of the Ling family, it is customary for the younger generation to receive a weapon of at least first-tier intermediate or advanced quality upon breaking through to the realm of the Xian practitioner. However, it is indeed rare for someone like Ling Hong, who has just recently entered the Xian realm, to be bestowed with a set of second-tier low-grade weapons by the 6th elder. The 4th elder, with a sly smile, added that we ought to be generous with the children. What should be given must indeed be given. The 6th elder, observing the 4th elder's inscrutable smile, turned his gaze to Ling Tian on the stage, and upon noticing the sword on his back, a tremor of realization coursed through him. On the arena, Ling Tian faced Ling Hong, who had drawn her twin crescent blades, without a hint of surprise. Instead, he remarked with a hint of amusement, Do you think that by wielding a weapon, you can create a chasm between us? You are exceedingly naive. Humph, one must test their mettle to know. Ling Hong retorted with a huff, her delicate hands flipping the twin swords like crescent moons, striking towards Ling Tian. You foolish woman. Allow me to show you that even in weaponry, I am not inferior. Ling Tian replied with an irritable snort and with a sudden movement. The slender sword behind him soared forth like a dragon in flight. A crimson glow illuminated the arena. It was yet another second-tier low-grade sword, prompting gasps from the audience below. It is the Yin-Yang sword, capable of emitting fire attribute sword energy, superior even to the twin crescent blades. It seems Ling Hong is destined for defeat. Observing from below the platform, Ling Xiao scrutinized their armaments with piqued curiosity. To his surprise, both combatants had brandished second-tier, low-grade swords. He had previously perused such weaponry at the armory, noting their exorbitant cost of several thousand gold coins. Incredible, he mused, they wield them so casually. Perhaps I shall implore my esteemed grandfather, the clan leader, for a pair to amuse myself. Ling Xiao curled his lips in disdain, proclaiming, Once I ascend to the rank of Xianshi, I shall wield nothing less than Xian weaponry. Why bother with such paltry implements? Ling Li's countenance twitched imperceptibly as he disregarded Ling Zhao's pronouncements, dismissing them as mere bluster. To merit the designation of Xian weaponry, an armament must attain the third tier. Within Meteorite City, Xian weapons were exceedingly rare, and within the Ling clan, only a single clan, TRN Xian weapon existed, purportedly acquired from the esteemed Master Li, the sole third-tier weaponsmith in Meteorite City. Thus, Ling Zhao's demand for a third-tier Xian weapon was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Upon the platform, Ling Hong was taken aback by Ling Tian's deployment of a second-tier sword. She recalled that Ling Tian had wielded a first-tier, high-grade sword the previous year. Now, having ascended to the rank of mid-level Xian practitioner, he had received the same reward from the clan's patriarch as she had, a second-tier, low-grade sword. Her initial advantage, predicated on her weapon, had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, her innate tenacity precluded her from conceding defeat. Brandishing her twin moon blades, she launched a renewed offensive. However, Ling Tian possessed superior skill and experience, swiftly reducing Ling Hong to a state of desperate defense. Presently, Ling Tian's blade forced Ling Hong to the edge of the platform, perilously close to tumbling out of bounds. Rather than pressing his advantage, Ling Tian raised his head haughtily and issued a laconic ultimatum. Will you descend of your own volition, or shall I compel you to do so? Ling Hong, in a fit of rage, stamped her feet and let out a sharp cry, channeling all her mystical energy. With her twin swords crossed and swirling, she created a dazzling array of entangled sword lights, so mesmerizing that a moment's distraction could cost one's head. This was her ultimate technique, known as Entangled Moon. The sixth elder stood up on the platform, shouting, Little Red, this is madness. How can you resort to such a desperate move? He was well aware of the formidable power of Ling Hong's technique, which could easily overwhelm even a mid-level mystic practitioner. This was merely a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Moreover, Ling Tian was the favored grandson of the fourth elder beside him. If Ling Hong were to injure him, it would create a significant rift. The fourth elder, unlike the sixth elder, remained calm and composed, stating, A true test of skill is what matters. If Little Red can truly force Little Tian off the stage, it only shows his lack of mastery. Old Sixth, there's no need for concern. Facing her deadly technique, Ling Tian's playful smile deepened. He then leaped into the air, shouting, Blazing Sun. His sword, radiating intense killing intent, emitted a blinding red light, resembling a blooming sunflower, as it clashed fiercely with Ling Hong's twin swords. With a resounding clash, Ling Hong, being the weaker of the two, was sent flying out of the arena. Fortunately, the ninth elder, Ling Fu, waved his hand, and an invisible mystical energy cushioned her fall, preventing her from a humiliating crash. However, she still suffered internal injuries, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes still burning with unyielding determination. Chapter 31. You are ill. Ling Tian. With an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act, elegantly tossed the yin-yang sword into the air. As he turned, the sword flawlessly returned to its sheath. With a disdainful scoff, Ling Tian descended from the stage. Below, there was an initial silence, quickly followed by a cacophony of exclamations. Just now, did Ling Tian utilize a yellow-tier sword technique? Is it not true that such techniques can only be cultivated upon reaching the Xian master level? The theory suggests so, yet it is also possible for those at the Xian practitioner stage to master them. It is merely that their profound energy remains unexpressed, thus failing to unleash their true power. Presently, Ling Tian had only demonstrated 1% of this technique as potential. Should he ascend to the Xian master level, aligning his innate attributes with the sword technique, then this move could undoubtedly vanquish Ling Hong in an instant. How astonishing! When I reach the Xian practitioner level, I shall also select to cultivate yellow-tier techniques. Do you think it is that simple? It is prudent not to attempt cultivation without understanding one's own attributes. Failing to heed this advice and practicing techniques that counter one's inherent attributes could lead to disastrous consequences. Ling Tian's family possesses fire attributes. Thus, when he eventually advances to the Xian master level, he will undoubtedly also embody fire attributes, which emboldens him to begin his cultivation early. The list of participants entering the second round is as follows: Ling Xiao, Ling Hu, Ling Xing, Ling Li, Ling Hua, and Ling Tian. Among them, Ling Xiao possesses the weakest strength, being merely a low-tier Xian practitioner, while the others are all above mid-tier Xian practitioners. The 6 individuals each approached to draw lots, and Ling Xiao drew the second number, facing off against Ling Tian, who drew the 6th. To others, this might seem fortunate, as he did not encounter a high-tier Xian practitioner. Thus, his defeat would not be overly humiliating. Ling Tian approached Ling Xiao with a light chuckle, remarking, "Once a genius. I suggest you concede early, otherwise your defeat will be quite ignominious." Ling Xiao, perplexed by Ling Tian's persistent hostility, resolved not to cower in the face of provocation, retorting, "I hope your prowess matches the audacity of your words." Ling Tian scoffed, "It seems you are as deluded as Ling Hong." There was no prior animosity between Ling Tian and Ling Xiao. However, the latter's astonishing talent had overshadowed Ling Tian, who was merely a year younger but equally gifted. Initially, Ling Tian had strived to catch up to Ling Xiao, idolizing him as a paragon, much like the other descendants of the Ling family. Yet, as he realized that no amount of effort could bridge the gap, admiration gradually transformed into jealousy. When Ling Xiao unexpectedly fell from grace, Ling Tian could not suppress his schadenfreude. Now, with Ling Xiao's resurgence, Ling Tian felt a renewed sense of threat, fearing that his own brilliance might be eclipsed once more. A deep-seated animosity towards Ling Xiao began to fester within him, leading him to devise a plan to humiliate Ling Xiao during their competition, hoping to bring him to his knees and ensure his permanent downfall. This world is one dominated by the strong, where the weak are devoured. The older generation aspires to reign supreme, while the youth yearn to shine as the brightest stars. In this harsh reality, everyone ascends by stepping upon the peaks of others. Even among kin, the law of survival here dictates that the victor is exalted while the vanquished is scorned. Only by overcoming all obstacles can one become a revered and formidable figure. In the forthcoming second round of the contest, the moment will arrive to witness the ascension of the new generation of the Ling family. The first match will feature Ling Xing against Ling Hua. In his initial bout against Ling Ji, Ling Xing expended no energy whatsoever, preserving his strength intact. Conversely, Ling Hua possesses only the capabilities of a mid-tier practitioner, a rank slightly beneath that of Ling Xing. Furthermore, during his first match, he faced an opponent of equal standing and, after an arduous exchange of over 100 strikes, he narrowly secured victory. Although he sustained no grave injuries, the majority of his energy was already depleted. Aware that he is up against the more formidable Ling Xing, Ling Hua realizes that victory is improbable. However, he is determined to maintain his dignity in defeat, resolutely standing upon the arena. Once Elder Ling Fu announces the commencement of the match, Ling Xing offers a faint smile to the pale-faced Ling Hua, suggesting that should Ling Hua manage to withstand even a single strike, he would concede defeat. Ling Hua, initially perplexed by Ling Xing's words, clenches the hilt of his long sword and resolutely declares, "Bring it on." He contemplates that, regardless of the outcome, he ought to be able to withstand at least one strike. Ling Xing grins menacingly and responds, "Very well, brace yourself." With that, he propels himself forward with a swift motion, akin to an arrow released from its bow. One hand rests casually behind his back, while the other grips the sword hilt. As he approaches the poised Ling Hua, he bellows, "Azure Radiant Strike." The sword is unleashed, and a brilliant azure light erupts forth. Ling Hua, gathering all his remaining energy, tightly grasps the sword hilt, his veins pulsing with vigor, and grits his teeth. As Ling Xing's azure blade approaches, he shouts, "Come on." In response to his battle cry, Ling Hua's long sword meets the oncoming azure brilliance with determination. A resounding clash ensues. The clash of swords reverberated, punctuated by a harrowing cry as a figure was hurled from the dueling platform. Fortunately, Elder Ling Fu's skillful intervention mitigated the severity of the fall. The ejected combatant was none other than Ling Hua, who had directly confronted Ling Xing's attack. His first grade high-tier longsword lay shattered in 2 pieces, his hands bleeding profusely from ruptured tigers' mouths. Without medicinal aid, his recovery would necessitate a minimum of 3 months. As Ling Hua was carried away, Elder Ling Fu declared Ling Xing the victor. The announcement ignited a chorus of astonished exclamations from the Ling family disciples. Ling Xing's prowess was undeniable, having vanquished Ling Hua with a single move. Observers marveled at the swiftness of the attack, speculating that in a life-or-death struggle, Ling Hua would have suffered a far graver fate. The question arose, would Ling Xing or Ling Li emerge as the stronger contender this year? Elder Ling Yan, seated in the viewing gallery, beamed with delight at Ling Xing's performance, his satisfaction palpable. In contrast, clan leader Ling Zhan, positioned centrally in the gallery, furrowed his brow, a hint of concern clouding his expression. On the platform, Ling Xing had already sheathed his sword. With a nonchalant flick of his long hair, he uttered a dismissive sneer, overestimating oneself. He then cast a fleeting glance in Ling Xiao's direction before gracefully descending from the stage. "Ling Tian and Ling Xiao, please ascend to the platform." Elder Ling Fu's voice resonated once more. Ling Tian, graceful as ever, leaped onto the stage with effortless elegance, his presence ethereal and dynamic. In contrast, Ling Xiao ascended the steps with composure. It was not that he lacked the desire to shine, but rather that the beauty among the audience was scarce. And being surrounded by kin, he felt it unnecessary to squander his expressions. This time, fortune had not favored Ling Xiao, as a low-ranking Xian practitioner like himself had unexpectedly advanced to the second round, a true stroke of luck. After all, such a remarkable turn of events could arise from sheer luck. Even a talent deemed wasteful could be refined anew. Ling Tian had already mastered the yellow tier sword techniques, and his penchant for drawing attention assured that he would not let Ling Xiao off lightly, unlike their previous encounter. Below, the Ling clan members engaged in lively discussions regarding the imminent clash between Ling Tian and Ling Xiao. At last, the competition commenced. Beside them, the second elder, Ling Mou, remarked that youthful impulsiveness and arrogance were not uncommon and were of no great consequence. Ling Mou, in his ongoing rivalry with the clan leader, Ling Zhan, seized the opportunity to advocate for Ling Wei, the representative of the middle faction, his intentions clear. Ling Zhan nodded in agreement, stating that they too had experienced their own youthful exuberance, and that Ling Tian was a promising talent worthy of nurturing, destined to become a pillar of the family. Ling Wei cast a glance at Ling Mo before addressing Ling Zhan, fully aware of his own pride. Indeed, he reveled in the exceptional talents of Ling Lin and Ling Tian, who stood unrivaled among their peers. His face beamed with pride, even if Ling Tian now exhibited arrogance. Ling Wei found it forgivable, for youth was often characterized by such traits. His earlier comments had merely been a gesture to preserve Ling Zhan's dignity. Speaking with considerable volume, ensured his pronouncement reached every ear in the audience. Responded with a gentle chuckle, remarking, "Very well, prepare yourself, for I am about to commence my assault," with a flourish of magnanimity. Gestured, "Proceed without reservation. Be it 3 maneuvers or 30, you shall find it a challenge to inflict even the slightest wound upon me." His confidence was palpable, stemming from his status as a mid-level Xian practitioner. Even as a novice in this echelon, his prowess allowed him to contend with 5 low-level Xian practitioners simultaneously without succumbing. Furthermore, having mastered 2 yellow-grade sword techniques, dealing with who had only ventured into the realm of low-level Xian practice a fortnight prior, seemed a task of effortless ease. "Here I come, then. Prepare yourself," announced, advancing towards with a leisurely gait, seemingly devoid of any intent to strike. Chapter 32. S debut, brandishing his fist, augmented his pace, once more aiming to strike. Predictably, evaded the blow with ease. The spectacle elicited astonishment from the assembled members of the family. This hardly exemplifies the might of a low-level Xian practitioner. Even a 5th-level martial apprentice could deliver a swifter blow. Could it be that he, aware of his inferiority to, intends to feign a few punches before forfeiting? I doubt he would be so spineless. Equally perplexed, fixed his gaze upon he, who had once been felled by a single blow from, found it difficult to believe that lacked the courage to contend. It appeared that these initial blows were merely a ploy to lull into complacency, with the 3rd strike poised to be a surprise. The elders observing from the platform shared a similar confusion regarding Ling Xiao's demeanor, echoing Ling Zhi's sentiments. They believed that Ling Xiao's ultimate move would manifest in the 3rd strike. However, they unanimously concluded that regardless of any unexpected maneuver he might employ, he could never hope to defeat Ling Tian, given the evident disparity in their strengths. "It's the final strike. Reveal whatever lethal technique you possess," Ling Tian sneered. Though confident, he was no fool, and certainly discerned Ling Xiao's intentions. Ling Xiao, touching his nose, replied, "Indeed, you've managed to evade 2 of my punches. I must concede you possess some skill. It seems I must take this more seriously if I am to overcome you." Ling Tian retorted, "Enough with the trivialities. You have but one final chance. Draw your sword. Know the value of this opportunity." Previously, Ling Xiao had approached Ling Tian unarmed. Yet any martial artist's most formidable move typically involves a weapon. Only with such an instrument can one instill a sense of intimidation and unleash their full potential. A flicker of barely perceptible cunning flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he chuckled lightly. "Dealing with a mere mid-tier Xian practitioner like you hardly warrants the drawing of my sword." Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. "Ha! Do you still fancy yourself the Xian master of your? You are but a fledgling, unworthy of uttering such words to me. Are you not afraid of twisting your tongue?" From the platform, Elder Ling Yin scoffed, "In this day and age, some youths truly lack awareness of their limitations." Having previously been ridiculed by Ling Xiao within the inner cabinet, which nearly led to his grandson Ling Rui's expulsion from the family, his disdain for Ling Xiao was palpable. Elder Ling Wei stifled a laugh, firmly believing that while Ling Xiao might have resumed his cultivation, his grandson would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Could it truly be so? In the next moment, Ling Xiao demonstrated through his actions the profound error in others' assumptions, an error so egregious it was almost laughable. With a calm demeanor, Ling Xiao announced, "I am ready. I shall make my move. Enough of the idle chatter. Come forth swiftly and do not squander time. This is your final opportunity to strike," Ling Tian confidently declared. As soon as his words fell, Ling Xiao sprang into action. His movements appeared languid, yet were astonishingly swift. His footsteps danced like ethereal wisps of wind, instantaneously placing him before Ling Tian. With the grace of flowing water and the agility of clouds, Ling Xiao unleashed a merciless barrage upon the unsuspecting Ling Tian, his palms striking with the fluidity of a stream. Following that, a series of rapid kicks, akin to the fierce winds, left Ling Tian utterly defenseless. Ling Tian felt as if his vision had blurred. Ling Xiao had already breached his defenses before he could react. Like a mere sandbag, he was propelled away without a chance to retaliate. The spectators, both on and off the stage, were left in a state of shock. As Ling Tian was sent flying like a severed kite, they were momentarily rendered speechless. The descendants of the Ling family below were perplexed by Ling Xiao's technique, while only the seasoned elders and those of the Xian tier and above, observing from the platform, discerned that Ling Xiao had executed 9 strikes with both fists and feet, totaling 18 attacks that landed on Ling Tian. This is impossible," Ling Zhi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Beside him, Ling Xing wore a look of mild surprise, yet was not overly astonished. Inwardly, he mused, Ling Tian is merely an arrogant fool. However, this works to my advantage. In the next match, I shall relish the opportunity to dismantle him. Seated side by side with the steward, Ling Kuang and Ling Lin bore expressions of sheer astonishment. They both discerned that Ling Zhao's peculiar gait was remarkably swift, nearly rivaling their own speed as practitioners of the Xian master tier. On the stage, the expressions of the fourth elder, Ling Wei, and the fifth elder, Ling Yin, turned a ghastly shade of green. One could hardly fathom that his grandson had indeed been vanquished, while the other was bewildered by Ling Zhao's displayed velocity. At the center, the clan leader, Ling Zhan, finally allowed a flicker of satisfaction to grace his countenance. Ling Xiao turned to the ninth elder, Ling Fu, and inquired, "Is it time to announce the results?" Ling Fu, momentarily taken aback, realized that indeed, Ling Xiao had triumphed in this contest. In that instant, the audience erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. No one had anticipated that the low-tier Xian practitioner, Ling Xiao, could possibly defeat the mid-tier Ling Tian. No, it can't be. I refuse to accept defeat. Ling Tian bellowed, breaking free from the attendants who sought to assist him to a place of rest. Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Ling Tian and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Thank you for your graciousness. Had you not allowed me 3 moves, I would have never had the chance to best you." After a brief pause, he added, "Mid-tier practitioners are not so formidable after all." With that, he floated gracefully down from the stage. Ling Tian glared furiously at Ling Xiao, shouting, "I will kill you." His sword, the Yin Yang, was drawn in an instant, aimed menacingly at Ling Xiao. Impudent. The fourth elder uttered a low growl from the observation platform, unleashing an invisible yet formidable pressure that enveloped Ling Tian. Instantly, he found himself immobilized, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Moments later, the yin-yang sword slipped from his grasp, and he was compelled to kneel heavily upon the ground. The confrontation between Ling Hu and Ling Li marked the first clash of advanced Xian practitioners. Few favored Ling Hu, given his recent breakthrough to the advanced stage a little over a month prior, while Ling Li had already surpassed that stage for more than a year. Ling Li had reached the zenith of Xian practitioners. Within the next 3 months, he was poised to unleash his Xian power externally, thereby ascending to the rank of Xian. The disparity between the two was considerable. Nevertheless, Ling Hu was not one to retreat from battle. He would fight with every ounce of his strength, accepting defeat if it came. With the announcement of the 9th elder, Ling Fu, the final match of the second round commenced. Ling Hu and Ling Li exchanged slight bows, and without further ado, the battle ensued. Ling Hu seized the initiative, roaring with a ferocity akin to a tiger's bellow, launching his fists like dragons emerging from the sea, aiming them forcefully at Ling Li. Ling Li swiftly retreated, reaching behind him to draw a glistening silver spear. This was also a second-tier, low-grade weapon, the silver greedy wolf spear, crafted from the sinews of a second-tier snow wolf. Its resilience was unmatched, and it could emanate a bloodthirsty aura, intimidating opponents before the fight even began. With the silver greedy wolf spear in hand, Ling Li's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he brandished the spear, meeting Ling Hu head-on with even greater speed. Aware of his disadvantage in weaponry, Ling Hu dared not meet the spear head-on. Instead, he dodged with tiger-like steps, unleashing a barrage of fists towards Ling Li's waist. Ling Li, caught off guard by Ling Hu's swift reaction, revealed a disdainful sneer in his eyes. Altering the spear's direction, he bellowed, "Rain of arrows." Instantly, a multitude of spear shadows pierced towards Ling Hu, resembling countless raindrops, each carrying a chilling aura that stung the face. With no escape, Ling Hu's tiger fists collided with the spear shadows. The clang of weaponry echoed through the arena. Despite his vigilance, Ling Hu sustained several lacerations on his shoulders, each spurting blood in a ghastly display. The younger members of the Ling family in the audience paled at the sight. Yet, Ling Hu persevered, seemingly unfazed by his injuries, as he sought an opportunity to retaliate. "Obstinate fool," Ling Li muttered. He adjusted his spear technique, transforming the barrage of strikes into a serpentine shadow, its maw agape and bloodied, lunging towards Ling Hu. This was the serpent spear transformation, more formidable than the year prior, indicating Ling Li's imminent breakthrough. Ling Quang, watching from below, narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It seems Ling Li is on the verge of transcendence." Nearby, Ling Xing wore a solemn expression. He and Ling Li were once closely matched. But witnessing Ling Li's seamless technique, he realized he still lagged behind. In the arena, even the slightest disparity could determine victory or defeat. "Wait for me, Ling Li. Today, your only true adversary is I," Ling Xing vowed, clenching his fists in determination. This attack would decide the outcome. Ling Hu clenched his fists, his eyes wide. Channeling his Xian energy into his hands, Tiger leaps from the mountain. His fists, like colossal hammers, met the serpent-like spear head-on. Chapter 33. Ill-fated encounter. A deafening blast ensued, followed by Ling Hu's agonized cry. His gauntlets shattered, and blood gushed from his palms. Yet, remarkably, Ling Hu stood his ground. Ling Li raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Indeed, Ling Hu had a final gambit. He swiftly seized the formidable and menacing greedy wolf spear, channeling all his inner strength into a single, thunderous punch. He roared, "Submit to defeat." The blow descended like a tiger leaping down a mountain, aiming directly for Ling Li's vital points. The roar echoed through the heavens, its grandeur overwhelming, leaving the audience in utter shock. Ling Li, caught off guard by Ling Hu's tenacity, was struck squarely in the abdomen, forcing him to stagger back several steps, a curse escaping his lips. In a moment of fury, he brandished his spear, twisting it expertly to break free from Ling Hu's grasp. The greedy wolf spear, ignited by Ling Li's ire, was unleashed with full force, aimed squarely at Ling Hu's throat. A ferocious wolf lunged towards the defenseless Ling Hu, growling with lethal intent. As it seemed Ling Hu was on the brink of demise beneath Ling Li's spear, Elder Ling Fu shouted, desperate to intervene. Yet alas, the distance was too great, and it was too late. Gasps of horror filled the arena, as the spectators braced themselves to witness Ling Hu's impending doom. Fortunately, Ling Li maintained his composure. Just as the spear was about to pierce Ling Hu's throat, its tip veered slightly, landing instead upon Ling Hu's shoulder. Blood sprayed forth, and Ling Hu's body twisted violently. Silence enveloped the crowd, and after a moment of collective breath-holding, relief washed over them. It was well known that the Ling clan forbade fratricide, and even the grandson of the clan leader could not escape a fatal consequence. Elder Ling Fu wiped the perspiration from his brow, exhaling in relief, for he had been thoroughly frightened by Ling Li. The tragedy of battle unfolding before his very eyes was a heavy burden to bear. Ling Hu lay on the ground, his expression one of anguish as he struggled to utter, "Thank you for your mercy." With a swift motion, he holstered his weapon and cast a detached glance at Ling, who before gracefully descending from the platform. Unbeknownst to onlookers, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Ling Li's mouth, a testament to the internal injuries sustained from Ling Hu's final, desperate counterattack. Ling Li's victory culminated in the selection of the three most formidable individuals in the Xian warrior echelon: Ling Xing, Ling Xiao, and Ling Li. These three, alongside Ling Quang and Ling Lin from the Xian Master Tier, would participate in the forthcoming annual interclan competition in Meteorite City. They would also be granted the privileges accorded to ordinary stewards, with one among them having the distinct honor of being chosen as the successor disciple of the Supreme Elder. The selection of Ling Xiao was met with discontent among the Ling family's younger generation. The inclusion of a low-level Xian warrior in the top 5 was deemed unacceptable, even if he were to ascend to the intermediate Xian warrior level by the following year. His capabilities would still be significantly inferior when representing the Ling family in the competition. Traditionally, aside from a few minor clans that occasionally fielded intermediate Xian warriors, the other two prominent families invariably sent high-level Xian warriors as their representatives. This competition was a matter of familial pride, and no compromises could be tolerated. Ling Li, wearing an inscrutable expression, hesitated momentarily before discreetly withdrawing from the scene. Meanwhile, as Ling Xing prepared to enter the arena, Ling Zhi cautioned him. Brother Xing, show no mercy to that mongrel. Naturally, Ling Xing responded with a sinister grin, flicking his tongue across his lips. Unless he lacks the courage to concede defeat, then. As Ling Xiao and Ling Xing ascended to the platform, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of speculation. Almost universally, the consensus was that Ling Xiao's streak of unexpected victories would come to an end, and his defeat was all but assured. On the platform, Ling Xing, wearing an affable smile, suggested, "It would be wise for you to concede. Your abilities are simply too inferior. We are not in the same league. Spare yourself the futile struggle." Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "You are just as arrogant as that fellow from earlier. Yet the outcome remains the same. I have defeated you." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "That person earlier was merely one rank above me and allowed me 3 moves. You, however, are 2 ranks higher. Does that not warrant 6 moves? Otherwise, it would be quite unreasonable." Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, the crowd couldn't help but internally condemn his audacity. How shameless it was for him to request such concessions in broad daylight, as if it were his due right. Ling Xing's expression turned slightly green, and he immediately retorted, "On the arena, there exists only victory or defeat. There is no concept of concession. If you lack confidence, you might as well concede defeat. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer some physical repercussions." He sighed. "It seems you are not as magnanimous as that earlier individual. However, dealing with someone of your insignificant stature hardly requires such leniency. You are simply unworthy." Ling Xiao exhaled dramatically, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Xing. As these words left his lips, the audience displayed expressions of incredulity. "You are simply unworthy." If Ling Xing had uttered such a phrase to Ling Xiao, it might not have elicited laughter. However, for Ling Xiao, a lower-tier practitioner, to declare this to Ling Xing, a higher-tier practitioner, struck everyone as absurdly comical. On the viewing platform, the second elder, Ling Mo, remarked with indifference, "The youth truly knows not the limits of the heavens and the earth." "Perhaps he still believes himself to be a grandmaster warrior," echoed the fifth elder, Ling Yin, with a tone of mockery. Their exchange implied a disregard for the clan leader. Ling Song. Perched in the central seat, Ling Song maintained a serene countenance, seemingly indifferent to the duo's presence. Inwardly, however, he harbored concern for Ling Xiao. The second elder and fifth elder, fraternal in blood, had long harbored discontent towards him. Their respective descendants were locked in a clandestine rivalry, each viewing the other with disdain. He feared Ling Xing might inflict severe harm upon Ling Xiao. Upon the dueling platform, Ling Xing bellowed, "Ha ha. Such pronouncements are audacious, to say the least. Do not presume that a fortuitous victory over Ling Tian grants you impunity. I shall now demonstrate whether I possess the requisite qualifications." With his proclamation, Ling Xing, akin to a rock unfurling its wings, soared through the air, directing a kick towards Ling Xiao's face. "To contest my legwork is a proposition I embrace wholeheartedly." Ling Xiao, a glint of confidence in his eyes, took a few steps in place. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, emulating Ling Xing's aerial maneuver. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of phantom kicks, the shadows coalescing into a miniature whirlwind. The air reverberated with a resounding whoosh. Ling Xing, not particularly adept at leg-based combat, merely intended to deliver a preemptive strike, unlike Ling Tian, who had been negligent. This kick was imbued with 80% of his Xian force, sufficient to inflict grievous injuries upon a mid-level Xian practitioner. However, he had not anticipated Ling Xiao's remarkable legwork. The myriad phantom kicks left him disoriented, their velocity rendering them virtually imperceptible. This technique was none other than the second stance of the wind god leg, Wind in the Grass, characterized by unparalleled swiftness and formidable power. An unprepared adversary would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Despite his vigilance, Ling Xing was not omniscient. He was unaware of the youth's exceptional leg prowess. He was met with several blows from Ling Xiao's legs. What manner of leg technique is this? That it could disadvantage Ling Xing? Could it be a yellow-grade leg technique? However, it seems that no such leg techniques have been discovered in the profound skill pavilion. No wonder Ling Xiao is so fearless, It turns out he has something to rely on. Nevertheless, by acting in this manner, he will only further enrage Ling Xing, who is not someone to be trifled with. The Ling family disciples below the stage began to murmur among themselves once more. On the stage, Ling Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning ferocious as he said in a low voice, "You actually made me bleed, you bastard." Ling Xiao stood on one leg, with the other slightly raised, striking a dashing pose as he retorted, "Humph, making you bleed is nothing. I told you, dealing with a minor character like you is truly effortless." If it were any other opponent, Ling Xiao might not have been so arrogant and excessive. However, he already knew that Ling Xing harbored malicious intentions towards him, so naturally, he would not give Ling Xing a pleasant demeanor. Although he only possessed the strength of a low-level Xian practitioner, Ling Xing, being a high-level Xian practitioner, was truly no match for him. Only those who reached the Xianxia level would pose a threat to him. Therefore, he was not just spouting nonsense or bragging. "Very well, you have successfully provoked me. Prepare to face my attack." Ling Xing roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he placed one hand behind his back and drew his longsword. Azure light slash. The longsword danced, and an azure light flashed, as an intense wave of killing intent swept towards Ling Xiao. Facing this move, Ling Xiao's expression turned slightly solemn. Without hesitation, he executed the Cloud Trace Phantom. The remaining image of Ling Xiao was shattered by the sword. The Ling family disciples below the stage exclaimed in alarm, all believing that Ling Xiao had been killed on the spot. "No, he's behind Ling Xing." Ling Kuang's eyes twitched as he immediately cried out. Sure enough, Ling Xiao, relying on the advantage of his movement technique, dodged the sword. At the same time, he began to use his weapon, and the Colossus Dragon sword materialized. Heavy sword. No shadow. A flurry of sword shadows swiftly slashed toward Ling Xing from behind. A direct hit would undoubtedly result in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. This maneuver was precisely the technique employed by Ling Guang during his match against Ling Hu, which Ling Xiao had observed closely, deeming it more suited for a sword than for a blade. Chapter 34. Continuous Victories. How dare you underestimate me? Prepare for your defeat. On the arena, Ling Xiao surprisingly remained attentive to his sword, which Ling Xing perceived as a blatant disdain towards him. An unprecedented fury surged within him as he brandished his azure sword, unleashing a ferocious sword technique aimed directly at Ling Xiao. Multiple azure sword lights coalesced into 3 blooming sword rays, swiftly forming a triangular pattern as they approached Ling Xiao. My word, such a condensed attack. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Ling Xing's strike and quickly maneuvered to evade, for his inferior cultivation level would render him utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. With a resounding boom, as Ling Xiao barely escaped, a cacophony of sword energy erupted from the spot he had vacated, demonstrating an astonishing destructive power. Ling Xing stomped his foot, and the azure sword relentlessly pursued Ling Xiao, launching successive formidable strikes that left spectators breathless. Impressive. This must be a technique of the yellow rank. Its potency is truly remarkable. Could Ling Xiao possibly be defeated? Elder 9 observed with a semblance of confidence, yet the possibility of a severed hand or foot remained uncertain. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while the viewing platform was enveloped in silence. Although Ling Xiao found himself cornered in the arena, a keen observer would notice a tranquil smile gracing his face, as if he remained unfazed by the perilous sword shadows before him. Hey, after all this time, aren't you exhausted? Ling Xiao gracefully evaded Ling Xing's strike. His arms crossed in mockery. Ling Xing, panting lightly, gazed at Ling Xiao, his heart in turmoil. He had exerted all his strength, yet he was unable to subdue even a low-tier practitioner. This was utterly infuriating. Originally intending to make Ling Xiao suffer in this contest, he now found himself in an increasingly humiliating predicament, particularly as he observed Ling Xiao's derisive expression, which stung his pride. The green shatter was Ling Xing's most formidable technique, its power astonishing. Even as he prepared to unleash it, he knew it would be a considerable challenge. Ling Xiao, merely a low-tier practitioner, should have been grievously injured, if not killed, by such an attack. Ling Ji murmured to himself from a distance, astonished that Ling Xiao had managed to push Ling Xing to such extremes. Others began to notice Ling Xing's unusual demeanor, and while Ling Xiao could not be oblivious to it, he was nonetheless eager to witness what extraordinary abilities Ling Xing might possess, regardless of the ferocity of Ling Xing's forthcoming attack. He was confident in his ability to withstand it, a testament to his former stature as an unparalleled warrior. Moments later, Ling Xing had gathered his energy, his aura reaching the pinnacle of a practitioner. His face turned an ominous shade of green. After this technique was executed, it would take at least a month for him to recover his spiritual energy. He had intended to reserve this for his confrontation with Ling Li. But after being provoked repeatedly by Ling Xiao, he was resolute in his determination to ensure that Ling Xiao would find neither life nor death a solace. He had now set his mind on lethal intent. As I gather my strength, you surprisingly do not seize the opportunity to attack. Today, your triumph shall end here, Ling Xing said with a sly smile, raising the azure sword in his hand. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the technique, Azure Catastrophe Slash. Instantly, a torrent of azure sword light surged towards Ling Xiao, resembling an overwhelming wave of swords that engulfed half the arena, leaving Ling Xiao with no escape. The power of this move was astonishing, rivaling that of a low-tier mystical master. To my astonishment, it was indeed so formidable. Ling Xiao's expression turned grave as he prepared himself, gripping the dragon's sword tightly. As the sword wave approached, he finally made his move. Under the blazing sun, Ling Xiao executed a stolen technique from Ling Tian, a yellow-tier sword skill. Countless sword shadows clashed, producing a cacophony of ringing sounds. Clink, clink. In both skill and weaponry, Ling Xiao found himself at a disadvantage. After exchanging a dozen strikes, the dragon sword ultimately could not withstand the might of the second-tier azure sword, shattering into two. Alas, at such a critical moment, misfortune struck. Ling Xiao lamented his bad luck, yet continued to use the broken sword to shield himself. "Aha! Surrender to me!" Ling Xing revealed a triumphant smile, his azure sword gaining momentum as he relentlessly swung it towards Ling Xiao. "Damn it, I'm done for." Ling Xiao, feeling increasingly cornered, bore several cuts on his body, fortunate not to have sustained any severe injuries. Nevertheless, he resolved to take this contest seriously and decided to conclude the duel. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the third stance of the cloud-piercing palm, clouds transforming into rain. Boom, boom. Ling Xing was caught off guard, receiving a powerful blow to his chest, leaving him momentarily dazed. Finally, with a harrowing scream, he was hurled several meters backward, collapsing off the arena. It's impossible," Fifth Elder exclaimed, forgetting himself and rising to his feet. He was incredulous that his most prized grandson had been vanquished in such a manner, especially by a lower-ranked Xian practitioner. Footwork, leg techniques, palm strikes. Where did Ling Xiao acquire them? Fourth Elder Ling Wei murmured with astonishment. Their potency is astonishing. And he even knows Tianer's Flame Sun sword skills. The elders on the platform recognized Ling Xiao's extraordinary abilities, marveling inwardly. It was their first time witnessing such enigmatic and wondrous Xian skills. They searched their memories for any comparable techniques from the Xian skill pavilion, but none matched the moves Ling Xiao had displayed. Second Elder Ling Mo remained silent, a subtle hint of malice flashing across his aged eyes before vanishing. Ling Tsong, seated in the center, betrayed no emotion, but his heart was filled with elation, albeit tinged with concern. He resolved to ensure Ling Xiao's safety at all costs this time. "Elder, may we announce the outcome?" Indeed, before he could regain his footing, he stumbled once more. The gazes of the Ling family disciples below the stage were now filled with a newfound respect for Ling Xiao. After a brief silence, a wave of fervent cheers erupted. This was a continent that revered the strong, and the Ling family was no different. Today, the Ling family disciples had witnessed a miracle unfold. It is an astonishing reality that a low-tier practitioner has triumphed over a high-tier one, a fact so incredulous that it would elicit disbelief from any who hear it. Yet, it has undeniably transpired before their very eyes, leaving them no choice but to accept it. In this moment, they bore witness once more to the resurgence of their family's most formidable talent, a prodigy from Meteorite City, reigniting their fervor and admiration, compelling them to cheer for their idol with unrestrained enthusiasm. Only Ling Peng, consumed by resentment, fixed a seething glare upon Ling Xiao, his fist clenched tightly, emanating an aura of intent to rend Ling Xiao apart. Had he known to bring Yuxi along, he lamented, she would have witnessed his formidable prowess. Ling Xiao, observing the reactions from the crowd below, couldn't help but think of Yuxi, feeling a sense of regret that his glorious victory had gone unseen by her. Ling Xing was taken away for treatment, and the next match was to be between Ling Xiao and Ling Li. At this juncture, to everyone's astonishment, Ling Xiao chose to forfeit. Elder 9, Ling Fu, was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you truly going to abandon this contest?" "Indeed, I forfeit," Ling Xiao affirmed with a nod. It was not that he lacked the desire to compete against Ling Li. Rather, he wished to spare Ling Li the embarrassment of defeat. Even if Ling Li were at his zenith, Ling Xiao was confident in his ability to overcome him, but considering they were cousins, he opted to show a modicum of courtesy, thus conserving his energy. Ling Xiao was indifferent to the rankings of such competitions. True strength often resides in humility. He believed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Had his peers from the Ling family overheard his musings, they would likely be incensed to the point of apoplexy. For it was he who had previously declared that a high-tier practitioner was but a trivial opponent, unworthy of being his adversary. Could one who utters such words truly embody the essence of humility? Chapter 35. No Reward. Patriarch Ling Zhan addressed the 5 individuals, stating, "You 5 are the elite of our Ling family's younger generation. From this day forth, you will enjoy the privileges of a steward. You are to join your esteemed older siblings in participating in next year's grand competition of Meteorite City among the various clans. I hope that in the coming year, you will remain humble and diligent in your cultivation. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek guidance from me or the elders present. They will generously impart their wisdom to you. The low-grade speed-enhancing pill of the 2nd tier can double one's speed. Consuming it during combat will undoubtedly ensure an indomitable position against opponents of the same level. As for the intermediate-grade weapon of the 2nd tier, it goes without saying that, being a practitioner of firearms, he currently wields a low-grade weapon of the 2nd tier, which, while respectable, pales in comparison to superior intermediate-grade weaponry that he would naturally prefer. The concentration pill, also a low-grade pill of the 2nd tier, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance focus and strengthen one's essence, significantly aiding practitioners in their breakthrough from the realm of Xianshi. Next, it should have been time to announce Ling Xiao's reward. However, Elder 3 abruptly skipped over Ling Xiao's accolades and proceeded to declare Ling Xing's rewards. The rewards for Ling Xing mirrored those awarded to Ling Li, devoid of any distinction. Elder 3, Ling Yuan, stroked his beard and chuckled, "You have no reward." "Wah, what? I have no reward?" "Elder 3, you must clarify your statement. I am undoubtedly far superior to this good-for-nothing. How is it that he receives a reward while I do not? This is profoundly unjust," Ling Xiao exclaimed indignantly. Nearby, Ling Xing, pale-faced upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anger rising within him, leading to a burst of blood from his mouth. Behold, with just a single utterance, he has succumbed to a fit of anger. Such a useless individual is hardly worthy of any significant regard. Let us settle this matter thus. Grant me 2 portions of the same reward you bestow upon him. Ling Xiao brazenly pointed at Ling Xing, mocking him in public, and audaciously sought an additional reward. One cannot help but acknowledge his adeptness at climbing the ladder of favor. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow slightly and addressed Ling Xiao, admonishing him for his nonsensical ramblings. He then turned to the 3rd elder, Ling Yuan, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" The 3rd elder, Ling Yuan, shrugged in resignation and gestured towards a figure approaching from a distance, saying, "Look who has arrived, clan leader." Ling Zhan and the other elders followed his, and soon beheld an elderly man, frail and stooped, with a head crowned in white hair. His steps appeared slow, yet each stride covered an impressive distance of nearly 5 meters, swiftly bringing him among the assembly of elders. The supreme elder was greeted with respectful nods from all present. He waved off their courtesy with a nonchalant, There is no need for that. Upon the arrival of the Supreme Elder, all but Ling Xiao were invigorated. Their spirits lifted as if they had been infused with vitality. Even the usually stoic Ling Li displayed a rare excitement. They understood the significance of the moment. One among them would be chosen by the Supreme Elder to become the disciple of succession. This prospect was far more exhilarating for the Ling family than any material reward. At that juncture, the fifth elder, Ling Yin, discreetly exchanged glances with the second elder, Ling Imo, seemingly conveying unspoken information, to which Ling Imo nodded in understanding. Promptly, Ling Imo stepped forward, declaring, "Supreme Elder, Ling Imo has something to say." The Supreme Elder cast a glance at Ling Imo and said, "Speak, I'm listening." Ling Imo gestured towards his grandson, Ling Quang, and addressed the Supreme Elder, 18th generation descendant. Ling Quang fortuitously advanced to the Xianshi realm 3 months prior. At just 19 years of age, he is the youngest to achieve this feat before 20, demonstrating exceptional talent. I hope the Supreme Elder can offer him guidance. Ling Mo's statement immediately altered the countenances of Ling Zhan and his supporters. While the elders aligned with Ling Imo beamed with delight, Ling Quang seized the opportunity to step forward and respectfully bowed to the Supreme Elder. Ling Quang greets the Supreme Elder, hoping to have the honor of serving you. At that moment, Ling Quang's heart surged with excitement. If he could become a disciple of the Supreme Elder, he would undoubtedly become the preeminent figure in the Ling family's future. The prospect of such supreme authority filled him with elation. At this juncture, fourth elder Ling Wei surprisingly stepped forward, stating, "Supreme Elder, 18th generation descendant Ling Lin also possesses remarkable talent, having broken through to the Xianshi realm a month ago. I hope the Supreme Elder can provide her with benevolent guidance." The elders gazed at Ling Wei with astonishment, as they had not anticipated that the ever-unassuming Ling Wei would be so bold as to vie for a spot. Openly competing with second elder Ling Imo Ling Lin, adorned in a violet martial attire, similarly approached the Supreme Elder, offering flattering remarks. Subsequently, without prompting, Ling Li and Ling Xing eagerly nominated themselves, each hoping to gain the Supreme Elder's favor. Such an opportunity was unique, and once missed, it would never present itself again. How could they not cherish it? Only Ling Xiao remained unperturbed amidst their flattery. Although the Grand Elder was enigmatic and profound, Ling Xiao believed he fell short compared to his master from a previous life. He mused that not just anyone could merit the title of his master, and thus, he remained unaffected by the other's awe. "Ling Xiao, do not delay in paying your respects to the Grand Elder," urged Ling Zhan, who had yet to voice his thoughts. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder, though his demeanor lacked the fervent adulation displayed by the other four. Witnessing Ling Xiao's indifference, Ling Zhan felt a surge of frustration, silently cursing the lad for his lack of discernment. The Grand Elder, with his hands clasped behind his back and eyes narrowed, began to observe Ling Quang, eventually breaking into a smile. "Very good indeed. A fine talent," he remarked. Ling Quang nearly erupted in joyous exclamation upon hearing the Grand Elder's praise, yet he maintained his composure, responding with gratitude, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your kind words." Beside him, the second elder, Ling Imo, wore a rarely seen smile, as if Ling Quang's recognition by the Grand Elder was a foregone conclusion. The Grand Elder then turned his attention to Ling Lin. "You, too, possess merit," he acknowledged. However, just as Ling Lin was about to express her thanks, he continued, "Alas, your attributes do not align with mine." This statement plunged both Ling Lin and the fourth elder, Ling Wei, into a state of dismay, leaving them feeling profoundly disheartened. "Do not be pessimistic," the Grand Elder reassured. "With diligence, your achievements will rival those of others." He wished to see no promising seedling's confidence shattered. With the Grand Elder's words, Ling Lin regained her self-assurance, firmly nodding as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall strive to improve." The esteemed elder nodded gently towards her, then turned his gaze to Ling Li, raising an eyebrow slightly as he remarked, Indeed. Recently, you are poised to break through to the Xianshi level, demonstrating unwavering determination. Your future achievements are boundless." Ling Li, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply in response to the elder's commendation. At the age of 18, he would soon turn 19, and he firmly believed that he could achieve the breakthrough within the next 6 months. His innate talent undoubtedly surpassed that of Ling Kuang. The only factor holding him back was his age, being 1 year younger than Ling Kuang. Otherwise, his current accomplishments would surely rival Ling Kuang's. The elder then shifted his attention to Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao remained nonchalant, yet he held a profound respect for the elder. In contrast, Ling Xing was exceedingly anxious, feeling physically weak and fearing that the esteemed elder might overlook him entirely. Regarding both Ling Xiao and Ling Xing, the elder merely stated, "Both are quite commendable." This statement left the clan leader and the other elders perplexed, as they were uncertain whom the elder favored, Ling Kuang or Ling Li. The opportunities for these two seemed most promising, and the elders' praises indicated their highest potential. This matter transcended personal achievement. It also bore significant implications for the balance of power within the Ling family. Should the elder choose Ling Kuang, the second elder's faction would gain considerable strength, favoring the second elder's son for the next clan leader position. Conversely, if the elder favored Ling Li, Ling Zhan's status would be solidified, and the second and fifth elders would likely temper their hostility towards him. Ling Li had little interest in waiting for the elder's decision. After a lengthy testing period, he was already feeling quite famished. As soon as Ling Xiao uttered these words, he once again became the cynosure of all eyes. This fellow was quite the amusing character, utterly oblivious to the immensity of the situation. With the Supreme Elder present, it was hardly his place to speak. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow and rebuked, "Do not be disrespectful." Chapter 36. Has this young master become more handsome? Damn it, you old codger. I vanquished your grandson, and instead of receiving a reward, I'm being shown the door? No way. Ling Xiao bellowed. He had endured this for far too long. This fifth elder had been antagonistic towards him at every turn, clearly harboring a grudge. He saw no reason to treat him with deference. You dare to insult me? Clan leader, you all witnessed it. Ling Xiao has committed insubordination, violating the clan's rules. He must be punished. The fifth elder, livid, his beard bristling, seized the opportunity to condemn Ling Xiao, aiming to put Ling Zhan in a precarious position as well, a cunning move with malicious intent. Just as Ling Zhan found himself in a quandary, the Supreme Elder emitted a benevolent chuckle. Do not fret. Your reward is with me. With that, the Supreme Elder produced a tattered scroll. What's this? Ling Xiao inquired, perplexed. Why not examine it yourself? The Supreme Elder suggested. With a gentle wave, the scroll floated gracefully before Ling Xiao. Without further ado, Ling Xiao took the final 3 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformations into his possession and turned to depart. The crowd was rendered speechless by Ling Xiao's conduct. The fellow seemed unaware of the stroke of fortune that had befallen him. Shower, do not be impolite. Quickly express your gratitude to the Supreme Elder. Ling Zhan was beside himself with anxiety. He had not anticipated that the Supreme Elder would take a liking to Ling Xiao. He was overjoyed, but, seeing Ling Xiao's lack of appreciation, he felt an urge to slap him. This child was far too headstrong. Having said that, he unexpectedly strode towards Ling Xiao, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Half a month later, a bare-chested youth stood beneath the blazing sun, enduring the most excruciating heat. His skin was as dark as coal, and rivulets of sweat cascaded down like rain. What was most astonishing was that wisps of scorched white smoke were faintly rising from his body. It turned out he was not only subjected to the sun's relentless glare. Surrounding him were 4 golden-faced bronze mirrors reflecting sunlight onto him, concentrating 5-fold heat upon him. Any ordinary person would surely be roasted alive, yet the youth persevered. Hoisting 2 buckets of water, galloping like a horse, gritting his teeth in determination, while silently reciting his cultivation mantra. Not far away, beneath a trellis of green vines, an elderly man leisurely sipped his wine, accompanied by a fair and radiant young woman who continuously poured him drinks, bringing him immense joy as if he had not felt such ease and happiness in ages. Old sir, might you allow the young master to take a break? He seems on the verge of collapse, the young woman gently urged while massaging the old man's shoulders. trying to persuade him on behalf of the youth suffering under the sun. The elderly man chuckled. I never commanded him to work so hard. It is his own volition to persist. You may simply advise him directly. The young woman huffed in frustration. The young master would not heed my words. Nor would he listen to mine, the old man replied playfully. The young woman stomped her foot in exasperation, yet felt utterly helpless. Moments later, the youth, under the punishing sun, emitted continuous roars, his face contorted in agony, resembling a feral beast. His dark skin began to show signs of cracking, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Young master, cease your training, the maiden exclaimed, unable to attend to the elder, her voice filled with alarm. The youth, seemingly deaf to her pleas, continued his agonizing cries. His facial skin, once smooth, now fractured and peeled away, the minute fissures spreading like a spider's web from his face to his neck, chest, and arms. Immerse him in cold water. The elder bellowed from beneath the wisteria trellis. With a mighty flex of his arms, the youth sent 2 buckets of water hurtling towards a nearby wooden tub before leaping into it himself. A cacophony of sizzling sounds arose as the hot and cold mingled. Ah! The youth's tormented screams echoed once more from within the tub. Young master, the maiden cried, covering her face, unable to bear witness to the torment he endured. Her heart ached with distress. Remarkable! To achieve the first level of skin in a mere month. Such talent, such dedication, are inseparable, the elder marveled, stroking his white beard with satisfaction, showing no distress at the youth's suffering. After an extended period, the youth emerged from the tub, exclaiming, that was excruciating. Training in external martial arts is truly agonizing. Young master, are you unharmed? The maiden shrieked, rushing towards the tub. I am unscathed. What could possibly ail me? This bit of hardship is nothing for this young master to endure, the youth declared, patting his robust chest. It was at that moment that the maiden realized the youth was entirely nude, causing her cheeks to flush. As she turned her gaze away, she noticed something peculiar and exclaimed, Young master, your face. What about my face? The youth responded, touching his face in query. However, his touch revealed a large patch of skin peeling away, startling him. Haha, a month of torment has finally come to an end. The youth laughed heartily as he leaped from the wooden tub, his dead skin completely shed, leaving him invigorated, with smooth, radiant skin that retained its robust and handsome quality. Truly a graceful and comely young man. This youth was none other than Ling Xiao, who had been diligently practicing the Vajra 5 transformations technique. The maiden was his servant, Bayushi, and the elder was the supreme elder of the Ling family. In Meteorite City, as long as I don't encounter a spirit master, survival shouldn't be an issue. Now that the supreme elder had provided the cultivation incantations for the latter 3 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the technique was complete. The subsequent 3 transformations, refining organs, refining bones, and refining blood, each provide extraordinary defense. Upon mastering the 5th transformation, even a full-force strike from a legendary king rank or even Earth Emperor rank expert might not be effective. This defensive technique does not specify its rank, but the Supreme Elder speculates that it is at least a green rank technique or higher. Why only a speculation? Because the Supreme Elder himself has only reached the minor completion stage of the 3rd transformation, refining organs. The 5 transformations of King Kong technique. Aside from the 1st transformation, which does not require the assistance of spiritual herbs, mandates a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs for the remaining 4 transformations. Without such aids, one may succumb to the brutal trials of cultivation before mastering the art. Spiritual herbs and elixirs are inherently rare. Even someone as formidable as the Elder Supreme could only procure 3rd-tier spiritual herbs, which allowed him to reach the minor attainment of the 3rd transformation. However, when it came to the 4th transformation, requiring 4th or even 5th-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs, he could only gaze upon them longingly. After his bath and changing of garments, Ling Xiao donned a form-fitting black martial outfit, complemented by a cloak draped over his shoulders, presenting an exceptionally elegant demeanor. His long hair, as dark as ink and cascading like a waterfall, accentuated his wild and untamed spirit. His sharp, piercing gaze radiated an enchanting brilliance, while his smooth, jade-like visage captivated the hearts of young maidens. "Young master, you are truly charming," Bayushi thought to herself, admiring Ling Xiao from a short distance. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. "Have I become more handsome?" Ling Xiao asked, gazing at his reflection in the mirror with a sense of pride. "Yes, young master. You look splendid," Bayushi replied, slightly lowering her head, her face tinged with a rosy glow. "Hee, I also think so," Ling Xiao remarked narcissistically. Bayushi wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. Her heart was entirely devoted to him. If Ling Xiao desired her body, she would not resist in the slightest, but rather feel an even greater joy. Upon exiting the room, Ling Xiao and Bayushi stepped out together. The two individuals made their way towards the grand hall, where numerous servants respectfully greeted Ling Xiao as esteemed steward. Ling Xiao's status had undergone a remarkable transformation, having secured a place among the top 5 in the family assessment. He was bestowed the title of steward. The family provided him with several servants, and his provisions had improved exponentially, allowing him a monthly allowance of 200 gold coins, an epitome of the steward's privileges. Furthermore, due to Ling Xiao being chosen by the Grand Elder as a successor disciple, the esteemed elder had relocated to reside alongside him, rendering Ling Xiao's status exceedingly prestigious. Even the elders of the family treated him with deference, for he was a disciple of the Grand Elder, a title that held considerable weight. Chapter 37. A reunion with the Grand Elder to everyone's astonishment. The Grand Elder had selected the least powerful Ling Xiao, a low-tier practitioner, as his disciple, despite Ling Xiao's apparent reluctance to accept the offer. This predicament left many baffled, pondering the unpredictability of fate. The crowd could only marvel at Ling Xiao's extraordinary stroke of luck. After the meal, Ling Xiao was summoned privately by the Grand Elder. Observing the enigmatic elder, Ling Xiao found it difficult to comprehend why he had been chosen as a disciple. He mused to himself, reflecting on the fortuitous nature of his character, which seemed to attract even the most venerable individuals. "Grandfather, have you summoned me for some kind of reward?" Ling Xiao inquired casually, displaying no hint of apprehension regarding the Grand Elder's esteemed position, instead greeting him with a light-hearted smile. The esteemed elder chuckled, "You little rascal. How many of my possessions have you pilfered over the past fortnight? Do you truly dare to inquire further? Do you believe I want to shatter your skull? Huh. It's merely a few worn weapons and some minor potions I've taken from you. Why must you dwell on this? Surely your master is being rather stingy." Ling Xiao replied with a grin, rubbing his hands together. With a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, Ling Xiao declared, "Of course, it's no challenge at all. How could the trifling skills of the outer family pose a difficulty to a genius like me? It's simply laughable." "Very well then. Let us commence the training for the second transformation," the elder said with a sly smile. Ling Xiao frowned. "Must we be so relentless? This cultivation requires a balance of effort and rest, and today I am particularly busy. Let us postpone this for now." Thus, Ling Xiao resolved to venture into the wilderness mountain range. He was currently a key focus of the Ling family, and as soon as he stepped beyond their domain, 2 adept guardians of the Xian rank closely followed him, ensuring his safety against any unforeseen incidents. These 2 were loyal protectors of the Ling family. The formidable 24 Tiger Guards, known collectively by their titles, one called Tiger 6 and the other Tiger 7, both ranked among the top 10 of the Tiger Guards, boasting mid-tier Xian mastery, thereby placing them among the elite in Meteorite City. Their assignment had been orchestrated by the clan leader, Ling Zhan. Initially, the second elder and fifth elder vehemently opposed this decision, accusing Ling Zhan of favoritism for employing the Tiger Guards to safeguard Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Zhan cited the wishes of the esteemed elder, the 2 dared not voice their objections any longer. Regarding the tail trailing behind him, Ling Xiao not only felt no annoyance but instead experienced a sense of flamboyance akin to a wealthy scion, exuding an air of superiority. The Weixiang residence, after undergoing renovations, remained as bustling as ever. Wealthy merchants and noble heirs, accompanied by beautiful courtesans, entered and exited with expressions of indulgence and delight, reveling in their extravagant lives. Observing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but lament why he hadn't brought Yushi along. as he found himself enviously gazing at others embracing such beauties. He refused to believe that with his striking good looks, no alluring woman would be drawn to him. With a shake of his cloak, he strode confidently into the Wei Xiang residence. Ling Xiao's self-assessment was not mere boastfulness. He possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, and now, having become a practitioner of the arcane arts and mastered the first transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations, his demeanor had elevated significantly, radiating an even more remarkable charm. As he entered the establishment, he attracted the attention of numerous enchanting courtesans, who cast flirtatious glances his way, which he thoroughly relished, raising his brows in delight. The proprietor and attendants recognized Ling Xiao immediately, their previous encounter having left a profound impression. The genius of the Ling family had returned to cultivation, and recent news had it that he had become a practitioner of the arcane arts and been accepted as a disciple by the elder of the Ling family. A revelation that had sent ripples through Meteorite City. The owner personally attended to Ling Xiao, leading him to the second floor and arranging the finest table for him. As he ascended, whispers began to circulate below. Was that not Ling Xiao of the Ling family? Hadn't he been rumored to be a cripple? How could he now appear so spirited and full of vigor? Indeed, it is true that one can now cultivate profound powers. Just a month ago, he triumphed over the esteemed young lady of the Luo family, Luo Qingxuang. Recently, I have heard that he has caught the eye of the esteemed elder from the Ling family, who has taken him under his wing as a protege. How astonishing! Even a salted fish can turn over. His luck seems remarkably fortuitous. Undoubtedly, one must show deference to Ling Xiao in the future. Did you notice the nurses accompanying him? Both exude an aura of menace. They are likely among the 24 elite guardians of the Ling family. Upon ascending to the second floor, Ling Xiao reclined comfortably on a soft couch adorned with animal pelts. "Young Master Ling, what do you wish to eat?" The innkeeper inquired respectfully. "I have heard that you serve spirit snake soup. Bring me 3 portions, along with 10 pounds of wolf meat and 5 pounds of wine," Ling Xiao commanded boisterously, eager to indulge in the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy heir. "Yes, young Master Ling," the innkeeper responded with a bow. Just as the innkeeper was about to withdraw, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a nightingale, chimed in. "This meal is on me, young master." Ling Xiao turned towards the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a captivating beauty clad in a set of purple armor, her figure alluring and voluptuous, smiling charmingly in his direction. In Ling Xiao's mind, only one phrase resonated. What an exquisite enchantress! She appeared to be a woman in her mid-20s, possessing a typical oval face with luscious, crimson lips that were undeniably seductive. Her cascading golden waves of hair flowed down to her waist, while her slender waist exuded a vibrant, healthy elasticity, rendering her irresistible to any man who beheld her. However, despite such allure, few men dared to act upon their desires. She bore the captivating nickname Venomous Beauty, and any man who dared to entertain the thought of laying her down on a bed was swiftly sent to meet the king of hell. Wei Er, the deputy leader of the Cold Serpent mercenary group, the second largest mercenary group in Meteorite City, wielded the strength of a low-tier mystic warrior. In Meteorite City, achieving the rank of mystic warrior placed one among the elite, and aside from the major families, few dared to provoke her. Chapter 38, Venomous Beauty Wei Er. Wei Er flashed a smile that could charm the dead, saying, "The fame of the young master of the Ling family has long reached my ears. Today, I am fortunate to encounter you by chance. Might I have the honor of sharing a few drinks with you, young Master Ling?" Ling Xiao stood up with the grace of a gentleman, replying, "Since the beautiful sister has extended such an invitation, how could I dare to refuse? That would be a sign of disrespect." As Ling Xiao moved to approach, Hu Lu and Hu Qi stepped forward, bowing and cautioning, "Young master, please reconsider." Ling Xiao patted their shoulders, laughing, "Don't worry, my good brothers. Sister would never bully me." Wei Er, delighted by Ling Xiao's repeated references to her as sister, chuckled. "I dare not have the young master of the Ling family as my brother. That would be too much of an honor for me." Ling Xiao slipped between Hu Lu and Hu Qi, taking a seat directly across from Wei Er, saying, "Why not? I am a few years younger than you, so naturally, I am your younger brother. Unless, sister, you find me unworthy? How could I? Having a brother like you is more than I could ever ask for." Weidar's eyes sparkled as they lingered on Ling Xiao's face, her cheeks faintly tinged with a blush, unashamed and unguarded. "Since that is the case, from now on, you shall call me brother, and I will address you as sister. In the future, should anyone dare to bully my brother, sister, you must come to my aid." Ling Xiao jested playfully. He was, after all, a hopeless romantic, and with such a stunning beauty before him, it was natural for him to indulge in a bit of mischief. Of course, but what if sister is the one being bullied? Wei Dyer replied, lightly tapping her lower lip with her finger. Ling Xiao cast a flirtatious glance at Wei Dyer and confidently proclaimed, "If anyone dares to bully my sister, they are directly challenging me, Ling Xiao. I shall ensure they regret ever stepping foot into this world." "Hee hee, brother, you are truly wonderful." Wei Dyer giggled, covering her mouth, her alluring figure causing the men nearby to stare in awe, while Ling Xiao, seated across from her, swallowed hard. At that moment, the servant arrived with the snake soup, wolf meat, and fine wine that Ling Xiao had ordered. He instructed the servant to share half of the feast with Hu Lu and Hu Qi at their table, inviting them to join in the meal. Initially, the two brothers were reluctant to dine with Ling Xiao, but he had to insist with a commanding tone for them to sit down and enjoy. "These two brothers are indeed excessively indulgent," Ling Xiao remarked with a sip of wine, shaking his head in dismay at Wei Dyer. Although Hu Lu and Hu Qi were the guardians of the Ling family, Ling Xiao did not regard them as mere subordinates. While he did not consider them as brothers who share both fortune and misfortune, he believed it was perfectly acceptable for them to sit together, drinking heartily and feasting on meat. For this reason, Wei Dyer couldn't help but hold Ling Xiao in higher esteem, secretly thinking that this Ling family prodigy seemed rather unpretentious. However, upon this realization, a stentorian bellow reverberated from the lower floor. "You wretched harlot, descend at once, or I shall slay you in the streets." The cry instantly permeated the entirety of the who was then engaged in a convivial exchange with flushed crimson. Yet, suppressing her ire, she addressed with affected coyness, "Dear brother, someone is publicly defaming your sister. What course of action do you suggest I undertake?" To those unacquainted with, she might have appeared as a frail and defenseless woman, evoking pity and solicitude. At this juncture, finally discerned the ulterior motive behind his invitation. It seemed her intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. Nevertheless, remained unperturbed by the manipulation. In his estimation, only a man of his caliber possessed the requisite charm to safeguard such an alluring woman. Seizing the opportunity to capture her affections was not beyond consideration. Chuckled softly and, eschewing a direct response to his query, proclaimed in a resounding voice, "From whence does this rustic barbarian hail, daring to disrespect my sister? Have the audacity to ascend, and this young master shall castrate you and offer you as sustenance to wild beasts." Shortly thereafter, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and 5 figures materialized in succession. Each exuded a palpable aura of untamed ruggedness, and an intense miasma of carnage emanated from their robust musculature. The grotesque scars adorning their arms inspired trepidation and dread. The foremost figure, the most imposing and powerfully built of the group, bore a fearsome wolf's head etched upon his bald pate. The lupin visage revealed menacing, predatory fangs, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. He was none other than the vice-captain of the preeminent mercenary guild in Meteorite City. The Heilong, 33 years of age, possessed the same low-level Xian master prowess as Weidale. Yet he had traversed the path of a low-level Xian master for many years. His extensive experience hunting spirit beasts in the wild thicket mountains had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of low-level Xian master. Had it not been for his slightly inferior comprehension ability, he might have already ascended to the intermediate level. The voice that echoed from downstairs moments ago belonged to Heilong himself. A mere glance at Ling Xiao revealed to Heilong that Ling Xiao was merely a low-level Xian master, prompting him to disregard Ling Xiao entirely as he fixed his icy gaze upon Weidale, coldly commanding her to hand over her belongings quickly, lest he not only extinguish her life but also obliterate the Cold Serpent clan from Meteor City. Such audacity! Were Qi Lang present, I might harbor some trepidation, But you, Heilong, lack the capability to instill fear in me, Wydale retorted, her beautiful eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Umph, you shall soon discover the extent of my capabilities, Heilong sneered. Drawing forth a wolf-toothed club from his back, its menacing steel spikes radiating lethal intent. Hey, you repugnant old man, who do you think you are? Did you not hear my words? How dare you bully my sister? Do you seek death? Ling Xiao remarked lazily, tossing a piece of wolf meat into his mouth. A dark line appeared on Heilong's forehead as he glared furiously at Ling Xiao, before bursting into loud laughter. Huh, I was under the impression that you, the beauty serpent, had a penchant for a certain type of man, only to find you have settled for this feeble companion. A mere low-level Xian master dares to act arrogantly before me? Do you believe that I could crush you with a single finger? As soon as these words were spoken, the nearby Hu Lu and Hu Qi were about to rise and take action. However, upon noticing Ling Zhao's subtle gestures, they could only suppress their impulses with great reluctance. The Black Wolf, oblivious to Ling Zhao's movements, had his full attention fixated on Wei Dyer. She was well aware of Ling Zhao's meager strength. Yet she merely leveraged his identity and the prowess of the two guards behind him. Brother, this person is rather irritating, making it impossible for me to enjoy a drink and a heart-to-heart with you. Wei Daya pouted her alluring lips, feigning great grievance in a petulant tone. Ling Xiao let out a soft chuckle, then rose to his feet, shaking off his cloak, and glared fiercely at the Black Wolf. A light blue longsword emerged from behind him, its tip directed at the Black Wolf, exuding a formidable aura, as if to single-handedly confront an entire army. Leave this place at once, or I shall ensure that each of you is left with but one hand, Ling Xiao said with a chilling calmness. Upon hearing this, the Black Wolf could not help but burst into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! That is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Do you know who I am? I am the vice-captain of the Qing Wolf Brigade, the Black Wolf. Have you heard of me? If you do not leave immediately, I will take your life." Apart from being a low-tier mystic warrior himself, the Black Wolf was flanked by 2 high-tier and 2 mid-tier mystic warriors, while Ling Xiao possessed only low-tier mystic warrior strength. His audacity in addressing them thus appeared foolhardy to onlookers. Wei Dyer could not help but look down upon Ling Xiao as well. However, she remained unperturbed, confident that her guards would intervene in due time, making her escape effortlessly achievable. "You may certainly attempt to take my life," Ling Xiao replied with a cold smirk. To shine before a beauty is undoubtedly a matter of great pride and stature, an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Although his opponent possessed the strength of a profound master, he believed he could still engage in battle. After all, to aspire to the pinnacle of power, one must possess an indomitable spirit, for it is only by shattering all constraints that one can achieve a formidable reputation. Ling Xiao, with his exceptional prowess in both cultivation and comprehension, recognized that mere talent was insufficient. The most effective way to enhance his strength was through combat. It was through battle that he accelerated his growth, a significant reason for his ascent to becoming a legendary master at a young age in his previous life. Today, he intended to use these 5 adversaries as a means of practice while simultaneously capturing the heart of that enchanting maiden, an endeavor that promised to yield dual rewards. It was surely the proprietor of Wei Xiangju who would feel the most exasperated, secretly cursing the young master of the Ling family for always inciting conflict during his visits, a veritable harbinger of misfortune. Should he return a few more times, it seemed inevitable that Wei Xiangju would be rendered infamous within Meteorite City. "If you seek your own demise, allow me to assist you." Black Wolf impatiently directed a man beside him. The man who emerged was Tang Mu, the vice-captain, one of the 2 mid-tier practitioners. "Come forth, and I shall demonstrate the fatal consequences of crossing me," Ling Xiao taunted, beckoning with a dismissive gesture towards Black Wolf and his entourage. Upon witnessing Ling Zhao's determination to engage in battle, and noting that the 2 guards showed no intention of intervening, Wei Dyer anxiously appealed to him. "Brother, you are no match for him. Perhaps it would be best to surrender me to them." Maydale's words merely served to compel Ling Xiao to provoke his guards into action. "Sister, there is no need for concern. Such insignificant characters cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon my brother. Let us observe how he eliminates them." Ling Xiao remarked with an air of utmost arrogance. Die, you little brat. Tang Mu seized the opportunity as Ling Xiao was momentarily distracted, bellowing fiercely as he swung his heavy blade towards him. The strike was swift, descending upon Ling Xiao's head in an instant. Beside them, Maydale could not suppress her alarm, exclaiming, "Be careful." She had already positioned her hand upon the slender sword at her waist, prepared to intervene. Though she was utilizing Ling Xiao for her own purposes, she harbored no desire for him to truly come to harm. Otherwise, the Ling family would undoubtedly ensure the annihilation of their Cold Snake mercenary corps within Meteor City. Humph. Daring to launch a surprise attack on me? You seek death. Though Ling Xiao faced Maydale, he had already adopted a posture of vigilance. Externally, he projected an image of supreme arrogance, yet inwardly, he never underestimated any adversary. As the heavy blade approached, Ling Xiao wielded his azure longsword, meeting the strike head-on. The clash of metal reverberated with a resounding clang. "What a piece of scrap iron," Ling Xiao remarked, observing the now truncated blade in Tang Mu's grip. A smirk of triumph crossing his face, he swiftly delivered a kick. Chapter 39. Ling Xiao's display of power while Tang Mu stood dazed. Staring at the remains of his once formidable blade, he was suddenly caught off guard as Ling Xiao's kick struck him squarely in the groin. "Ah!" Tang Mu let out a pained cry, dropping the broken weapon and clutching his injury, dancing in agony. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Ling Xiao brandished his cerulean blade, and in a single, swift motion, decapitated Tang Mu, a crimson torrent erupting forth. The abruptness of Tang Mu's demise at Ling Xiao's hand left onlookers aghast. Wei Dai'er, taken aback by the ruthlessness of the seemingly callow young master of the Ling family, felt a tremor of apprehension. To think you could slay Tang Mu suggests that you wield a second-tier sword, one which I intend to possess, Black Wolf remarked coolly, his gaze sweeping over Tang Mu's lifeless form before settling on Ling Xiao. Accustomed to the vagaries of life and death, the mercenary harbored no sentiment for the fallen Tang Mu, instead coveting the sword in Ling Xiao's grasp. Ling Xiao, toying with the crystalline blade, responded with amusement. "You desire this sword? I fear you lack the metal to wield it." The blade in his hand was the azure crystal sword, a second-tier weapon of middling grade, acquired from the Supreme Elder. "Tang Shui, why do you tarry? Avenge your brother." Black Wolf, a Xian warrior, urged, addressing a man bearing a resemblance to Tang Mu. Tang Shui, the elder brother of the deceased, was a formidable Xian practitioner armed with a pair of sickles, their honed edges promising a gruesome end. With a roar of "I shall exact vengeance for my brother's life," Tang Shui unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped arcs, the air whistling with their deadly intent as they hurtled toward Ling Xiao. The sheer force of the attack eclipsed that of Tang Mu manifold. In a hurry to meet your dead brother, aren't you? Don't worry, you'll be reunited in hell soon enough. Ling Xiao sneered, his steps as elusive as a shadow, leaving behind a phantom image that was sliced apart by Tang Shui's twin hooks. The Black Wolf's eyes grew even redder, and he immediately barked at the two who hadn't yet made a move. "Join in. Don't waste time. Take this brat down." As soon as the Black Wolf's voice fell, the two behind him charged towards Ling Xiao with their weapons drawn. At that moment, Wei Dai'er furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze shifting towards the two guards not far away, her heart anxious. Why aren't they making a move? In truth, Hu Lu and Hu Qi had long wanted to intervene, but Ling Xiao had already used his secret ear transmission technique to command them not to act unless he faced a life-threatening crisis. Reluctantly, they could only stay on guard, ready to intervene at any moment. Although they knew that Ling Xiao had once defeated a high-level Xian practitioner, Ling Xing, single-handedly, facing the combined assault of two high-level and one mid-level Xian practitioners, even a high-level Xian practitioner would fall, let alone Ling Xiao, who was merely a low-level Xian practitioner. However, Ling Xiao had his own plans, with his mysterious footwork and the combat experience from his past life, despite the significant gap in strength. What did he have to fear? "Come on, let me fight to my heart's content today." Ling Xiao suddenly surged with a powerful fighting spirit, his aura reaching the peak of a low-level Xian practitioner. After this battle, he was confident he could break through to a mid-level Xian practitioner. This battle was a rare opportunity, How could he let it slip by? Sword Scar. Ling Xiao unleashed his domineering sword technique for the second time, and in an instant, countless sword rays exuding a dense chill swept towards the trio. Countless sword lights shattered the surrounding furniture into fragments in an instant. This time, the power unleashed was twice as formidable as before. Such a potent strike. Could it be a technique of the Azure rank? Both the Black Wolf and Wei Deer were taken aback by Ling Xiao's display of might. Confronted with such a formidable sword technique, the trio from the Blue Wolf clan banded together in defense. Tang Shui and another advanced practitioner barely managed to block the fatal blow. But the mid-level practitioner was far less fortunate, his throat sliced open by the sword light, resulting in immediate death. The two advanced practitioners fared no better. Although they had successfully intercepted all lethal strikes, their garments were torn in multiple places, and their rough skin oozed crimson blood, leaving them in a rather disheveled state. "I will kill you." Tang Shui glared furiously, recalling a time when he had been left in such a pitiful state by a low-level practitioner. The other advanced practitioner shared his sentiment. Ignoring the pain coursing through their bodies, they were undaunted. This level of discomfort was insufficient to shake their resolve. They were accustomed to life on the edge, unafraid of death, so why would they fear this minor pain? One wielded a sickle while the other brandished a longsword, attacking from two different angles. After executing his technique, Ling Xiao felt merely a fleeting pain in his meridians, unlike the backlash he had experienced previously. With the elevation of his realm, his power had intensified. Clouds parting, moon ascending, Ling Xiao uttered softly as he finally put his cloak to use. This was the second form of the cloud-dispelling palm. The cloak unfurled like a celestial canopy, obscuring the advanced practitioner wielding the sword and momentarily blinding his aim. In the next heartbeat, Ling Xiao had already maneuvered behind him, his blue crystal sword striking like a venomous serpent aimed at his back. The Black Wolf finally unleashed his fury, bellowing as he swung his wolf-toothed club towards Ling Xiao. While a mid-level practitioner could be replaced, a high-level one was not so easily found. He was unwilling to diminish his team's strength for the sake of such a trivial individual. Before the club could reach Ling Xiao, however, his long sword had already silently pierced the body of the high-level practitioner. "Black Wolf, your opponent is me," Wei Dyer exclaimed, noticing that the two guards had yet to take action. She stamped her foot and lunged forward with her slender sword aimed at the Black Wolf. The clash of their weapons resonated. A symphony of sparks ignited as their strengths were closely matched. There was no escaping now. Tang Shui charged forth, shouting, "I will fight you to the end." His dual size transformed into countless striking shadows, aimed at Ling Xiao, this being his most formidable attack. He sought not to kill, but merely to force Ling Xiao back, hoping for a glimmer of survival. Ling Xiao was inferior to Tang Shui in strength, and he was not foolish enough to engage directly. Instead, he relied on his exquisite footwork to evade each lethal strike. With his azure crystal sword, he deftly parried Tang Shui's size, creating numerous chips along the blades. Tang Shui had no time to consider the quality of his weapon. In a final desperate effort, he lunged toward the window, attempting to escape. "If you get away, it will be a disgrace before my sister," Ling Xiao sneered, as he unleashed a flurry of sword light from his azure crystal sword towards Tang Shui, who was nearly at the window. With a thunderous crash, the window was shattered into a gaping hole, sending Tang Shui hurtling out into the open air. Ling Xiao did not even cast a glance. He had already ascertained that Tang Shui was irrevocably dead. His attention shifted to the relentless clash between the Black Wolf and Wei Dyer. The intensity of their combat was undoubtedly far more enthralling, as crimson and golden glimmers intertwined, reducing the furnishings of the tavern to countless splinters. The Black Wolf, a practitioner of earth elemental martial arts, wielded his staff with a faint yellow radiance, exuding an overwhelming aura of relentless slaughter. In contrast, Wei Dyer, a fire elemental adept, wielded a slender sword that emanated a searing red heat. However, her prowess paled in comparison to that of the Black Wolf, who relentlessly pushed her into a perilous predicament. The mystique of the Xian Shirtir was indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao, with his eyes narrowed in contemplation, observed their duel with no intention of intervening. occasionally casting furtive glances at Wei Dyer, finding the spectacle utterly delightful. At this moment, Hu Lu and Hu Qi had positioned themselves protectively beside Ling Xiao, for the first time feeling a sense of reverence towards him. Both were mid-tier Xianshi, absolute loyal guardians cultivated by the Ling family, typically obeying only the commands of their clan leader. Yet, compelled to guard a youth of the Ling family, they harbored some discontent. However, upon witnessing Ling Zhao's formidable combat prowess, they realized that such a genius of the Ling family could not be judged by ordinary standards. No wonder the esteemed elder regarded him with such favor. Wei Dyer was infuriated. She had initially believed that this flamboyant young master was utterly captivated by her charm. Yet at this moment, he remained passive. With no opportunity to divert her focus, she unleashed a powerful technique, her slender sword igniting in fervent flames as she cried out, "Fire Serpent, entwine!" Finally, she unleashed the formidable energy befitting a Xianshi practitioner, a veritable serpent of fire, imbued with an almost sentient quality. Opened its maw and lunged towards the black wolf. Its crimson form blazed with fierce flames, scorching everything in its vicinity. At the Xianshi level, Xian power can be projected externally, allowing one to materialize attacks using their inherent attributes. The potency of this was demonstrably greater than the force sword techniques employed by Ling Li and Ling Xing during the family trials. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the Xianshi and Xianshi ranks. Undaunted by the formidable attack, the black wolf sneered, "Such paltry tricks." The earthen yellow aura emanating from his wolf-toothed club intensified, and with a mighty swing, a yellow wolf materialized and darted forth. The collision of these powerful attacks resulted in a deafening explosion, leaving a gaping hole in the floor of the Weixiang house. Capitalizing on the moment, the black wolf resumed his assault, swinging the wolf-tooth club with renewed vigor. Wei Dyer parried with her slender sword. But the black wolf's superior combat experience quickly gained the upper hand. In that instant, the black wolf shattered Wei Dyer's delicate blade, leaving her vulnerable. With a surge of ferocity, the black wolf gathered his strength and bellowed, "Succumb, you wench." The wolf-tooth club descended like a 1,000-pound hammer, aimed squarely at Wei Dyer's face. A resounding clang echoed as Ling Xiao was sent staggering backward, his arm wielding the blue crystal sword throbbing with numbness. Such immense recoil. Ling Xiao immediately channeled his Xian power to alleviate the pain, acutely aware of the vast chasm in power between their ranks. "Dear brother, did you truly wish to see your sister perish?" Wei Dyer retreated to Ling Xiao's side, feigning reproach. After an intense battle, her internal energy was severely depleted. Her breathing rapid, and her chest rose and fell rhythmically, captivating Ling Xiao's gaze. Noticing the peculiar attention from Ling Xiao, Wei Dyer realized that he was fixated on her alluring figure. She slightly turned her body and playfully scolded, "Oh, dear brother, where are your eyes wandering?" "I am not wandering at all. I merely wish to see if my sister has sustained any injuries," Ling Xiao replied, nonchalantly touching his nose as he defended his stance. At that moment, the black wolf finally noticed the two individuals who had remained silent. Their speed was astonishing, so swift that he could barely discern their movements. Suddenly, a foreboding sense enveloped him. This is bad. They are formidable opponents. The black wolf had previously underestimated Hu Lu and Hu Qi, failing to recognize that these two were the true masters. Realizing this too late, he attempted to flee. Unfortunately, both Hu Lu and Hu Qi possessed slightly superior strength and, launching their attacks simultaneously, there was no way for him to escape. In an instant, they drew their swords, unleashing crescent-shaped sword energies that sliced toward the black wolf with deadly precision. A resounding crash echoed as the black wolf was violently hurled against the wall, revealing two deep gashes on his back, from which blood gushed forth. "Who on earth are you?" the black wolf inquired, his face ashen as he fixed his gaze upon Ling Xiao. Regret washed over him. He had initially thought that his opponent was merely a low-tier practitioner and had dismissed him. Yet, now, his subordinates lay defeated by this seemingly low-tier warrior. He had never anticipated that the two guardians beside his adversary were so formidable, at least mid-tier practitioners. Perhaps Wei Dyer had allied herself with a prominent family? "Hey, even I am unaware of who this person is," Ling Xiao remarked with a playful lift of his brow. He then turned to Wei Dyer with a smile, saying, "Dear sister, how do you propose we deal with this individual?" Wei Dyer pondered for a moment, her brow slightly furrowing as she addressed Black Wolf. "Today, I shall spare your life, but do refrain from coveting what I possess, if you will." Ling Xiao stepped closer, inhaling the unique fragrance of femininity that surrounded Wei Dyer. A wave of exhilaration washing over him. Whether in this life or a previous one, he had always been particularly fond of mature women, believing them to possess the utmost allure, and the challenge of winning them over was simply irresistible. "Thank you for today, dear brother. I shall treat you to drinks again in the future," Wei Dyer remarked, her tone growing somewhat cooler as she distanced herself from Ling Xiao, preparing to take her leave. "Is it truly so easy for you to depart, sister?" "That seems quite unreasonable," Ling Xiao mused, inwardly thinking how swiftly she intended to sever ties after using him. Akin to dismantling a bridge once crossed. Wei Dyer, with a hint of caution in her gaze, smiled and said, "Sister has pressing matters to attend to. Shall we plan to play together another time?" "Ah, sister, do you truly perceive me as a mere child? It seems rather irresponsible of you to leave so abruptly," Ling Xiao responded, spreading his hands in feigned exasperation. "Very well, dear brother, what is it that you desire?" Wei Dyer cast him a flirtatious glance, her expression captivating and tender. Gazing at the expression on Wei Dyer's face, Ling Xiao felt a surge of heat coursing through him, nearly entranced by her allure. Fortunately, at that moment, his innate energy began to circulate, swiftly restoring his clarity. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, this woman actually possesses the art of seduction?" In truth, Ling Xiao had misjudged Wei Dyer. It was not that she wielded seductive skills, but rather that she was naturally enchanting. With the slightest display of her charm, she could easily ensnare men of weak will. "Sister, shouldn't you express something before leaving?" Ling Xiao inquired affectionately. "Could it be that my little brother wishes to devour his sister?" Wei Dyer replied, feigning grievance. "What kind of person do you think I am? I am a man of integrity. Should I desire to indulge, it would only be after you express your wishes first," Ling Xiao asserted with noble conviction. Internally, Wei Dyer scoffed. She had presumed Ling Xiao to be an inexperienced heir, yet he proved to be quite shrewd. "In that case, shall I accompany you again next time, dear brother? If you truly cherish your sister, I might allow you a taste." Wei Dyer attempted to further entice Ling Xiao, seeking an opportunity to escape. "A mere taste? That would hardly suffice. At least 10,000 tastes would be necessary. No, it should be a lifetime of indulgence. For who could resist such a fragrant sister?" Ling Xiao jested, seemingly reveling in their banter. "My dear brother, you are truly greedy. I must take my leave now." "Until we meet again," Wei Dyer cast a flirtatious glance at Ling Xiao and turned to slip away. However, Hu Lu and Hu Qi swiftly positioned themselves in her path. "What do you intend to do?" Wei Dyer asked, her irritation rising. "Sister, there's no need to be angry. Your younger brother harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to see what could possibly provoke such a fierce reaction from these people towards you." Ling Xiao found an undamaged chair and sat down, speaking calmly. "You." Wei Dyer was furious. First, wolves, and now a tiger. She hadn't expected this brat to turn the tables and threaten her. "What, is sister unwilling?" Ling Xiao inquired, then added, "In that case, your brother wouldn't mind personally searching you." As soon as these words fell, Wei Dyer's expression changed, and she immediately said, "I'll show you." She then untied a small pouch from her waist and threw it towards Ling Xiao. "This is what they're after." Ling Xiao smiled, opened the pouch, revealing a delicate brocade box inside. Upon opening the box, a fist-sized, fiery red fruit came into view. "Can I leave now?" Wei Dyer said angrily. She saw no need to continue the charade with Ling Xiao. "Kiki, it seems sister still wants me to search her." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and walked towards Wei Dyer. "What do you want? I've already given you the item. Do you still not intend to let me go?" Wei Dyer said nervously. "Humph. Dear sister, a second-tier mid-grade vermilion fruit is indeed valuable, but not enough to risk one's life. Don't think your brother is easily fooled." Ling Xiao snorted. Hearing this, Wei Dyer finally showed signs of worry. "Sister, I'm going to search you now. Ling Xiao whispered as he approached Wei Dyer. Startled from her reverie by Ling Xiao's words, Vidal promptly delved into her bosom and retrieved an object, which she reluctantly tossed to Ling Xiao. Here, she uttered with palpable reluctance. Ling Xiao caught the item and, after a brief olfactory examination, remarked, "It smells divine." Vidal blushed faintly, acutely aware that the object had been nestled against her person. Ling Xiao's appraisal felt almost like an intimate caress, igniting a desire to disappear. Ling Xiao unfurled the item, revealing a tattered cloth adorned with a meticulously drawn schematic, complete with various annotations. "What's this?" Ling Xiao inquired casually. "A treasure map?" Vidal pouted slightly and responded softly. "It's a topographical map of a secret realm within the barren jungle mountains. It was drawn by a squad leader of the Azure Wolf Band. They stumbled upon a perilous location, rumored to be guarded by a formidable spirit beast of at least the third rank. The entire 50-man squad perished under the beast's claws. Only the captain, endowed with wind attributes, managed to escape. He created this map, which eventually fell into my possession." Chapter 41. You cannot prevail against him. Realizing the futility of further deception, Vidal confessed, with most of her account being truthful. "Secret realm?" Ling Xiao echoed, momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned. He had perused numerous texts on the continent's lore in the Ling family's inner library and possessed some familiarity with the term. Secret realms, he knew, were the final resting places of powerful martial artists, where they left behind their accumulated wealth, including mystical techniques, weapons, elixirs, and even their life's legacy. Vidal, clutching a tattered cloth, stared blankly at Ling Xiao, unable to fathom that the heir of the Ling family could possibly lack interest in the map of the secret realm. After all, it represented the very essence of the secret realm. Even the patriarchs of esteemed families would be captivated by it. Could he truly be unaware of what a secret realm signifies? "Dear sister, please do not gaze so intently at your younger brother, for he might become bashful," Ling Xiao remarked, his complexion unexpectedly flushed. A few men dismounted swiftly and hurried towards the dilapidated Weixiang residence. Moments later, one of them emerged, approaching the imposing low-tier flame horse ridden by a robust man clad in azure armor. "I report to the team that the deputy leader, he has perished." "What? Clarify that for me." The man atop the horse bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. "The deputy leader is dead." "Scoundrel!" The man atop the horse roared, then propelled himself from the saddle, leaping towards the second floor of Weixiang residence like an eagle taking flight. This individual was none other than Qing Wolf, the leader of the Qing Wolf mercenary group, the elder brother of the Black Wolf, possessing formidable prowess at the high level of the mysterious scholar rank. He was a renowned expert in Meteorite City, and his mercenary group boasted over 500 members, aside from the prominent families. None dared to provoke the Qing Wolf mercenary group in that city. Glaring at the lifeless form of Black Wolf, Qing Wolf clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously, and he roared defiantly, "Vidal, you wretched being, I shall ensure that your cold serpent group vanishes from Meteorite City." In the inner courtyard of the Ling family, Elder Ling Mo was in a secret chamber with the fifth elder, discussing matters of utmost importance. "Elder brother, shall we simply wait like this?" The fifth elder cast a glance at the second elder, then emitted a profound sigh, ceasing to speak. In truth, he comprehended the validity of his eldest brother's words. However, he was loath to witness the maturation of that scoundrel. The mere thought of the lad evolving into their future nightmare filled him with unease, compelling him to eliminate him without delay. "Very well, cease your worrying over this matter and hasten that old codger in concocting the medicine. We have but a year, so furnish him with whatever he requires," the second elder instructed. Following today's battle, the Xian power that had accumulated over many days began to transform. He discerned that his Xian power was now sufficient to ascend to the intermediate level of a Xian practitioner. As any martial artist advances through the martial ranks, the requisite power increases, and the rate of progression gradually diminishes. Despite Ling Xiao's innate talent, breaking through the low-level Xian practitioner stage would not be as facile as breaking through the martial apprentice level. Evidently, Ling Xiao's unblocking of the 12 meridians enabled him to condense Xian power and become a Xian practitioner. Now, Cultivating qi absorption further facilitates the accumulation of Xian power, expediting his breakthrough. As the three internal energies guided each other into his body, Ling Xiao's face exhibited an array of colors, appearing exceptionally peculiar. After 2 hours of seated meditation, a faint white mist subtly emanated from Ling Xiao's body, indicating that the Xian power within him had reached a critical juncture. Now was the opportune moment to break through. Ling Xiao accelerated the circulation of Xian power, causing the masses of Xian power to surge forth like waves, layering atop one another and launching an assault on the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. All Xian power converged at one point, and after repeated impacts, it finally breached the barrier. The Xian power then commenced nourishing the limbs, bones, and internal organs. Ling Xiao felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment coursing through his body, with his strength multiplying exponentially, rendering him more vibrant than ever before. At long last, he had reached the intermediate level of a mystic practitioner, and the pace felt painfully slow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he chuckled lightly, only to mutter in dissatisfaction. If others were to overhear his words, they might very well choke in disbelief. How could one complain about such a breakthrough speed when many had been left to flounder in their attempts? Typically, a martial artist requires at least 1 to 2 years to ascend from a low-level mystic practitioner to an intermediate one. This applies even to those with considerable talent. For those less gifted, it could take 3 to 5 years, and for the utterly talentless, a lifetime might pass without any advancement. The three-point return to origin technique was a remarkably formidable internal cultivation method, coupled with his exceptional innate talent and diligent practice. The combination of these three factors enabled his progress to surpass that of ordinary individuals by several folds, even dozens of times. Such a pace was akin to that of a prodigy. Were it anyone else, they would be reveling in joy. Yet this fellow still found room for complaint. No wonder it might incite collective outrage. As night fell quietly, dawn approached. Early the next morning, Ling Zhan rushed into the courtyard, bursting into laughter. "Brother Zhan, please keep your voice down. You're disturbing shower sleep," said Meng Xiyun, gazing at her husband with delight. "Father, what joyous news do you have?" Ling Xiao emerged from his room and inquired, glancing at his father, finally grasping the reason behind his father's exuberance. "Indeed, my son. I have once again become a mystic practitioner," Ling Zhan exclaimed, akin to a child who had just received a sweet treat, his laughter echoing with unrestrained joy. "Congratulations, father. It seems today we can indulge in an extra dish," Ling Xiao joyfully remarked on behalf of Ling Zhan. "Indeed, let us enjoy a drink together today, but first, you must spar with me," Ling Zhan replied, preparing to throw a punch at Ling Xiao. "Should you lose, do not blame your son for your embarrassment," Ling Xiao retorted, his reflexes quick as he evaded his father's strike. "We are of equal rank. Although you did break through a month before me, it does not necessarily mean that I will be defeated by you," Ling Zhan declared with fervor. Having already reached the pinnacle of the Xian master level, he was confident in his combat experience and techniques, believing he would not succumb to his son. "Very well, let it be so, with mother as our witness," Ling Xiao responded, a confident smile gracing his face. Even as a low-tier Xian practitioner, he was certain of his victory over Ling Zhan. Not to mention that he had now advanced to the mid-tier Xian level, far surpassing ordinary high-tier practitioners. Facing a Xian master, survival would be his certainty. "Underestimating your old man? Prepare yourself." Ling Zhan charged again, this punch faster and more powerful than the last. Ling Xiao, however, showed his father some respect and did not immediately take him down. Instead, he matched his father's strength, exchanging blows with him. The air resonated with the sounds of their fierce combat. On the sidelines, Meng Xiyun looked on with increasing satisfaction. At last, their family was no longer seen as weaklings. The two continued their bare-handed duel for half an hour. Finally, Ling Zhan halted, expressing his discontent. "You're quite something, my boy. I can hardly believe I am unable to defeat you." "Hee, father, you are quite impressive. I cannot surpass you." Ling Xiao, not wishing to dampen his father's spirits, almost held back during their sparring. "Well then, we shall call it a day. After a few more days of recovery, I will undoubtedly be able to defeat you." "You little rascal, Ling Zhan confidently declared. You will never best him, a hoarse voice echoed from afar, affirming the statement. Chapter 42. Aberrant Cultivation, Grand Elder. The crowd respectfully addressed the newcomer. It was indeed the Grand Elder, who observed Ling Xiao while stroking his beard, chuckling. Not bad. You've quickly advanced a small tier. It seems you may become a high-tier practitioner before the clan competition. Ling Zhan stared in astonishment at his son. Son, have you already reached mid-tier cultivation? Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, acknowledging the truth. He then turned to his mother and said, Mother, please instruct the servants to prepare a feast. Let us indulge in a grand celebration today. Ming Xian smiled with satisfaction and, alongside by Yushi, gracefully withdrew. You clever boy. It's wise of you to recognize your father's leniency, Ling Zhan remarked, patting Ling Xiao's shoulder. Grandfather, where are we headed? Ling Xiao inquired as the Grand Elder summoned him, though he was unaware of the Elder's destination. You will know when we arrive, the Grand Elder replied calmly, making his way towards the back mountain of the Ling family. Along the path, numerous guards of the Ling family greeted the two with utmost respect. Once they had distanced themselves, the guards began to converse quietly among themselves. Did you see? The one beside the Grand Elder is young Master Ling Xiao. He is the one whose meridians were severed and has now been reforged. I never anticipated his extraordinary fortune in garnering the esteemed appreciation of the Grand Elder. One should not underestimate young Master Ling Xiao. Although he is merely a low-ranking Xian practitioner, he triumphed over young Master Ling Xing, a high-ranking Xian practitioner, during the family trials. Is that truly the case? It seems improbable that a low-ranking martial artist could vanquish a high-ranking one. Indeed, inquire around, and you will discover that this matter is widely known. Ling Xiao and the Grand Elder proceeded towards the rear mountains of the Ling family. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Honored Elder, what is the purpose of our visit to the rear mountains? Ling Xiao inquired with perplexity. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally elucidated his intention, stating, to cultivate the Vajra 5 Transformation Sutra, second transformation. The second transformation of the Vajra 5 Transformation Sutra involves the tempering of tendons. Ling Xiao remained silent, patiently awaiting the Grand Elder's instructions. The Grand Elder uttered a soft command, emerge now. Subsequently, 5 individuals emerged from various directions, all clad in identical martial attire, and respectfully greeted the Grand Elder, saying, Greetings, Grand Elder. Ling Xiao was rendered speechless with astonishment. He was aware that to cultivate the second transformation, one must endure relentless attacks on the body with hard objects, particularly the tendons of the limbs. Then, through the cultivation of the Vajra 5 Transformation Sutra, the tendons are severed and reconnected repeatedly until they reach a state of steel-like resilience, at which point the cultivation is considered complete. However, he had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would be so severe as to directly employ Xian practitioners for the attacks, using different attributes in rotation. Such a brutal training regimen would likely cause anyone to tremble with fear and reluctance. Honored Elder, you wouldn't be so ruthless, would you? What if my limbs are truly shattered? Ling Xiao said with trepidation. Rest assured, I shall ensure that their initial onslaught is not overly severe, commencing with a full-force strike from a high-level practitioner. In due course, once you have acclimated, the intensity of the attacks will gradually escalate until you achieve the minor accomplishment of the second transformation, the Elder Supreme proclaimed. My lord, we are prepared to commence our assault, one individual remarked as soon as the Elder Supreme departed. Do not rush, I am not yet ready, Ling Xiao quickly interjected. The Elder Supreme had issued a directive. Should the young master neglect his training, he would forfeit his meals for the day, the individual reiterated nonchalantly. That is rather harsh. Ling Xiao muttered, removing his cloak and thumping his chest, declaring, Who among you wishes to challenge me first? I fear no one. No sooner had Ling Xiao spoken than one person stepped forward, stating, My lord, I possess the attribute of gold, and I shall go first. My apologies. With that, the individual unleashed a dual golden beam from his fists, aimed directly at Ling Xiao's arms. Boom! Ling Xiao, struck by the radiant force, could not suppress his exclamation of surprise. "Ah, surprisingly, I am unscathed," he observed, inspecting his arms and feeling a sense of astonishment. Though the first layer of skin refining can withstand the full-force strike of a high-level practitioner, it does not mean one is entirely impervious. Some degree of swelling and pain is to be expected. Subsequently, the gold attribute warrior treated Ling Xiao as a training dummy, meticulously controlling his strength to match that of a high-level practitioner while relentlessly pummeling him. Initially, Ling Xiao shrieked incessantly, akin to a felon undergoing torment, enduring the relentless pummeling. Subsequently, he employed the Vajra 5 transformations technique to resist, gradually alleviating the agony and discovering that each impact accelerated the circulation of his profound energy. After a day, Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in contusions, his limbs swollen and engorged, even seeping considerable blood, presenting a rather ghastly appearance. As evening approached, Bai Yusin arrived with a basket to deliver sustenance to Ling Xiao. Observing his condition, she felt an indescribable ache in her heart. "Young master, you are severely injured." Bai Yusin tenderly caressed Ling Xiao's wounds with heartache, but mindful of her station, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to grasp her slender, delicate hand, the exquisite smoothness stirring his soul. "Young master," Bai Yusin softly exclaimed, her fair face lowered, a blush suffusing her ears. "Yusin, come and feed your young master." "I am unable to move my hands," Ling Xiao reluctantly released Bai Yusin, uttering these words. Bai Yusin nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment in her expression, and proceeded to feed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gazed upon her exquisite, rosy countenance, observing her obedient and docile demeanor, a wave of warmth enveloping him. Noticing Ling Xiao's gaze upon her, Bai Yusin's heart suddenly fluttered with trepidation. Her entire being had long been captivated by Ling Xiao, and this was the first instance of intimately attending to him, causing her heart to palpitate rapidly. Following the meal, 2 attendants promptly arrived with a large tub of scalding water, pre-infused with various precious medicinal herbs. "Young master, it is time for your bath." Bai Yushi relayed the instructions given by the elder. "From now on, you must bathe in this medicinal solution daily. It will aid your physical cultivation." Ling Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and rose to his feet, but his legs weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Bai Yushi was there to support him. The faint fragrance wafting through the air stirred something within Ling Xiao, and he inwardly cursed his fate. Having lived 2 lives yet still deprived of such exquisite pleasures felt utterly lamentable. Bai Yushi assisted Ling Xiao to the wooden tub, where the water still bubbled and steamed invitingly. "Young master, I shall help you bathe and change," she said, her voice tinged with nervousness. Traditionally, Ling Xiao had always bathed alone, but today he found himself unable to manage, and Bai Yushi had resolved to serve him throughout the process. I would prefer to do it myself," Ling Xiao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the prospect of being seen unclothed. However, this time, Bai Yushi did not retreat as she usually would. Instead, she gazed at him with a hint of distress, her beautiful eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "Yushi, what troubles you?" Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. "Young master, do you truly dislike me?" Bai Yushi asked, her tone imbued with a pitiful quality. "How could that be? I care for you dearly. How could I possibly harbor any dislike?" He reassured her. "Then why do you not allow me to assist you? Other masters and young lords permit their maidservants to attend to their bathing and dressing. Yet, you never let me do such things. Does this not imply that you hold a disdain for me?" Ling Xiao raised his swollen hand and playfully tapped Bai Yushi's delicate nose, saying, "Silly girl, do not forget that you are still my sworn sister." "Young master, I am at your service, willingly. May I assist you with your bath and changing?" Bai Yushi's delicate face was flushed with a vibrant hue, her elegant hands deftly unfastening Ling Xiao's martial attire. In an instant, the cave was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with unspoken intimacy. Chapter 43. The Trials of Medicinal Essence. Ling Xiao plunged into the large wooden tub. A sharp gasp escaped his lips. The water was scalding hot, capable of stripping away a layer of skin. Fortunately, he had mastered the first transformation, rendering his flesh remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would have leaped from the tub in haste. Ling Xiao began to focus his mind, reciting the Diamond 5 transformations technique, and commenced absorbing the medicinal properties within the tub. Initially, the absorption was sluggish, yet he could distinctly sense the swelling of his skin gradually subsiding, while the ragged wounds healed at a visible pace, as his cells became increasingly animated, eager to assimilate the medicinal essence. Gradually, Ling Xiao entered a state of complete immersion, his absorption rate accelerating. The medicinal liquid in the tub began to swirl around him, forming a vortex that rotated slowly, with Ling Xiao at its center. This phenomenon appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Meanwhile, Bayushi, with her mouth agape in awe, dared not utter a sound, fearful of disturbing Ling Xiao. She stepped aside and commenced her own practice of the Water Moon Divine Art. Remarkably, she had advanced to a level 4 martial artist, transforming from an ordinary individual without any foundation into a level 4 practitioner in just over a month. A feat closely linked to the efficacy of the Water Moon Divine Art that Ling Xiao had imparted to her. Originally, her meridians were intact, and her innate talent was far from mediocre. Naturally, her cultivation progressed as if aided by divine intervention, and given time, breaking through to the realm of the Xian practitioner would pose no challenge. Ling Xiao was astonished to discover that the King Kong 5 transformation technique was not merely a method for physical enhancement, but also a powerful technique for rapidly absorbing medicinal properties. He found it difficult to fathom where the esteemed elder had acquired such a miraculous technique. If he continued to cultivate in this manner, would he not eventually attain a state of invulnerability, impervious to blades and unscathed by the 5 elements, by absorbing various high-grade spiritual herbs? For the moment, Ling Xiao had no time to ponder these questions. The speed of absorption intensified, and to his amazement, the 3 points returning vitality began to operate autonomously, assimilating a portion of the medicinal essence that invigorated his internal organs, fortifying his physical capabilities. The marvel of the 3 points returning vitality left Ling Xiao astounded. No wonder the formidable Xiong Ba was able to dominate the martial world with it. Indeed, it possessed its unique merits. After an hour, the once opaque barrel of dark medicinal liquid had transformed into a crystal-clear state, clearly indicating that Ling Xiao had absorbed every last trace of its potency. Had the esteemed elder been present, he would surely have been left speechless. It had taken him nearly half a night to absorb such an immense quantity of medicinal energy. While Ling Xiao accomplished this feat in merely 1 hour, such a miraculous rate of absorption. Delighted, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and 2 piercing gazes shot forth. He could not help but exclaim softly as he sprang from the wooden barrel, his body spinning gracefully through the air before landing on the ground. "Young master, are you well?" Bayushi immediately awoke from her meditation, her voice filled with joy. Ling Xiao gazed intently at Bayushi, and as he prepared to speak, his face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a bashful maiden, utterly mortified. It was only then that he recalled he was entirely unclothed. Bayushi had glimpsed his form while he was soaking in the medicinal bath, and now, meeting his robust physique once more, she felt less bashful than before. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she boldly approached Ling Xiao, wrapping her arms around his powerful waist. In that moment, his mind went utterly blank. Although he had often fantasized about such a scenario, when the moment truly arrived, he felt as if a master warrior had been reduced to a mere ordinary person, unsure of how to proceed. Above, the vast sky concealed the full moon behind dark clouds, and soon the eastern horizon brightened as a ray of sunlight illuminated the earth. Ling Xiao had long endured excruciating torment outside the cave. After a night of absorbing the potent essences of various rare herbs, his body had once again rejuvenated, and his spirit was remarkably vigorous. Today he faced an assault from a wood element warrior, who relentlessly lashed at him with thorny vines, leaving ghastly blood trails across his body. Not enough. Bring it on, Ling Xiao bellowed after seemingly acclimating to the intensity of the onslaught. This wood element warrior was experiencing such torment for the first time and was astonished to encounter someone so resilient. Fueled by newfound determination, he unleashed a frenzied attack on Ling Xiao, channeling the power of an 8th-tier practitioner, a force that would have shattered the limbs of an ordinary warrior. Ling Xiao was no exception. His limbs began to contort, and he was on the verge of collapsing, sustained only by an indomitable spirit. Finally, just before he succumbed, the sun, as if relenting, gently descended beyond the horizon. After another grueling day, Ling Xiao fainted, a triumphant smile etched upon his face. Bai Yuxiao arrived once more with sustenance, her heart hemorrhaging at the sight of Ling Zhao's tormented state. Having pledged herself to him the previous night, her entire being was now devoted to Ling Xiao, and the sight of his wounds lacerated her soul. However, cognizant that Ling Xiao was undergoing the most rigorous of trials, she could only implore that he would endure. She placed Ling Xiao into the wooden tub, allowing him to once more absorb the medicinal properties. Outside the cavern, the 5 martial artists of varying elemental affinities conversed with lingering trepidation. What arcane art is the Supreme Elder having young Master Ling Xiao practice? It's so exacting, one remarked. If you're asking me, who should I ask? Only the Supreme Elder knows, I suppose. Young Master Ling Xiao is the Supreme Elder's chosen successor, so naturally, the standards are more stringent. But this is too perilous. Look, young Master Ling Xiao's tendons are severed. None of us could withstand that, especially since young Master Ling Xiao is merely a mid-level Xian cultivator. I wonder if he can continue training tomorrow? I doubt even the most resilient could rise again. The following day, Ling Xiao appeared before the sparring martial artists, full of vim and vigor, leaving them incredulous at the reality before them. They finally comprehended the extraordinary nature of Master Ling Xiao, a being akin to an immortal, who could rise again after being battered to the brink of death, truly formidable. Undoubtedly favored as the successor by the esteemed elder. On this day, a water attribute warrior obliterated Ling Xiao. The attacks of a water attribute warrior are considerably gentler compared to those of the other 4 attributes. Thus he unleashed his full force from the very beginning. Chapter 44. The incident of Yuxi, however, just as Ling Xiao believed, he had reached a state of contentment. The 3 parts of returning origin chi surprisingly began to circulate within him, with his dantian channeling a different stream of mysterious energy to mend his meridians. It appeared that the 3 parts of returning origin chi possessed restorative capabilities. Truly remarkable. Ling Xiao sighed once more, then began to focus his mind. Ling Xiao entered a state of transcendent perception, his body gradually healing. If he were capable of introspection, he would be astonished to discover that his meridians had become several times more resilient than before. After meditating throughout the night, Ling Xiao finally regained his strength. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, he was struck by a piece of news that filled him with unbridled rage. A surge of fury consumed him, transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast. He had always treated her with utmost courtesy, never viewing her as merely a servant, but rather as family. He spoke with humor and grace, willing to endure pain for her sake, and in his spare time, he taught her profound techniques, enabling her to become a respected warrior. All of this deeply moved her, for as a maid resigned to her fate, she could scarcely have imagined such kindness in her wildest dreams. Beyond surrendering her person to the young master, she was at a loss as to how to reciprocate his benevolence. Simultaneously, she had fallen deeply in love with him. She harbored no illusions of him marrying her legitimately. She would be content as long as she occupied even a small corner of his heart. She delivered meals to him daily. Upon learning that all of his martial attire had been utterly destroyed, she felt a pang of distress. Compelled by a desire to contribute something of her own, she resolved to acquire some superior fabrics from the market to fashion new garments for him. While she could have commissioned a tailor, she felt that would not adequately convey the depth of her sentiment. Thus, she intended to personally create the garments for the young master, having previously made clothing for herself and her mother. Upon arriving at the fabric store, Bai Yuxiao selected several exquisite textiles. As she was settling the bill, she inadvertently collided with another individual. "Watch where you're going, you blind cur. How dare you bump into me?" The woman, having been gently brushed by Bai Yuxiao's fabrics, immediately erupted in a tirade. Bai Yuxiao, of a kind and gentle nature, and feeling that she was at fault, promptly apologized to the woman, saying, "I beg your pardon, miss. It was unintentional. Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you even know who I am?" How dare a lowly wench like you touch me? The woman, though possessing a certain beauty, paled in comparison to Bai Yuxia. Seeing Bai Yuxia's delicate and alluring appearance, her ire intensified. She immediately raised her arm and struck Bai Yuxia's face. Slap! The blow landed squarely on Bai Yuxia's delicate cheek. Not content with that, the woman pressed her advantage and delivered a kick to Bai Yuxia's abdomen. Ah! Startled, Bai Yuxi cried out, the fabrics in her hands scattering across the floor as she collapsed. Though a fourth-level martial apprentice, she found herself defenseless against the woman. Partly due to the unexpected assault, and partly due to her opponent's superior strength. Miss Qing, perhaps it is best to let it go. I doubt she intended any harm. Allow me to present some superior fabrics, the shopkeeper interjected, showing sympathy for Bai Yuxi and addressing the woman with deference. Humph. You vile wench, should our paths cross again, expect another beating, the woman retorted, her animosity fueled by envy of Bai Yuxi's beauty. Qing, what has disturbed your equanimity? A magnetic voice inquired from the doorway. Entering was a handsome young man, approximately 25 years of age, adorned in a blue robe and holding a white fan, exuding a debonair charm. This was Lan Guangxing, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Lan family, second only to the three major clans in Meteorite City, and recently elevated to the rank of profound scholar. The woman who had assaulted Bai Yuxi was Li Qingqing, a member of the younger generation of the Li family, one of the three major clans, 22 years old, and possessing the strength of a mid-level profound practitioner. Lan Guangxin was ardently pursuing Li Qingqing, primarily because the Lan family hoped to forge closer ties with the Li family through marriage, establishing an alliance in preparation for their ascent into the ranks of the great families. Indeed, it was this offensive strumpet who caused me discomfort, Li Qingqing declared, pointing towards Bai Yuxi, who was gathering the scattered fabrics. In truth, just now, Bai Yuxi had merely brushed against her with a piece of cloth. Even an ordinary person would not have felt pain from such a slight contact. Yet, as a mid-level practitioner, she claimed to be hurt, which was clearly an excuse. Lan Guangxing glanced at Bai Yuxi, and his eyes brightened instantly, marveling at the beauty before him. At that moment, Li Qingqing caught sight of Lan Guangxing's gaze lingering on Bai Yuxi, and her heart ignited with fury. She swiftly redirected her anger towards Bai Yuxi and approached her, delivering a fierce kick while demanding that she leave. Bai Yuxi, feeling utterly wronged, had not expected to suffer such indignity merely for stepping out to purchase a few items. Being inherently kind-hearted, she suppressed the pain in her abdomen and held back her tears of grievance, clutching the fabric as she attempted to flee the shop. However, before she could escape, Li Qingqing seized her by the hair from behind. Ah, I have already apologized. What more do you want? Bai Yuxi exclaimed in pain. You insolent creature, dare to retort? I shall tear your mouth apart. Li Qingqing raised her hand and slapped Bai Yuxi's face repeatedly, the sharp sound echoing painfully. Poor Bai Yuxi bore several bright red handprints on her delicate face, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, rendering her appearance exceedingly disheveled. At that moment, a maid from the Ling family, who had accompanied Bai Yuxi, burst in from outside, pointing at Li Qingqing and exclaiming, "What are you doing hitting her?" This maid, assigned to Ling Xiao, was 19 years old and named Xiaomei. She had just stepped out with Bai Yuxi and was astonished to find her friend in such a dire state after only a brief separation. She was well aware of Bai Yuxi's position within the Ling family, and it was evident that young Master Ling adored her immensely. If young Master Ling were to discover that Bai Yuxi had been so brutally mistreated, it would be unimaginable for him not to hold her accountable. Then there was the insufferable servant, Li Qingqing, whose temperament was notoriously poor. Upon encountering someone who dared to confront her, she immediately pointed at Xiaomei and hurled an insult, then turned to Lan Guangxing and commanded, "Brother Sheng, teach her a proper lesson." Lan Guangxing nodded, a flicker of menace passing through his gaze, and he swung his fan towards Xiaomei with a resounding smack. Xiaomei, being merely an ordinary person devoid of any prowess, was sent sprawling out the door by Lan Guangxing's forceful strike, rendering her unconscious. The Ling family? Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, while Lan Guangxing and the innkeeper exchanged apprehensive glances. The Ling family was the foremost clan in Meteorite City, far beyond their capacity to offend. "Qimei, perhaps we should let this matter rest," Lan Quanxing said, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he tried to counsel Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing retorted dismissively, "What of the Ling family? You are mere servants. Even if I were to sell you off, the Ling family would not intervene on your behalf. Besides, does our Li family fear the Ling family? Did the Li family fear the Ling family?" The answer was unequivocally affirmative. The Ling family boasted a lineage of nearly 1,000 years, their foundation far more profound than that of the Li or Luo families. Moreover, the esteemed elder of the Ling family held a fearsome reputation, one that the Li family could not afford to offend at this juncture. However, Li Qingqing was unwilling to let the matter rest with this servant, contemplating the latter's lowly status. She believed that the Ling family would not take a stand for a mere servant. With this thought, her confidence surged, and she devised a splendid method to vent her frustration. She intends to sell this servant girl, who surpasses her in beauty, rendering her a mere object for the pleasure of many. It is undeniable that when a woman succumbs to jealousy, her cruelty can be utterly merciless. Chapter 45. The bidding at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Lan Quanxing couldn't help but feel pity for the beautiful maid. He had yet to indulge in her charms. Bayushi was forcibly taken away by Li Qingqing. Half an hour later, Xiaomei slowly regained consciousness. "Yushi, where are you?" Upon awakening, her immediate concern was to find Bayushi. The kind innkeeper informed her that she had already been taken by Miss Li. Li Qingqing had knocked Bayushi unconscious and brought her to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, where she entrusted her to the matron after giving her specific instructions. Before proceeding upstairs to enjoy the show, Li Qingqing glanced at Lan Quanxing and teased, "Are you reluctant to part with that wretched maid?" Lan Quanxing quickly replied, "How could that be? She is not even a fraction as beautiful as Qingmei, not even a 10,000th. At least you know your place." Li Qingqing scoffed, feeling immensely pleased. Inside the bustling hall of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Bayushi was abruptly awakened by a splash of cold water. Raising her head, she found herself imprisoned within an iron cage, surrounded by a throng of men, young, middle-aged, and elderly, each leering at her with lustful eyes. She was unaware of her location, but she understood that her situation was dire. Desperately, she cried out, "Let me out! Let me out!" Ling Xiao had just begun to utilize the diamond transformation technique to restore his body, and indeed, the three parts of returning to primal energy were inextricably linked. Had the Supreme Elder been cognizant of Ling Xiao's nocturnal self-cultivation to restore his meridians, he would have been astounded, for it signified the nascent stages of tendon. The second transformation. The Supreme Elder, in his time, had endured considerable hardship, requiring nearly a year to cultivate tendon to minor completion, whereas Ling Xiao achieved this feat in a mere fortnight, a pace of astonishing rapidity. Emerging from the cavern after an intense fortnight of rigorous training, Ling Xiao's attire was tattered, akin to that of a mendicant. Yet, this disarray could not conceal his imposing physique, his refined features now sharply defined, his eyes gleaming with vitality and crystalline clarity. As Ling Xiao prepared to resume his training, Xiaomei hastened toward him, breathless. Before she could approach, she was intercepted by one of the martial artists. Save for Bayuxiao, no one was permitted to disturb Ling Xiao during the day. A decree ordained by the Supreme Elder. Upon hearing that Bayuxiao was in distress, Ling Xiao's countenance turned frigid. He seized Xiaomei by the shoulders and implored her to elucidate, inquiring as to what had befallen her. Bayuxiao held unparalleled significance in his life, being the sole woman with whom he had shared intimacy. Xiaomei, taken aback by Ling Xiao's chilling aura, found herself unable to speak. A nearby martial artist cautioned Ling Xiao against his agitation, advising him not to shake her, lest he deprive her of breath. Realizing he had exerted excessive force, Ling Xiao released Xiaomei's shoulders, infusing her with a wisp of Xian power, and gently urged her to speak at her own pace. Once Xiaomei had regained her composure, she recounted the events that had transpired at the clothier's shop. "You say Yu Xiao has been abducted?" Ling Xiao's brows knitted together into a furrow resembling the character for river, and a chilling aura of menace began to emanate from him. With swords sheathed behind him, and without even changing his attire, he dashed towards the fabric shop mentioned by Xiao Mei. Hu Lu and Hu Qi remained vigilant, closely monitoring Ling Xiao's every move. As soon as he appeared, they hastened after him, perplexed by the urgency of their young master's actions. Despite being mid-tier Xian practitioners, they found themselves outpaced by Ling Xiao, who unleashed the full extent of his speed, leaving them in his wake after only a mile. A sense of shock surged through them. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's prowess firsthand, yet they were unprepared for the sheer velocity he displayed, which they surmised could only be rivaled by high-tier Xian practitioners. With no time to ponder, they pursued him with all their might, acutely aware that they could not bear the consequences should anything happen to Ling Xiao. Upon arriving at the fabric shop, Ling Xiao found the shopkeeper engaged in promoting fabrics to a group of affluent ladies. With an air of cold ferocity, he cursed and seized the shopkeeper, flinging him aside, leaving the unfortunate man disoriented. Meanwhile, within the Zui Xianglu, the auction had reached its zenith, with bids soaring from 50 gold coins to 280. The last bid had come from a rugged-looking free adventurer, a high-tier Xian practitioner whose bulging veins resembled serpents, silencing many around him with his powerful presence. Just as the crowd assumed the bidding had reached a standstill, a smooth, almost ethereal voice broke through the tension, declaring 350 gold coins. The moment those words were uttered, an uproar erupted within the Zui Xianglu. Who is this person? Audaciously starting the bidding at 280 gold coins and daring to compete with a high-level practitioner? It seems they have grown weary of life. The high-level practitioner, visibly displeased, turned his gaze toward the individual challenging him, and in an instant, his wrathful expression melted away like ice meeting fire, transforming into a cordial smile as he clasped his hands toward the gentleman on the second floor, saying, "Ah, it is Master Murong. I beg your pardon. This lady rightfully belongs to you." The high-level practitioner, clearly recognizing his counterpart, displayed evident trepidation and promptly offered a flattery, refraining from further bidding. The atmosphere fell into a hush, and the soft, ethereal voice echoed once more, "He, if there are no further bids, this lady shall belong to me, Murong Gu." It became evident why Master Murong commanded such respect. The wild boar dared not utter a sound. It was rumored that Master Murong had recently ascended to the rank of mid-level practitioner, and even the leader of the Blue Wolf mercenary group, Qinglang, personally sought to recruit him, offering him the position of a team leader. Indeed, however, I have heard that Master Murong outright declined the offer. The Blue Wolf mercenary group's influence in the city is only slightly inferior to that of the prominent families, and yet Master Murong chose to refuse? Perhaps he has grown accustomed to a life of carefree leisure. Murong Gu, age 35, is a free-spirited adventurer who recently broke through to the rank of mid-level practitioner. He is known as the Lone Wolf, characterized by his lustful tendencies and his penchant for violence, mercilessly taking lives. Amongst adventurers and weaker mercenary groups in the Wildthorn Mountains, he is the one they fear encountering the most, as he is notorious for his propensity to kill and plunder. The moment Murong Gu laid eyes on Bayushi, he was entranced by her beauty, resolutely deciding to obtain her at any cost. The procuress of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion announced with a resonant voice, "This esteemed gentleman has bid a substantial sum of 350 gold coins. Does anyone present wish to offer a higher price?" The procuress was positively gleeful. In these times, a common girl might fetch a mere 10 gold coins. Yet this comely maiden brought by their young mistress had astonishingly reached such an exorbitant price. Upstairs, Li Qingqing wore a smug smile, remarking, "Who would have thought this little harlot was worth so much?" Lan Guangxing chuckled in agreement, though he felt uneasy, recalling the girl's claim of being from the Ling family. Should that be the case, the matter would escalate considerably. While the Lan family was second only to the three major clans in Meteoric Iron City, the disparity in their strength was vast, and they could ill afford to offend them. It was for this reason that he had been so assiduous in pleasing Li Qingqing. "Very well, since no one else is bidding," the procuress began, ready to declare the result. "Hold on. I bid 400 gold coins," a presumptuous voice thundered from above. Chapter 46. Whoever dares to lay a hand on her shall meet their demise. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd once more. Who could have imagined that a courtesan could command such a high price? And that someone would openly dare to compete with Lone Wolf? Morongu raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a glance towards his competitor. He immediately scoffed. I wondered who it might be. It's none other than Brother Lone Eagle. Since Brother Lone Eagle is interested, perhaps we, Lone Eagle and Lone Wolf, should vie for her favor. I offer 410 gold coins. Behold, a towering and formidable figure, clad in sable martial attire from head to toe. One eye was concealed by a dark patch, while the other emitted a piercing, predatory gleam. Two women of considerable beauty attended to him, pouring wine and tending to his needs. Upon hearing Morongu's words, Duing erupted in boisterous laughter. This Grand Master never relinquishes a woman he desires. 450 gold coins. 460 gold coins. 500 gold coins. 510 gold coins. Only 2 bidders remained, the others silenced by fear. These 2 were notorious killing gods in Meteor City, and none dared to offend them, lest they forfeit their lives. Before long, the price had soared to 710 gold coins. Duing, if you raise the price again, I concede. Morongu slammed the table and roared, his anger ignited. Were it not for Du Ying's superior strength, he would have already resorted to violence. Duing leisurely sipped his wine, a smug smile playing on his lips. I am not as wealthy as you, Lone Wolf, to spend 710 gold coins on a mere courtesan. My admiration knows no bounds. Upon hearing this, Morongu realized he had been duped. He slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces, and bellowed at Duing, You tricked me. Humph, you bid of your own volition. Perhaps the renowned Lone Wolf lacks sufficient gold? If so, I would be happy to lend you some. But if you refuse to honor your debt, I fear you may not leave this drunken fragrance alive. Duing retorted mockingly, as if he had Morongu cornered. Very well, very well, very well. Morongu exclaimed, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He chuckled softly, savoring a grape that the woman beside him had offered. Morongu did not respond, merely scoffing as he tossed a pouch of gold coins down to the old woman below, then shot a glare at Duing before turning to leave. The old woman caught the coins without a glance, immediately smiling at the attendants and instructing them to escort her to the Tianzi No. 1 building. In the iron cage, Bayushi was engulfed in despair, fully aware of her impending doom, a surge of resignation rising from the depths of her heart. Even in death, she would not allow others to tarnish her body. She belonged to the young master in life, and in death, she would be his ghost. Tears of pity streamed down her beautiful eyes as she resolutely reassured herself. The young man approached with a seemingly deliberate pace, appearing slow yet moving with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly weaving through the crowd to stand before the iron cage. If he was not Ling Xiao, then who could he be? The old woman was the first to react. Pinching her nose with a handkerchief, her eyes filled with disdain as she shouted, Where did this filthy beggar come from? Leave at once, or I shall have someone break your legs. Yushi, are you all right? Ling Xiao disregarded the old woman's presence, gazing at Bayushi in overwhelming sympathy, his heart aching at the sight of her tear-streaked face and swollen cheeks. Young master, I have brought disgrace upon you. Bayushi suddenly broke into sobs. She had never anticipated that her master would truly come for her, though she had fervently wished for his appearance to rescue her. She had known the hope was exceedingly slim, yet here he was before her, a reality that dispelled her doubts. Her young master had indeed arrived. Do not weep. I shall take you away from Ling Xiao. As he endeavored to calm his own spirit, the sinister glimmer in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Today, someone must pay for this transgression. I shall not relent until blood is shed. What are you standing there for? Break his legs and throw him out. The matron commanded the 2 guards. Both guards, formidable 8th-level martial artists, approached Ling Xiao with menacing expressions upon receiving her directive. Only a few, who had witnessed scenes of carnage and possessed extraordinary courage, remained. The matron let out a shriek, murder, and retreated quickly, fearful of being mistakenly slain by the beggar before her. Yushi was frightened, yet Ling Xiao reassured her, stating that he would make those who offended him kneel before her in repentance. With a swift stroke of his blue crystal sword, He cleaved a large opening in the iron cage. "Young master," White Yushi exclaimed in astonishment as she rushed toward Ling Xiao, burying her delicate face in his embrace and weeping uncontrollably. She finally sensed the unique masculinity of her master, the warmth of his broad chest enveloping her, instilling an unprecedented sense of security. "Be calm. Do not cry. You shall make a spectacle of yourself," Ling Xiao said, disregarding everyone in the drunken fragrance building as he gently stroked White Yushi's hair, offering soft words of comfort. Indeed, White Yushi complied, ceasing her tears, though gentle sobs still escaped her lips. "Who are you, daring to stir trouble on the Li family's territory? Do you wish to court death?" At last, Li Qingqing spoke from above, astonished that an unexpected contender had emerged to ruin her grand performance. Upon hearing that sound, Bayushi was involuntarily engulfed by a wave of fear, and she instinctively clung tightly to Ling Xiao's formidable waist. Ling Xiao, being exceptionally astute, promptly deduced the identity of Li Qingqing. During his journey, while leading the way with the fabric shopkeeper, he had already uncovered that Li Qingqing was a daughter of the Li family, the very individual responsible for capturing Bayushi. Ling Xiao patted Bayushi's shoulder and lifted his gaze towards Li Qingqing, his eyes glinting with a menacing aura that bore down upon her. "So, it was you who brought her here?" Ling Xiao retorted without providing an answer. "And what of it? She dared to offend me, the young lady. If she has any sense, she should end her own life right here. Otherwise, I will ensure her demise is most excruciating." Li Qingqing responded brusquely to Ling Xiao. "Simply because she accidentally brushed against you with some fabric, you intend to sell her? Huh. What a remarkable daughter of the Li family. I must say, this is quite an eye-opener," Ling Xiao remarked with a narrowed gaze, followed by a raucous laugh, internally condemning Li Qingqing to a fate worse than death. "I am precious and delicate, not to be trifled with by the likes of you lowly servants. Seize this filthy beggar at once. I shall make her wish for death, yet find no escape," Li Qingqing commanded with a thunderous voice. Immediately, from the hidden compartments of the drunken fragrance tower, four martial artists emerged, 2 mid-level and 2 high-level practitioners, the true guardians of the establishment. "Step aside. Allow me to avenge you," Ling Xiao softly reassured Bayushi. Understanding the gravity of the situation and the need not to burden her master, Bayushi obediently retreated to a corner, reminding him to exercise caution. Just then, a mid-level practitioner launched a punch towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao remained motionless and directly absorbed a punch from the mid-level Xian practitioner. The blow landed on him as if striking a solid rock, causing the attacker to feel a sharp pain in his fist. Ling Xiao turned around and calmly remarked, "Are you trying to tickle me?" This scene left all the martial artists in the Zue Xiang Lu astounded, pondering whether this individual was a master of the Xian level, as he had effortlessly withstood a punch from a mid-level practitioner without a scratch. Yet, he appeared to possess only the strength of a mid-level practitioner. Could it be that he was concealing his true power? Ling Xiao had cultivated the diamond transformation technique, having already perfected the first transformation. Even a full-force strike from a high-level practitioner would leave him unscathed, let alone a mid-level practitioner. At present, he was diligently working on the second transformation, enduring rigorous training for half a month and absorbing a wealth of precious medicinal herbs to enhance his physique. Even the strikes of an ordinary low-level Xian practitioner would inflict minimal damage upon him. This was the remarkable strength of the diamond transformation technique. The mid-level practitioner was incredulous. The youth before him appeared to be no more than 20, perhaps just 17 or 18 years old, and it seemed impossible for him to possess the prowess of a Xian master. Surely, a full-force attack would be enough to injure him. Gathering all his Xian energy, the mid-level practitioner unleashed a formidable punch aimed squarely at Ling Xiao's chest. Yet, Ling Xiao remained steadfast, absorbing the blow once more. As the mid-level practitioner prepared to retreat, it was already too late. "Useless fool, you aren't even worthy of tickling me," Ling Xiao scoffed, delivering a punch of his own towards the mid-level practitioner, the first stance of the Frostwind Fist. Without the release of frost, there was only the chilling force of a punch. With a sudden impact, the mid-level practitioner could not evade in time and was struck in the nose by Ling Xiao, resulting in a resounding crack as his nasal bridge broke. The mid-level practitioner let out a ghastly scream and was sent flying to the side. The other three companions, witnessing this, no longer stood idly by. They launched their assault simultaneously. Two of them targeted Ling Xiao from above, while one struck at his lower defenses, determined to defeat him in one decisive move. Had it not been for their lady's command to capture him alive, they would have employed their weapons to dismember the boy. However, their inability to wield weapons did not inhibit Ling Xiao. Unfazed by the encirclement, he wore a slight smile on his face as he unleashed the blue crystal sword once more. In an instant, a flurry of azure sword light erupted, with countless sword shadows converging upon the trio from all directions. The first move of the dominant style, sword mark. The unfortunate trio of martial artists, unprepared for such a formidable display of swordsmanship, could not retreat in time and were swallowed by the sword light. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. 3 fell, 1 dead, 2 injured. The deceased was the mid-level practitioner, while the 2 high-level practitioners each lost an arm and sustained numerous lacerations, blood gushing uncontrollably. The mid-level practitioner, who had just suffered a broken nose, watched in horror, beads of cold sweat pouring down his brow, his back drenched. He silently rejoiced at having refrained from joining the attack. To be crippled, living is worse than dying, Ling Xiao murmured ominously, his figure akin to a specter as he darted towards the 2 injured high-level practitioners. Meanwhile, upstairs, Li Qingqing's companion, Lan Guangxing, shouted a warning, "Be careful," before leaping down from the upper floor, intent on rendering aid. However, how could he possibly match Ling Xiao's speed? "Who exactly are you, my lord? Do you not realize this is the territory of the Li family?" Lan Guangxing shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao paid no heed to Lan Guangxing and once again unleashed the blue crystal sword. The mid-tier Xian practitioner understood that death was inevitable on either side, thus, he chose to fight with all his might. Alas, the outcome was still one of destruction and demise. "How dare you belittle me?" Lan Guangxing, already a low-tier Xian practitioner, was infuriated to find himself outmatched by a seemingly mid-tier youth who had just slain another before his eyes. He plotted to eliminate this individual in front of Li Qingqing, hoping to impress her and win her heart. Lan Guangxing had assumed his opponent was at least a low-tier Xian practitioner, but to his astonishment, he could not withstand even one of his strikes. Doubt crept in. Was this youth truly merely a mid-tier Xian practitioner? If he were only a mid-tier practitioner, yet capable of effortlessly slaughtering 2 mid-tier and 2 high-tier practitioners, was that even conceivable? In Ling Xiao's eyes, everything was possible. Observers would never believe him to be just a mid-tier practitioner based on his combat prowess. Yet outwardly he indeed appeared to possess only the cultivation of a mid-tier practitioner, which was utterly perplexing. This peculiar situation was known only to Ling Xiao himself. For him, slaying opponents beyond his tier was not an unusual feat. After all, he was a traveler from another world. Was that young man not the young master of the Lan family? It was said he had already broken through to the Xian practitioner tier, and indeed, his strikes were remarkable. However, this was not necessarily the case. The young man had effortlessly dispatched 2 high-tier practitioners, and his strength should not be underestimated. Come what may, this lad is destined for demise. To instigate trouble within the Li family's domain is to court death. The patrons of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion ceaselessly gossiped. In the Grand Hall, Blue Madman, witnessing Ling Xiao's retreat from his initial assault, was greatly emboldened. He intended to subdue this arrogant youth before Li Qingqing, thereby earning her affections. "Young man, surrender forthwith, and I may spare you some torment." Blue Madman postured with one hand behind his back, unfurling a white fan with an air of self-assured elegance. "Heh. I've encountered many a shameless individual like yourself, but they all end up begging for mercy, beaten like dogs." Ling Xiao retorted with a faint smile, all the while maintaining a vigilant stance. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a mystic scholar, and he was acutely aware of the potency of their externalized mystic force. Despite his modest progress in mastering the Vajra 5 transformations art, he adhered to the adage of caution, lest he capsize in a trivial mishap. "Mongrel, you possess audacity." Blue Madman, incensed, propelled himself towards Ling Xiao with the agility of a leopard, his gaze betraying an unmasked intent to kill. Flowered fan becomes blade. The white fan was brandished repeatedly, each sweep unleashing cyan fan shadows that sliced towards Ling Xiao like razor-sharp blades. This was a quintessential manifestation of a mystic scholar's ability to externalize mystic force, a tangible assault fueled by one's inherent attributes, far surpassing the illusory techniques conjured by high-ranking mystics. A mere facade, Ling Xiao scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. With a step of Cloud Trace Phantom, he instantaneously evaded Blue Madman's maneuver. Simultaneously, the Azure Crystal Sword unleashed a barrage of 8 thrusts towards Blue Madman's flank, each strike imbued with maximum mystic force, aiming to swiftly reverse the situation. Had it been a typical Xian practitioner, they would likely have been intimidated by Lan Quanxing's maneuver, hardly daring to retaliate. However, Ling Xiao, having become quite familiar with the formidable techniques of Xianshi-level experts, having endured the bombardment of 5 Xianshi of varying attributes over the course of half a month, possessed a certain understanding of their offensive methods. Thus, he was able to evade the attack with ease and launch a counteroffensive. The battle has concluded, and the might of a Xianshi is indeed formidable. It is almost certain that the opponent is deceased. He was initially perceived as possessing some skill, but he was unexpectedly defeated so easily, which is quite disappointing. It is perplexing why he would sacrifice himself for a woman, a truly contemptible act. Has he never heard of the saying, a beautiful woman is a source of calamity? I, for one, prefer the romantic and pleasurable atmosphere of the drunken fragrance pavilion and would never seek trouble for myself over a mere lowly servant. Upstairs, both Lone Eagle and Solitary Wolf Murongu were quietly observing the spectacle without intervening, as this is the Li family's territory. Any issues that arise here will naturally be resolved by them, while everyone else believed that Ling Xiao is destined to perish. Lone Eagle and Solitary Wolf maintained their gaze fixed on Ling Xiao, their eyes filled with doubt. Bai Yuxiao rushed to Ling Xiao's side, her heart sinking. She collapsed to the ground beside him, weeping and crying out, "Young master, please don't die. Young master, I don't want you to die. Please wake up." If Ling Xiao were to die for her, she would not continue to live alone. This was her resolve at that moment. Rest assured, a mere low-level Xianshi is not capable of killing your young master, especially since I could never bear to part with my CC, Ling Xiao said, opening his eyes and slowly rising from the ground with a playful tone. Witnessing the grinning figure of Ling Xiao, the crowd was left utterly astounded. How could a low-tier mystic warrior, after exerting their full strength, rise unscathed? It seemed almost inconceivable. One would expect that even a mid-tier mystic warrior would suffer injuries from such an assault. Yet here was this mid-tier warrior, akin to an indomitable cockroach, completely unharmed. Such a revelation would surely be met with disbelief. Lan Quanxing, momentarily taken aback, could not fathom the reality before him and exclaimed, "You're unscathed? This is impossible." Ling Xiao pushed Bai Yuxi aside, tilted his neck, and chuckled. "With your trivial tricks, you think you can take my life? Perhaps in your next life." With that, Ling Xiao brandished his azure crystal sword, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. The sword left a trail of light. Lan Quanxing had already witnessed this technique before. Though he could not discern its sudden burst at that moment, he was forewarned. He swiftly pivoted the white fan in his hand, and the azure light expanded, forming a protective barrier akin to a great shield against the onslaught of Ling Xiao's sword radiance. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this move was merely a diversion. Ling Xiao had already maneuvered to Lan Quanxing's side, activating the long-accumulated wind god leg technique. Realizing the shift in Ling Xiao's movements too late, Lan Quanxing gasped in alarm. But it was already too late. The swift shadows of his feet struck like blades, landing numerous precise blows to Lan Quanxing's waist. With a series of muffled thuds, Lan Quanxing was sent careening backward, like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing forth in a crimson spray. "I will ensure your demise leaves no trace." Lan Quanxing, barely managing to remain upright, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His once handsome visage twisted into a terrifying grimace as he brought the white fan together, preparing to unleash his retaliatory strike with a fierce roar. Fan of Shattered Blossoms. Suddenly, the second-tier low-grade white fan in Lan Quangshan's hand elongated, revealing the hidden blades within. Strangely, these blades shot forth from the fan with astonishing speed, followed by a relentless barrage of sharp projectiles aimed directly at Ling Xiao. The sheer velocity was terrifying, catching even Ling Xiao off guard. "If you wish to die sooner, I shall grant your wish," Ling Xiao sneered, as he deftly maneuvered his tattered cloak to shield against the onslaught. In an unexpected twist, he utilized the technique Veil of Clouds and Moon for defense. Immediately thereafter, the silver ghoul blood knife behind Ling Xiao was drawn, exuding a bloodthirsty aura that pierced the shadows. The silvery light arced like a rainbow, slicing through the air with formidable force, aiming directly at Lan Quangshan's face. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Tiger Guards. A chill of fear gripped Lan Quangshan's heart. He had not anticipated that Ling Xiao would not only thwart his hidden attack, but also retaliate with such a ferocious counter. The blade's shadow instilled a deep-seated terror within him, prompting him to raise the white fan in defense. Clang! The white fan was severed by the silver ghoul blood knife. Yet the momentum of the strike remained unyielding. No, Lan Quangshan bellowed in horror, but the outcome was inevitable. With a sickening sound, Lan Quangshan was cleaved in two. His body split apart, and a grotesque mist of blood enveloped the surroundings. The scene was horrifying, causing several timid onlookers to retch in disgust. Above, Li Qingqing's face turned a ghostly white, her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, as a wave of anguish washed over her, akin to being cut by a knife. Though she had never explicitly acknowledged her acceptance of Lan Quangshan, her heart had already gravitated towards him. In terms of both appearance and strength, Lan Quangshan was indeed an admirable choice among the younger generation. Having achieved a breakthrough to the Xian Master rank at the tender age of 25, a feat that marked him as exceptionally gifted in Meteorite City, she had intended to tantalize him further, aware that men often fail to cherish what comes too easily. Thus, she maintained a relationship with him that was simultaneously close yet distant. Now, witnessing Lan Quangshan stepping forward on her behalf only to be slain by an obscure young man filled her with rage. Yet, what was the use of her anger? With none of the Li family's formidable experts present, and both mid-tier Xian Masters and high-tier Xian Masters having been vanquished, even Lan Quangshan, a low-tier Xian Master, fell to his adversary. As a mere mid-tier Xian Master herself, how could she hope to contend with the individual before her? At this moment, she was consumed by fear and fury, but reason urged her to flee. Otherwise, her demise was inevitable. Although Ling Xiao had dispatched Lan Quangshan, he found his own Xian energy depleted, with his meridians beginning to throb painfully. Fortunately, he was able to suppress it. Unlike the backlash he experienced when using the sword at the martial apprentice level, his enhanced strength was also linked to his recent physical conditioning. Ling Xiao marveled at the fact that he had yet to attain the Xian Master rank, as his inability to project his Xian energy limited his use of the Proud Snow 6 techniques, a family heirloom swordsmanship of the Nye clan. Just moments ago, he had executed the first move, a glimpse of frigid radiance, a particularly domineering strike. Had it been augmented with ice-type Xian energy, its destructive potential would have been even more terrifying. In a previous life, Ling Xiao had thoroughly studied the martial arts of Feng and Yun, and now, when he employed them, he did so with ease. However, his own strength had yet to reach a level where he could wield them at will. Addressing the woman upstairs, he called out to Li Qingqing, "Will you descend of your own volition, or shall I personally come to fetch you? How dare you insult me, you wretched servant? Do you not realize I am a member of the Li family? Furthermore, you have slain Quangshan. The Lan family will surely not let you go unpunished. You would do well to pray for your safety," Li Qingqing retorted, her face pale with fury. Yet she was acutely aware of her own limitations against him, and thus resorted to invoking her family's name for courage. "The Li family and the Lan family, you say? If I were afraid, I would not be here taking lives," Ling Xiao coldly replied. "Foolish woman, I shall count to 3. If you do not come down and kneel before my woman, this day next year shall mark your death anniversary." Before he could even begin his count, another challenger emerged. "At the end of my tether, today I shall avenge the Li family by ending your arrogant existence," declared the lone wolf, Morongu. he had endured for far too long. First, he was humiliated by the solitary eagle. And just as he was about to engage in some pleasurable activities with a beautiful woman, someone had the audacity to disrupt his plans. He had presumed the Li family would handle matters efficiently, thus sparing him the need to intervene. Yet, it appeared they were ineffectual, allowing several of their own to be slain on their territory. With the prospect of losing the alluring prize he had set his sights on, he could not bear to let Ling Xiao, who was nearly drained of energy, escape so easily. Furthermore, Muronggu harbored a subtle calculation. Should he manage to cultivate a connection with the Li family, his future prospects within Meteorite City would undoubtedly become more favorable. Indeed, the prospect of entering the Li household as a revered retainer or steward held considerable appeal, far surpassing the precarious existence of a freelance adventurer. He had grown weary of a life fraught with peril and mortality. Otherwise, he would have long acquiesced to Qinglang's offer to captain the Qinglang gang. Upon hearing Muronggu's interjection, Li Qingqing was immediately elated and promptly addressed Muronggu, "Lone Wolf, swiftly dispatch him. And I shall ensure that my family bestows upon you a generous recompense. Moreover, this woman shall be yours, free of charge." Muronggu's brow furrowed imperceptibly, for he harbored a profound aversion to the woman's peremptory tone. Unbeknownst to Ling Xiao, his adversary's identity remained shrouded in mystery. However, the audacity with which the individual had interjected suggested a certain degree of prowess. With a playful glint in his eyes, Ling Xiao regarded Muronggu and inquired, "Is the patronage of a merely family truly worth forfeiting your life?" A merely family? Those within earshot could not help but stifle a wry smile, collectively wondering if this fellow was an out-of-towner, completely ignorant of the Li family's prominence in Meteorite City, which would explain his flippant disregard. Humph. Do not presume that the mere dispatch of a few individuals grants you impunity. Allow me to demonstrate who shall ultimately meet their demise. Muronggu's eyes flashed with a baleful glint as he soared from the upper floor with the agility of an eagle. His feet executed a rapid sequence of phantom-like movements, aimed directly at Ling Xiao's face with a velocity that defied comprehension. Despite his self-assurance, Muronggu dared not underestimate Ling Xiao, and had infused his feet with the full force of his Xian power. Sensing the formidable aura that surged towards him, Ling Xiao inwardly acknowledged, indeed, a formidable adversary. He, aware of his own inadequacies, chose to evade the brunt of the attack, deftly sidestepping Muronggu's assault. As Muronggu landed, a glint of sinister amusement flickered in his eyes, and he mused inwardly that the other was indeed at his wit's end. As the saying goes, a gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even if it takes a decade. Ling Xiao may sometimes appear impulsive, yet he is far from lacking in intellect. With a calculated resolve, he hesitated no longer and swung his azure crystal sword once more. The blade left its mark. As the sword's radiance began to glimmer, Muronggu instantly assumed a defensive posture, ever cautious and wary of Ling Xiao's potential counterattack that could lead to his downfall. Little did he know, Ling Xiao was merely feigning a strike. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed towards Bayushi, grasped her hand, and urged her to flee swiftly. Bayushi, caught off guard, was dragged along by Ling Xiao toward the exit. "Lone Wolf, don't let him escape," cried Li Qingqing from upstairs, her urgency palpable as she shouted to Muronggu. Enraged and humiliated, Muronggu barked, "Dare to toy with me? You shall perish." He brandished his spear with all his might, unleashing a golden orb of light that hurtled towards Ling Xiao and Bayushi. Trouble. Ling Xiao sensed the imminent danger, exclaiming silently as he shielded Bayushi with his own body, bracing himself for the impact. The explosion sent Ling Xiao and Bayushi hurtling backward. At that precise moment, the two members of the Ling family, Hu Lu and Hu Qi, finally arrived. Gasping in unison, "Young master," they rushed forward to assess the situation, only to find Ling Xiao protecting Bayushi, his back torn open, revealing a gaping wound that bled profusely. "How dare you injure my young master?" With a fierce roar aimed at Muronggu, Hulu lunged forward, his sword poised for lethal action. If anything were to befall Ling Xiao, he and Hu Qi would bear the blame. At that moment, he realized he was no match for this guard, and though he could barely defend himself, Thoughts of retreat began to take root in his mind. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Li Qingqing and Du Ying were equally astonished, both eager to uncover the identity of this young man. Could he truly be a young master from the outer city? The battle between Hu Lu and Muronggu raged intensely, leaving the entirety of the Zue Xiang building in ruins. Many patrons and courtesans fled in panic, while several unfortunate souls were caught in the crossfire, succumbing to the overwhelming force unleashed by the two combatants. Li Qingqing, too, lacked the courage to remain. She was uncertain when the young man would awaken and seek vengeance upon her, a thought that filled her with dread. Alas, she was destined to pay for her actions today. Do not let that woman escape. Ling Xiao instructed Hu Qi, his focus divided. Without hesitation, Hu Qi complied, swiftly incapacitating Li Qingqing, who proved no match for his prowess. Chapter 49. Receive my strike, and you shall be spared. Pray tell, who are you? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Muronggu, cornered by Hu Lu and facing imminent peril, found no opportunity to flee and was compelled to speak. Who I am is of little consequence. I advise you to surrender and await the judgment of my young master. Perhaps there is a chance for your survival. Otherwise, you shall find only a path to death, Hu Lu retorted, intensifying his assault. Muronggu, however, dared not capitulate, having witnessed the young man's lethal resolve. He understood that surrender would lead only to demise. It was far better to fight with all his might. In a desperate move, Muronggu gathered all his profound energy into his spear, which he then hurled down towards Hu Lu with a force several times more formidable than Ling Xiao's chilling glance. For the first time, Hu Lu showed a serious expression, not daring to underestimate his opponent. He concentrated his lifelong profound energy into his sword and clashed directly with Muronggu. The collision of their powerful techniques created a deafening explosion, and the ground between them was blasted into a crater over 2 meters wide, showcasing the astonishing power of mid-level profound warriors. Both Hu Lu and Muronggu were thrown back by the impact. Hu Lu stumbled 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing, though the blood at the corner of his mouth indicated internal injuries. Muronggu fared worse, being flung backward until he hit a wall, where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Both immediately took healing pills. As Hu Lu prepared to attack again, Muronggu turned to flee without hesitation. However, he overlooked Hu Qi, who had not yet joined the battle. Before he could escape far, Hu Qi stood expressionlessly in his path, leaving Muronggu in despair. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had finished meditating. Though pale, he had recovered 70% of his strength, and the wound on his back had begun to heal. Young master, are you all right? Bai Yushi asked with concern. Ling Xiao smiled at her. Your young master is tough. Don't worry. He then glanced at the unconscious Li Qingqing before turning his gaze to Muronggu. Take one move from me, and I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao said ominously to Muronggu. Really? Muronggu asked, his spirits lifting. Despite the considerable depletion of his Xian Qi, he remained confident in his ability to withstand Ling Xiao's strike, given that both were injured and he possessed superior strength. Ling Xiao affirmed, my word is my bond. Excellent. I trust you will honor your promise, responded a delighted Muronggu with haste. Ling Xiao signaled to Hu Qi, who silently retreated to the side. Observe carefully. Ling Xiao cautioned before unleashing his sword technique, lingering marks. The sword's radiance was brilliant and dazzling, yet noticeably diminished compared to its pre-injury state. A look of elation spread across Muronggu's face, as if witnessing the dawn of victory. He transformed his spear into a circular shield, successfully deflecting all of Ling Xiao's sword beams. He mused inwardly. I thought he had some deadly move, but it's all the same old tricks. Does he take me for a fool? The sword's radiance dissipated, and the spear came to a halt. I've blocked it, exclaimed Muronggu with a triumphant grin. Have you? In an instant, Ling Xiao appeared a mere meter away, flicking his tattered cloak behind him. With a flourish, he spun around, the cloak's jagged edges transforming into sharp blades that sliced towards Muronggu's throat. Thud! Muronggu felt a sudden chill in his neck, his mind going blank. The spear slipped from his grasp as he instinctively clutched at his throat, but blood still seeped through his fingers. Ling Xiao's maneuver profoundly shocked those few who witnessed it from afar. Approaching the unconscious Li Qingqing, Ling Xiao delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, remarking nonchalantly, "Quit feigning death." Li Qingqing, jolted by the pain, groggily opened her eyes. Her gaze was immediately drawn to Ling Xiao's delicate features. However, her initial reaction was akin to seeing a specter, as she cried out in terror, "You mustn't kill me." "Humph, were you not exceedingly arrogant just now? Vowing to make me wish I were never born?" Ling Xiao, devoid of any pity for such a venomous woman, delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sound of the slap was sharp and piercing. Li Qingqing was stunned, her ears ringing incessantly. Never in her life had she been struck by another. Now, she had been dealt a substantial blow by an outsider. The fiery, stinging sensation caused her to burst into tears. "Weep again, and I shall end your life this instant." Ling Xiao rebuked with great impatience. Li Qingqing, fearing death, obediently ceased her weeping. However, her eyes blazed with a venomous intensity, as if she wished to devour Ling Xiao alive. "I am aware that you harbor a desire to end my life, but you shall not have the opportunity. If you know what is good for you, you will prostrate yourself before my woman and beg for her forgiveness until she grants it. Otherwise, this day next year shall mark the anniversary of your demise," Ling Xiao said with a sinister undertone. Bai Yuxiao was the first woman with whom he had been intimate, and a woman of exceptional kindness and loveliness at that. The fact that she had nearly been sold into prostitution today filled Ling Xiao with fury. Ling Xiao was not a benevolent soul. He was a selfish individual who held those close to him in high regard. He could disregard the lives of others, but he would sooner forfeit his own life than allow his loved ones to be bullied or harmed. "You would have me, a member of the esteemed Li family, beg for mercy from a mere servant? That is simply impossible." Li Qingqing cried out in vehement opposition, unable to endure such humiliation. Observing the pitiable demeanor of Bai Yuxi beside her, Li Qingqing felt her heart soften. She tugged at Ling Xiao's sleeve and murmured, "Young master, perhaps we should let this go. After all, it does not concern me." Ling Xiao cast a glance at Bai Yuxi, gently caressing her cheek, and said tenderly, "If it weren't for Xiao Mei informing me in time, you would be in a dire situation now. Alas, Yuxi, you are too compassionate. Had she not bowed and apologized today, I would never have let her off the hook." With that, Ling Xiao's gaze shifted, two cold eyes piercing through Li Qingqing's heart. "I shall ask you once more, will you bow?" "I refuse. I would rather die than bow." Li Qingqing screamed, attempting to rise and flee. "Foolish." Ling Xiao frowned, raising his blue crystal sword towards Li Qingqing. Just as the blade was about to strike her, a burst of fiery light suddenly surged forth, dissipating Ling Xiao's attack. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards the source. To his astonishment, it was the solitary eagle, who had been watching from a distance, that intervened. "What is the meaning of this?" Ling Xiao questioned the one-eyed figure with irritation. The solitary eagle met Ling Xiao's gaze and felt a moment of trepidation, quickly donning a friendly smile. "My dear young master, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to prevent you from incurring unnecessary troubles." Ling Xiao smirked dismissively. "Do you think I fear the Li family?" "No. You must have heard the saying, a strong dragon does not trample a local snake. Perhaps you wield significant influence elsewhere, but in Meteor City, it is best not to provoke the Li family." The astute Du Ying, believing Ling Xiao to be an outsider, kindly advised him, all the while calculating how to please both sides effortlessly. "Indeed, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, my family will never let you go," Li Qingqing said, breaking into a cold sweat, still haunted by fear. "Ha! The Li family? Does the Ling family fear them?" Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. In that moment, he finally revealed his identity, for there was no reason to hide behind his family's reputation. Moreover, he had the esteemed elder as his mentor. Who could he possibly fear in Meteor City? If his name were to be spoken, surely no one would dare to lay a hand on him. The title of the esteemed elder in Meteor City was not to be trifled with, and as his disciple, he was not someone to be trifled with. Ling family. The onlookers nearby heard this loud and clear. It turned out to be someone from the Ling family. Was it Ling Xiao? Once hailed as the rare genius of Meteor City in a century, this was plausible. It was rumored that he had been taken in as a successor by the esteemed elder of the Ling family, which explained the formidable protection surrounding him. His combat prowess was indeed astonishing, capable of slaying mid-tier Xian practitioners with ease, which was terrifying. It was no wonder he showed no fear of the Li family. Evidently, he regarded them with disdain. Beside Ling Xiao, Duing gazed at him in astonishment, equally surprised to discover that he was from one of the three great families of Meteor City, and more so, the most powerful Ling family's young master. No wonder. It was indeed young Master Ling. I am Duing, and I apologize for my rudeness. Duing greeted Ling with a respectful gesture, maintaining an air of dignity. Then tell me, do you believe I can slay her? Ling pointed at Li Qingqing. This inquiry left Duing momentarily speechless. What of the Ling family? Do you truly think our Li family fears you? A voice called out, approaching from a distance. At last, reinforcements from the Li family had arrived. Two individuals approached, two stewards from the Li family, one a mid-tier Xian master named Li Jun, and the other a low-tier Xian master named Lian, both in their mid-30s. Hu Lu and Hu Qi immediately assumed a defensive stance, for this was undoubtedly the territory of the Li family, and they must ensure no harm befell their young master. Upon seeing the Li family's arrival, Duing quickly retreated to the side, realizing that the affairs of the two great families were beyond his scope as a mid-tier Xian master. Offending either side would leave him with no refuge in Meteorite City. Li Qingqing, relieved by their presence, urged Li Jun and Lian, "You must kill them. They have destroyed the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and slain several of our Li family's guards. Why do Ling family members dare to wreak havoc in my Li family? Do they truly believe us to be easy prey?" Li Jun glared at Li Qingqing before turning his attention to Hu Lu and Hu Qi, questioning them without reservation. Hu Lu and Hu Qi remained silent, for they were unaware of the circumstances. Their sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of their young master. Ling did not acknowledge Li Jun and Lian, disdainfully addressing Li Qingqing. "Do you truly think they can save you?" Li Qingqing gazed at Ling Xiao's cold, cruel smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. In the next moment, Ling Xiao struck, his blue crystal sword piercing toward Li Qingqing without warning. "You dare, thief!" Li Jun was the first to sense Ling Xiao's movement and bellowed in protest, ready to intervene. But unfortunately, Hu Lu and Hu Qi positioned themselves firmly before him. Although Li Qingqing possessed mid-tier Xian practitioner prowess, she found herself utterly defenseless against Ling Xiao, her body pierced by his long sword. Li Jun and Lian watched helplessly as Li Qingqing perished on the spot. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. How audacious was this young master of the Ling family to murder a young lady of the Li family in front of their steward? This was a blatant provocation and a slap in the face to the Li family. "Brat, I will have you dead." Li Jun's expression turned a shade darker, his body trembling as the long sword at his back flew forth. Grasping it, he swung it toward Ling Xiao, unleashing a fiery blaze in his attack. "Humph!" Hu Qi scoffed, his own long sword springing into action, a blue light clashing violently with the fiery projectile. A resounding explosion echoed, causing the ground to dent beneath them. In an instant, Li Jun and Hu Qi were locked in combat, while Lian also found himself engaged with Hu Lu. Li Jun wielded fire attributes, whereas Hu Qi commanded water attributes. The latter's element overpowered the former, leaving Li Jun struggling to unleash his flames. Meanwhile, Lian, a lower-tier Xian practitioner, was no match for Hu Lu, who was of the same tier. After a brief skirmish, Lian was the first to suffer an injury, his arm wounded by Hu Lu. Hu Lu and Hu Qi pressed their advantage, remaining vigilant all the while. Li Jun and Lian glared at Ling Xiao with palpable resentment as he departed, yet they dared not intervene. The phrase "this young master is called Ling Xiao" echoed in their minds. In Meteorite City, who was unaware that Ling Xiao of the Ling family had been chosen as the successor by the venerable elder of the Ling clan. Who would dare to brazenly eliminate Ling Xiao? Not even the patriarch of the Li family would possess such audacity. "Come out." Hu Lu and Hu Qi instantly assumed a defensive stance. They had felt no sense of unease throughout their journey, however, given their master's assertion. They held unwavering faith in his instincts, having witnessed his remarkable ability to discern danger. Indeed, from a concealed corner, a figure emerged, duoing. At that moment, Hu Lu and Hu Qi prepared to strike, convinced that duoing posed a threat to their master. Do not act rashly, young masterling. I am the duoing who has come to ally with you. He stepped back, waving his hand to signal his intentions to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao regarded duoing with keen interest. Ally with me? What merit do you possess? He was not the type of frivolous young master to take in an unknown individual simply based on an impulsive notion of benevolence. Duoing appeared well prepared, producing a brocade box from his bosom and presenting it to Ling Xiao. Young Master Ling, this is a rare spiritual herb I fortuitously acquired from the wild mountain range. I hope it meets your approval. Ling Xiao exchanged a glance with Hu Qi, who promptly approached to retrieve the brocade box from Duo Ying's hands. He then opened it and presented it before Ling Xiao. What is this? Ling Xiao inquired, gazing at the spiritual herb emitting a faint gray luminescence. Its stem was slender, with large leaves and gray blossoms blooming at the top, leaving Ling Xiao momentarily at a loss as to its identity. In truth, Du Ying was unaware of the name of this spirit herb, nor its rank. He had merely seized it from a few adventurers with the intention of selling it at the Spirit Herb Hall. However, in a bid to curry favor with Ling Xiao, he decided to offer it up, as he had no certainty of its authenticity as a high-ranking spirit herb, and he bore no personal loss. Ling Xiao closed the rusted box and, with a contemplative gaze towards Du Ying, inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Du Ying eagerly nodded, affirming, "Yes, young masterling." Ling Xiao questioned, "With your capabilities, you could easily secure a position as a steward in any family. Why choose to affiliate with me?" Du Ying hesitated briefly before responding. "I trust my instincts. You are a dragon among men, young master. By following you, I believe I shall one day make a name for myself in Meteor City." Ling Xiao smiled, neither affirming nor denying. "Joining me is permissible, but it requires ample sincerity." Without a moment's hesitation, Du Ying knelt deeply and implored, "I beseech you, young master, to accept me as your servant." Then from this day forth, you shall be my servant. When you have pleased me, I shall not treat you poorly." Ling Xiao replied with a smile as he accepted the brocade box. "Thank you, young master," Du Ying responded gratefully. Meanwhile, in a secluded estate of the Li family in the northern part of the city, a powerful voice thundered, "Who dares to claim my daughter's life?" Standing in the hall was a man nearing 50, his face alight with fury, his eyes ablaze as they fixed upon the lifeless body of his daughter, Li Qingqing. He was none other than Li Yuanlong, her father. How dare they? Do not presume that the Li family can be trifled with. Li Yuanlong roared, consumed by rage. The three prominent families have long been at odds, with the Ling and Li families harboring a long-standing animosity, while the Luo family maintains a neutral stance, skillfully navigating between them. Occasional skirmishes may arise between the younger generations of the Ling and Li families, yet no one dares to resort to lethal measures. For both factions are keen to avoid conflict, knowing that such a confrontation would only serve to benefit the Luo family. Now, with the daughter of Li Yuanlong having been slain by Ling Xiao, Li Yuanlong, as the eldest son of the current clan leader and the designated successor for the next generation, finds it utterly intolerable. He demands the Ling family surrender the perpetrator, or else. In Meteorite City, the Lan family, though established for less than 2 centuries, has outpaced some of the older clans in terms of development. This rapid ascent can be attributed to the ambition that drives each generation of the Lan family, all eager to ascend into the ranks of the great families. In addition to fortifying their own strength, they actively seek alliances through marriage with various mid-sized and smaller clans, aiming to cultivate advantageous relationships throughout Meteorite City. However, this is not the sole reason for the Lan family's swift progress. The primary factor lies in the formidable capabilities of each generation's family head. It is said that one must possess the strength of a spirit master to be eligible for leadership within the Lan family. Consequently, each generation is marked by the emergence of exceptional talent. As the competition is fierce, every individual vies for the position of family head. Those who fail to advance beyond the Xian master level by the age of 25 will find themselves forever barred from the pursuit of clan leadership. And even the position of elder will remain elusive, as the preeminent scion of the Blue family's new generation. Blue Quanxing's accomplishments were not solely attributable to his diligence and innate gifts. More crucially, he was the grandson of the present patriarch, affording him access to an abundance of cultivation resources far surpassing those of ordinary Blue family members. This advantage propelled him to transcend the Xian realm and attain the rank of a Xian warrior before the age of 25. Alas, his enjoyment of this elevated status was ephemeral. Word of Blue Quanxing's demise reached the Blue family in the afternoon. Smash! Upon receiving the grim news of his grandson's passing, the Blue family's current patriarch, in a fit of pique, shattered the tea table before him with a single blow. The Ling family's insolence is beyond measure. The Blue family patriarch hissed through gritted teeth, his aged eyes ablaze with intense animosity. "Father, my son's death must not go unavenged," pleaded a middle-aged man seated below, his countenance etched with sorrow. This was none other than Blue Dingshan, Blue Quanxing's father. Blue Dingshan had only a son and a daughter. He held his son in high esteem, subjecting him to rigorous training with the intent of grooming him as the future successor to the family's leadership. Now, however, he was forced to endure the heartache of outliving his child. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and he vowed to slay Ling Xiao of the Ling family to avenge his son's death. Humph, such sentiment is futile. If Ling Xiao were still the good-for-nothing he once was, Ling Zhan might have made the difficult decision to eliminate him for the greater good. But now that Ling Xiao has been designated as an heir apparent by the Ling family's elders, they would never hand him over, the Blue family patriarch scoffed. After a pause, he continued, "Nevertheless, I must make a journey myself, lest the Ling family presume that we, the Blue and Li families, are intimidated by them." Chapter 51. The demands of payment. In an instant, Ling Xiao's formidable reputation reverberated throughout Meteorite City. Fueled by a fierce passion for a beloved, he audaciously offended two prominent families, a boldness few would dare to emulate. Consequently, in Meteorite City, Ling Xiao earned the moniker of the Laughing Tyrant. Today, a guest arrived at Ling Xiao's residence, Luo Qingshuang from the Luo family. Adorned in a flowing red satin garment, she exquisitely showcased her graceful figure. Her alluring curves would ignite primal desires in any man. However, the slender sword sheathed at her waist, resembling a venomous serpent, deterred them. Luo Qingshuang's demeanor was strikingly more enchanting than before, her long hair elegantly tied with a beautiful red butterfly scarf, enhancing her allure. Her eyes, reminiscent of shimmering waters, occasionally sparkled with brilliance, indicating significant advancements in her profound abilities. In the grand hall of Ling Xiao's home, accompanying her was Ling Xiao's mother, Ming Xiyun. Observing the statuesque Luo Qingshuang, a satisfied smile graced her lips as she inquired, "Miss Luo, have you come to see my son Xiao?" Luo Qingshuang, taken aback, replied, "Auntie, are you not aware of what Ling Xiao did yesterday?" Meng Xiyun shook her head, a look of concern etched upon her face. She then instructed a nearby maid to fetch Bai Yushi. Upon hearing the summons, Bai Yushi hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Luo Qingshuang seated in the hall, an inexplicable discomfort washed over her. She turned to Meng Xiyun, asking, "Godmother, did you call for me?" Meng Xiyun, straightforwardly, asked, "Yushi, please tell me honestly. What did the young master do yesterday?" Seeing the seriousness in Meng Xiyun's expression, Bai Yushi lowered her gaze and, after a moment of hesitation, began to recount the events of the previous day in fragmented phrases. "Do not blame the young master, dear mother. He committed the act solely to save me," Bai Yushi said, her voice growing more impassioned, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes as she implored Meng Xiyun. She feared that Meng Xiyun might hold Ling Xiao accountable. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiyun, relieved to learn that Ling Xiao was unharmed, quickly grasped Bai Yushi's hand with tender concern. "My dear daughter, do not weep. Xiao is not at fault. How could I ever blame him? My only worry is for his safety. Promise me you won't venture out alone again, understood?" Bai Yushi nodded vigorously, halting her sobs. Meng Xiyun hastened to greet the newcomer, who was none other than Ling Zhan's third brother, Ling Tao. Ling Tao strode into the hall with measured steps, casting a glance around the room before furrowing his brow. "Eldest sister-in-law, where is Xiao?" Meng Xiyun, feeling a surge of anxiety, queried, "What do you seek him for?" "He is training on the back mountain." "Oh dear, Xiao has landed himself in serious trouble. Both the heads of the Li and Lan families are in the inner courtyard demanding accountability from the clan leader, insisting that Ling Xiao must pay with his life. Ling Tao stated, his expression grave. What? Meng Xiyun gasped, her face paling in shock. Do not worry, eldest sister-in-law. Xiao is a disciple of the Grand Elder, who will surely safeguard him. Our immediate concern is to find a place for him to evade the storm, Ling Tao reassured her. What do you mean? What trouble has Xiao caused? Ling Zhan inquired, entering from outside. After a moment of silence, Meng Xiyun resolutely declared, regardless of the circumstances, I will not allow Xiao to take any risks, unless I am no longer here. Elder brother, I believe it is best if we do not let Xiao go to the inner courtyard, Ling Tao advised from the side. Ling Zhan gazed at Ling Tao with a perplexed expression. Ling Tao, displaying an irate demeanor, remarked on how the second elder and fifth elder fervently advocated for handing Xiao over to the Li and Lan families. Humph, it's them again, Ling Zhan said, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. At that moment, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Master, there are 2 stewards outside seeking Master Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow and stepped outside, followed closely by the others. The visitors were 2 middle-aged men clad in azure robes. One was tall and slender, with piercing eyes and prominent cheekbones, exuding an air of cold handsomeness. The other was somewhat shorter, slightly portly, wearing a smirk of schadenfreude, and carrying a disproportionately large ghost-slaying blade on his back. Ling Chong, to what do I owe the pleasure? Ling Zhan spoke indifferently regarding the taller man. This man, Ling Chong, was the son of the 5th elder, known as the chief steward, managing the finances of the Ling family. He was a high-level practitioner and had once been regarded as one of the potential successors to the clan leader alongside Ling Zhan. However, they had never seen eye to eye, and Ling Zhan had always overshadowed him, especially after Ling Zhan's meridians were damaged. Ling Chong had secretly made things difficult for Ling Zhan's family over the years. Ling Chong chuckled lightly and replied, I have come to fetch Ling Xiao to the inner courtyard. Kindly summon him. Internally, he mused over how Ling Zhan had managed to recover his cultivation. He could instantly discern that Ling Zhan had reached the low-level practitioner stage. I wonder what offense my Xiao has committed to warrant your presence, Chief Steward. Ling Zhan retorted with a cold smile. At that juncture, Ling Tang, who was standing to the side, chimed in, Indeed. I happened to cross paths with Chief Steward Ling Chong, so we came together. Please summon Attendant Ling Xiao. Ling Zhan immediately discerned that the 2 were in cahoots. Yet he also understood that this was not a situation that could be resolved through procrastination. He promptly stated, The Supreme Elder has instructed him to cultivate in the back mountains. If you possess the capability, you may invite him yourselves. Ling Chong patted Ling Tang's shoulder and said with resignation, We shall venture to the back mountains. I trust the Supreme Elder will comprehend the situation. His gaze lingered on Ling Zhan, making no attempt to conceal the glint of severity within. Brother Zhan. Upon hearing Ling Chong's words, Meng Xiyun anxiously tugged at Ling Zhan's sleeve. Ling Zhan glanced at his wife, patting the back of her hand and reassuring her, Do not fret. With the Supreme Elder present, nothing untoward shall befall Xiao. Just as Ling Chong and Ling Tang were about to turn and depart, Ling Chong paused and inquired in a subdued tone, Who is Ling Xiao's handmaiden? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yushi blurted out, This servant is. Ling Xiao was deeply ingrained in her heart, and she took pride in being Ling Xiao's handmaiden, hence her swift response to Ling Chong's inquiry. Yushi, what nonsense are you spouting? You are our adopted daughter, Ling Zhan gently scolded. She is my adopted daughter. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her will have to contend with me, Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan naturally surmised Ling Chong's intention and immediately asserted his stance. Ling Zhan, do you defy the elder's decision? Ling Chong bellowed at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan retorted without backing down. Produce an edict from the clan head or the 4th elder, or I shall not allow Yushi to accompany you. You clearly do not wish to engage with others. Our presence here is merely in compliance with the elder's command. Should you persist in your refusal to cooperate, do not blame us for being ungracious, Ling Qiao said coldly. Come on, who is afraid of whom? By his side, Ling Tao, who was typically one to yield to gentle persuasion rather than force, immediately brandished his spear upon hearing Ling Qiao's intention to strike. Chapter 52. Truly lacking in decorum, Ling Qiao was not slow to react. His sword soared from his back like a shooting star. At this moment, Ling Tang hurriedly intervened, urging, let us not resort to violence. It would be better to converse amicably. Although Ling Tang shared a close bond with Ling Qiao, he was reluctant to offend Ling Zhan. Given the escalating tension, especially with the support of the elder, he dared not provoke anyone. Ling Qiao was resolute. This was an opportune moment to eliminate Ling Xiao while simultaneously undermining the faction led by the clan head. He paid no heed to Ling Tang's words and insisted on compelling Ling Xiao to appear. With a loud shout, he prepared to strike. Who dares to act in such a manner at my doorstep? Truly lacking in decorum. A languid voice resonated from behind the crowd. The speaker was none other than Ling Xiao himself, accompanied by the one-eyed eagle, Du Ying. The news regarding the arrivals from the Li and Lan families had reached Ling Xiao through Du Ying. Ling Xiao, wishing to spare his parents from distress and unafraid of the two families seeking retribution, had voluntarily stepped forward. Young Master Ling Xiao, both Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi exclaimed in unison. Ah, what brings you here, you little chubby girl? Ling Xiao asked, somewhat taken aback by the striking appearance of Luo Qingxuang. You scoundrel. Luo Qingxuang stomped her foot in frustration. She could not comprehend why this fellow always managed to vex her so, yet inexplicably, a sweet sensation lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Are you longing for my company? I have mentioned that if you serve as my personal maid, you could behold me every day, Ling Xiao teased with a mischievous grin. In his eyes, Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi were rare beauties, one strong and one gentle, pleasing to the eye. Humph, you find amusement even in dire straits. Luo Qingxuang remarked, her cheeks flushed as she reminded Ling Xiao with a hint of exasperation. Ling Xiao chuckled, shifting his gaze to the watchful Ling Qiao and Ling Tang. Oh, is that not the chief steward? What brings you to gamble at my doorstep? Has my father not invited you in for tea? Really, father? Every guest ought to be treated with courtesy, Ling Xiao quipped, adopting a comical demeanor as he spoke to Ling Qiao. Luo Qingxuang was the first to burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth in a flurry of embarrassment. Just as Ling Qiao was about to respond, Ling Tang interjected. Ling Xiao, the elders request your presence in the inner courtyard. Come along quickly, lest we keep them waiting. A sigh of relief escaped Ling Tang. It was indeed fortuitous that Ling Xiao had appeared on his own. Shower, do not go. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Meng Xiyun swiftly grasped his hand. Ignoring his mother's words, Ling Xiao observed Ling Tang and Ling Qiao with amusement, saying, Ah, so it is the elders who summoned me. I suspected as much. It is improbable that you would come to my home merely for tea, especially since we do not possess such an abundance to entertain you. Without further ado, let's proceed, commanded Ling Qiao, clearly irritated by Ling Zhao's sarcastic remarks. Oh, you think you can simply order me around? That would certainly be quite embarrassing for me. Ling Xiao replied with a nonchalant shrug and a smile. Do you dare defy the elders' wishes? Ling Qiao retorted coldly. Ignoring Ling Qiao, Ling Xiao turned to Ling Tang and inquired, Elder Ling Tang, have the elders summoned me? Ling Tang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, come along with me quickly. Very well. Since Elder Ling Tang is so earnest, I shall reluctantly accompany you this once, Ling Xiao responded, feigning great reluctance. This remark left Ling Qiao seething with rage. Wishing he could pierce Ling Xiao with a sword, it was a blatant affront to his dignity. In the inner courtyard of the Ling family, within the grand hall, the head of the Ling family and the 8 elders were gathered. Additionally, 2 unfamiliar elderly gentlemen, both nearing 70, occupied the guest seats. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, and the 2 strangers appeared particularly incensed, indicating that an unpleasant incident had just transpired. Among the guests, an elderly man clad in gray addressed Ling Zhan, who sat at the center of the hall, saying, Ling clan leader, I have come today with the head of the Lan family solely to seek justice. Historically, Our two families have maintained a peaceful coexistence, though your Ling family is formidable. We are not to be underestimated. If we do not receive a satisfactory resolution today, we shall be left with no choice but to embrace destruction rather than endure dishonor. This elderly figure was none other than Li Chongqian, the current head of the Li family, while the man seated beside him was Lan Jinfeng, the head of the Lan family. Ling Zhan narrowed his eyes, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor, exuding an overwhelming presence befitting his status. In the face of the two individuals before him, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Patriarchally, Master Lan, this matter shall be settled once Ling Xiao arrives. Should you lack the patience to wait, we of the Ling family shall take our leave, Ling Zhan stated calmly. Humph. Those who take a life must pay with their own, Lan Jinfeng coldly interjected. You speak true, Master Lan. Our Ling family shall indeed provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Elder Ling Yin responded. Are we to relinquish our Ling family so readily? Elder Ling Yuan remarked sarcastically. What did you say? Elder Ling Yin furrowed his brow, glaring at Elder Ling Yuan. Humph, you know full well what I mean. Our Ling family members are not to be treated as mere fodder for slaughter. Elder Ling Yuan replied, his tone laced with subtle menace. Do you imply that our families are meant to perish? Patriarch Li Chongqian's imposing aura filled the room, his voice icy. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as all present were formidable experts, yet they felt stifled under the weight of Patriarch Li's presence. Elder Ling Mo gently raised his hand, asserting, I trust our patriarch would not shield any wrongdoers. For the harmonious development of our three families, he shall undoubtedly make the right decision and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Elder Ling Mo's words were laden with implications, elevating Ling Zhan while simultaneously placing him in a precarious position. If Ling Xiao has taken a life without cause, I shall personally execute him. Ling Zhan's fury finally erupted, and with a chilling remark, he crushed the teacup in his hand into a fine powder. At this moment, Ling Zhan's aura surged forth, enveloping the hall with a presence more domineering than that of the Li family patriarch. He declared that if anyone dared to use his grandson as a sacrificial pawn, he would not hesitate to sever their head from their shoulders, even if he were to relinquish his position as clan leader. Since assuming leadership, Ling Zhan had not relished the joys of familial bliss. Instead, he toiled daily for the advancement of the clan, enduring the provocations of the second and fifth elders. He had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a grandfather towards his grandsons, and had nearly allowed a treacherous individual to harm both his son and grandson, subjecting them to years of suffering. As a father and grandfather, he had long endured in silence, but now, faced with a direct threat to his grandson's life, he could no longer suppress his pent-up fury. Ling Zhan would no longer tolerate it. Whoever sought his grandson's life would face dire consequences, regardless of his status as clan leader. In that instant, the 2 or 3 elders aligned with the second elder were rendered speechless, realizing at last that their patriarch was not a mere puppet, but rather one who had chosen to remain inconspicuous. Patriarch Ling, it seems you are unwilling to hand over the murderer to us. If that is the case, Master Lan, let us depart. I refuse to believe that the Ling family can act with impunity, the Li family patriarch exclaimed as he rose in anger, preparing to storm out. At that moment, second elder Ling Mo stood up, saying, Patriarchally, please hold on. He then turned to Ling Zhan and, with a respectful gesture, implored, Patriarch, I understand that Ling Xiao is your grandson, but I urge you to maintain a clear distinction between public and private matters, and not to disregard the interests of the clan. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and Ling Tang entered the chamber, bowing respectfully to all present, addressing them as clan leader and esteemed elders. The fourth elder, Ling Wei, waved his hand, signaling Ling Tang to withdraw. Ling Xiao strode in with an air of confidence, a faint smile gracing his lips as he bowed to Ling Zhan, saying he had paid his respects to the clan leader and the elders. You are Ling Xiao? Inquired Lan Jinfeng, the head of the Lan family, his gaze piercing with a palpable hostility. And who might this elder be? Ling Xiao surmised that the two elderly gentlemen seated beside him were indeed the current heads of the Li and Lan families, though he was uncertain whether he was addressing a Li or a Lan. With a cold huff, Lan Zhanfeng retorted, "You have no right to know who I am. Today, you shall take your own life before us, or else prepare to bear the consequences as a traitor of the Ling family." Ling Xiao, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized Lan Zhanfeng with disdain, exclaiming, "You old fool, I show you respect by addressing you as elder, yet you audaciously command me to die? How about you take your own life instead? I would gladly honor you by relieving myself upon your grave." Ling Xiao's words were undeniably outrageous, inciting Lan Zhanfeng to the brink of violence. Ling Zhan interjected, "This gentleman is the head of the Lan family, and the other is the patriarch of the Li family. They claim you have murdered their grandson and granddaughter. Is this true, Ling Xiao?" Chapter 53. A battle of words in the inner courtyard. Is this the manner in which your Ling family conducts itself? Such discipline, such arrogance. We are truly enlightened, remarked Li Chongqian, casting a glance at Ling Xiao and Ling Zhan before addressing Lan Zhanfeng. "Brother Lan, let us take our leave. Prepare yourselves for battle." Lan Zhanfeng declared with a nod, his voice laced with defiance. If it were merely the Lan family, he would never dare to provoke the stern way of the Ling family. Yet, now allied with the Li family, could the combined strength of two great clans not withstand the Ling family? Hold on. Wait a moment. Two voices rang out simultaneously, one belonging to Ling Xiao and the other to the second elder. "What more do you have to say?" Li Chongqian inquired. Ignoring the second elder Ling Mo, Ling Xiao turned to Li Chongqian and asked, "Do you intend to leave just like that? It seems rather unethical, does it not? What? Do you possess the ability to keep me here? Or does your Ling family plan to bully us with sheer numbers?" Li Chongqian scrutinized Ling Xiao, perplexed by the audacity of the young man. Was it merely because he was the chosen successor of the Ling family's venerable elder that he felt entitled to such arrogance? "This is not your place to speak. Be silent." The second elder Ling Mo retorted coldly at Ling Xiao. "If I am not to speak, why summon me? I shall take my leave then. No need to see me off," Ling Xiao replied, having already seen through the ambitions of the second elder. The second elder's face darkened as he bellowed, "How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? You killed the granddaughter of the Li family patriarch and the grandson of the Lan family head yesterday. Do you not realize your transgressions?" Ling Xiao turned around, a playful smile upon his face as he regarded the second elder, then surveyed the expressions of the surrounding elders. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! To fabricate charges. Do you lack for excuses? Are you all wishing for me to take my own life before these two old fossils? Shower, do not act impulsively. Express your thoughts clearly. Grandfather will always stand by your side." Ling Zhan gazed at Ling Xiao, who appeared desolate and unsupported, and his heart was struck with profound concern. He could not allow this child to face any further peril. With that, he departed from the position of clan leader and instantly arrived by Ling Xiao's side, fearing that the weight of pressure might lead Ling Xiao to despair. Feeling the unwavering support from Ling Zhan, Ling Xiao was warmed within, contemplating that this old man still possessed a semblance of humanity. Over the past 2 years, Ling Zhan had never visited their home, and Ling Xiao harbored a slight resentment towards him, yet that resentment had now dissipated into nothingness. "Rest assured, grandfather, Xiao has no thoughts of despair," Ling Xiao replied, his eyes reflecting gratitude as he looked at Ling Zhan. He then turned to the second elder and stated, "Second elder, I am aware that both you and the fifth elder have harbored disdain towards my family and aspire to usurp my grandfather's position. Is that not so?" The second elder was momentarily taken aback, before a sinister glint appeared in his eyes as he retorted, "You dare to slander me, you wretched child?" Not only did the second elder's expression darken, but the faces of the other elders from the Ling family also shifted continuously. It was an unspoken truth that the second elder desired to replace Ling Zhan, yet no one had ever dared to voice it. Now, with Ling Xiao's public declaration, did it imply that a confrontation between Ling Zhan and the second elder was imminent? "I slander you. Huh. Then allow me to ask why you conspire with outsiders against me? Do you not realize that I am the direct descendant of the clan leader?" Ling Xiao met the second elder's gaze squarely, channeling his inner energy to resist the imposing aura of the second elder. Is being the clan leader's direct descendant a license to act without restraint? In the Ling family, regardless of who commits an error, they must bear the consequences. You, who have slain members of the Li and Lan families in a bid to ignite conflict among the three great families, are a transgressor against our clan. The second elder Yin Su coldly remarked at Ling Xiao. Haha, so you intend to punish me without discerning right from wrong. If it were members of those two families who captured and sold your wife and daughter into debauchery, would you remain passive, allowing them to be humiliated for the sake of so-called family interests without retaliating? Ling Xiao retorted with a hearty laugh, each word resonating with conviction, showing no fear of the second elder. You seek death, the second elder asserted, his patience waning, though he was known for his composure. Ling Xiao's repeated provocations had crossed a line, igniting a desire to strike him down. The audacity of Ling Xiao's words felt like a slap to his face. Even the clan leader, Ling Zhan, would not dare to speak so boldly to him. In a flash, Ling Xiao darted behind Ling Zhan, poking his head out to exclaim dramatically, "Murder!" The elders present could only gaze at Ling Xiao in disbelief. His audacity was astonishing, openly insulting the second elder. At that moment, the fifth elder spoke. "Clan leader, did you hear that? Ling Xiao has brazenly insulted the second elder. This is clearly a contempt for the elders. Fourth elder, what punishment do you deem appropriate?" The fourth elder pondered for a moment, casting a fleeting glance at Ling Zhan, and replied nonchalantly. "He deserves the punishment of amputation as a warning. Should he offend again, he shall be stripped of his powers and expelled from the family." Such a grave accusation. Did you all not just dig out your own earwax? I'm merely posited if, without asserting it as truth, is that also considered a contempt of the elders? Ling Xiao replied with a serene smile, displaying not an ounce of fear. Is it permissible for an elder to casually utter what if? Shouldn't the fourth elder be the first to carry out the punishment? The fifth elder urged, clearly showing disrespect for Ling Zhan. I protest. If I'm not allowed to use what if when addressing an elder, are they then permitted to arbitrarily condemn me? Truly absurd. Ling Xiao spat, expressing his dissatisfaction, and continued. And you, fifth elder, the fourth elder hadn't even spoken, yet you rushed to issue commands. Do you fancy yourself the clan leader, or perhaps the fourth elder? Should you two perhaps switch positions? These words instantly made the fifth elder's face darken, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his palms. The boy was being too direct. He immediately retorted, I was merely stating the facts. Is that not allowed? Allowed, of course, it's allowed, Ling Xiao retorted, seizing the opportunity to mock. But listening to you issue commands just now, you were truly impressive. The fourth elder and the clan leader had to step aside. You. The fifth elder was so enraged that his beard bristled and his old eyes glared, but he had no retort. Ling Xiao, cease your nonsense and explain the matter clearly, Ling Zhan interrupted sternly. In his heart, he was truly worried for his audacious grandson, who dared to pull such a stunt at this critical moment. At this point, everyone fell silent. Li Zhongqian and Lan Zhenfeng exchanged subtle glances, waiting for Ling Xiao to speak and reveal his explanation. Ling Xiao's smile vanished, and his face grew serious. He fixed his gaze upon Li Zhongqian and Lan Zhenfeng, and said somberly, Have the two of you brought gifts today? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, a myriad of questions arose in everyone's minds. His inquiry seemed quite irrelevant, considering they were there to take his life, yet he asked if they had brought gifts. The two individuals remained silent, merely emitting a profound, cold snort. I perceive that you have not brought any gifts, Ling Xiao remarked placidly. In that case, none of you shall depart from this place today. Arrogance. The two family heads exclaimed instantaneously, rising to their feet. Two powerful auras immediately pressed towards Ling Xiao. Unlike the previous mere intimidation, these were genuine presences. Even a Xian rank cultivator would be severely injured by them. Just as Ling Zhan was about to protect Ling Xiao, an aged voice echoed from outside. Who dares to bully my disciple? Old master, if you hadn't arrived, your handsome, dashing, and invincible disciple would have been vanquished, Ling Xiao bellowed. The supreme elder has arrived. This thought flashed through the minds of everyone in the inner chamber. Li Zhongqian and Lan Zhenfeng's auras vanished instantly. On the contrary, they were forced back several steps. Everyone was astonished by this turn of events. The Supreme Elder had intervened. "Welcome, Supreme Elder." Ling Zhan respectfully greeted first, followed by the Ling family elders. The Supreme Elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly entered the inner chamber. His initially drowsy, aged eyes suddenly sharpened, surveying the surroundings before settling upon the Li family head and the Lan family head. The Li family head and the Lan family head exchanged a glance with the Supreme Elder, their bodies trembling, revealing a hint of timidity. Finally, they braced themselves and greeted the Supreme Elder with a respectful, "Old Masterling." The esteemed elder let out a disdainful huff and, without uttering a word, took his seat beside the clan leader. He then solemnly declared that anyone who dared to harm his disciple would face the annihilation of their entire family. Only Ling Zhan could be seen wearing a faint smile, finally feeling a sense of relief for Ling Xiao. The one most pleased was undoubtedly Ling Xiao himself. He had initially instructed others to notify the esteemed elder. Although Ling Zhan would protect him, the looming threat of execution under pressure was a considerable concern. He had long awaited the elder's arrival, which allowed him to maintain his composure. Of course, that was not the case. Thus, I sought to persuade Miss Li to release him, asserting my affiliation with the Ling family. However, Miss Li retorted that even if an elder from the Ling family were to appear, she would not relent, and she summoned the young master from the Lan family to eliminate me. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, I had no choice but to retaliate. Yet, the young master of the Lan family was a formidable Xin master. How could I possibly defeat him? As you all witnessed, I am merely an intermediate Xin practitioner. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Hu Lu and Hu Qi, I might have met my demise and would not be here recounting these sorrowful tales. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ling Xiao spoke in a storyteller's manner, occasionally shaking his head in lament. Utter nonsense. Blue Jinfeng would not believe Ling Xiao's fabrications. There were numerous witnesses present at that time, and their accounts starkly contradicted Ling Xiao's narrative. Chapter 54. Arguing with reason, Ling Xiao disregarded Lan Jinfeng's words and continued to feign sorrow, recounting how the young master of the Lan family was mistakenly killed by Hu Lu and Hu Qi. Initially, I intended to have Miss Li apologize to my younger sister. But to my surprise, not only did she refuse to acknowledge it, she viciously insulted my sister, calling her a coward and branding our Ling family as spineless turtles. She challenged us, saying if we had the courage, we should kill her. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. As a member of the Ling family, I am, of course, a man of valor. How could I be a coward? Thus, the only course of action is to eliminate her to prove that we Ling family members are indeed courageous men. Don't you all agree? Ling Xiao spoke with such fervor and sincerity that several elders, unable to restrain themselves, nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying resentment as they cast glances laden with animosity towards the head of the Li family. After all, they were elders of the foremost family in Meteorite City, and being insulted as spineless by a junior was intolerable, thus displacing their ire onto Li Chongqian. That's merely one-sided rhetoric. Say whatever you wish, Li Chongqian retorted with irritation. Whether it's one-sided or not, the truth will reveal itself soon. Third uncle, have the people arrived? Ling Xiao confidently replied, then called towards the entrance. They have arrived. Ling Tao responded, leading 4 individuals into the room. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with confusion, uncertain of his intentions. This is the proprietor of the fabric shop. Do you remember her? Ling Xiao pointed to a man in his 50s, stating that he was indeed the proprietor from the fabric shop they visited yesterday. The shopkeeper cast a glance at Bai Yushi and promptly nodded, acknowledging her presence. Indeed, I recognize her. She visited my store yesterday to purchase fabric. Upon exiting, she inadvertently collided with Miss Qing, which resulted in her receiving a beating from Miss Qing. Ultimately, Miss Qing, along with the young master of the Lan family, took her away. The shopkeeper felt a profound sense of despair. Whether it was the Ling or Li family, he dared not offend either, for they could extinguish him with the ease of crushing an ant. Yet, he found himself compelled to testify. Fortunately, this young master had assured him that with the backing of the Ling family, business would likely become more manageable. Subsequently, Xiao Mei Bai Yushi, and doing all stepped forward to corroborate that it was indeed Li Qingqing's initial wrongdoing that provoked Ling Xiao's retaliation. All of this chaos stemmed from Li Qingqing's actions. After listening to the testimonies, Li Chongqing's anger reached a boiling point, his mustache bristling in fury, while Lan Jinfeng's expression darkened to an extreme. Patriarch Li, Master Lan. Now the truth is laid bare, is it not? Young Master Lan acted as an accomplice, while Miss Li stands as the principal perpetrator. Are we, the Ling family, to remain passive as they bully us? Are we to stand by and watch as my younger sister is treated like a common courtesan? Ling Xiao stepped forward, directing his inquiry at Li Chongqing and Lan Jinfeng. Both men merely scoffed in response, offering no further comment. Ling Xiao then turned his gaze towards the second and fifth elders, questioning, "Do you still believe my actions are unjust? Do you still think this undermines the interests of the Ling family?" The expressions of the second and fifth elders grew exceedingly grim, yet they remained silent. Initially, they were indeed uninformed of the entire situation. They assumed that after Ling Xiao became the successor disciple of the Supreme Elder, he acted wantonly, offending both the Li and Lan families simultaneously. Therefore, they wanted to take advantage of the situation to capture Ling Xiao and simultaneously strike at Ling Zhang's faction. Unfortunately, they had not anticipated the Supreme Elder's partiality, directly coming to the inner cabinet to vouch for Ling Xiao. Furthermore, the matter was as Ling Xiao had stated, with the Li family being in the wrong first, and the Lan family being accomplices. As members of the Ling family, they could not possibly assist outsiders in bullying their own family members at this point. They wouldn't dare even if they had 100 times the courage. If they lost the support of the other elders, their two brothers' plan to seize power would become even more difficult. Now that the matter has been clarified, Clan Leader Li, head of the Lan family, do you have anything else to say? Ling Song inquired. Clan Leader Ling, we apologize for the disturbance. Head of the Lan family, let us depart. Li Zhongxian knew that the scales had already tipped against them, and he had already prepared for the possibility of failure today. He merely wanted to observe the attitude of the Ling family. Now that the internal strife of the Ling family was evident, as long as it was slightly exploited, eliminating Ling Xiao and destroying the Ling family would be a matter of time. Just as Li Zhongxian and Lan Jinfeng were about to leave, Ling Xiao spoke again. Gentlemen, are you not planning to offer some compensatory gifts to my sworn little sister? She was quite frightened yesterday. Ling Xiao's words nearly caused both of them to stumble. After having their men killed, he still dared to ask for gifts. This fellow was too shameless. Before tomorrow, each of you shall deliver an item no less than of the intermediate second order. Otherwise, this old man will personally come to collect. The Supreme Elder, who had been silent all along, said calmly. Heavens! The elders of the Ling family gasped in shock, as the Grand Elder seemed to indulge Ling Xiao excessively. This time, Ling Xiao had offended two major factions and had brought disgrace upon the second and fifth elders, making his future prospects exceedingly difficult. Yet, would he allow such obstacles to deter him? The answer was a resounding no. After a long and arduous day, the patriarch of the Li family and the head of the Lan family discreetly departed from the Ling residence. Brotherly, shall we simply let this matter rest? Lan Jinfeng inquired, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. What do you propose? As long as that old fellow from the Ling family remains alive, we cannot confront them directly. Li Chongqian replied, equally discontented. After a pause, he added, that man may have already achieved a significant breakthrough. If so, the Ling family will be untouchable for at least the next 20 years. However, this visit was not in vain. I have long heard of the Ling family's relentless internal strife, and today's events confirmed those rumors. If we can seize upon this fact and further exacerbate their internal discord, driving them to self-destruction, then the Ling family will indeed become a trivial threat. Brotherly, your words ring true. Henceforth, the Lan family shall follow the Li family's lead, and I hope you will not find us burdensome. Lan Jinfeng took the opportunity to express his sentiments to Li Chongqian. If we do not eliminate him promptly, it will be even more challenging once he gains power. The fifth elder interjected, irritation evident in his tone. In a year's time, he won't have grown significantly, but we should still aim to deal with him first. Without him, the Grand Elder may no longer side with Ling Song. He might even favor Kuang Er. which would certainly enhance our chances of success, the second elder elucidated. Brother, your insight is commendable, yet the question arises, who shall be tasked with eliminating that scoundrel? It is said he can vanquish even low-ranking practitioners, and he is accompanied by 2 personal bodyguards. Perhaps it would be best if I personally ensured his demise? Proposed the 5th elder. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Moreover, there are others far more eager to extinguish that wretch. All we need do is monitor his movements. And when the time is ripe, we shall disseminate the news. Naturally, someone will take the initiative to end his miserable life, the second elder remarked, his eyes glinting with a sinister intent. Upon hearing this, the 5th elder pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. A sound strategy indeed. Unless that scoundrel chooses to remain indoors, his fate is sealed. Enough of this talk. How goes the situation with the old ghost? The second elder shifted the conversation. At this, the 5th elder's expression darkened slightly. Recently, the Azure Wolf gang seems to be up to something, as they have failed to deliver supplies. The old ghost keeps lamenting that without the toxic herbs, he refuses to train. It is infuriating. Do not let it vex you, brother. The old ghost has always been temperamental, and indeed, the absence of toxic herbs is a significant setback. Perhaps you could spread some rumors regarding high-ranking acquisitions of those herbs. I am certain numerous mercenaries and adventurers would be willing to temporarily alleviate our predicament, as those herbs are not particularly elusive, the second elder suggested in a comforting tone. I understand, yet the old ghost's success rate is alarmingly low. Thus far, we have provided 50 sets of materials, but he has only succeeded with 5. At this rate, I fear we may not endure more than half a year. Chapter 55, a discussion on life. It is well enough. Miss Luo has been seated here for a considerable time. You should engage her in conversation while she and I prepare a meal. Mingxi and Yunan have settled down, and with a knowing glance at Ling Xiao, I took by Shi and exited. The hall was left with only Ling Xiao and Luo Qing Shuang. Ling Xiao, remaining silent, settled himself and brewed a cup of tea, savoring it while quietly observing Luo Qing Shuang. In his mind, he admired her curvaceous figure, even more voluptuous than Yushi's. Though her complexion was not as delicate as Yu's, it exuded a healthy vibrancy that complemented both her and Yushi well as my personal attendants. Feeling Ling Xiao's unwavering gaze, Luo Qing Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, her delicate hands nervously fiddling with her clothing, lost in thought. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself and softly chided, "Why do you look at me like that?" Observing her shy demeanor, Ling Xiao surmised that she likely harbored feelings for him, which brought him joy. Clearing his throat, he said, "Thank you, little chubby girl, for coming such a long way to see me. I am truly touched." At this point, Luo Qing Shuang felt a sweetness in her heart. Yet her lips would not concede. "I merely happened to pass by." Ling Xiao, aware that girls often speak contrary to their hearts, chose not to challenge her statement and continued, "May I call you Qing Shuang?" With a voice as soft as a whisper, she responded with a faint her blush deepening. Ling Xiao's heart soared with excitement. There was potential. "Qing Shuang, we've known each other since childhood, so we might as well be childhood sweethearts, right?" Ling Xiao began to entice Luo Qing Shuang further. Luo Qing offered no rebuttal, tacitly acquiescing. It is generally perceived that childhood sweethearts are invariably the closest of confidants, engaging in profound dialogues. Wouldn't you concur? Indeed, they frequently spend time in each other's company, delving into existential inquiries. Wouldn't you agree? In light of this, shall we commence our exploration of life's profound questions within the confines of our chamber, thereby nurturing the bonds of our camaraderie? Having approached, Luo Qing fixed his gaze upon her exquisite countenance. Rubbing his hands together, it seemed as though saliva threatened to spill from the corners of his mouth. Luo Qing, after contemplating his words and observing his ravenous demeanor, promptly delivered a forceful blow, exclaiming, "Perish!" A resounding impact landed squarely upon his handsome visage, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. "Ah, why did you not evade?" Luo Qing exclaimed, taken aback that had failed to dodge her strike. A pang of sympathy stirred within her. "Indeed, my loquacity is often imprudent, meriting such chastisement," remarked with a contrite smile, gingerly touching his cheek. Having mastered the initial transformation of the, could such a commonplace blow truly inflict pain upon him? Luo Qing, lacking worldly experience, remained oblivious to his ploy. With a blush, she offered an apology. I am deeply sorry, it was unintentional. However, I implore you to refrain from uttering such frivolous remarks to me. Would you be so kind? Very well, I shall desist. It appears my affections are unrequited, lamented, feigning distress. Nay, that is not the case. It is simply that I shall not strike you, provided you refrain from such utterances, Luo Qing hastily clarified. However, upon beholding your exquisite beauty, I find myself unable to refrain from uttering a few words. Alas, perhaps it would be best if you no longer sought me out. For I fear. Ling Xiao's handsome visage gradually contorted, revealing a profound discomfort. Luo Qingxuang, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming sorrow swell within her. A heartache so intense it nearly took her breath away. She could not bear to witness Ling Xiao in such a state, and thus, with newfound boldness, she grasped his hand and said, If you can secure first place in the upcoming family competition, then perhaps we could be together? Ling Xiao, employing a strategy of feigned indifference, pressed her further, and she could no longer contain her feelings. Since their last encounter at Yijiangju, where Ling Xiao had bested her, a shadow of him had lingered in her mind, haunting her incessantly. Throughout her life, he had been her aspiration. Initially, when he had fallen from grace, her heart had merely been heavy with melancholy. It was not until years later, upon their reunion, when he regained his prowess and defeated her as a martial apprentice, that her emotions began to stir. Furthermore, upon hearing of his exploits within the Li family's territory, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and she realized she had irrevocably fallen for Ling Xiao. Thus, she had come to visit him early this morning. She had not anticipated confessing her feelings today. She intended to wait until the family competition, when Ling Xiao might prove himself capable of rising above the rest, to declare her affections. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. She sensed that he might also harbor feelings for her, and now, as she prepared to voice her innermost thoughts, her heart raced with both trepidation and shyness. Is this truly the case? Ling Xiao inquired, gently squeezing Luo Qingxuang's delicate hand. Blushing, Luo Qingxuang nodded and attempted to free her hand, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao refused to let go, leaving her to endure his playful grasp. Very well, just wait and see. On the day of the grand competition among the esteemed families, I shall undoubtedly claim the top prize, and then you shall obediently serve as my maid. Ha ha. Ling Xiao declared with a triumphant laugh. Go to hell. Luo Qingxuang retorted, breaking free from Ling Xiao's hold, and feeling wronged, she turned and fled from his residence. Was it merely serving as a maid? Without waiting long, on the very afternoon of the same day, the Li and Lan families sent emissaries bearing gifts of apology. The Li family presented a second-tier medium-grade soft armor, while the Lan family sent a second-tier medium-grade spiritual herb. Upon receiving these items, Ling Xiao unceremoniously stuffed the soft armor into Bayushi's arms, urging her to don it immediately. Initially, Bayushi adamantly refused, insisting it was of no use to her and that it should belong to Ling Xiao. Ultimately, Ling Xiao had to invoke the authority of the young master to persuade her to accept it. As for the second-tier medium-grade spiritual herb, Ling Xiao had no intention of entrusting it to Bayushi. It would be of no benefit to her, and she lacked the ability to preserve it. Thus, Ling Xiao took it upon himself to keep it safe. Now he possessed a considerable stockpile of valuable items, all of which would prove useful when he eventually advanced to the realm of the Xian Master. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. As night fell, after a day filled with exertion, Ling Xiao once again submerged himself in the medicinal tub, swiftly absorbing the essence of the concoction within. The potency of these medications was insufficient to restore Ling Xiao's physique. Subsequently, 2 profound techniques within his body commenced their operation, causing the energy to circulate in reverse, continuously nourishing his limbs and vital organs. His injuries began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. After a long night, Ling Xiao awakened from his meditation, his bare skin emanating a faint golden glow. His once fair complexion had been replaced by a delicate yellow hue that shimmered with a radiant luminosity, exuding an aura of sanctity. After enduring more than half a month of torment, the second transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, which refines the sinews, had finally yielded some progress, astonishingly swift in its pace. His own mid-tier profound practitioner strength had notably increased, gradually approaching the pinnacle of the mid-tier realm. It was believed that a breakthrough to the high-tier profound practitioner level within a few months would pose no challenge. This remarkable enhancement was attributed to the miraculous effects of the three-part return to origin energy. Not only did it accelerate his cultivation speed, but it also allowed him to absorb the medicinal properties akin to the Vajra 5 transformations technique, converting them into profound energy, which accounted for his significant advancement in such a brief period. Wait, could this be the Yin Wind grass? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's pupils dilated as he finally recognized the identity of this spiritual herb. The Yin Wind grass, predominantly found in areas of absolute Yin, is an exceedingly rare high-tier spiritual herb of the third rank, belonging to the wind attribute. For wind attribute practitioners, it is comparable to herbs of the fourth rank or above, due to its rarity. The Yin Wind grass not only enhances the attributes of wind attribute practitioners, but also offers the potential to cultivate Yin Wind malevolence, significantly augmenting the lethality of their profound techniques, rendering them nearly invincible among practitioners of the same tier. Ling Xiao was genuinely perplexed as to how Du Ying had procured such an advanced spiritual herb. The Yin Wind grass thrives in places of absolute Yin, rendering it not only rare but also guarded by a Yin Wind beast of at least the third rank. Even formidable spirit masters would find themselves outmatched by such a creature, with only those of royal rank or higher possessing the strength to prevail. Du Ying, merely a mid-level mysterious warrior, had somehow obtained this Yin Wind grass, a feat that, if discovered, would likely lead to his demise. Ling Xiao carefully stowed away the Yin Wind grass, his heart filled with elation. A high-level third-rank spiritual herb, comparable in value to a fourth-rank one, could fetch an astronomical price at auction. However, he had no intention of selling it. Such a treasure was best reserved for personal use, especially if he were to break through to the mysterious warrior rank with wind attributes. Yet, according to Ling Xiao's recollections from before his meridians were damaged, his breakthrough to the mysterious warrior rank had been of the metal attribute. He wondered if his current breakthrough would yield the same result. Chapter 56, Journey to the Barren Mountain Range, Part 1. Soon, the radiant morning sun ascended in the east. Ling Xiao ceased his cultivation and sought out the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder could usually be found presiding over the profound skill pavilion in his spare time. Ling Xiao arrived at the inner courtyard and proceeded unhindered to the second floor of the profound skill pavilion, where he found the old man reclining on a grand chair, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Youngster, sneaking out again? The Grand Elder spoke without opening his eyes, as if he already knew of Ling Xiao's presence. Grandpa, I wouldn't come here if I were slacking off. Ling Xiao replied with a light chuckle. What are you here for? Is yesterday's matter still unresolved? No. I'm here to request a leave of absence. A leave of absence? What does that mean? The elder, taken aback by such a novel term, retorted sharply. Ling Xiao was momentarily speechless before he continued. I wish to venture into the wilderness mountains to hone my skills. Absolutely not. Until you have mastered the second transformation, you cannot step outside the clan. Besides, do you not realize how many people are intent on killing you? The elder finally opened his eyes, decisively rejecting Ling Xiao's request. Ling Xiao felt a surge of urgency. I have already achieved a minor success in the second transformation. He had been cooped up in training for so long that he felt as if he were fading away. If he did not get out for a breath of fresh air soon, he feared he might lose his sanity. The elder pondered for a moment and, stroking his white beard, chuckled kindly. You little rascal, do not jest. If you have truly attained minor success, then I need not continue living. It took me over a year to reach that stage, and even with your prodigious talent coupled with unbearable hardships, it would take at least 6 months for you to achieve minor success. Do not attempt to deceive me. Before Ling Xiao could respond, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, involuntarily letting out a cry of ah. I have severed several of your tendons, the elder stated solemnly, but I will mend them using the Vajra transformation technique. Ling Xiao dared not dwell on the pain as he immediately activated the Vajra transformation technique. A surge of mystical energy flowed toward his wrist, clearing the meridians and gradually restoring vitality to the damaged tendons, which began to reconnect. After a short while, Ling Xiao could no longer feel any abnormal sensations in his arm. The tendons had fully healed. Through the cultivation of the Vajra transformation technique, Ling Xiao could not help but marvel at the unique aspects of this profound skill, which surprisingly boasted a self-repairing function. How astonishing! Should such a technique be disseminated? One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue, with countless individuals vying for it, willing to risk life and limb. It was unclear where the Grand Elder had obtained this knowledge. Indeed, having achieved initial success in his training, the Grand Elder lamented that he had finally witnessed Ling Xiao's remarkable ability to transform through cultivation. He could scarcely believe that anyone could attain such progress in such a brief period. Initially, he had recognized Ling Xiao's exceptional talent, keen insight, and remarkable perseverance, which had prompted him to take him on as a disciple. Now, he realized that Ling Xiao's innate gifts surpassed his wildest expectations. In truth, even Ling Xiao was unaware that his rapid mastery of the Vajra transformation technique was not solely due to his own talent. The crucial factor was the assistance provided by the 3-point returning essence. Without this supportive energy, he would undoubtedly not have progressed so swiftly. This realization would only dawn upon him as he grew stronger in the future. Grand Elder, may I venture to the Wild Thorn Mountain Range? Ling Xiao inquired once more. You have indeed achieved initial success in your cultivation, yet this does not permit you to go out. The Li and Lan families will not relent should you venture out. You will undoubtedly face their relentless retaliation. Wait until you are sufficiently powerful, the Grand Elder replied, his tone filled with concern. Having taken on such an outstanding disciple, how could he allow him to face danger prematurely? If Ling Xiao were to be killed by vengeful foes, all his efforts would be in vain. The Grand Elder resolved that, until Ling Xiao became a formidable warrior, he must not be allowed to leave Meteor City. Ling Xiao could certainly perceive the elder's concern for him. He bowed respectfully to the old man, saying, I understand your care for me. But the day will come when the eagle must spread its wings and soar high. To become the master of the skies, one must possess the courage to fight against the winds. Otherwise, how can one achieve greatness? I do not wish to grow sheltered within the confines of the family, for that would not serve my future well. I am aware of your words, yet what is your current strength? Should you venture out, you would be as vulnerable as an ant, and before you could make your mark, you would perish. Is that not a futile endeavor? I am resolute. Until you ascend to the rank of a high-tier mystic, you absolutely cannot step beyond the thresholds of the Ling family, the esteemed elder insisted with unwavering firmness. Old master, if you truly harbor doubts, allow the 5 elements envoys, Hu Lu and Hu Qi, to accompany me. It is not wise to remain in ceaseless training. We must balance work and rest. What if I were to succumb to madness in my relentless pursuit of cultivation? Ling Xiao continued, his words flowing forth. Bayushi, with a glimmer of reluctance in her beautiful eyes, inquired softly. At that moment, Ling Xiao, disguised as a woman, presented a rather comical and amusing sight. His intention was merely to stealthily escape the family under the cover of night. It is worth noting that the esteemed elder had issued a strict order to the 5 elements envoys to take turns watching over Ling Xiao, preventing his escape. Having failed several attempts to flee, Ling Xiao devised a clever plan. Dressed as Bayushi, he gingerly stepped out of the back mountain, taking small, cautious steps. The 5 elements envoy, who had been observing from the shadows, indeed failed to recognize him. It was not until Ling Xiao exited the family estate that a few guards glanced his way, yet none could identify him as their young master, Ling Xiao. They merely wondered why the young masteress maid was out at such an hour. Despite their curiosity, they refrained from inquiring, for they were all too aware of Ling Xiao's audacious deeds. One who dared to slay a Li family maiden in the presence of Li family members was not to be trifled with, especially as he was the successor to the esteemed elder and enjoyed unparalleled privileges within the Ling family. Once beyond the confines of the estate, Ling Xiao swiftly vanished from the Ling family's domain. By the time Hu Lu and Hu Qi sensed his departure, Ling Xiao had already eluded them completely. In a desolate patch of overgrown grass, a figure could be seen shifting, seemingly changing attire. Aha! I have finally escaped. This figure was none other than Ling Xiao himself. He had long yearned for the wild mountains and could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of encountering those high-tier spirit beasts and spirit herbs. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to capture one or two spirit beasts for amusement. What a delightful experience that would be. Ling Xiao was like an innocent child, exhilarated by the wonders of the world. He gazed up at the round, luminous moon hanging in the sky, its gentle halo casting a soft, ethereal glow that was strikingly beautiful. With a heart full of joy, he felt as if he were a bird released from its cage, soaring toward the rendezvous point with the lone eagle. Not long after, he spotted the solitary eagle in the distance, perched upon a magnificent steed, alongside another splendid white horse. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having a servant like Du Ying was truly commendable. He resolved that he would, by any means necessary, brainwash or genuinely conquer him, ensuring that he would forever kneel at his feet and serve him for a lifetime. "Young master, you have arrived." Du Ying dismounted, bowing respectfully to Ling Xiao. Now 33 years of age, Du Ying had three primary reasons for choosing to follow Ling Xiao. First, Ling Xiao was the heir of the foremost family in Meteorite City, and aligning himself with Ling Xiao meant gaining the protection of the Ling family. These reasons formed the basis of Du Ying's loyalty. Should there come a day when Ling Xiao disappointed him or failed to provide what he desired, Du Ying would not hesitate to depart. After all, he had little to lose. Ling Xiao patted Du Ying on the shoulder and said, "You have worked hard. Let us set out. It is my honor to assist you." "Young master," Du Ying replied earnestly, "enough of this formality. I am not one to indulge in such pleasantries. You have chosen to ally with me, and in time, you shall attain what you seek. What I require is your unwavering loyalty, not the treachery of an enemy lurking behind my back. Come, there will come a day when you will truly submit to me," Ling Xiao declared with utmost confidence. The two mounted their horses and galloped away, the wind rushing past them. Chapter 57, Journey to the Wilderness Mountains, Part 2. It was at this moment that Ling Xiao grasped the true peril of the Wilderness Mountains. A place rife with lethal threats. A moment's inattention could cost one their life, for not only were spirit beasts capable of attacking humans, but conflicts among humans were also commonplace. Without sufficient strength to intimidate or the support of a group, chances were high that one would perish within the Wilderness Mountains. After a 2-day journey, they were but a day away from the barren mountains. As night descended, the duo arrived at the inn indicated by Lone Eagle. This establishment catered to all mercenary groups, adventurers, and traveling merchants, providing excellent amenities. With ample coin, one could indulge in pleasures rivaling those of the drunken fragrance pavilion. As soon as Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle stepped inside, they were met with a cacophony of sounds. Some patrons were indulging in food and drink. Others were engaged in lively discussions, and still others were embracing women intimately. It was truly a paradise on earth. Ling Xiao, observing these rugged men reveling in their pleasures, couldn't help but offer a silent commendation. As they entered, 2 scantily clad women in animal skins immediately greeted them. "This way, please," one of the women cooed, her alluring gaze fixed on Ling Xiao. He glanced at the woman beside him, her appearance unremarkable, but her figure undeniably seductive, possessing the allure to captivate any man. Many mercenaries and adventurers in the hall recognized Lone Eagle and began whispering amongst themselves, with several rising to greet him respectfully. "It seems you're quite renowned," Ling Xiao remarked playfully. Lone Eagle responded, "You flatter me, young master. I've been in this life since I was 18, so naturally, many know my name." They selected a spot to sit, ordered several pounds of wine and some braised meat, and began to eat. Ling Xiao, while dining, observed the nearly 100 individuals within the hall. Each person possessed at least the strength of a low-tier practitioner, with many being of mid to high tiers. There was not a single martial apprentice among them, and they all exuded an aura of bloodlust, presenting a formidable presence. In contrast, he felt somewhat out of place, resembling a delicate flower amidst such rugged company. As the two were nearing the end of their meal, a voluptuous courtesan, clad in revealing attire, approached them, her hips swaying enticingly. She called out in a sultry voice, "Oh, Lord Duying, you come here without summoning me to keep you company. Are you perhaps disdainful of my presence?" Even before she drew near, a strong scent of perfume wafted towards them. Ling Xiao inwardly scoffed at her audacity. Duying, casting a disdainful glance at the woman, retorted, "This brazen harlot, I have no time for you tonight. First, arrange a superior guest room for my young master. He shall be staying here." As soon as Duying's words fell, the provocative woman momentarily paused, then shifted her gaze to Ling Xiao, her face lighting up with a coy smile. "This young master is truly handsome. You stir my heart. What if I were to serve you tonight?" She purred, her hand lightly caressing her chest as she cast flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. However, such a brazen woman, steeped in the ways of the world, held no allure for Ling Xiao. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of my young master?" Duying bluntly challenged her, offering no semblance of respect. The vivacious woman didn't demur, readily taking a seat beside Lone Eagle. "Indeed, we do," she purred. "Just yesterday, a pristine maiden arrived, untouched as yet. However, her spirit is somewhat indomitable. I wonder if the young master might be intrigued." With a touch of reluctance, the voluptuous woman arose to arrange accommodations for the pair. As soon as she had departed, two adventurers approached them. "Greetings, esteemed Lone Eagle," the adventurers intoned, bowing respectfully. Lone Eagle furrowed his brow, curtly inquiring, "What is it? Can't you see my young master is dining?" The two adventurers visibly recoiled, immediately offering obeisance to Ling Xiao. "Young master," they chorused. They were taken aback to discover that the habitually solitary Lone Eagle had become someone's servant. "Speak your piece," Ling Xiao said, tearing off a piece of meat and washing it down with a swig of wine. Lone Eagle, noting Ling Xiao's acquiescence, added, "Out with it, then." The two adventurers nodded, one lowering his voice to address Lone Eagle. "Esteemed Lone Eagle, are you venturing into the mountains tomorrow?" Lone Eagle offered no verbal confirmation, but his silence served as assent. "Would it be possible to enlist your aid in hunting a second-order shadow-striped panther? Should we succeed, you would receive 50% of the spoils," the adventurer proposed, wringing his hands, seemingly anxious that Lone Eagle might decline. "You've located a second-order shadow-striped panther?" Lone Eagle was visibly tempted, but glancing at Ling Xiao, he adopted a frigid mien. "Seek assistance elsewhere," he declared. "I must attend to my young master. I am unavailable." The second-tier, mid-level phantom-striped leopard, comparable to mid-level Xian masters, is renowned for its swiftness. Generally, even mid-level Xian masters find it challenging to vanquish this creature, and only those of high-tier Xian mastery can hope to succeed. The most valuable assets of the phantom-striped leopard are its exquisite hide and formidable fangs, which can fetch several thousand gold coins. Its other bones and sinews also command a respectable price. However, the elusive nature of the phantom-striped leopard makes it difficult to track, and without sufficient strength, it is prudent to avoid provoking it, lest one risk their life. Ling Xiao raised his gaze towards the two adventurers, one a mid-tier Xian master, and the other a high-tier Xian master, who audaciously entertained the idea of confronting a second-tier, mid-level spirit beast. He could not help but inquire, "While the prowess of Du Ying is commendable, do you truly believe he can slay the phantom-striped leopard alone?" The two adventurers hastily gestured. "It is not as you think, young master. The leopard is already injured, thus it should not be overly difficult for Lord Duying to inflict further harm." "Injured?" Duying exclaimed in astonishment. After years of navigating the treacherous wildwood mountains, he had never slain a phantom-striped leopard, and now, with opportunity at hand, he felt a stirring of desire. "Do you wish to pursue it?" Returning to his chamber, Ling Xiao found himself restless and promptly settled into a meditative posture. The three parts of returning vitality circulated ceaselessly, the abundant Xian force within him surging vigorously. The first layer of the three parts of returning vitality focuses on energy absorption, utilizing one's own Xian force to infuse the dantian, gradually expanding and saturating it. once a certain threshold is reached. The ample Xian force can be employed to expand the meridians, marking the transition from the first layer to the second layer of meridian expansion. At this moment, given Ling Xiao's current profound energy, it is anticipated that one must reach a high-level practitioner to potentially break through the second layer of the three divisions of returning vitality. However, Ling Xiao remains unperturbed. He understands that cultivation is not a pursuit that yields instantaneous success. To become a true powerhouse, one must possess not only an indomitable will for progress, but also a patient heart that remains humble and unhurried. For such qualities are essential in ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. After several cycles of profound energy cleansing, Ling Xiao felt his fatigue dissipate, replaced by a renewed vitality and exuberance. Just as he was about to recline and relax, he faintly discerned voices of conversation emanating from the adjacent room. Initially, he had no intention of eavesdropping, but upon hearing three particular words, his attention was piqued, compelling him to stealthily approach the wooden wall to listen in. Have you heard? The Xuangling mercenary group and the Ling Xiao mercenary group are at war in the mountains, one voice whispered to another. The second voice replied, who doesn't he know about this? The two groups have suffered numerous casualties in their conflict. However, the Ling Xiao mercenary group is still inferior to the Xuangling group and is on the brink of annihilation. Indeed, it seems that the beauty snake pilfered something from the Xuangling group and even eliminated their younger brother, the Black Wolf, which has led to this relentless feud. Chapter 58. Into the mountains. Upon concluding the conversation, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for his beautiful sister. Although their encounter had been fleeting, it was undeniable that Mi Dai'er possessed a charm that surpassed that of Bai Yushi and Luo Qingxuang. Who could blame Ling Xiao for his penchant for mature women? Tomorrow, we shall venture into the mountains. If the opportunity arises, let us rescue her. Perhaps she shall be so touched that she would offer herself in gratitude. Ling Xiao mused to herself, her mind already painting a vivid picture of Wei Dai'er surrendering at his feet. With a night devoid of conversation, dawn began to break. After replenishing their supplies of dried meat and water at the inn, Ling Xiao, accompanied by the solitary eagle and two adventurers, Fu Ning and Fu Wei, set forth towards the wild thicket mountains. Before they knew it, an entire day had passed. As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues of crimson, with clouds of various shapes that appeared extraordinarily ethereal. Before them lay a vast expanse of mountains, lush greenery enveloping the landscape, wild grasses carpeting the ground, and an abundance of nameless wildflowers blooming everywhere, all bathed in the enchanting glow of the setting sun, creating a scene akin to a fairyland. Ling Xiao allowed her horse to graze nearby, while she stood entranced by the breathtaking scenery, her thoughts racing. Is this truly the wild thicket mountains? It is said that many formidable spirit beasts roam here, preying on the unwary, yet it appears far less terrifying than I had imagined. Ling Xiao nodded and, alongside the solitary eagle, found a suitable spot to rest. Meanwhile, Fu Ning and Fu Wei busied themselves gathering wood to start a fire. In the mountains, whether on the outskirts or deep within, the temperature difference between day and night can be quite drastic. Without a fire, even the most seasoned warriors would struggle to endure. The four of them ignited a fire, gathering around it, drinking and feasting on meat. Fu Ning and Fu Wei continually sought to ingratiate themselves with Ling Xiao and the solitary eagle, for the latter's reputation, forged over many years, was not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, the solitary eagle's service to Ling Xiao as her lord indicated her significance. Come, my lord, Lord Solitary Eagle, do sample this exquisite monkey wine of mine. Fu Ning eagerly offered a flask of his finest brew to the two. Laughing, Ling Xiao accepted it unceremoniously and took a swig. Ah, what fine wine. Duing, you must try some. Duing demurred, knowing the distinction between master and servant. He would not presume to drink alongside Ling Xiao. Drink when you're offered, Ling Xiao insisted, pressing the flask into Du Ying's hand. Don't be such a fussbudget. Du Ying was moved, sensing a touch of humanity in this young master of the Ling family. After the drink, Ling Xiao inquired about the shadow-striped panther. When did you first encounter the shadow-striped panther? Ling Xiao asked, looking at the brothers Fu Ning and Fu Wei. Fu Ning replied, It was 2 days ago. We were emerging from the mountains and stopped to wash our faces in a pool when we spotted it. Had we not fled swiftly, we might have perished then and there. The beast was locked in combat with a white ape. It slew the ape but was wounded in the process. Ling Xiao scrutinized Fu Ning's eyes, discerning the truthfulness of his words. Fu Ning spoke in one breath, and his eyes revealed nothing beyond avarice. A mid-tier rank 2 white ape possesses immense strength, nearly invincible among its peers. For the shadow-striped panther to have killed it, it must be nearing advancement to the high tier, or perhaps it is already a high-tier shadow-striped panther, Doing speculated. A high-tier shadow-striped panther? What are we to do? Fu Wei lamented from the side. A high-tier rank 2 shadow-striped panther is comparable to a high-level Xian warrior among humans. Doing was merely a mid-level Xian warrior. Even with the panther injured, Doing and the others combined might not stand a chance against it. It seems that the plan to confront the ghost-striped leopard may be in vain. However, there is no need for despair. If the ghost-striped leopard were indeed injured, it would certainly not recover in such a short span of time. As long as we can deplete its energy, the moment it becomes exhausted will be its moment of demise, declared the confident Doing. That shall be a task for you, Lord Doing. Fu Ning and Fu Wei quickly responded with respect. Ling Xiao remarked, merely exhausting its stamina is a poor strategy. Spirit beasts possess intelligence. Upon sensing danger, it will undoubtedly flee. Given its speed, how could we possibly pursue it? Fu Ning and Fu Wei were momentarily at a loss for words. For Ling Xiao's assertion held a ring of truth. Young master, what an astute observation, Doing replied, momentarily taken aback, then quickly echoed. However, in his heart, he remained somewhat unconvinced by Ling Xiao's argument, for based on his past experiences, once provoked, spirit beasts rarely retreat. They tend to fight to the bitter end. I have a brilliant idea, Ling Xiao mused after a moment of contemplation. Both Fu Ning and Fu Wei turned their attention to Ling Xiao, awaiting his next words. Ling Xiao calmly proposed, I shall draw the ghost-striped leopard's attack, and Doing can take the opportunity to strike at its previous wounds. This way, we need not fear its escape. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's suggestion, Fu Ning and Fu Wei couldn't help but feel disheartened, thinking that this young master appeared to be rather inexperienced. With his mere mid-level Xian practitioner strength, did he truly believe he was qualified to attract the ghost-striped leopard's aggression? They feared that a single swipe from the beast would spell his doom. Everyone is aware that the most valuable parts of a shadow-striped panther are its pelt and fangs. When Ling Xiao requested these items, most individuals would likely demur. However, Fu Ning and Fu Wei had no alternative. The remaining parts could still fetch a considerable sum of gold coins, which they considered a worthwhile exchange, especially since they wouldn't have to lift a finger themselves. The night elapsed swiftly, and Ling Xiao finally set foot in the outer reaches of the wild jungle mountains. This mountain range stretched for countless miles, adorned with verdant trees and crisscrossing weeds as sharp as scythes. Unidentified wildflowers bloomed in profusion, exuding a captivating fragrance that invigorated the senses. Ling Xiao and Lone Eagle followed Fu Ning and Fu Wei, encountering occasional wild beasts along the way. These creatures, lacking any significant ranking, posed no threat to them. They saw no point in wasting their time on such low-value beasts. They had been trekking for over an hour since their departure. Ling Xiao, growing impatient, inquired, how much longer until we arrive? Fu Ning responded, about half an hour. The place is rather secluded, accessible only by a narrow path, rarely trod upon. We stumbled upon it by chance last time, and as we fled, we made sure to mark the route. Upon hearing Fu Ning's explanation, Ling Xiao remained silent, vigilantly observing their surroundings. He sensed an unsettling tranquility throughout their journey, considering the wild jungle mountains were known for frequent spirit beast sightings. He found it peculiar that they hadn't encountered a single one thus far. Even Lone Eagle sensed something amiss and exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Xiao. Only Fu Ning and Fu Wei remained oblivious, leading the way. As they continued, Ling Xiao suddenly exclaimed, something's up. Everyone braced themselves. Roar. A bestial roar reverberated through the air as a saber-toothed tiger burst forth from the thicket. Is that all? Scoffed Fu Wei, his disdain palpable. as he brandished his heavy blade to meet the feline's advance. Contrary to expectations, the tiger veered away, its retreat marked by an undignified haste. Damnable, craven beast! Fu Wei cursed in vexation. Hiss! Another sibilant cry pierced the air as a dark form lunged from the vicinity of Fu Wei. Look out! Ling Xiao exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. In that instant, Du Ying's rapier darted forth with unparalleled speed, its tip wreathed in fervent flames, aimed precisely at the encroaching shadow. Thwack! Hiss! Emerging from the undergrowth was a serpent of prodigious size, nearly 8 meters in length. Its scales, a tapestry of silvery white, shimmered with an ethereal luminescence. The serpent, as thick as a barrel, possessed an aura of immense power. It reared up a third of its length, its maw agape like a gaping chasm, poised to strike at Fu Wei. Fortunately, Du Ying's timely intervention diverted the serpent's assault, his blade piercing its flank, causing it to recoil in pain. It's a Mang Silver Serpent, Fu Ning cried out, drawing his sword in response. The Mang Silver Serpent, a first-order, high-level spirit beast, possessed strength comparable to a high-level Xin warrior. However, in a direct confrontation, human martial artists were often outmatched by spirit beasts, whose formidable physiques granted them an undeniable advantage. Enraged by the piercing wound, the Mang Silver Serpent abandoned its pursuit of Fu Wei. Its massive tail swept towards Du Ying with devastating force, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of venom towards Fu Ning. The solitary eagle, a mid-tier mystic warrior, possessed a strength vastly superior to that of the first-tier high-level Mang Silver Snake. With grace, he deftly evaded the snake's sweeping attack, wielding his fiery sword with remarkable agility, delivering dozens of strikes that cleaved through the creature's body like a hot knife through butter. Hiss! The Mang Silver Snake, reeling from the excruciating blows, emitted incessant hisses, its body thrashing violently. Perish! Declared the solitary eagle, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Channeling potent mystic energy into his longsword, he swiftly darted forward, his blade slicing cleanly across the snake's neck. Blood gushed forth, releasing a foul, acrid scent that permeated the air. Fu Wei, witnessing the severed Mang Silver Snake, felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine and immediately expressed his gratitude towards the solitary eagle. We must hasten our departure, urged Ling Xiao, who had refrained from engaging in the battle. True to his suspicions, some spirit beasts were exceedingly cunning, adept at ambush, and would deliver a fatal blow to humans the moment the opportunity arose. Had it not been for a startled saber-toothed tiger that had unexpectedly emerged, Fu Wei might have met his demise within the snake's belly. Why are we still lingering? Ling Xiao inquired with a furrowed brow after taking a few steps and noticing no one had followed. Chapter 59. The second-tier shadow pattern leopard Fu Ning and Fu Wei were overjoyed, with Fu Ning rubbing his hands together, declaring, "This kill belongs to Lord Du Ying. It is rightfully his. Just hand it over without further ado," Ling Xiao retorted with irritation, exchanging glances with the solitary eagle, who nodded in approval. The two promptly began to dissect the Mang Silver Snake. Their movements were particularly deft, indicating their proficiency in such tasks. They extracted the snake's gallbladder to present to Ling Xiao, meticulously packaging the remainder, which represented a commendable profit for them. After tidying up everything, the four continued onward, with Fu Ning and Fu Wei now holding a bloody piece of snake meat. They were puzzled as to why Ling Xiao had requested this particular cut of meat. Was it intended for a barbecue later? However, given the abundance of birds and beasts in the mountains, why resort to snake meat? Their confusion was palpable. Yet they dared not question Ling Xiao, adhering strictly to her instructions. After half an hour of traversing a narrow mountain gorge, they finally arrived at a secluded forest. Within this tranquil grove lay a large, serene pool, its waters of vibrant green and crystal clear. Surrounding it were various plants and flourishing flowers, with bees and butterflies flitting about, creating an exquisitely beautiful scene that belied any sense of danger. "Young master, Lord Du Ying. Not far from here is where we previously discovered the Yuan leopard." Fu Ning timidly pointed to an area nearby, where fallen trees and dense underbrush lay in disarray. Upon hearing Fu Ning's words, Ling Xiao and Du Ying became alert, heightening their senses to the maximum. Any rustle of leaves or whisper of wind would not escape their notice. Young master, the Yuan leopard typically emerges in the evening. Should we not wait? Duying suggested, his extensive experience in outdoor adventures granting him insight into the habits of common spirit beasts. No need. We can lure it out, Ling Xiao replied, shaking her head. She then instructed Fu Ning and Fu Wei to shred the snake meat. Following Ling Xiao's command, Fu Ning and Fu Wei took the snake meat to a clearing, tearing it apart until the fresh blood gushed forth, creating an aroma that could be detected from hundreds of meters away. The four of them concealed themselves in a nearby thicket, patiently awaiting the appearance of the Yuan leopard. Wait for a moment. I will venture out to entrap the spectral patterned leopard. You, lone eagle, must seize the opportune moment to deliver a decisive strike at its old wound. The two of you must prevent its escape should it sustain grievous injuries. We must eliminate it in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao instructed in a hushed tone. The three of them nodded in unison, acknowledging Ling Xiao's command. As time ticked away, the leopard had yet to make an appearance. Fu Ning and Fu Wei exchanged anxious glances. Their expressions darkened with concern. What if the spectral patterned leopard failed to show? They feared that the young master and lone eagle might think them deceived, and the consequences would be dire. Half an hour had elapsed, and lone eagle's impatience became palpable. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao remained tranquil, seemingly in a meditative state, as if he had drifted into slumber. Just as lone eagle was about to speak, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and calmly remarked, "It has come." Instantly, tension enveloped the group, their breaths held in anticipation. Indeed, a nearly 3-meter-long spectral patterned leopard emerged slowly from the underbrush. Ling Xiao could not help but marvel at the majestic creature before him. The leopard advanced cautiously, its eyes betraying wariness. Its exposed fangs appeared fearsome, and a conspicuous scar marred its coat, evidently inflicted by the white ape mentioned by Fu Ning. The leopard's movements were deliberate, its gaze scanning the surroundings until it detected no anomalies. It approached the snake meat, sniffing it warily before preparing to take a bite. Attempting to flee, Ling Xiao bellowed, drawing his sword and leaping from the thicket. With his azure crystal sword, he unleashed a brilliant arc of light toward the spectral patterned leopard. Roar! Upon spotting the human, the shadow-striped panther's feline eyes intensified with ferocity. It emitted a guttural roar and, with an agile leap, evaded Ling Xiao's assault in an instant. Remarkably swift, Ling Xiao complimented, adjusting the trajectory of his azure crystal sword and cleaving it towards the panther's head. The consequence of being caught by those razor-sharp claws would likely be fatal. Incredibly fast, Ling Xiao exclaimed softly, retreating hastily, not daring to confront the shadow-striped panther head-on. Hidden in the nearby thicket, Fu Ning and Fu Wei were moved by Ling Xiao's audacity. They knew that facing the shadow-striped panther would have likely paralyzed them with fear. Du Ying, standing beside them, admired Ling Xiao's fearless spirit, a trait possessed by few. Sword, leave a trace. Ling Xiao, pressed against the ropes by the shadow-striped panther, dared not be careless any longer. He unleashed his sword technique with all his might. Countless sword beams assailed the shadow-striped panther, severing nearby weeds and trees. The shadow-striped panther countered by spewing wind blades to dissolve Ling Xiao's sword beams. It was utterly enraged by this insignificant human and, disregarding its injuries, lunged with all its might, jaws agape, determined to devour this detestable human whole. Du Ying, when will you act? Ling Xiao, cornered by the wind blades, had nowhere to retreat. The shadow-striped panther was upon him, its aura locking him in place, and a sense of impending doom made his hair stand on end. Vile beast, meet your end. Du Ying, who had been waiting nearby, channeled his Xian power throughout his body, turning himself a fiery red. He brandished his long sword, and a fiery beam, like a serpent, hurtled towards the shadow-striped panther's old wound. The shadow-striped leopard appeared particularly vigilant, suddenly abandoning its assault on Ling Xiao. It pivoted, unleashing 2 wind blades towards the fiery serpent of the lone eagle. Boom! Seizing the crucial moment, Ling Xiao drew forth the silver ghost blood blade from behind him. With a piercing glance, a blade of light, infused with all of Ling Xiao's mystical energy, cleaved downwards towards the body of the shadow-striped leopard. Thud! The blade penetrated 3 inches into flesh, but could advance no further. Roar! The shadow-striped leopard emitted a thunderous roar, its tail striking like a serpent's whip with both speed and ferocity. Crack! Ah! Ling Xiao was violently struck, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. The young master, Lone Eagle, was furious, letting out a startled cry as he wielded his long sword, unleashing several fiery arcs that surged aggressively towards the shadow-striped leopard. The surrounding weeds were reduced to ash, and many trees ignited in flames. The shadow-striped leopard, still recovering from prior injuries, had sustained another wound from Ling Xiao's strike, exacerbating its plight and slowing its movements significantly. It evaded 2 fiery arcs, yet 3 others struck directly against its form. Another agonizing roar escaped it. As much of its fur was incinerated, the shadow-striped leopard leapt into the air, swift as lightning, lunging towards the Lone Eagle. Lacking robust wind abilities, the Lone Eagle could not escape quickly enough and was compelled to meet the beast with his sword once more. The shadow-striped leopard seemed resolute in its intent to slay this accursed human, and with a reckless disregard for its own safety, it clawed toward the Lone Eagle's chest, while the Lone Eagle thrust his sword toward its throat. Thud! Thud! The solitary eagle suffered a deep gash on his chest, a significant portion of flesh torn away. Fortunately, he evaded further injury, escaping with his bones unscathed. His sword barely penetrated the neck of the shadow-striped leopard, only managing to pierce a fraction of an inch. The resilience of the spiritual beast's body was indeed formidable, a fact he was well aware of. The leopard, wounded and bleeding profusely, retreated, its eyes darting nervously, betraying a hint of fear as it contemplated fleeing. At that moment, Ling Xiao rose and shouted to Fu Ning and Fu Wei to stop it, imploring them not to let it escape. Hearing Ling Xiao's command, Fu Ning was the first to leap into action. However, Fu Wei, paralyzed by the leopard's ferocity, was too frightened to move. Fu Ning scolded his brother for his cowardice before lunging at the leopard with his sword. Regrettably, a blade of wind from the leopard sent him flying. Yet, that brief interval was ample for Ling Xiao to launch another lethal strike. Alarmed, Ling Xiao swiftly retreated, wielding his blue crystal sword once more. Tragically, the leopard, in its desperate final moments, disregarded its own peril and lunged at Ling Xiao, undeterred by the onslaught of sword energy directed at it. It was over. Ling Xiao's face reflected sheer despair as he met the leopard's gaping maw. Just then, a blazing crimson sword beam struck the leopard with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding boom, the shadow-striped leopard was sent hurtling away. Not far off, the solitary eagle, sword in hand and gasping for breath, had evidently just saved Ling Xiao's life. Ling Xiao exhaled in relief, watching the leopard fly away, his palms and back beaded with cold sweat. On the very first day of entering the mountains, he felt the ominous call of death, rather than instilling fear. This exhilarating scene ignited Ling Xiao's confidence to confront adversity head-on. Is it finally dead? Fu Ning wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing in astonishment at the motionless shadow-striped leopard and murmuring to himself. Chapter 60. The Blue Wolf Squad. At that moment, Fu Wei also poked his head out, inquiring, "Is the shadow-striped leopard dead?" Humph. Ling Xiao shot Fu Wei an annoyed glance, clearly displeased with his earlier cowardice in failing to confront the shadow-striped leopard. Fu Wei, feeling ashamed, could not meet Ling Xiao's or Du Ying's gaze, instead directing his attention to his elder brother, who, regrettably, viewed him with scorn, causing a burning embarrassment to flush across his face. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed through the air. A voice rang out, "Captain, the injured shadow-striped leopard is just ahead. Keep your voice down. Do you want to alert it?" Another voice scolded. Shortly after, 5 figures emerged from the valley's entrance. "Hey, there's someone over there. Has someone gotten there first?" One person exclaimed in surprise. "This is bad. Someone is coming," Fu Ning whispered urgently, quickly moving to position himself behind Ling Xiao and Du Ying. "That's the shadow-striped leopard." One among them spotted the carcass and gasped in astonishment. "Let us go take a look." The 5 approached, all clad in matching blue martial attire, with a menacing wolf's head emblazoned on their chests. "It's the Blue Wolf Squad." Fu Wei grimaced and spoke to Fu Ning. "Stay calm. With doing here, they won't dare to act recklessly, Fu Ning murmured. Did you kill the shadow-striped leopard? Among the 5 individuals, the one exuding the most formidable aura disdainfully addressed Fu Ning and Fu Wei, inquiring, by what stroke of fortune did we manage to slay this creature? May I ask the name of this esteemed member of the Blue Wolf Brigade? Fu Ning, showing utmost respect, responded with a question of his own. A member of the Blue Wolf Brigade rose, pointing at the two with arrogance, declaring, even our Golden Wolf captain does not recognize you. Are you seeking death? Realizing it was the esteemed Golden Wolf, Fu Ning felt a jolt of trepidation and hastily offered his greetings once more, while Fu Wei, standing beside him, followed suit with a respectful salutation. Within the Blue Wolf Brigade, aside from the formidable leader Blue Wolf, the most powerful was the Vice Captain Fire Wolf, followed by the illustrious Golden Wolf among the 5 captains. The deceased Black Wolf, who had only ascended to the vice captaincy due to Blue Wolf's influence, would have otherwise held Golden Wolf's position long ago. You may have captured the spectral striped leopard, but you should vacate at once, Golden Wolf commanded with disdain. The 2 men broke into a cold sweat, hesitant to respond, as they were not the ones responsible for the kill and lacked the authority to make decisions regarding it. Golden Wolf, ever so arrogant. The spectral striped leopard is my quarry. Do you intend to seize my spoils as well? Golden Wolf's gaze sharpened, immediately detecting the trace of blood on the chest of the lone eagle before him. Noting the politeness in the latter's tone, he quickly deduced that the eagle was gravely injured. He then smiled and remarked, Lone Eagle, there's enough to share. I only desire the pelt and fangs of that leopard, while the rest shall belong to you. What say you? The most prized possessions of the shadow-striped panther are undoubtedly its pelt and fangs. The hide, when used as a cushion, wards off the cold and stills the mind. It can also be fashioned into protective armor that even first-rate weapons cannot damage. The fangs, on the other hand, serve as prime material for crafting, capable of imbuing items with the panther's inherent wind attributes, thereby elevating their quality and lethality. When Gold Wolf brazenly demanded these very items, his intentions were clear. He had no regard for Lone Eagle's authority. Gold Wolf, one should always leave room for compromise. Lone Eagle rebuked, his eyes narrowed. Even your pack leader, Azure Wolf, would not make such exorbitant demands in my presence. Out of respect for him, I will overlook this. Now, depart at once, or face the consequences. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly show you deference, Lone Eagle, Gold Wolf retorted with a boisterous laugh. But today, I intend to see just how you plan to make me face those consequences. I am determined to have this shadow-striped panther. With that, he drew a golden sword, preparing to engage Lone Eagle in combat. Gold Wolf, a newly advanced intermediate mystic warrior, would typically be no match for Lone Eagle. However, with Lone Eagle currently wounded and Gold Wolf at full strength, the latter was emboldened to challenge him. Lone Eagle's expression shifted as he glanced at Ling Xiao, who stood nearby. Finally, he made a decision. I concede this time. The shadow-striped panther is yours. Young master, do not be impulsive, Lone Eagle murmured to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not reply, but instead fixed his gaze upon the 2 Gold Wolf subordinates who were about to seize the shadow-striped panther. In a flash, he moved with spectral speed. Be careful. Gold Wolf reacted swiftly, noticing Ling Xiao's movements. He immediately shouted a warning to his companions, brandishing his golden sword at Ling Xiao. As the Golden Wolf found himself obstructed by the Lone Eagle, he watched helplessly as his 2 companions were slain. With a fierce roar directed at the Lone Eagle, the latter coldly responded, My young master has already spoken. It is you who seek your own demise. Ling Xiao, the most exceptional member of the Ling family's younger generation, enjoyed the protection of his clan. Even the leader of the Blue Wolf mercenary corps, known as Blue Wolf, would hesitate in the face of Ling Xiao's identity. With such backing, the Lone Eagle felt emboldened, especially given the current circumstances, which did not warrant fear of the Golden Wolf. He was confident that, together with Ling Xiao, they could certainly eliminate their foe. Leave or die. The choice is yours, Ling Xiao said coldly, casting not a glance at the fallen men. The Golden Wolf squinted at Ling Xiao, momentarily uncertain. he was left with only 3 men. Himself, a mid-level mystic, and 2 high-level mystics. Opposing them were a mid-level mystic, a high-level mystic, and 2 mid-level mystics. The youth before him was particularly inscrutable. It was astonishing that he could command the allegiance of the typically solitary lone eagle and dispatch his 2 mid-level mystic subordinates with such swiftness, an utterly perplexing feat. At that moment, a high-level mystic approached the golden wolf and whispered something. A look of joy crossed the golden wolf's face. "Brat, you have slain my men from the Blue Wolf Corps. I will use your blood to honor my fallen brothers," he resolved, determined to eliminate Ling Xiao and his companions. Now emboldened by this newfound assurance, "Are you certain you wish to turn against us?" the lone eagle inquired, his sword in hand, his mystic energy swirling around him. Fully prepared for battle. "Enough with the idle chatter. Kill them," the golden wolf shouted, lunging forward with his golden sword aimed at the lone eagle. 2 high-ranking practitioners from the golden wolf approached Fu Ning and Fu Wei without hesitation. Ling Xiao, remaining vigilant, refrained from intervening, fully aware that the golden wolf must have a backup plan. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in battle so decisively. Indeed, Ling Xiao soon observed figures emerging from the entrance not far away. 1, 2, 3. A total of 15 individuals appeared. Ling Xiao counted silently, astonished by the sheer number. No wonder the golden wolf dared to turn hostile so swiftly. Duoing clashed with the golden wolf, being forced to retreat several steps, while the golden wolf only took 3 steps back. A sense of foreboding washed over Duoing as he realized reinforcements were arriving. Just then, a chilling scream pierced the air. It was Fu Wei, who, upon hearing Duoying's warning, panicked and was swiftly struck down by one of the golden wolf's subordinates. His head severed in a single blow. "Brother!" Fu Ning cried out in anguish, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surging within him as he disregarded his own opponent and charged towards the high-ranking practitioner who had slain his brother. A powerful sword aura enveloped the assailant, but the high-ranking practitioner remained unperturbed. They had all faced life-and-death situations. A mere sword aura would not intimidate them, especially since he and Fu Ning were of equal rank. As blades clashed, a cascade of sparks erupted. At that moment, the high-ranking practitioner who had been engaged with Fu Ning seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. Just as Fu Ning believed his end was imminent, an individual stepped forward, sword raised, and blocked the strike, saving his life. Once dead, one cannot return to life. Those who dwell in this realm have long accepted the inevitability of life and death, Ling Xiao remarked calmly. He felt no pity for Fu Wei's demise. For a coward such as him would inevitably meet his end at the hands of others, whether now or later. Fu Ning appeared oblivious to Ling Xiao's words, relentlessly pressing the attack against the high-ranking Xian practitioner. Chapter 61. Blood battle. The two engaged in a fierce clash, stirring up a whirlwind of chaos. At that moment, the 15 individuals finally reached Jin Lang's side, all of whom donned attire identical to that of Jin Lang and his companions, clearly members of the Qing Lang Mercenary Corps. "Captain Jin, what is the situation?" inquired the only low-ranking Xian practitioner among the newcomers. "Eliminate them, and the spectral striped leopard shall belong to us." Jin Lang fixated his gaze on the lone eagle, nearly forgetting that he had a team behind him. Had it not been for his subordinate's reminder, he might have overlooked this opportunity. Now that his team had assembled, he no longer hesitated and issued the order to strike. The spectral striped leopard? The low-ranking Xian practitioner glanced over and, indeed, spotted the colossal corpse of a leopard, unmistakably deceased, his eyes instantly gleaming with avarice. The lone eagle retreated to Ling Xiao's side, his expression grave. "Young master, we should retreat. The enemy is numerous and formidable." Ling Xiao remained silent, producing 2 chi-boosting pills, all of which he had previously acquired from the Grand Elder. He consumed one himself and handed the other to the lone eagle, stating, "I will not yield my prey. You occupy their leader, the rest shall be mine." Ling Xiao's eyes radiated fierce determination. He relished the notion of cultivating through battle, as it not only enriched his combat experience, but also accelerated his comprehension of advanced techniques, facilitating breakthroughs in his cultivation. Despite being outnumbered, He never feared such odds when taking a life. His lack of apprehension stemmed from the opposition's strength not being formidable enough to instill fear. A mid-level Xian warrior was engaged by Diaoying, while Ling Xiao was confident in eliminating the other low-level Xian warrior. The remaining low to high-level Xian practitioners were merely insignificant characters, not worth fearing. Diaoying, today marks your demise. Kill! Jin Lang exclaimed spiritedly, brandishing his golden sword and charging towards Diaoying. The low-level Xian warrior approached Ling Xiao, his disdain palpable upon seeing that Ling Xiao was merely a mid-level Xian warrior. He was reluctant to even engage, gesturing for another high-level Xian warrior companion to deal with Ling Xiao instead. Ling Xiao's expression was fervent, a sword and saber in his hands, his eyes radiating a powerful battle intent. His combative spirit roared within, yearning for a satisfying battle. Employing the Cloud Shadow Phantom footwork, he took the initiative, courageously cleaving his saber towards the high-level Xian warrior who attacked him. Faced with Ling Xiao's formidable move, the high-level Xian warrior couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't comprehend how a mid-level Xian warrior could instill such trepidation in him. He immediately raised the long spear in his hand to meet the attack. Alas, he was unaware that Ling Xiao wielded a second-tier, mid-grade silver ghost blood saber. His long spear was instantly cleaved in two. He watched in horror as the saber's shadow continued to descend upon his face. "No," he exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. The weapon in his hand was a first-tier, high-grade weapon. How could it be so easily severed? Uft! The high-level Xian warrior didn't even have time to react before Ling Xiao cleaved him in two. The low-ranked Xian master was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently reveal an even greater insatiable desire. He surmised that the weapon in question was undoubtedly a mid-tier, second-grade blade. "Boy, put down that knife, and I shall spare your life," the low-ranked Xian master uttered ominously. He believed that his companions had merely underestimated their opponent and, compounded by the element of surprise wielding a high-grade weapon, had fallen victim. He did not think that Ling Xiao's inherent strength could be formidable. "Fool!" Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Ning, who was now encircled by several adversaries, the situation appearing dire. Observing that the lone eagle was struggling to maintain a stalemate with the golden wolf, he realized that he must act swiftly to resolve the matter. "Arrogant! I'll ensure you remain unburied," the low-ranked Xian master bellowed, finally opting to take action himself. With a swing of his second-grade heavy blade, a torrent of earthy energy surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, unwilling to confront the assault directly, elegantly maneuvered, employing the Cloud Shadow Mirage to dart toward the mercenaries who had yet to engage. The low-ranked Xian masters were utterly incapable of withstanding Ling Xiao's blade and sword. In a single encounter, two of them fell beneath his onslaught. "Be cautious. He wields a second-grade blade and sword," the low-ranked Xian master swiftly commanded. In an instant, a dozen individuals dispersed, forming a surrounding encirclement, unleashing a flurry of sword flashes, blade shadows, and projectile strikes all directed at Ling Xiao. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage of sword techniques, Ling Xiao dared not hesitate. The specially crafted cloak behind him enveloped his form, and he spun like a whirlwind, deflecting all incoming attacks while simultaneously executing a strike that left traces against the weakest among them. Innumerable sword radiances, each lethally formidable, submerged the individuals entirely. Piercing screams echoed as several figures were sent hurtling backward, a breach forced open in their encirclement. "Stand aside, let me handle this," the low-tier Xian warrior bellowed, brandishing a blade imbued with earth attribute shadows, swiftly descending upon Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, unwilling to confront the adversary head-on, maximized the Cloud Trace Phantom, evading the low-tier Xian warrior's strike while simultaneously assaulting another Xian warrior tier. Aware of the formidable nature of Ling Xiao's Xian skills and armed with a second-tier weapon, the Xian warriors scattered in disarray, as if confronted by a specter. Yet, this played directly into Ling Xiao's strategy. In terms of velocity, none present could rival him, save perhaps a mid-tier Xian warrior. Ling Xiao swiftly overtook a mid-tier Xian warrior, who, seemingly fearless, roared, I'll fight you to the death." Wielding his longsword, he unleashed 3 superimposed sword shadows, exhibiting remarkable power, a force that even a high-tier Xian warrior would hesitate to directly confront. A hint of a smile graced Ling Xiao's countenance as he brandished the silver ghost bloodblade, delivering a seemingly simple and unrefined strike towards the opposing sword shadows. A resounding crash ensued, followed by a sickening sound. Inevitably, the individual was cleaved in twain with a single blow, a cloud of blood erupting, the sanguinary odor inducing revulsion. "Fall back behind me," the low-tier Xian warrior commanded, compelled to shield his comrades from Ling Xiao's relentless assault, lest they suffer further attrition. Of the initial 15, 5 had already perished, a grievous toll for a mere gloom-striped leopard. "Hide. Can you truly evade me?" Ling Xiao smirked coldly, his blades slicing through the air simultaneously, unleashing a whirlwind of dazzling sword and knife lights around him. The technique, known as invisible knife, marked sword, was a creation from his past life, synthesized from the martial arts of the world, and its power was formidable. A swirling mass of blue and silver radiance intermingled, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura that instilled fear and trepidation. The flashes of blades flickered incessantly, hurtling towards the low-ranking Xian master and his companions behind him. In an instant, the low-ranking Xian master sensed the looming threat of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, channeling his earth elemental Xian power at an accelerated pace, and bellowed. Earth Blade Slash. This strike, infused with all his Xian energy, was hurled towards Ling Xiao's formidable assault. Boom. In that moment, the 2 attacks collided, creating a massive crater in the ground. Although the low-ranking Xian master managed to fend off Ling Xiao's lethal strike, his martial attire was torn into countless shreds, leaving him in a woefully disheveled state. "You brat, I will ensure your demise," he roared in fury, yet Ling Xiao had already vanished from sight. Earthblade Massacre. Waves of earthen blades, resembling serpents, spread in all directions, gradually encircling Ling Xiao. Alarm surged through him. His Xian energy was nearly depleted. Had he not consumed several qi-nourishing pills after executing his previous technique, he would have lacked the strength to confront a practitioner of the Xian realm. This time, escape was no longer an option for Ling Xiao. All the earthy sword energies converged, crashing toward his body with relentless force. "Ah!" Ling Xiao cried out in agony as he was struck, propelled backward. "Young master." Not far away, the lone eagle let out a startled cry. However, his momentary distraction allowed the golden wolf to seize the opportunity and thrust a sword into him. Fortunately, it was not a fatal blow, otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. Phew. Finally, he must be dead, sighed the low-tier practitioner, who had heavily exhaled, having exhausted 80% of his energy. If he could not vanquish that young man under these circumstances, it would indeed be his misfortune. He had never anticipated that a mid-tier practitioner would force them into such a dire predicament. Out of the 15 individuals he had brought, along with the 4 originally accompanying the Golden Wolf, only a meager 4 high-tier practitioners remained, while 15 had fallen to the hands of Ling Xiao alone. The low-tier practitioner approached Ling Xiao, determined to ensure that even in death, Ling Xiao would suffer a dismembered demise. Besides, he was finally about to obtain that sword and blade, which were worth nearly 10,000 gold coins. Only their leader, the Blue Wolf, and the vice leader, the Fire Wolf, could afford such treasures within their group. "Boy, dying at my hands is no injustice," the low-tier practitioner murmured as he lifted his heavy blade to dismember Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who lay on the ground, opened his eyes, and with astonishing swiftness, his blue crystal sword pierced the low-tier practitioner's throat. The low-tier practitioner's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could not fathom that the young man had yet to perish, and instead dealt him a fatal blow. He died with his eyes wide open. Ling Xiao struggled to rise and delivered another strike, severing the low-tier practitioner's head. Captain 2 has been killed," cried a high-tier practitioner. Horrified as he witnessed Ling Xiao behead the low-tier practitioner, his voice trembling with terror, the remaining 3 high-ranking Xian practitioners witnessed Ling Xiao approaching them, head in hand and body stained with blood, like a god of slaughter, shattering their last line of defense. without a second thought. The four high-ranking Xian practitioners turned and scattered in all directions. Ling Xiao hurled the low-ranking Xian warrior towards the battle between Du Ying and Jin Lang, instantly separating the two. Jin Lang looked at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming in horror, You actually killed Tu Lang." He then surveyed his surroundings, only to find the corpses of his companions lying scattered in the bushes. He was the only one left. "Du Ying, let's eliminate him together," Ling Xiao said somberly, raising his saber and sword once more, a prelude to another fierce attack. Daring not delay, Jin Lang immediately turned and fled, his speed astonishing. However, he still managed to hurl a venomous threat. "You brat, I don't care who you are, our Azure Wolf gang will never let you off the hook, and you, Du Ying, just wait. I'm all right, just depleted. Quickly sit down and recover your Xian power," Ling Xiao said weakly, immediately assuming a cross-legged position. Du Ying cast a complex glance at Ling Xiao and also sat down to recover his Xian power. A gentle breeze passed by, and the blood-stained grass, like a row of deadly scythes, appeared extremely eerie. Only the two of them sat cross-legged like statues, in another dense forest within the mountain range. Nearly 100 people were tirelessly searching for something. Even fierce beasts and low-ranking spirit beasts were frightened by the murderous aura of this group and fled in all directions. Finally, the group stopped to rest by a clear stream. These individuals were imbued with the raw essence of the untamed. Clad in uniform mercenary attire adorned with a menacing wolf's head emblazoned upon their chests, unmistakably members of the Azure Wolf Brigade. The burly leader inquired of a companion, "Where have Jean and Two Wolf gone? Were we not to convene here before noon? Yet, not even a shadow is in sight." The companion replied calmly, "Captain, do not fret. It is possible that Captain Jean and Captain Two encountered some magical beast that delayed them. Let us rest for a moment. There are markers left by the vice-captain ahead. Even if they do not arrive in time, they will surely follow the signs." After a moment of contemplation, the leader remarked, "The Cold Snake Brigade has been nearly exterminated. The Cold Snake siblings have nowhere to flee. It is indeed plausible that they might take desperate measures. If the secret realm truly exists and they were to acquire it, it would be disastrous." Before he could finish, the leader interrupted. "The secret realm belongs to our Azure Wolf Mercenary Brigade. None shall lay claim to it." With that declaration, he struck a massive tree with a powerful punch, causing it to splinter and fall. Deep within the mountains, a man and woman were searching for something, clutching a tattered piece of fabric. The man, strikingly handsome yet disheveled with numerous rips in his clothing and tousled hair, bore an expression of sorrow and indignation. The woman, enchanting and alluring, displayed a curvaceous figure, her bosom rising and falling captivatingly. Her slender waist, delicate as a serpent, exuded an irresistible allure that could ensnare any man. "Brother, should we venture further inside?" the woman inquired of the man. If Ling Xiao were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize the woman as his good sister, Wei Dai, whom he had met once. Beside her stands a man of approximately 35 years, who is none other than Wei Dai, his elder brother, Cold Snake, the leader of the second largest mercenary group in Meteorite City, known as the Cold Snake Mercenary Group. Regrettably, the Cold Snake Mercenary Group now exists only in name. More than half of its 200 brothers have fallen to the Blue Wolf Mercenary Group, while others, unable to endure the relentless pursuit, have abandoned the Cold Snake Mercenary Group. Now, only the siblings remain. Why not proceed? We have come this far. Our brothers cannot have died in vain. We must seize everything within the secret realm. Once we grow stronger, we will make the Blue Wolf Group tremble." Cold Snake exclaimed, his fists tightly clenched, clearly consumed by a burning desire for vengeance. "What is this thing?" Ling Xiao inquired, as he toyed with the cold arrow sheath he had fitted onto his hand. Du Ying turned his face, startled to see the cold arrow sheath pointed at him. "Young master, do not play around with that. It could be deadly." Ling Xiao lowered the cold arrow sheath, questioning, "Are these little things truly that terrifying?" Du Ying wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, "I never expected this earth wolf to possess such an item. Fortunately, he did not use it against you earlier. Otherwise, we would have been doomed." "Is it really that formidable?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. "This is a concealed sleeve arrow sheath. a type of cold arrow with potent poison, capable of striking swiftly and lethally, often without a trace. Even high-ranking practitioners may fall victim if caught unawares, succumbing to the poison. It is curious how this earth wolf came by it, but thankfully, he did not employ it just now, Duing remarked, clearly possessing some knowledge about the matter. Such ferocity. If every mercenary were equipped with a set, wouldn't the Qing Wolf Brigade become invincible? Ling Xiao remarked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. It is not so straightforward. In Meteor City, there are only 3 or 4 sets of these concealed wrist arrows, crafted by our city's most esteemed master craftsman, Master Li. The workmanship is extraordinarily meticulous, and the complexity is immense. These concealed wrist arrows are classified as high-tier cold weapons of the 2nd rank. It is not a simple matter. Master Li deemed these weapons too malicious, thus swearing never to forge such instruments of death again in his lifetime. 2 sets have already been reclaimed and destroyed by him, while the whereabouts of the remaining 1 or 2 sets are unknown, explained the solitary eagle. Ah, I see. This item is indeed remarkable. I am quite fond of it, Ling Xiao said, fastening the cold arrows onto her hand. The serene lake shimmered with reflections, the moon casting its glow upon the surface, creating a harmonious and tranquil beauty. Nearby, a shadowy expanse loomed, occasionally punctuated by the roars of spirit beasts. By the lakeside, 2 figures were visible, surrounded by flames, devouring roasted meat with hearty gulps. Consuming the flesh of these spirit beasts consistently enhances one's physique, rivaling even the most precious medicinal supplements, the solitary eagle remarked between bites. After a few mouthfuls, Ling Xiao felt a warm sensation spreading within her abdomen. This warmth was indeed a trace of profound energy. However, it was swiftly divided by the 3 parts returning to origin technique and the 5 transformations of the diamond method, directing one portion towards her dantian and another towards her meridians. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, truly exquisite. If one were to consume the meat of spirit beasts regularly, I fear even an ordinary person could transform into a practitioner. Upon hearing these words, the solitary eagle could not help but manifest a trace of disapproval. It was evident that he profoundly disagreed with Ling Xiao's assertion. Was it truly the case that anyone could hunt spiritual beasts? Moreover, high-ranking spiritual beasts were exceedingly difficult to capture. Furthermore, once slain, the flesh of these beasts deteriorated rapidly, rendering it inedible, and only mercenaries and adventurers had the opportunity to consume it. However, partaking in such meat merely bolstered one's physical constitution without the ability to transform it into profound energy. Thus, how could one enhance their spiritual prowess? Chapter 63. The fortuitous acquisition of the azure water flower. Having consumed several pounds of meat, Ling Xiao felt his abdomen fully satisfied. Not only had his profound energy received a significant replenishment, but his flesh and skin had also been restored, showcasing the remarkable essence of the 3 parts returning vitality and the golden transformation technique. As the night deepened, the solitary eagle excavated a cave 3 zhang deep in a mountain wall, subsequently blocking 2/3 of the entrance with several stones. He then adorned the stones with a generous layer of foliage to conceal them, before applying some insect-repellent powder at the entrance, allowing both to settle in peace for meditation. In the dead of night, the tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple, the waves expanding ceaselessly, glistening under the moonlight in a mesmerizing display. After a while, a serpent-like head emerged from the center of the lake, its azure hue reminiscent of the abyss, with 2 large, bell-like eyes blinking ominously. Gradually, the entire head surfaced, revealing the neck, and eventually, a small hill resembling dark iron floated atop the water. It was, in fact, a spiritual turtle occupying a quarter of the pond, its shell adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns that resembled a myriad of lively spiritual serpents. The spirit turtle gazed at the resplendent moon, its mouth agape as if exhaling something profound. After a brief moment, a sphere, reminiscent of a gemstone and roughly the size of a head, emerged from its maw, only to be drawn back into its depths moments later. This ritual continued, the turtle expelling and inhaling the orb repeatedly until the enchanting moon concealed itself behind the clouds, at which point the turtle ceased its display and submerged once more into the lake. The surface of the water returned to tranquility, leaving no trace of the extraordinary phenomena that had just transpired. Should a formidable warrior have been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For this was a rare sight, a spirit beast engaged in lunar breathing, refining elixirs, and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, an art only comprehensible to spirit beasts of the third tier or higher, who possessed awakened intelligence. If Ling Xiao and Du Ying were aware of the powerful spirit beast dwelling beneath the lake, they would likely be rendered utterly speechless with fear. Ling Xiao had ventured into the wild thicket mountains primarily for cultivation and to broaden his experiences. Capturing a spirit beast or two as mounts would be an exhilarating bonus. This thought brought a smile to his face. At that moment, Du Ying also emerged from his meditation, having restored about 80% of his cultivation. Although not as rapidly as Ling Xiao, his recovery was still remarkable, owing to years of life-and-death encounters in the wild thicket mountains. "How is your recovery?" Ling Xiao inquired with concern. Du Ying replied, "It's nearly complete. If Jin Lang were here, he certainly wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." "That is good to hear. I doubt he would expect us to stay here overnight. Should he return, he will surely regret it," Ling Xiao asserted confidently. The solitary eagle, unlike Ling Xiao, was not at ease. Instead, he spoke with concern, suggesting caution. "Should the azure wolf or fire wolf come personally, what would become of us?" The solitary eagle's heart trembled as he cast a complex glance at Ling Xiao, feeling an increased admiration for him. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had developed an indescribable impression of Ling Xiao. At times, he found him exceedingly courteous. At other moments, he appeared exceptionally astute. There were instances when Ling Xiao's curiosity about many things was evident, while at other times, his kindness shone through. Yet, he could also perceive a ruthless streak within him. The solitary eagle was utterly perplexed by the true nature of Ling Xiao. Ultimately, his assessment could be distilled into two words: a formidable figure. He sensed that once Ling Xiao matured, he would undoubtedly emerge as a person of great distinction. Deep down, he felt fortunate to have chosen to follow Ling Xiao. Though he harbored concerns about Ling Xiao's potential recklessness, fearing it might lead to an untimely demise. "Let us go? Take me to witness the spirit beasts of the wilderness mountains." With a swift motion, Ling Xiao shattered the stone blocking the cave entrance and stepped outside first. Inhaling the fresh air invigorated him considerably. Just as Ling Xiao and the solitary eagle were about to depart from the lake, a unique fragrance wafted towards them. Ling Xiao's nose twitched as he inquired, "What is this floral scent?" The solitary eagle dismissed it, saying, "It is merely a common floral aroma. You are overthinking it." "Young master." "No, that is not right," Ling Xiao insisted, feeling that the fragrance was indeed extraordinary. He followed the scent, arriving at the lake's edge. Yet despite his searching gaze, he found no flowers in sight. Strangely perplexed, Ling Xiao was on the verge of giving up his search when he noticed a cluster of delicate greenish-blue flowers atop a floating leaf by the lake. These diminutive blossoms, no larger than a fingertip, were almost indistinguishable against the water's surface, their hue akin to deep azure. Could it be the water-blue flower? Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Du Ying's spirit jolted as he followed Ling Xiao's gaze, and he too gasped in disbelief. "It truly is the water-blue flower." This rare botanical treasure, categorized as a second-tier high-level water attribute spirit herb, possessed remarkable healing properties, revitalizing muscles and bones. It offered immense benefits to practitioners of water-based martial arts, facilitating their comprehension of water techniques, making it an invaluable find. Was it not said that such a flower could only thrive in a millennium-old water pool? Could it be that this lake had existed for 1,000 years? Ling Xiao, well-versed in the spirit herb compendium, could scarcely believe his eyes. "Young master, don't dawdle. Quickly, let us collect the water-blue flower," Du Ying urged, swallowing hard. Such a second-tier high-level herb was nearly impossible to encounter at the fringes of the wild thicket mountains. To find one here was indeed fortuitous, if sold. It could fetch a sum of at least several tens of thousands of gold coins, a substantial windfall. Nodding in agreement, Ling Xiao carefully plucked the water-blue flower. Du Ying promptly opened a brocade box, urging Ling Xiao to place the precious bloom within for safekeeping. It seems that surviving great peril brings unforeseen blessings. Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. Indeed, young master, you are truly favored by fortune, Duing responded with a tone of reverence. Ling Xiao smiled in return, reflecting on how Du Ying's growing sense of servitude was indeed commendable. Ling Xiao and Duing departed from the serene valley by the lake, making their way towards the nearby mountains. Drawing from his years of experience, Duing was aware that these mountains harbored a considerable number of first-tier spirit beasts, while those of the second tier were relatively scarce, posing little danger to them unless encountered in swarms. Similarly, first-tier spiritual herbs were abundant, though second-tier varieties were less common, often found on steep cliffs that were difficult to access or guarded by spirit beasts. As Ling Xiao and Du Ying journeyed forth, they encountered numerous first-tier spirit beasts. But Ling Xiao, finding no motivation to slay them, sought to tame a first-tier saber-toothed tiger for riding. However, its wild nature proved unyielding, frustrating Ling Xiao immensely. After releasing a high-tier wild boar, Ling Xiao, perplexed, inquired of Du Ying why these spirit beasts were so challenging to tame. Du Ying chuckled and explained, "Young master, you may not be aware that these spirit beasts have evolved from wild creatures and are inherently difficult to domesticate. It is nearly impossible to subdue them unless you acquire a spirit beast egg or raise a young spirit beast from infancy, which would ensure its loyalty in the future. Alternatively, you might consider subduing third-tier spirit beasts, which possess nascent intelligence and understand fear, making them more amenable to submission. However, do keep in mind that third-tier spirit beasts are formidable entities, akin to spiritual masters, so it would be wise for you to refrain from pursuing that idea for now." Ling Xiao then queried, "Du Ying, what is the highest-tier spirit beast in this area?" "In this vicinity, there exist 3 formidable spirit beasts of the highest rank. The first is the mountain-piercing beast, a high-tier second-grade spirit beast capable of traversing mountains and splitting stones, with a hide that rivals a second-grade weapon. The second is the poison blood scorpion, equally a high-tier second-grade spirit beast, infamous for its venom. A single drop of its toxin renders the ground barren within a mile. The third is the black wind eagle, a high-tier second-grade spirit beast and the sovereign of the skies in this region." As the young man contemplated, he furrowed his brow in distress. None of these creatures would be suitable as companions for a young lady. The mountains stretched infinitely, their towering trees casting deep shadows. Lush greenery abounding, weeds flourishing, and myriad flowers blooming, while birds and beasts clamored in a symphony of nature. Within a verdant forest, a youth and a burly one-eyed man tread cautiously, seemingly vigilant against impending danger. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted, and a massive black bear, towering at a height of 3 meters, charged forth from the depths of the woods, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it barreled towards them. "This is bad. It has spotted us," the one-eyed man whispered anxiously. "Do not panic. You draw its attention while I search for the spirit herbs," the young man instructed. Unfazed by the imminent threat, the black bear roared, striking its chest in fury, enraged that a mere human dared to intrude upon its territory. It then snapped a nearby giant tree and hurled it towards the youth and the one-eyed man. "This creature is truly formidable," the young man exclaimed, swiftly evading the attack. The one-eyed man also sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting a flaming sword at the black bear. Unmoved, the bear swung its colossal paw, sending a wave of earthy light that effortlessly knocked the fire sword aside, and then, without hesitation, it aimed a merciless blow towards the one-eyed man's waist. If the burly man were struck by that palm, he would likely meet his demise on the spot. Yet, the robust figure displayed remarkable agility, twisting his body like a gust of wind, narrowly evading the blow. He then unleashed a flurry of 5 sword strikes, each one resembling a fiery serpent, aimed directly at the black bear. Chapter 64. Does the young master enjoy being tormented? The black bear, infuriated, swung its massive paws incessantly, dispersing the fiery serpents before they could reach it. With a thunderous roar, it expelled a stream of earthy yellow light from its mouth, hurtling towards the burly man like a cannonball. Indeed, the second-tier black bear was ferocious. The one-eyed warrior gasped in alarm, unwilling to confront the attack head-on, and deftly evaded with his speed. Meanwhile, the young boy had already dashed in another direction, arriving at the entrance of a colossal cave, and without hesitation, he ventured inside. The dark, foul-smelling cavern nearly made him retch. After advancing a couple of meters, he seemed to uncover something, exclaiming in delight, "Aha! I found it." Before him grew two mushroom-like spirit herbs nestled in the cave wall, each roughly the size of a bowl, dark as ink with a sprinkling of white spots. These were precisely the second-tier spirit herbs known as Black Ling Zhan. The properties of Black Ling Zhan are comparable to those of the Black Sea Cucumber King, but they are even more potent, possessing the abilities to invigorate meridians, enhance mystical power, and prolong life, valued at nearly 10,000 gold coins. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these two specimens of Black Ling Zhan were at least 500 years old. As the boy rubbed his hands together, preparing to harvest them, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. He turned his gaze to the side, only to find two enormous eyes, resembling bronze bells, fixed intently upon him. Could it be that there is another black bear lurking here? The youth's forehead darkened, and he immediately ceased all movement, hastily gesturing to the black bear within the cave. "Big fellow, please do not stare at us like that. We are merely passing through, just here to buy some soy sauce. We shall leave at once. Please do not be angry." A thunderous roar resonated from within the cave. The two had ventured into the mountains for 5 days. Aside from acquiring a second-tier high-grade water blue flower from a lake, they had gathered over 100 first-tier spiritual herbs, predominantly of low grade, with only a few mid-tier, and a mere 7 high-tier specimens. Now, having arrived at the territory of the black bear, they had heard from the solitary eagle that Black Ling Zhan occasionally thrived within the bear's den, prompting them to take the risk of luring the bear out, intending to seize the opportunity to seek the coveted Black Ling Zhan. However, they had not anticipated the presence of another black bear lurking inside the cave. Ling Xiao, with an ethereal grace, beckoned to the solitary eagle, urging him to flee swiftly, and without hesitation, he vanished into a plume of smoke. The solitary eagle dared not linger. Knowing that confronting 2 bears alone would be tantamount to courting death, he was not significantly slower than Ling Xiao. After running for half an hour, they confirmed that the 2 bears had not pursued them, allowing them to halt and catch their breath. "Damn, those 2 are likely a male and a female. Otherwise, they wouldn't occupy the same den," Ling Xiao muttered irritably. The solitary eagle felt a wave of frustration, internally chastising himself for the obviousness of the observation. "What a pity. We were so close to obtaining those 2 Black Ling Zhan," Ling Xiao lamented with a heavy heart. "My lord, is it true that there are Black Ling Zhan inside?" The solitary eagle inquired, his spirit jolted. Ling Xiao nodded and remarked, "Indeed, there are 2 black spiritual mushrooms, each as large as a bowl." The independent eagle's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement, seemingly overwhelmed with enthusiasm. "What? Do you desire them?" Ling Xiao inquired, observing the eagle's animated demeanor. The independent eagle obediently nodded. "Then go and seize them. I shall not hinder you," Ling Xiao generously declared. Instantly, the eagle deflated like a punctured balloon. "Do you truly yearn for the black spiritual mushrooms?" Ling Xiao pressed once more. This time, the eagle replied earnestly, "Yes, if given the chance. I must obtain the black spiritual mushrooms." "Why?" Ling Xiao asked, perplexed. He was aware of the mushroom's efficacy, but could not comprehend the eagle's urgent need for them. The independent eagle explained, "Young master, you may not be aware, but I have been a mid-level mystic for 3 years, and I believe I am on the verge of breaking through to a high-level mystic. If I could acquire a second-tier spirit herb that aligns with my attributes, I could absorb it to aid my breakthrough. However, second-tier spirit herbs are quite rare, and since I possess a fire attribute with a hint of wind attribute, finding both at the second tier is exceedingly difficult. Yet, the black spiritual mushrooms are attribute-less herbs, which any attribute warrior can absorb. I wonder if, should you acquire these 2 black spiritual mushrooms, you might allow me to attempt my breakthrough?" The independent eagle hesitated momentarily before anxiously stating, "Young master, do not take risks." However, before the eagle could finish, Ling Xiao had already engaged in combat with the black bear, unarmed. Ling Xiao had no intention of utilizing weapons. His mastery extended beyond them to the arts of palm, fist, and foot. Ling Xiao swiftly approached the formidable black bear and unleashed the fourth form of his Pa Yun palm, known as Pa Shan Dao Hai. Countless shadows of his palms danced through the air, each imbued with his profound energy. The sound of impact echoed as the bear, slightly sluggish in its reaction, received blow after blow to its abdomen. Ling Xiao anticipated that the bear would at least sustain some injury. However, the creature remained as immovable as a towering mountain. Raising its massive paw, the black bear swatted Ling Xiao away as if he were merely a bothersome fly. "Young master," Duing exclaimed in alarm, rushing to check on Ling Xiao. Yet, before he could reach him, Ling Xiao had already sprung back to his feet and charged once more at the bear. "Damn it! I refuse to believe you have no weaknesses." Ling Xiao leaped into the air, his feet delivering a flurry of kicks towards the bear's face. A barrage of stinging kicks landed squarely, each one causing a sharp pain. Enraged, the black bear seized Ling Xiao's legs, flinging him aside with ease, sending him hurtling like a cannonball through the air. Ling Xiao crashed through several trees before finally coming to a halt. "Curse it! I am like an indestructible cockroach." Ling Xiao rose once again, launching himself toward the bear with renewed vigor. Having exhausted his palms, fists, and feet, he found himself unable to inflict any damage upon the bear. The disparity between their powers was insurmountable. Time and again, he was sent flying, his body becoming a canvas of blood. The bear appeared to relish the encounter, merely tossing Ling Xiao aside, without seizing the opportunity to pursue him. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have surely perished. As the day wore on, Ling Xiao's ability to fight diminished, and Duing cradled him away from the bear's domain. The solitary eagle could not comprehend why Ling Xiao refrained from employing any weaponry. Had he chosen to wield a weapon, even if he failed to slay the black bear, he could at least have inflicted some injury upon it. Ling Xiao offered no explanation to the solitary eagle. Instead, he consumed several healing elixirs and entered a meditative state. Waves of mystical energy continuously circulated within him, the medicinal properties of the elixirs nourishing his limbs and internal organs. After an hour had elapsed, Ling Xiao's injuries astonishingly healed at a visible rate, leaving the solitary eagle in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. As night fell, Ling Xiao's wounds had remarkably mended. Subsequently, he consumed a few pieces of dried spiritual beast meat, generating subtle warmth within his body, and several strands of mystical energy were absorbed into his dantian, invigorating him with newfound vitality. "Let us seek out that black bear again," Ling Xiao declared with fervor, striking his chest in determination. The solitary eagle was left speechless. Did the young master truly relish in suffering? An aura of pale yellow light enveloped him, with a faint mist hovering above his head, rendering him an embodiment of sanctity. This young man was on the precipice of breaking through to the first layer of the three parts return to origin Qi, nourishing Qi. The three parts return to origin Qi comprises 3 tiers and 9 levels. The first tier is known as the gathering Qi, which further divides into 3 levels. The first level is nourishing Qi, the second is expanding meridians, and the third is opening cavities. Presently, Ling Xiao stood at the threshold of the first level of nourishing Qi. Should he successfully guide the energy this time, he would transcend into the second level of expanding meridians. Ling Xiao had endured torment from the black bear for several days, each encounter depleting his mystical energy and inflicting severe external wounds, with countless tendons surely disrupted in the process. However, each night he diligently employed the 3-point return to vitality and the diamond transformation technique, supplementing his regimen with elixirs to rejuvenate his body, only to challenge the black bear once more. Time and again, he endured arduous training while sustaining grievous injuries, repeatedly consuming pills and the flesh of spiritual beasts. Within his dantian, a transformation began to unfold. The once diminutive energy sphere, no larger than a fist, gradually coalesced. His dantian absorbed the surrounding mystical energy with the voraciousness of a sponge, strands of milky white energy converging like rivulets flowing into the vast ocean. continually replenishing the dantian. The energy sphere within the dantian expanded by a third, forming a remarkable orb of energy that was neither too great nor too small. Chapter 65. The Birth of a Bear Cub? He could not help but recall the tale of the unparalleled genius and the rapidly declining waste in Meteorite City. In comparison, it was now abundantly clear which title was more fitting. Soon, 3 hours had elapsed. Ling Xiao involuntarily emitted a soft murmur, as all the mystical energy within him converged in his dantian, marking the moment when the energy would circulate back through his meridians, entering the second layer of meridian expansion. A continuous flow of mystical energy radiated from the dantian, surging towards the obstructed meridians, and in an instant, several minor meridians were unblocked, while the others remained inert. Ling Xiao did not push himself. Instead, he let out a long howl, leaping into the air, his face illuminated with joy. He had entered the second layer, and the exhilaration was unparalleled. Ling Xiao was filled with pride, acutely aware of the immense power coursing through him, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree, as though no rustle of grass or whisper of wind nearby could escape his perception. This was the benefit bestowed by breaking through to the three-point return to vitality. Although he had not yet transcended to a higher realm of mastery, he firmly believed that the moment was drawing near. Once he solidified his current state, the day of his ascension would undoubtedly arrive. At that moment, Duing gazed at Ling Xiao, perceiving an enhanced aura of grace and elegance surrounding him, a quality that even his tattered garments could not obscure. "Duing, bring me some meat." Upon landing, Ling Xiao felt a hollow emptiness in his stomach and immediately instructed Duing to present the dried meat of spirit beasts. He craved a hearty meal. Without hesitation, Duing complied, offering the meat. He could not fathom why his young master had such an enormous appetite, consuming nearly a dozen jin of spirit beast meat each time. Was it due to excessive energy expenditure? Little did he know that Ling Xiao could decompose and absorb profound energy from the spirit beast meat through the techniques of San, Fengui Yuan Qi, and Jinggang Wu Bianju. It was unlikely that anyone would believe Ling Xiao if he were to reveal this ability. Nevertheless, the reality was as such, and Ling Xiao himself assumed that everyone possessed the capacity to absorb profound energy from spirit beast meat, only to realize later that this extraordinary talent was not universally shared. After enjoying his midnight snack, Ling Xiao let out a satisfied belch and addressed Duing, "Tomorrow, I shall assist you in procuring the black spirit herb for your breakthrough." With that, he lay down and fell into slumber, leaving Duing to chuckle to himself in bewilderment. The following day, under the radiant sun and a sky of azure clarity, Ling Xiao, invigorated, made his way toward the entrance of the black bear's den. As he approached the cave, the absence of the black bear's reemergence piqued both his and Du Ying's curiosity. With his hands on his hips, Ling Xiao bellowed at the cave's mouth. "You wretched black bear! Your nemesis, Ling Xiao, has arrived. Come forth and face your demise." Unexpectedly, the black bear did not charge forward. Could it be that it feared me? "If you do not come, I shall advance upon you," thought Ling Xiao, believing that the bear had grown weary of their confrontations and opted to launch a surprise attack. Yet, no sooner had Ling Xiao taken a step forward than the bear opened its massive jaws, unleashing a surge of earthy yellow energy towards him. What the hell? Did we not agree to a brawl? How can it resort to genuine aggression? Ling Xiao cursed, hastily retreating. For days, Ling Xiao and the black bear had engaged in unarmed combat, eschewing weapons, while the bear had relied solely on its formidable physical strength to nearly vanquish him. Today, however, it was the first time that the bear employed its elemental prowess against Ling Xiao, which left him perplexed. Very well, it is time to bring this to an end. Ling Xiao unsheathed the silver ghost blood knife from behind him, resolved to eliminate the black bear and subsequently join forces to deal with the female bear within, in order to secure the black spiritual herb for Duing. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of reluctance arose within Ling Xiao. After days of battling the bear, he found himself loath to slay it. Shaking his head to dispel such sentiments, he reminded himself that a person of great ambition cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Such compassion was not in his nature. Just as Ling Xiao prepared to launch his attack, Duing intervened, saying, "Young master, do not rush. Listen. There seems to be some commotion inside. Isn't that just the bear's roar? What is so remarkable about it?" Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled. "No. The female bear inside may be giving birth," Du Ying replied with a smile, furrowing his brow. "Giving birth? You mean the female is bringing forth bear cubs?" Ling Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. Judging by the cries emanating from within, it's evident a cub is being born. Otherwise, the bear wouldn't be guarding the den so vigilantly. However, it appears there's a complication, Lone Eagle asserted with certainty. Ling Xiao placed unwavering trust in Lone Eagle's words, acknowledging his extensive experience navigating the Arrow Mountain range. "Master, if we combine our strength to eliminate this bear, the one inside will be in no condition to retaliate. And once the cub is born, all the better. Forebear paws, black Ganoderma, a bear cub, will be rich," Lone Eagle exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he drew his fire sword, eager to join forces with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gazed up at the wary bear, and his thoughts drifted to his own poignant past as an orphan. Had it not been for his mentor, he likely would have perished from starvation in the streets. In his previous life, he had been deprived of parental affection, a void now filled in this life. Could he bring himself to slaughter these two bears? Sighing deeply, he relented. "No, I cannot bring myself to exploit their vulnerability. Let us cease this endeavor." "Master?" Lone Eagle questioned, bewildered by Ling Xiao's decision. In Lone Eagle's estimation, this was an unparalleled opportunity, and he couldn't fathom why Ling Xiao would forsake it. He yearned to acquire the black Ganoderma to ascend to the rank of high-level Xian warrior, even if it meant risking his life. "Master, if you spare them now, their existence will inevitably be discovered by others, and they will meet their demise regardless. Why not seize this chance?" Lone Eagle persisted, attempting to sway Ling Xiao. "My decision is resolute. Let us depart. I shall devise a means to perceive the intense resentment reflected in the eyes of the solitary eagle, compelling me to offer words of consolation." Alas, the solitary eagle sighed, shaking his head, and sheathed his sword once more, intending to depart alongside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, resting his chin upon his hand, fell into silence for a moment before suggesting they venture inside to take a look. What? The solitary eagle gazed at Ling Xiao in astonishment, and upon grasping Ling Xiao's intentions, he promptly cautioned, "Young master, do not act impulsively. That male bear will undoubtedly defend the female bear to the death and will not allow us to approach. We should take our leave." However, Ling Xiao disregarded the solitary eagle's advice and proceeded directly toward the bear's den. The solitary eagle found it utterly perplexing to comprehend the thoughts of this young master, pondering in despair what might be stirring in his mind. Having chosen to follow Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to steel himself and pursue him. This time, Ling Xiao arrived directly at the entrance of the cave, where the male bear showed no sign of emerging. Only the anguished roars from within grew louder. "Solitary eagle, guard the entrance. Unless you hear my call for assistance, you are not to enter," Ling Xiao instructed, and without hesitation, he stepped into the cave. A short while after entering, the solitary eagle heard the hostile roars of the black bear, and his heart filled with concern for Ling Xiao's safety. Yet, he remained vigilant, prepared to provide aid as instructed. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao raised his hands toward the menacing male bear, exclaiming, "Great bear, do not misinterpret our intentions. We are here to assist your wife." As he spoke, he gestured toward the suffering female bear. But how could the male bear comprehend Ling Xiao's words? It immediately swung its paw toward him in a fierce attack. "Hey, my friend, why are you being unreasonable?" Ling Xiao, unable to avoid the onslaught of the male bear, skillfully evaded its attack by taking swift steps. To his surprise, the male bear, consumed by its primal instincts, struck once more with its massive paws. Cursing under his breath, Ling Xiao resolved to take the initiative, pushing his speed to its utmost limits. He narrowly dodged the bear's assault, darting to the side of the female bear. Enraged, the male bear pivoted its massive frame, intent on exterminating this detestable human. However, as it prepared to launch its attack, it caught sight of Ling Xiao, brandishing a knife before the female bear. The male bear was compelled to halt its advance, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a furious roar, the very ground of the cave trembled in response. In the towering, densely wooded forest, echoes of beastly roars reverberated, sending nearby creatures into a frenzy. While the lower-tier spirit beasts quivered in terror, outside the cave, the solitary figure of Du Ying paced anxiously, wielding a long sword, his agitation palpable. It seemed as though he longed to breach the cave's entrance. However, the prolonged silence within deterred him from acting recklessly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour slipped away, and an unusual stillness enveloped the cave. Du Ying, perplexed, murmured to himself, "Could it be that the young master has sigh? The youth lacks maturity, too impetuous in his ways. Yet, perhaps regaining his freedom is not without its merits." Observing the absence of any response from within the cave, Du Ying's heart sank as he speculated that Ling Xiao might have met with misfortune, especially given the fury of the black bear. He believed he would not stand a chance against such a beast, let alone Ling Xiao. Chapter 66: The Astonishment of the Lone Eagle After the Passage of Another Hour. As the lone eagle turned to depart, he hesitated, glancing back into the cave. Clenching his teeth, he contemplated entering, for within lay the elusive black Ganoderma. Securing the black Ganoderma would pave his path towards transcending to the pinnacle of the mystic master rank, allowing him to navigate the meteorite city with impunity, provided he did not offend his family. Just as he was about to breach the cave's threshold, a figure emerged from within. It was none other than Ling Xiao. "Young master, are you unharmed?" the lone eagle inquired, his astonishment evident. He was acutely aware that inside lurked a second-tier, mid-level black bear. Even if Ling Xiao had managed to escape unscathed, it was unimaginable that he would emerge entirely unscathed. Ling Xiao chuckled. "Are you genuinely hoping for my misfortune?" The lone eagle hastily waved his hands. "Of course not. I merely noticed you had not returned for quite some time, and was prepared to venture in to rescue you." A cold sweat trickled down his back, revealing his unease. At that moment, his admiration for Ling Xiao deepened. The fact that he had single-handedly navigated the lair of the black bear without sustaining any harm was truly remarkable. He doubted he could have accomplished such a feat with similar ease. "Here, take this," Ling Xiao said, producing an object and tossing it to the lone eagle. The lone eagle instinctively caught it, his eyes widening as he beheld the item, a glimmer of excitement igniting within him. This is the black Ganoderma." His exhilaration surged. He had not anticipated that the young master would actually retrieve the black Ganoderma for him. This precious second-tier mid-level spirit herb, obtained at great peril, was a significant treasure, and the young master had truly bestowed it upon him. "Let us find a suitable place. I shall provide you with protection as you strive for a breakthrough," Ling Xiao stated matter-of-factly, exhibiting no sign of reluctance in offering his aid. He had never been one to withhold assistance from those in his company. "Thank you, young master, for your benevolence," the lone eagle said, kneeling on one knee in sincere gratitude. This time, he knelt in heartfelt submission, his loyalty to Ling Xiao soaring. "All right, as long as you faithfully follow me. The Xian Master Stage is not your ultimate destination," Ling Xiao confidently assured Du Ying after receiving his bow. At that moment, Du Ying was 100% convinced of Ling Xiao's words. The Xian Master Stage is not the end? Could there truly be a day when he would break through to the Spirit Master Stage? Just as Ling Xiao and Du Ying were about to depart, a series of tremors resonated from the Black Bear Cave. Du Ying immediately became alert, pondering whether the black bear was still alive. "There's no need to be anxious," Ling Xiao reassured as he patted Du Ying's shoulder. At that moment, two enormous black bears emerged from the cave, one of which cradled a small black bear. The tiny cub was no larger than the paw of its mother, nestled in her embrace, exuding an adorable fluffiness. The two black bears approached Ling Xiao, prompting Du Ying to instinctively take 2 steps back and urgently advise, "Young master, we should leave." However, Ling Xiao paid no heed to Du Ying's warning. Instead, he clasped his hands in greeting and smiled at the elder black bear. "Great elder black bear, I must take my leave. I hope you will forgive any transgressions." Even Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had only discovered 2 black spiritual herbs embedded in the cave wall, plucking one before his departure and leaving the other behind. Yet, The male bear held an impressive 5 black spiritual herbs in its grasp. This was truly unexpected. Seeing that Ling Xiao had not taken any, the male bear gently nudged him with its paw and shook the herbs in its hold. Ling Xiao looked up at the male bear, pointing to himself and asking, "Is this for me?" The bear seemed to understand human speech, nodding amicably in response. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before taking all 5 black spiritual mushrooms from the bear's paw. She then approached the mother bear and said, "Let me see the little one." The mother bear lowered her body, allowing Ling Xiao to touch the small black bear nestled in her embrace. The little black bear sleepily opened its big eyes to gaze at Ling Xiao, and to everyone's surprise, it struggled to rise on its tiny legs and extended its tongue to lick Ling Xiao's face before tumbling back into its mother's warmth. Ling Xiao gently patted the little black bear's head, smiling with satisfaction. She then took one of the black spiritual mushrooms from her hand and presented it to the little black bear. "Here, little black, this shall be your name. Quickly eat and grow strong," she proclaimed. The little black bear, unfazed, seized the black spiritual mushroom from Ling Xiao's hand and began to chew on it eagerly. The two then ventured to a serene spot where the lone eagle had opened a cave, preparing to enter for a breakthrough. At that moment, Ling Xiao called out to the lone eagle, producing the solitary millennium black spiritual mushroom and presenting it before him. "Consume this. It will enhance your chances significantly." Suddenly, the lone eagle felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes grew warm with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears. He swallowed hard, accepting the precious gift, before turning to enter the cave. From that moment on, the lone eagle vowed absolute loyalty to Ling Xiao, harboring no ulterior motives. The Millennium Black Spiritual Mushroom, a step above those under a millennium in age, was already classified as a high-grade spiritual herb of the 2nd tier, its value beyond question. Ling Xiao, without so much as a frown, had entrusted this rare treasure to him. Could he not be moved by such an act? Ling Xiao did not take this matter to heart. Although these precious spiritual herbs were rare, they were not entirely unattainable. Once he grew stronger in the future, venturing deep into the mountains would enable him to grasp high-tier spiritual herbs with ease. Of course, Ling Xiao harbored a modicum of selfishness, at the very least. The strengthening of the lone eagle would also serve as a significant boon to him. The lone eagle's breakthrough to a high-tier Shin master was not a matter to be accomplished in mere minutes. Ling Xiao pulled out some dried meat to eat, having exhausted considerable resources to assist the black bear. Thinking back to the perilous scene in the cave, he recalled how he risked his life to earn the gratitude of 2 black bears. At that moment, he had a knife pressed against the neck of the mother bear, threatening the male bear to refrain from acting recklessly. However, how could the male bear fathom Ling Xiao's intentions? In a fit of rage, it would have surely claimed Ling Xiao's life had it not been for the mother bear serving as a shield. The mother bear, incapacitated by childbirth and suffering from complications, posed no threat to Ling Xiao. She could only roar incessantly as she struggled to bring forth her cub. Despite her efforts, the pain was excruciating, and she could not deliver the little bear. Ling Xiao, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of childbirth, was adept at adapting to circumstances. He placed a hand on the mother bear's back and channeled his Xian power into her, helping to untangle her meridians and enhance her strength. Indeed, with his full support, the mother bear finally succeeded in delivering the little black bear. Exhausted from the exertion, Ling Xiao sat on the ground, drained of his Xian power. Seizing the opportunity, the male bear lunged forward, its powerful paw aimed directly at Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao thought his life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, good deeds are often rewarded. The mother bear let out a weak roar, seemingly communicating something to the father bear, which ultimately spared Ling Xiao's life. This incident also led to a benevolent relationship between Ling Xiao and the bear family. The transformation of a beast into a spiritual beast occurs when it attains a certain level of sentience, marking its evolution from a mere animal. Although not as advanced as 3rd-tier spiritual beasts that have just awakened their intellect, they possess a rudimentary level of consciousness. Ling Xiao assisted the mother bear in safely delivering her cub, and through this act, the mother bear fully realized that Ling Xiao harbored no ill will towards them. This act of kindness earned Ling Xiao the profound gratitude of the bear family, who generously offered him the black Lingji from their cave. Unlike humans, once spiritual beasts acknowledge someone as a friend, they offer their loyalty and selfless assistance without hesitation. Ling Xiao became the first and only friend of the bear family. After satisfying his hunger and overcoming his laziness, Ling Xiao began to meditate. He understood that continuous cultivation was essential for his rapid advancement. He often wondered where the Grand Elder had obtained such a profound mystical technique. Immersed in his cultivation, the threefold origin energy circulated through his body, clearing the obstacles to his breakthrough as a high-level mystic practitioner. He knew that once his mental state and condition reached their peak, his breakthrough would naturally follow. However, he was in no rush, choosing instead to consolidate his current mid-level mystic state to ensure it was truly saturated, paving the way for a smooth and natural advancement. The youngest among them is approximately 26 years of age, while the oldest is in their 40s. If the solitary eagle were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these 7 individuals. Known for their modest fame among adventurers, they were once referred to as the Ping Clan's 7 Wolves, but upon being discovered by the Qing Wolf Mercenary Corps, they were coerced into relinquishing their title under the threat of obliteration within Meteor City should they refuse to submit. Consequently, they were compelled to adopt the moniker Peng Clan's 7 Eagles. Chapter 67. No good deed goes unrewarded. Eagle hesitated momentarily, then surveyed his surroundings to ensure their privacy before whispering that the task had been assigned by the chief steward of the Ling family. Each poisonous herb is valued at 50 gold coins, and the worth escalates with the herb's rank. This price is indeed twice that of low-tier spiritual herbs. He inquired whether they should proceed with the collection of these poisonous plants. However, the chief steward had cautioned that this matter must remain confidential. If the information were to leak, the consequences would be dire. The other brothers nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of Eagle Da's words. Eagle Qi, known for his loquacity, could not resist asking what purpose the Ling family had in gathering such an abundance of poisonous herbs. Eagle Da shot him a stern glance, retorting, "With your incessant questions, who do you expect me to inquire of?" He sighed, "Forget it, big brother. Little 7 is just like that. Let us hasten to collect more poisonous herbs." "But we must not overlook the spiritual herbs either," Eagle Sin interjected diplomatically. The 7 fell silent and began their search for poisonous plants nearby. Not far off, Ling Xiao overheard their conversation, his expression darkening with concern as he pondered the true intentions behind Ling Chong's collection of such a vast quantity of poisonous herbs. Were those 2 old geezers becoming impatient in their quest for power? Ling Chong was indeed the chief steward of the Ling family, as mentioned by the eagle. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao instantly deduced that there was only one chief steward in Meteorite City. The more he contemplated, the deeper his concern grew for his grandfather, the clan leader. However, with Doing currently in the midst of a breakthrough, he feared that leaving might invite disturbances from either spirit beasts or adventurers. "No, I must ascertain the truth," he resolved, feeling a sense of discomfort should he remain in ignorance. Ling Xiao gathered some branches and weeds to obscure the entrance of Du Ying's cave, then swiftly soared towards the nearby Eagle 7. Eagle 7 had been bitten on the arm, letting out a cry of anguish. Without hesitation, he seized the 7-star venomous snake with his other hand and forcefully slammed it to the ground. He did not cease his assault, crushing the snake's head underfoot until it was reduced to a pulpy mass. "How dare you bite me? I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." Eagle 7 continued to viciously stomp on the already lifeless 7-star venomous snake. Yet, Eagle 3 approached with a grave expression, swinging his hooked blade towards Eagle 7's bitten arm. Caught off guard, Eagle 7 found one of his arms severed, emitting a heart-wrenching sound. The remaining brothers of Little 7 gasped in alarm and hurried towards Eagle 7. Clutching his bleeding arm, Eagle 7 writhed in agony on the ground. Eagle 3 produced a pill from his waist and forcefully placed it into Eagle 7's mouth, while the others hurried to bind his wounds. "What are you doing, third brother?" Eagle 6, who was slightly older than Eagle 7, inquired with great indignation. "What do you understand? Your third brother is saving Xiaoqi." Do not underestimate the 7-star poisonous snake. It is exceedingly venomous. Even if we possess antidotes, they cannot save Xiao Qi. Your third brother severed Xiao Qi's hand to prevent the spread of the venom, which can be considered as saving his life. Eagle Da exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the agonized face of Eagle Qi, who lay on the ground. Though the youngest brother is excessively talkative and often irksome, he is nonetheless his blood brother. How could he not feel sorrow at the loss of a hand? Upon hearing Eagle Da's words, Eagle Lu paused momentarily, then sighed and turned his face away. Who goes there? Eagle Da shouted in a certain direction. The newcomer was none other than Ling Xiao. Dear brothers, I merely passed by, Ling Xiao said with a friendly smile. Eagle Da discerned Ling Xiao's cultivation level and lowered his guard slightly. However, he noticed that Ling Xiao, despite being remarkably handsome, was clad in tattered garments stained with blood. This incited his curiosity. How could this young man possess mid-tier cultivation yet dare to venture alone into the mountains? Ling Xiao glanced at the suffering Eagle Qi on the ground and devised a plan. He immediately stated, if we do not staunch his bleeding, he may bleed out. In truth, it was not that no one was attempting to stop Eagle Qi's blood loss. Rather, the wound from the severed arm was too extensive. Despite their efforts to bandage it, the blood vessels continued to flow uncontrollably, leaving them helpless. Stop speaking nonsense. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Eagle Lu, with a fiery temper, shouted at Ling Xiao. The others were similarly grim expressions, glaring at Ling Xiao, seemingly blaming him for uttering such ominous words. Ling Xiao, unfazed, spoke calmly. If you trust me, I can staunch his bleeding. The 7 Eagles brothers were momentarily taken aback, but eventually, Eagle 3 inquired, are you truly confident in your ability to aid my younger brother? Without hesitation, Eagle 6 chimed in eagerly. Regardless of the number, even 100, it would not be a problem. Please, help my brother. Ling Xiao nodded, then leaned down, skillfully pressing several acupoints on Eagle 7's severed arm before standing upright and brushing off his hands, declaring, all done. The brothers of the 7 Eagles were incredulous. Yet upon observing Eagle 7, they noticed the pain had subsided. His expression softened as he promptly fainted. To their astonishment, the bleeding had indeed ceased. Although Ling Xiao was not an expert in acupoint manipulation, he possessed a fundamental understanding of certain techniques from his past life, particularly the commonly used method for halting blood flow, which he executed with considerable confidence. Thank you for your assistance, young brother. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish. Eagle Da expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, though his eyes shimmered with skepticism, uncertain of Ling Xiao's intentions. Upon hearing this, the 7 Eagles brothers tensed, and Eagle Da narrowed his eyes, remarking, since you have heard our conversation, why bother asking further? Please, do not be alarmed. My intention is merely to secure a few more gold coins and to gather some information. If there are poisonous herbs, how might I contact the Grand Commander? Ling Xiao clarified, his gaze shifting. Suddenly, Eagle 7, who had just lost consciousness, jolted awake, crying out in agony, it hurts. I'm in excruciating pain. 7th brother, the vile bastard, Eagle 6 exclaimed, brandishing his twin hooks towards Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with a palpable menace. Unfortunately, like Ling Xiao, Eagle 6 was merely an intermediate-level practitioner, and he was no match for Ling Xiao. How dare such a trifling intermediate practitioner act so brazenly? Eagle 4's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he swung his hooks in rapid succession, sending several streaks of light hurtling towards Ling Xiao. As a high-level practitioner, Eagle 4's techniques were far more ferocious than those of Eagle 6. Had it been any other intermediate practitioner, evasion would have been arduous, yet he encountered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cloud shadow stealth technique was unparalleled across the continent, swift beyond compare, and erratic in nature, allowing him to effortlessly evade Eagle 4's onslaught and reappear behind him in an instant. Watch your back. Eagle 1 and Eagle 3 shouted in unison as they spotted Ling Xiao's figure. But it was too late. Ling Xiao had already harbored murderous intent. The azure crystal sword was drawn from his back, and in a flash of sword light, a soul was severed from its body. Alas, it was not Ling Xiao who fell, but Eagle 4. Chapter 68. Who dares to harm my young master? The remaining eagles cried out in alarm. Yet, Eagle 4 was utterly and irrevocably dead. Initially, Ling Xiao had no intention of shedding blood, but he could distinctly sense the murderous aura emanating from Eagle 6 and Eagle 4, prompting him to make an example of them. Otherwise, they might presume he was easily intimidated. "You vile creature, I will ensure you accompany my brothers in death," Eagle 1 bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage as he unleashed several fiery arcs from his hooks towards Ling Xiao. The flames surged like a dragon, fierce and terrifying. A strike that could spell doom even for high-level practitioners. Ling Xiao gazed at the sudden ferocity of the attack, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He remained utterly still, allowing the flames to crash against him. Boom. How utterly despicable this wretch is, he thought, having killed my fourth brother, Eagle Da. Believing he had ended Ling Xiao's life, yet he continued to curse mercilessly. "Elder brother, look!" Eagle Sen exclaimed, horror-stricken, as he pointed ahead. Eagle Da turned to follow his gaze, and was taken aback to see Ling Xiao grinning playfully at him. Rubbing his eyes, he thought it might be a mirage. But upon confirming Ling Xiao was unharmed, he was astounded. "This is impossible. He withstood my attack without a scratch." Ling Xiao twisted his neck and remarked, "Your strike barely tickles." Having endured the relentless assaults from the Five Elements envoy of the Ling family for over half a month, Ling Xiao had already made significant progress with the second transformation of the Diamond 5 Changes technique. Additionally, after several days of clashing with the Black Bear, he was not far from achieving mastery. Withstanding Eagle Da's blow posed no threat to him whatsoever. "I refuse to believe you are made of iron. Take another hit." Eagle Da swung his twin hooks once more, this time unleashing the full extent of his strength. The fire dragon surged forth, doubled in size, rushing toward Ling Xiao with unmatched speed. "You think I am a fool, taking advantage of a moment's leniency?" Ling Xiao retorted sharply, swiftly stepping aside to evade Eagle Da's fierce assault. With a flick of his wrist, the azure crystal sword emerged, releasing a flurry of sword sparks that surged toward Eagle Da. Both Eagle Air and Eagle Sand cried out in unison, "Elder brother, be careful," as they simultaneously launched their attacks at Ling Xiao. In the realm of the Seven Eagles, Eagle 1 towers above the rest, while Eagle 3 possesses the strength of a low-tier mystic warrior. Eagle 2, though merely a high-tier mystic, proves to be a formidable adversary when joining forces with Eagle 3, creating a veritable inferno on the battlefield. Eagles 5 and 6 hastily carry Eagle 7 away from the chaos. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao finds himself under assault. Compelled to abandon his offensive against Eagle 1, he deftly evades the overwhelming strike from Eagle 3 and redirects his assault towards the comparatively weaker Eagle 2. Although Eagle 2 stands a tier above Ling Xiao, he foolishly underestimates a critical vulnerability. His dual hooks, mere high-tier weapons, pale in comparison to the two-tier superiority of Ling Xiao's longsword. The hooks shatter under the might of the blade, leaving Eagle 2 exposed, and the longsword pierces through his chest. Staring in disbelief at the sword that has impaled him, he utters, "Is this a second-tier sword?" Before his breath falters, and he falls lifelessly to the ground. The remaining Eagles gasp in shock, unable to fathom how their seemingly weaker opponent has dispatched two of their brethren with such ease. "Elder brother, let us join forces and unleash our full strength to eliminate this scoundrel." Eagle 3, eyes ablaze with fury, calls out to Eagle 1. The latter, wary of overestimating his abilities, nods in agreement, channeling all his mystic energy as the three eagles converge from different directions towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, the air is filled with whirling hooks and blazing flames. Confronted by the full onslaught of two low-tier mystic warriors, Ling Xiao remains vigilant. He draws forth the silver demon blood blade from behind his back and leaps into the air, wielding both blade and sword with finesse, executing a technique that leaves no trace of the blade while marking the sword's path. The two weapons split, simultaneously parrying the combined assault from Eagle 1 and Eagle 3. The clash reverberates with thunderous roars. Blasted backward by the combined aura of two low-level Xin Shi, Ling Xiao spat a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Ying Da and Ying San, though having sustained multiple lacerations from Ling Xiao's potent attacks, appeared extremely disheveled. Oblivious to their injuries, They relentlessly pursued Ling Xiao. Damn it, my strength is still lacking, Ling Xiao muttered, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He then darted toward Ying Wu, Ying Lu, and Ying Qi with swift agility. Not good. Fifth brother. Sixth brother, quickly flee with seventh brother. That bastard is coming. Ying Sen shouted, hurrying after him, warning his brethren. Ying Da and Ying Sen finally discerned the cryptic nature of Ling Xiao's footwork, inwardly aghast. This is at least a Qing-level technique. Otherwise, how could he outpace us? A ravenous desire began to burgeon within them, not only for vengeance but also to coerce their adversary into divulging the cultivation incantation for the footwork. However, their wishful thinking proved futile as they once again witnessed their opponent slay another of their kin before they could seize him. Didn't you want to kill me? I am now offering myself up for you to slay, Ling Xiao murmured eerily as he approached Ying Lu. His blue crystal sword showed no mercy. Having resolved to spare only one of the seven for interrogation, deeming the others superfluous, Ying Lu desperately resisted, only to meet the same fate as his second brother, weapon destroyed. Life extinguished. Ying Wu, seized by terror, abandoned the half-dead Ying Qi and fled in disarray. As Ling Xiao attempted to pursue, Ying Da and Ying San arrived from behind, unleashing a decisive joint attack. Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the surroundings, charring the trees and vegetation. Ling Xiao, relentless in his advantage, once again wielded both sword and saber in unison. Eagerly parrying, Hawk 3 precariously defended his vital points, barely escaping demise by the blade. Abstain from your insolence, you mongrel. Hawk 1, having ensured Hawk 7's safety, noticed Hawk 3's peril and promptly brandished his hook to relieve the siege. Observing his failure to promptly subdue Hawk 3, and with his Xian power waning, Ling Xiao realized his endeavor would be fruitless. Ling Xiao had intended to inquire of Hawk 1 the motive behind Ling Chong's acquisition of poisonous herbs, but the discourtesy of the seven hawks had incited his homicidal intent. He overestimated his capacity to dispatch the seven, failing to account for the two low-level Xian warriors among them. Despite his ability to transcend ranks in combat, he was not yet capable of simultaneously defeating two such warriors. He had overestimated his prowess. To persist would be futile. Indeed, he might find himself vulnerable to their counterattack. Ling Xiao ceased his assault on Hawk 3 and evaded Hawk 1's strike. He lamented that if Lone Hawk had successfully advanced, it would have been advantageous. Eldest, impede him. He seeks to flee. Hawk 3, ever vigilant, promptly warned Hawk 1. Hawk 1 wielded his twin hooks, obstructing Ling Xiao's path with a barrage of fiery light, compelling him to evade and thus impeding his swift departure. At that moment, Hawk 3 resolved to unleash his most formidable, forbidden technique. For a mere intermediate Xian practitioner to have driven us seven brothers to this extremity, your demise shall not be in vain. Hawk 3, having completed his incantation, his countenance now pallid and ghastly, brandished his hooks, and a conflagration of fire interwove to form a vast, incandescent net, ensnaring Ling Xiao in its fiery grasp. As the fiery net was about to engulf Ling Xiao, an even more vibrant blaze erupted forth, instantly cleaving the net asunder, scattering embers in its wake. Who dares to harm my young master? A voice cried out, as a figure darted to Ling Xiao's side. It was none other than Du Ying, who had just transcended to the realm of a high-ranking Xian warrior. At this moment, Du Ying emanated an aura of formidable power, his form encircled by a faint crimson glow, a testament to his elevated cultivation. The lone eye blazed with a piercing intensity, seemingly capable of shaking the very foundations of the scene. Du Ying, Lord Du Ying, someone exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. Not far off, Ying Sen also caught sight of the figure, collapsing to the ground, his strength abandoning him. Young master, are you unharmed? Du Ying inquired, disregarding Ying Da. His concern solely focused on Ling Xiao. Sensing the potent aura emanating from Du Ying, Ling Xiao knew that the breakthrough had been successful. He responded with a smile. I am unharmed. Your arrival was perfectly timed. It seems you have successfully transcended. Du Ying bowed deeply before Ling Xiao, his sincerity evident. I owe my accomplishment to you, young master. At this juncture, Du Ying's loyalty to Ling Xiao was absolute and heartfelt. Although Ling Xiao's strength did not yet rival his own, he possessed astonishing potential. a keen intellect, and a decisive resolve. Most importantly, he demonstrated unwavering trust and magnanimity towards his subordinates. All of this was sufficient to inspire Du Ying's unwavering devotion. He believed that following the young master would be the most enlightened decision of his life. For the young master had declared that the Xian warrior realm was not his ultimate destination. Ling Xiao patted Du Ying's shoulder and declared, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall ensure you are well treated. Now, first, assist me in eliminating these two insignificant pests." How foolish to repay kindness with enmity. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Du Ying immediately approached Ying Da and Ying San. Ying Da, well aware of Du Ying's formidable reputation, was astonished that the solitary Du Ying would be the servant of this young man. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. Lord Du Ying, how dare you little hawks offend my master? Prepare to confess to the king of hell." Du Ying raised his sword and aimed it at Ying Da's neck. Ying Da's face turned ashen, and he closed his eyes, awaiting death. He recognized he was no match for Du Ying. Resistance would be futile, and he resigned himself to fate, hoping for a swift end. "Wait, spare his wretched life. I have questions for him," Ling Xiao interjected just as Du Ying's sword was about to strike. Upon hearing this, Ying Da felt as though a heavenly voice had granted him reprieve. "My lord, please, ask anything, and I shall answer without reservation." Faced with the specter of death, Ying Da crumbled completely, kneeling before Ling Xiao in desperation. Ling Xiao gazed at Ying Da with a sardonic smile. "Had you been this courteous from the beginning, your brother would not need to offer his life so recklessly." After a brief pause, he continued, "Tell me, why does the chief steward of the Ling family seek to acquire poisonous herbs?" Chapter 69, Entering the Wolf's Tooth Valley. Ying Da hurriedly replied, "I truly do not know." Truly unaware? Ling Xiao fixed his gaze upon Ying Da and pressed the question again. Eagle's heart trembled, and he hastily waved his hand, insisting that he truly did not know much. All he was aware of was that Manager Ling had been clandestinely acquiring poisonous herbs at prices 2 to 3 times higher than those of ordinary low-grade spiritual herbs, which was why they had come in search of these toxic plants. Ling smiled as he observed Eagle's demeanor, finding it unlikely that he was deceitful. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired how the transactions with the Ling family's chief steward were conducted. Eagle replied, "On the 15th of each month. One simply needs to bring the poisonous herbs to the Lu Pavilion outside the city, where there will naturally be someone to receive them. That is all I know." Lu Pavilion outside the city? Ling mused silently, then pressed further. "How did you come to learn that the Ling family steward was acquiring these herbs?" Eagle wiped the cold sweat from his brow and answered, "I overheard it while accompanying a brother to accept a task." Ling pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. You may leave." "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." Eagle knelt in gratitude, as if he had received a great favor, then picked up the nearby Eagle 7 and, along with Eagle 3, turned to flee. Ling instructed Du Ying, "Collect their weapons and see if they possess anything valuable. Remember to take their poisonous herbs as well." Du Ying nodded and, following Ling's orders, began to search the bodies on the ground. Ling gazed up at the vast sky, his thoughts swirling. Ling Chong would not arbitrarily acquire poisonous herbs. Was he perhaps intending to poison his grandfather, Ling Tsong? This seemed implausible, as typical poisons would not inflict significant harm on a powerful martial artist. Even if the toxins were potent, someone of his grandfather's caliber would likely detect them or possess antidotes. Why did Ling Chong choose to acquire these low-grade poisonous herbs? Ling Xiao pondered this question in vain, yet he sensed that there was undoubtedly a hidden conspiracy at play. After ensuring the safety of the lone eagle, Ling Xiao settled himself at the cave's entrance, suppressing all his aura and intently guiding his inner strength to achieve an optimal state, anticipating the moment of breakthrough. The night swiftly passed. As dawn broke, a formidable aura emanated from within the cave. The lone eagle, stationed outside, momentarily stunned, respectfully proclaimed, "Congratulations, young master, on your successful breakthrough." Ling Xiao emerged from the cave, exuding an invisible yet powerful presence that instilled a sense of pressure in those nearby. His tiger-like eyes shone even more brilliantly, and his demeanor ascended to a new level. Ling Xiao spread his arms, surveying himself and savoring the immense power coursing through him. He mused that low-grade practitioners should pose no threat, and even mid-grade practitioners would find him a worthy adversary. With remarkable swiftness, he darted through the thickets, startling numerous low-grade spirit beasts, which merely perceived a gust of wind and returned to their slumber. His speed surpassed that of mid-grade practitioners, rivaling even high-grade ones. As long as I do not encounter a wind attribute warrior, none shall be able to hinder me, Ling Xiao confidently declared as he continued his swift pace. Half a day later, Ling Xiao arrived at a valley. As he approached, a chorus of wolf howls echoed from within. Now that I'm here, I know the path I must take, he reflected aloud. But before that, I shall procure some wolf meat to savor, and with that, he leapt into the depths of the valley. As Ling Xiao stepped into the dense thicket, a few pairs of ominous glimmers emerged from the underbrush. Instinctively alert, he did not hasten his pace but continued onward. Not far ahead, he stumbled upon tattered garments and severed human limbs strewn across the ground, a grim indication that someone had fallen victim to the savage beasts. Such occurrences were commonplace in these mountains. It was a relentless cycle of predator and prey, where either humans hunted the spirit beasts or the spirit beasts claimed human lives. This was the unyielding law of the jungle. As Ling Xiao ventured deeper, he sensed a gathering of malevolent glimmers behind him, numbering more than a dozen. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, and one of the beasts lunged at him from the side. Ling Xiao responded with a cold smirk, deftly wielding his sword. A flash of azure light erupted as he cleaved the wolf in two. In quick succession, a pack of over 10 mid-tier wind wolves, each nearly 2 meters in length, surged forward from behind, their bloodthirsty eyes glinting with ferocity as they approached, undeterred by the fate of their companion. For an ordinary high-tier practitioner, such a formidable gathering of wind wolves would undoubtedly spell doom. Yet, they had chosen Ling Xiao as their target, and they would soon learn the price of that choice. With blade and sword in hand, he licked his lips, relishing the opportunity to hone his skills. Before the wolves could close the distance, he charged forward, brandishing his weapons with lethal intent. The wind wolves, roused to fury, bared their fangs and lunged at him. "Come forth," Ling Xiao bellowed, his blue crystal sword shimmering as he unleashed a flurry of sword beams, dazzling and brilliant. In an instant, the first few wolves that lunged at him fell lifelessly to the ground, vanquished by a single stroke. Once again, several fearless wind wolves lunged towards Ling Xiao, their sharp claws glinting with a sinister aura. Should they succeed in their assault, a significant portion of flesh, or even a life, would be lost. Filled with fervor for battle, Ling Xiao brandished his sword, stirring up clouds of dust as he charged toward the oncoming wolves. Each wolf, before even grazing the fabric of his attire, met its demise at the edge of his blade, severed or pierced through. In less than 15 minutes, the ground was strewn with the corpses of over a dozen wind wolves, their blood staining the earth, while Ling Xiao remained unblemished, his garments billowing gracefully. Though the overall worth of first and second-tier wind wolves was modest, for an ordinary adventurer, it represented a small fortune. Collectively, the bounty was indeed considerable. However, Ling Xiao held no interest in this meager gain, for his pack was limited in size and capacity, and he intended to reserve space for items of greater value. He hoisted a wind wolf upon his shoulder, seeking a defensible location to kindle a fire and prepare a meal of wolf meat. After a brief respite, Ling Xiao resumed his journey, encountering several more wind wolves along the way, all of which succumbed to his sword. Among them were 2 high-tier wolves. Before nightfall, Ling Xiao arrived at the heart of Wolffang Valley. After consuming the high-tier wolf meat, he ascended a massive tree, one that required several people to embrace, to rest. This was a precaution against potential attacks by spirit beasts, as resting aloft offered greater safety than on the ground. Seated upon the thickest trunk, Ling Xiao entered a meditative state. Having just broken through to a higher tier of cultivation, he was determined to solidify his newfound strength swiftly. In the dead of night, he was jolted awake by the haunting howls of wind wolves echoing through the air. The cacophony of howling wolves, seemingly under the influence of some primal stimulant, persisted throughout the night, depriving Ling Xiao of any semblance of rest. Disturbed and unable to meditate in peace, she finally opened her eyes and cursed aloud. Chapter 70. 100 wolves gather. The Wolf King emerges. Could they possibly be here to settle a score with me? Ling Xiao pondered anxiously. She steeled herself, preparing to flee among the towering trees. Suddenly, over 500 first-tier high-level wind wolves collectively raised their heads and let out a resounding howl, causing Ling Xiao to freeze in place. Afterward, the pack parted, creating a pathway through which 8 wind wolves, each nearly 3 meters in length, gradually emerged. These 8 wolves exuded an air of arrogance. Their formidable fangs bared, towering and powerful, they commanded respect, causing the 500 first-tier high-level wind wolves to prostrate themselves as if they were mere subordinates before a general. Remarkably, each of these 8 wolves possessed no less than second-tier low-level strength, comparable to that of low-level human martial artists, with 3 of them exhibiting second-tier mid-level prowess. What could be the cause of such a chorus of howls? With the full moon gracing the night sky, could it be that werewolves are transforming? Such wild conjectures. This can only signify the gathering of the myriad wolves, heralding the arrival of the Wolf King. 100 wolves converge. The Wolf King emerges. How can you be so certain? According to an antiquated tome I once perused, our predecessors encountered a similar predicament. The chronicles recount that among a wolf pack, should a dominant wolf ascend to the status of a high-ranking beast and vanquish numerous other alpha wolves, it would be revered as the Wolf King. This occasion would summon all wolves to witness the Wolf King's coronation. It is said that in the past, ancestors encountered gatherings of tens of thousands of wolves assembled to witness the birth of a Wolf King, an event known as the Grand Convocation of Wolves, the Wolf King's genesis. However, in the outer reaches of the mountains, such a multitude of wolves is improbable, perhaps numbering 2,000 to 3,000 at most, and of relatively low rank. It is reasonable to assume that this Wolf King is not of a particularly high echelon. So that's the situation. Should we investigate? Go if you have a death wish. You simpleton. Following the arrival of the 8 alpha wolves, a wind wolf with a pelage distinct from all others sauntered into the passage. This wolf, also measuring 3 meters in length, was imposing and robust, with a refined and dashing demeanor. Its golden, needle-like fur, unlike that of the other wind wolves, accentuated its regal bearing as the king of wolves, exuding an aura of imperial dominance. Its sharp fangs and deep-set eyes unmistakably conveyed its ferocity and power. The golden wolf strode to the center, surveying the prostrate wolf pack with a lofty gaze that bespoke disdain for all beneath it. Only the 8 wind wolves, possessing the strength of the second order, revealed resentful glares and clawed incessantly at the ground, brimming with belligerence. The golden wolf cast a dismissive glance at the 8 wolves, its eyes filled with contempt, before emitting a prolonged howl toward the heavens. "Awoo!" The wolf's cry was impassioned, earth-shattering, and its momentum rivaled the collective roar of the 8 wolves. As the howling subsided, 2 second-tier, low-ranking wind wolves lunged forward with remarkable alacrity, swiftly closing the distance to the golden wolf. Their forepaws, poised to strike, converged upon the golden wolf from opposing angles. The golden wolf, its golden fur shimmering, emanated a radiant, golden aura. With a speed surpassing that of the wind wolves, it met the wolf on the left head-on. A golden flash accompanied its forepaw as it collided forcefully with the wind wolf's own. A mournful howl pierced the air as the wind wolf, nearly 3 meters in length, was violently hurled backward, crashing against a towering tree before halting. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, yet it managed to regain its footing. However, its attack had inflicted minimal damage on the golden wolf, which retaliated with a bite and a forceful toss, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The gruesome wound presented a ghastly sight. The wind wolf, writhing in agony, retreated, but the golden wolf relentlessly pursued, delivering another blow that sent it flying. The remaining wind wolf, seized by cowardice, dared not advance, instead recoiling in terror. Unappeased, the golden wolf renewed its assault, ramming its head into the cowering wind wolf with savage force, launching it through the air like a projectile. Only then did the golden wolf let out a triumphant roar. The surrounding pack of over 500 wolves gazed upon the golden wolf with profound reverence. At that moment, 3 more low-ranking wind wolves surged forward, intent on attacking the golden wolf. The 3 lower-tier wind wolves were evidently stronger than the previous 2, exhibiting a notable increase in speed. Their powers seemed to have reached the pinnacle of the second-tier lower grade, and it would not be long before they transcended into the second-tier mid-grade. The golden wolf, brimming with fighting spirit, stood with its golden fur erect and fangs bared, charging towards the trio of wind wolves. Amidst the fray, the 4 wolves clashed. However, the disparity in strength between the 3 lower-tier wind wolves and the golden wolf was too great, inflicting minimal damage upon the golden beast. Ultimately, they were left battered and retreated from the confrontation. At last, 3 second-tier mid-grade wind wolves joined the battle. These formidable foes were significantly more powerful than their predecessors, and their collective assault caused the golden wolf to sustain multiple bites and scratches. One of the mid-tier wind wolves managed to seize a chunk of flesh from the golden wolf, which retaliated by tearing away a large piece of its opponent's meat. The 2 other mid-tier wind wolves seized the opportunity to encircle the golden wolf, engaging in a fierce struggle together. With a howl, the majesty of the golden wolf was provoked, and after repelling one of its adversaries, it took a few steps back and released a long, resonant howl. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation unfolded before our eyes. The fur on the wolf's forehead began to crack open, gradually revealing a 3rd wolf eye, which appeared more ominous and fearsome than the other 2. The entire golden wolf emanated an eerie aura. Ling Xiao had previously studied numerous texts about this continent, and, having delved deeper into the realm of spirit beasts, immediately recognized the uniqueness of this wind wolf before him. To acquire this wind wolf as a steed would be a dream come true. Alas, how regrettable. Ling Xiao felt an overwhelming desire to capture the mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. However, he was acutely aware of his limited strength and feared that before he could subdue it, he might be torn apart by its might. The golden wolf opened its 3rd eye, and its aura surged several-fold, radiating an even more magnificent golden light. One of the mid-tier wind wolves let out a fierce howl, and the 3 wolves attacked simultaneously. Suddenly, the golden wolf's 3rd eye emitted a dazzling orb of light, striking directly at the 3 mid-tier wind wolves. Upon contact with the orb, the wolves' movements froze, their fierce gazes becoming vacant, as if their spirit and fighting will had dissipated in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, the golden wolf lunged at the 3 mid-tier wind wolves, tearing into them. Soon, the air was filled with their anguished howls, which seemed to carry a plea for mercy. After a while, the golden wolf ceased its assault, and the 3rd eye healed as if it had never existed. The golden wolf let out a long howl, and soon all the wind wolves echoed its call. Moments later, the golden wolf king slowly rose and let out a roar, prompting over 500 first-tier high-level wind wolves to gradually retreat. The area was left with only 8 second-tier wind wolves and the golden wolf king. The 9 wolves appeared to be communicating, continuously growling at one another. After a short while, the 8 wolves reluctantly departed from the golden wolf king. Heaven helps me. Ling Xiao, perched in the trees, couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this turn of events. Once all the wind wolves had departed, the golden wolf king slowly moved deeper into the Wolf Fong Valley, casting a long, solitary shadow behind it. To ascend as the alpha amongst wolves may grant the power to command the pack, yet it simultaneously precludes the camaraderie shared among ordinary wolves. Its elevated status sets it apart, ensuring that beyond its chosen mate, it shall know no other companions. The wolf, by its very nature, is a creature of profound pride, thereby preordaining a solitary path to kingship. The Golden Wolf King, having endured a series of fierce battles, had depleted its physical reserves, resulting in a diminished sense of awareness, rendering it oblivious to the presence of a human figure perched atop a nearby tree. Leaping from one arboreal giant to the next, pursued the Golden Wolf King until it reached the entrance of its den. Just as the Golden Wolf King was about to disappear within, swooped down with the swiftness of a roc spreading its wings. With his blade pointed directly at the Golden Wolf King, uttered in a chilling tone, "Submit to my will, or face your demise." Confronted by the sudden appearance of a human, the Golden Wolf King, undeterred, bared its formidable jaws, revealing a set of menacingly sharp fangs, and lunged directly at. Having just engaged in a fierce battle against 8 rank 2 windwolves, the Golden Wolf King was at its weakest. Its speed noticeably reduced compared to its earlier agility. Chapter 71. Subduing the Wolf King remarked with a smile. It seems a lesson is in order to enlighten you on the choices before you. Having discerned that this Golden Wolf King was a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf, destined to evolve into a formidable high-level Wolf King, recognized its potential as a significant asset. He harbored an unprecedented desire to tame this Golden Wolf King and claim it as his mount. Currently, this Golden Wolf appears to have merely entered the initial stages of its second-tier strength, yet it has not attained the nascent intelligence characteristic of the third tier. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao is convinced that it possesses a degree of sentience. Should he demonstrate sufficient power to subdue it, he could undoubtedly claim it as his own. Much like the 2 second-tier black bears he encountered days prior, by exhibiting adequate sincerity, he was able to gain their trust. Aware that a direct confrontation would be futile given the Wolf King's superior strength, Ling Xiao resolved to rely on speed instead. At present, the Wolf King remains unscathed. Even with 100-fold courage, Ling Xiao would not dare to grasp its whiskers, for the disparity in both speed and strength is overwhelmingly against him. Yet, he understands that this is the Wolf King's moment of vulnerability. Should he allow this opportunity to slip away, it may never return. With that thought, Ling Xiao deftly maneuvered, evading the Wolf King's advance and delivering a blow with the hilt of his blade against the wolf's flank. A howl erupted from the Wolf King as it suffered yet another assault, unable to withstand the indignity of its regal status being so insulted by this audacious human. The Wolf King reoriented itself, baring its fangs, and unleashed a golden beam of light that erupted towards Ling Xiao with thunderous ferocity. Ling Xiao, taken aback by the wolf's formidable might, leaped into the air to evade the onslaught, relentlessly striking at the wounds on the Wolf King's body with his silver ghost blood blade. The newly appointed Golden Wolf King was indeed unfortunate, having just secured its throne. It now faced a seemingly insignificant human who relentlessly hacked at it, awakening its primal ferocity. It braced itself against a powerful blow, then lunged forward, ramming its head directly into Ling Xiao's chest. Abruptly, Ling Xiao was propelled backward with the velocity of a projectile, colliding forcefully with the trunk of a large tree before coming to a halt. The Wolf King, possessed of remarkable cunning, seized the opportunity to pounce once more. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Ling Xiao's face. "Damn it, you're forcing my hand." Ling Xiao, having just regained his footing, beheld the oncoming claws and was compelled to take the matter seriously, directly countering with his blade. Innumerable sword shadows assailed the Wolf King. The Wolf King attempted to unleash another elemental attack, but unfortunately, opening its third eye had depleted its energy reserves. Having strained itself to use it once more, it could no longer muster an elemental attack and was forced to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Ling Xiao, discerning the Wolf King's intent, increased his speed. The sword's aura still reached the wolf's tail, severing a portion of it. Woof, woof, woof. The Wolf King emitted a mournful cry. At that moment, 3 wind wolves emerged from the wolf den, immediately approaching the Wolf King and tending to its wound. It was apparent that these 3 wind wolves were likely the Wolf King's consorts. These 3 wind wolves, each approximately 2 meters in length, likely possessed the strength of a high-level rank 1 beast. Ling Xiao was not particularly afraid, but he knew that if he did not act swiftly, the Wolf King might summon more wolves, which would complicate matters. Without waiting for the 3 wind wolves to attack, Ling Xiao launched a preemptive strike. This time, Ling Xiao spared no effort, aiming to kill. The 3 wind wolves, sensing the danger, swiftly evaded the attack. Wind wolves are naturally endowed with the wind element, making them faster than ordinary beasts. Ling Xiao, having failed to secure a favorable position, did not dare to underestimate the situation. He withdrew his silver ghost blood blade once more, merging blade and sword, and unleashed his most formidable technique, the Shadowless Blade, with the intent to strike the Wolf King. The Wolf King, still preoccupied with licking its severed tail, a proud emblem of its identity, was caught off guard by the attack. The blow sent it hurtling through the air, its golden fur marred by numerous gashes, and it collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Ling Xiao, though he had successfully struck the Wolf King, was not unscathed. 3 wind wolves had simultaneously clawed at him from behind, leaving deep lacerations that bled profusely. Grimacing in pain, he inhaled sharply, grateful for his training in the indestructible transformation technique, which granted him a remarkable tolerance for suffering. The 3 wind wolves, enraged by the Wolf King's pitiful whimpers, lunged at Ling Xiao once more, their jaws agape as if intent on devouring him alive. Together, I shall send you all on your way. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth against the agony and swung his weapons once again. A silver and a blue light cleaved through the air, piercing the mouths of the 3 wind wolves. With a series of sickening thuds, the wolves met their demise, their heads severed by his precise strikes. Without a glance at the fallen beasts, Ling Xiao hastily consumed 2 medicinal pills and strode purposefully toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King was covered in wounds, with its blood flowing all around. Despite this, upon seeing Ling Xiao approach, it still glared fiercely, its eyes filled with deep resentment, as if lamenting, "If I hadn't been injured, how could I have been wounded by you, despicable human? Submit to me or die?" Ling Xiao coldly reiterated before the Wolf King. The Wolf King whimpered, then attempted to rise up in retaliation, but after managing to stand up slightly, it collapsed heavily once more. "It seems you still need to endure some suffering," Ling Xiao remarked, sheathing his swords and proceeding to pummel the Wolf King's wounds with his fists. "Will you submit? Will you submit?" The Wolf King was in a tragic state. Its wounds continued to bleed as it was relentlessly bombarded, its body writhing incessantly, and its mouth emitting continuous, miserable howls. Ling Xiao ceased his assault after a considerable duration and once more fixed his gaze upon the Wolf King, inquiring, "Will you submit to me?" This time, the Wolf King simply closed its eyes, as if to convey to Ling Xiao, "I would rather die than surrender." "Very well, you have backbone," Ling Xiao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Then, drawing his azure crystal sword, he declared, "This young master will grant your wish, allowing you to suffer death by 1,000 cuts. Let's see if you can endure it." With that, Ling Xiao swung his sword, and a chunk of wolf flesh splattered. Elbow. The Wolf King instantly opened its eyes, emitting the most agonizing roar. However, Ling Xiao showed no trace of pity, and with another swing of his sword, another piece of wolf flesh flew off. "Last chance, submit or not?" Ling Xiao questioned one final time, plunging his sword in front of the Wolf King's paw. Ling Xiao was well aware that these spirit beasts were difficult to tame, and without reaching the 3rd tier, their intelligence remained unawakened, making it unlikely for them to comprehend his intentions. Thus, he had little patience to linger, fearing an attack from the wolf pack would spell his doom. This time, the Wolf King dared not lift its proud head, instead revealing a timid expression with its mouth slightly ajar. Ling Xiao, thinking the Wolf King was making a final desperate strike, was about to strike it down when suddenly, he noticed that what the Wolf King expelled was not an attack beam, but a luminous beast core, about half the size of a fist. This was the legendary beast core of a spirit beast, but wasn't it only 3rd-tier spirit beasts that could condense such a core? Ling Xiao stared in astonishment at the core floating before him, muttering to himself. According to records, 1st and 2nd-tier spirit beasts generally did not possess beast cores. Only upon reaching the 3rd tier could a spirit beast condense a core. Once formed, the cores signified the initial awakening of intelligence and the ability to comprehend the heavens and earth, facilitating easier cultivation. Now, this Wolf King, merely at the high 2nd tier, could condense a beast core, which was indeed astonishing to Ling Xiao. Could this mutated 3-eyed wind wolf be a high-tier spirit beast? Ling Xiao pondered in confusion. Typically, spirit beasts only form beast cores at the 3rd tier, but spirit beasts are also categorized into various grades. Certain high-grade spirit beasts, like the legendary divine dragons and phoenixes, are born with beast cores, placing them at the highest echelon of spirit beasts, evolving faster and growing stronger than ordinary ones. Regardless, Ling Xiao's gaze turned fervent as he decided to claim it first. He bit his finger, letting a drop of his essence blood fall onto the Wolf King's beast core. Once the beast core comes into contact with human blood, this spirit beast is destined to follow the human for all eternity, becoming their most loyal servitor. Should this human meet their demise, the spirit beast shall undoubtedly perish alongside them. Conversely, if the spirit beast were to die, the human would remain unaffected. This is the most prevalent method of establishing a master-servant bond in the spirit-mystic continent. Naturally, if a profound connection develops between the human and the spirit beast over time, the agreement can be dissolved. To do so, the spirit beast must regurgitate the beast core and have another drop of the human's blood added to it, thus canceling the bond. Upon dripping blood onto the beast core, Ling Xiao was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation, as if an intimate connection with the Wolf King had been forged in an instant.